War came to the kingdom of Grandis unexpectedly, like a storm at sea, and furiously fell upon the border fortress. With sword and magic, the enemies made their way to the walls. They dragged siege towers, and a heavy battering ram was already taking the gates by the teeth. Even strong stone was defenseless against magic, which split the walls like rotten teeth along with the defenders. The people fought bravely and did not leave the walls, but their ranks melted like snow in the spring. The greenskins easily climbed the walls, clinging to them with their strong paws. Each orc was larger than any knight defender. Their very appearance inspired fear and horror. But people fought to the death. When the blood rushed to their heads, maddened with fear and screams, they rushed at the enemy without thinking. The Green Sea threw wave after wave. New enemies came to replace the fallen, and no one in the fortress hoped to survive this carnage. The kingdom's mages responded weakly with fire volleys, but the orc shamans held up thick mana shields well. The red dope drove every orc who inhaled it crazy. Under its influence, they went into a frenzy. Rage gave them strength and drowned out their fear. Vivien Endeavor took up his post on the highest tower, as befits a second-in-command, and watched in horror, powerless to change anything, as a bloody fury engulfed the entire fortress. A fire had started in the fortress, and its heat was reaching the knight's face. The roar, screams, stench, and soot made their hearts clench. It was only a matter of time before the southern gate would fall. The fact that the orcs outnumbered them was already a big blow to the troops' morale, but as if that weren't enough, their leader was going with them to the assault. Holding a huge, shaft-like cleaver on his shoulders, this orc was waiting for his turn to enter the battle, and it was clear that he was a master of aura. Even the other orcs kept their distance from him, because his power went beyond all common sense. The first line of walls was taken, the green surf washed away its defenders, and the flames of the fires spread beyond the walls, and now the fortress was illuminated by the glow of the fires. Everyone who had not managed to retreat to the second line of defense was now cut off from the main forces. The soldiers fought desperately, trying to somehow delay the enemy. But then the bodies of the fallen and broken defenders, like rag dolls, were surrounded by a green haze. It was the action of a simple spell, accessible even to a novice magician, but directed at many fallen bodies. The orcs, who had already gone wild and were joyful about the successful assault, were standing there watching how the already defeated enemies were rising again, despite their protruding bones. Not only human, but also orc corpses rose as if waking up, but for the living the nightmare was just beginning. And then the battlefield was filled with frightened squeals and panic. The dead attacked the greenskins, and real chaos began, because the orcs had been walking on roads made of bodies before. The battlefield turned into a seething swamp, a muddy, bloody geyser where everyone tore each other to pieces without any order. And then this viscous mass of bodies that grew like a snowball due to the killed orc leader burst in. He cut it with the power of his aura, raising a huge cloud of dust. This monster swept away everyone in its path. It did not care about its fellow tribesmen who could get hit. It saw its target. The damned Necromancer was walking straight at it. It is worth killing it, and this dangerous enemy as well as its army will return to the kingdom of the dead. Seaweed-colored green hair, a strong swordsman's body that only knights who train their entire lives possess, a sword on his belt, and a black cloak as wide as sail wings. This was the Necromancer who fearlessly walked towards the enemy. His face was hidden by a cloth mask, and his eyes were intently studying the enemy. Ordinary corpses could not harm an aura master, the magician realized. And then he brought into battle his personal guard, the best dead from all corners of the continent. These were great warriors who had fallen for various reasons. They had served different kings and belonged to different races, but now death had equalized and united them into one army. The protracted battle provided the Necromancer with an inexhaustible resource of bodies, scattered across the battlefield. They gathered into one fist and rushed at the orcs like a terrible dance of death on Judgment Day. The orc leader turned them into dust. One swing of his sword cut through this dead sea, crushing bones and scattering pieces of bodies. He split the earth and set the air on fire. The spirit of this orc was indomitable, and the risen dead did not frighten him. But in the thick of the battle his rear remained open, and one dead man, who was faster than the others, attacked the leader with a sharp lunge. The orc dodged, but a dead man from the cat tribe struck him in the chest with his paw. And while one was trying to rip open the orc's belly with his claws, the second was whistling through the air with his sword, intending to take the leader's head. The panther warrior unleashed a powerful attack. Even though he had been dead for a long time, he could still use the fighting skills he had learned during his life. The leader missed this blow and flew back along with the warriors who rushed to his defense. Meanwhile, the Necromancer himself was not idle and was replenishing his army of corpses with skillful sword strikes. The giant from the army of the dead broke through the line of orcs with one blow of his sword. The shockwave split the earth and buried many warriors alive. On the side of the Necromancer fought even more outlandish creatures than the Khajiit or giants, dark fairies who controlled the power of spirits and attacked with lightning. The black discharges made the blood and entrails boil from within, and many enemies died a painful death. The bloody rain completed the picture of destruction, or rather it was hell that descended upon the earth. The surviving defenders prayed to all the saints, only so that the risen dead would not turn against them. One man turned the tide of battle even though black magic was banned in the Empire. The orc leader's eyes were bloodshot like those of an enraged bull. He could not even think that some dead people could stop him. He surveyed the battlefield strewn with body parts, but still did not admit his defeat. When I heard lonely footsteps and turned around, the army of the dead froze in obedience to the silent command of the master necromancer, and one could clearly hear him approaching. "Finally found a good body," the necromancer said, as if the battle was already over. The sword in his hands disintegrated into a string of sharp vertebrae, and the necromancer swung it like a whip. But the orc chieftain jumped forward and used his aura to grab the thin blade and then swung his monstrous cleaver. He pulled the whip on the sword and struck the impudent necromancer so that he was supposed to cut him down along with the blade. But he felt no resistance on his cleaver, only air. Then the leader quickly transferred his attack behind his back, from where the vile necromancer attacked him. There was a cracking and grinding sound, like door hinges creaking as their blades collided. And then the orc's cleaver bit into the white asbestos bones, but despite the power of the blow, it was still unable to break the dense vertebrae. The necromancer used a vile trick and protected himself with a pile of bones that he raised from the ground. All this time, the army of the dead stood as silent witnesses to the duel. And then the orc realized that they were just playing with him like a training scarecrow. Bone phalanges emerged from the ground like roots. Vertebrae curled like spiky snakes along the necromancer's legs. They closed on his chest into a tight cuirass, as if it had been well fitted by a master blacksmith. The snow-white armor made of milk bones and the shoulder pad in the shape of a skull gave the necromancer a terrifying appearance, as if the messenger of death himself had come for the orc. The orc waited patiently, for in his tribe running away was considered a disgrace worse than death. A dragon cry came from his throat. Instead of trembling in fear and waiting for death, this warrior enjoyed the last fight. The necromancer attacked first, rushing forward. Their swords clashed with a deafening clang, and the warriors themselves moved so quickly that it was impossible for the naked eye to follow them. The necromancer's curved blade was filled with fiery power that prevented it from breaking. The orc struck without any grace, with a force as pure as a spring, which rushed like a stormy stream from the mountains. The necromancer struck with precise movements, moving like a wild cat and flashing a razor-sharp curved blade. This fight made them immortal, creating a new legend. The Rodlin Academy was second only to the Imperial Palace in luxury, with its delicate pilasters, elegant skirts and column capitals, rainbow arches and domes sparkling with gold leaf, green courtyards, cozy porticos, marble staircases. There was plenty to see here. It is hard to imagine a more prestigious place for talented people from all over the kingdom. The kings did not spare money on the academy and its decoration: crazy stucco, sparkling stained glass windows, carved oak doors. But like all such places, this one also hid its secrets in hidden deep cellars, which could only be reached by a narrow spiral staircase, and only if you found a portal. Sharon Dieflin called out to his hapless student with the seaweed-green hair, who stood there with a stupid face and his eyes darting around the lab. Although this place was more reminiscent of a torture chamber or a morgue, the floor was dark with bloodstains. Dismembered bodies lay on dirty tables or simply hung on hooks. But the most terrible thing was the rotten smell of dead flesh. The professor grumbled indignantly as he walked past the tables with the remains. Just think, this idiot didn't remember where he left the body he was working on a week ago. However, no matter how smart Sharon himself was, he and his student would have faced execution in the square if anyone had found out about his hobbies in the dark arts. Therefore, this had to be done in the strictest secrecy. Obeying the instructions of his mentor, Adrias began to pour out the necessary reagents. The manticore's blood drew a magic circle in a thin stream. Sharon used a spell to create a blood well, and they placed the body in the center. The process looked complicated and confusing, and Adrias moved slowly and hesitantly, as if he was doing it for the first time. The professor grabbed the dried goblin head and began the dark ritual. An emerald haze filled the entire room, and Adrias watched his mentor's actions closely. Obeying the will of the necromancer, the corpse rose, overcoming the rigor of its icy muscles and therefore creaking like a crossbow bowstring when pulled. A strained howl came from his rotten mouth, and Sharon cursed in disappointment, realizing that he had suffered another failure. He made some notes on the parchment, and without looking at his pathetic apprentice, ordered him to clean up the place, and that was it for the day. The flesh of the corpse peeled off like burlap, revealing white bones, which then simply crumbled into a disordered heap. Adrias did not discover anything new for himself, although he continued to engage in this risky business. After Sharon left, he spent a long time mopping up the remains of the reagents from the altar. But he couldn't just give up on this. Now it was his only way to survive in this world. Necromancy was forbidden, and you couldn't take books from the library about it. Only here could he access them on the professor's shelf. When the cleaning was finished, Adrias went upstairs to the mentor's office, who greeted him with a portion of grumbling. The blockhead was taking too long to complete his duties. I had to listen to his nasty voice, because Sharon didn't teach him anything real, and the guy did it himself after cleaning. He was still angry that the boy was late, and that the whole experiment had failed, so he sternly told him that he would not tolerate failure again. With a dry, creaking throat, the professor ordered his dull-witted student to go to the Binzaleza cemetery and get him another body. Sharon also reminded the boy that he had accepted his orphan out of his mercy, and that he still had to earn his right to life. Adrias listened humbly. He knew that at any moment he could become just another body for the experiments of the arrogant old man who used him as his servant. Sharon gave him 2 days to complete the task, but 1 day would be spent just on the road, so the guy had to hurry. On top of that, the vile professor didn't even give him money for the trip, and his wallet could have been blown away by the wind at any moment. The gloomy eyes of a rotten fish, a pale, sickly face from constantly inhaling harmful reagents and vapors, tangled green hair the color of seaweed. This was the appearance of this guy when he walked out the office doors. He caught several contemptuous glances from other students who recognized the pathetic senior. Adrias's personality took over, and he elbowed the onlookers aside and yelled at them not to stare at him like he was a street juggler. His life was hanging by a thread, and his situation was miserable despite the fact that he was a student of the most prestigious academy. Even being a third-year student of the magic faculty, the guy did not have any talents. His parents died, leaving Adrias with debts and a dilapidated house, which he also had to sell. And then the boy succumbed to weakness and became interested in dark magic. But it did not bring him success. He was a pathetic worm who served the strong and bullied the weak, a typical third-level villain. If he had another choice, he would never play as this hero. But now Kim Jin-hwan found himself in the world of the great sin of Pakata against his will. Once a special forces soldier, his unit was disbanded with a generous stipend as payment for his silence. But Kim Hwan was never able to return to civilian life, the echoes of the Cold War still ringing loudly within him. He spent 4 years immersed in the world of the game Pakata, living without any worries, without which he would most likely have fallen to the bottom of the river, hugging a stone. Only the world of sin kept his interest in life alive. He played this game over and over again, and each time its complexity and versatility increased. And then there was a strange call to a number that only former colleagues or government agents could know, and the person on the other end knew his name. He also knew about his passion for the game, his achievements in it, and then introduced himself as a developer. With convulsive movements, Kim Hwan tried to turn off the computer, but then a strange veil appeared before his eyes. And then he woke up in the body of a third-rate character 6 months before the start of the game's main plot, and the shadow of death immediately hung over him. All the characters in the game encountered Sharon in one way or another, and killed him upon learning that he was a necromancer, of course, along with his useless apprentice. Even those who had any connection with Hadrius Cromwell in the past despised him. He was a miserable worm without money or future, and his life could end at any moment from any sneeze. Even the professor himself could swat him like a mosquito for the sake of immediate gain, and so Kim Hwan needed to escape from him as quickly as possible, or he will become the target of every hero in this kingdom where necromancers are treated worse than lepers or criminals. But now his personality was mixed with the personality of a retired military man who had to go through much more than that. So looking at the line of students entering and exiting the academy building, he was confident that he could handle it. Adrias sat on the bench and collected his thoughts. He just needed to get stronger in the remaining time. Like any hero, he was given 2 innate traits at the start, usually distributed randomly, making each playthrough unique. This time he got the quality of a double core, and the system offered to choose the second one, which Adrias was now thinking about. The dual core allowed him to use both magic and swordsmanship, and it seemed he would have to develop both skills in order to survive. From a variety of other traits, he had to choose the one that was most useful. The boy looked at his hand with a heavy gold ring, the only luxury item he had inherited from his father in memory of him. To select a trait, he called up the system's list, which was complicated by the fact that the game had never offered such a choice before, and there was plenty to choose from. many of the features he had not seen before. Taking the book under his arm, Adrias began to study them. One of these features was evolution. There was no description attached to it, but logically, it is a property of adaptation to new conditions. Now he just needed the ability to overcome the limits of his growth. So after much thought, he chose this particular line and tapped on the imaginary screen that only he could see. Now his cloudy eyes finally saw clearly the path he had to take and who he would eventually become. One day he will spread his wings like dragons and sweep like a storm over the entire kingdom. Even though he only had one try, Adrias was confident that he would survive and complete the game this time. He later returned to the Maple Leaf dorm, which the academy provided free of charge for the poorest students. Sitting in his bed, Adrias was again lost in thought. He was weak not only physically, but even in magic he could only use one element. Necromancy was a useful skill, and that's what the guy chose the evolutionary trait for. Before heading to the station, he decided to stop by Sharon's research lab so as not to waste time. Adrias was in a hurry because his situation was precarious. He didn't have enough money, and without it he would have dragged out a miserable existence. Besides Sharon, there were many other characters who could have accidentally killed him even before the main events. It was getting on towards evening, so the corridors were empty, and the guy reached the office without prying eyes. He read the titles on the embossed spines carefully: An Introduction to Dark Magic, The Difficulties of the Dark Arts. For this alone he could have been impaled or hanged in the square. In the game you just had to click the mouse to make the magic work, but here he had to actually understand it. From the darkness of the cage, two hungry eyes watched him. A female vampire with fiery red hair, dressed in rags. Sharon kept her on starvation rations and in shackles to prevent her from breaking free. Adrias had no idea how the vile mentor had acquired such loot. In this world, vampires are rare. They are indifferent to sunlight, and their magic is very strong. Sharon kept her under lock and key to turn her into a high-level undead later. Even now, the vampire was equal in strength to the boss from the middle of the game. The guy was not afraid of her because she was sitting in a cage, but he still involuntarily shuddered when she called him. This had never happened before. She ignored his presence like people ignore bugs under their feet, but now her quiet and insinuating voice asked for help. It sounded so sweet and attractive that it made you forget about everything in the world. The train, magically propelled, raced along the tracks, cutting through the darkness with the burning star of its lantern and breaking the silence of the night with the measured clatter of its wheels. The guy was driving tiredly, looking at the night landscape sliding past and thinking about how he almost succumbed to temptation. In his ears he could still hear the sweet echo of the vampire, as if someone was plucking the strings of a lyre. "Free me and I will kill Sharon," she sang languidly. In this, the bloodsucker hit the mark. He had something to fear from his teacher. Her vampire insight was astounding, and she did not hesitate to take advantage of any opportunity. Yet Adrias had changed. A new personality had taken over his body, and while he behaved like a man in new and unfamiliar clothes, his awkwardness immediately caught the eye of the hungry predator, who was only pretending to be indifferent to everything. On Sharon's orders, he pulled out the intestine that led to the blood bottle to feed the devil's spawn. There was no doubt that if he let it out, it would rip his throat out faster than the boy could scream. But her angelic face expressed the very innocence as she promised to spare his life. The vampire's ruby eyes looked at him without stopping, and she herself smiled charmingly, but this guy only shrank even more inside. His military service had taught him to keep all emotions to himself, so he kept it to himself while he considered her offer. There was no reason for a higher being to keep his word to a worm like him. Adrias put the canister of blood on the floor, and as politely as he could answered that he needed to wait a bit with betraying the teacher and weigh everything up, to which the vampire hissed in disappointment. There was more to learn about vampires and their habits as the train sped through the nightlights to the north where the National Cemetery was located. The memorial itself was located on a hill, and the path to it was not short. If the guy had a couple of extra coins, he would have hired a carriage, but as it was, he had to drag his frail body on foot, dragging a large suitcase on wheels behind him. Even for a mage, his body was too weak and his endurance was the worst, so Adrias was barely breathing when he got to the place. The National Cemetery was a favorite place for the Necromancer underground, noble knights who died in a tournament, skilled witches who accidentally inhaled fumes from potions. Good material could be found here. Having caught his breath a little, the guy muttered the password as naturally as he could. The gatekeeper responded with another code phrase, which required another answer, and after making sure everything was correct, he let the guy through the fence. And even then, I had to dig into Adrias's memories to name everything correctly. Fortunately, he had access to the memory of the previous owner. Under the light of 3 moons, he arrived at the designated section of the cemetery where the coffin lay, and the grave had just been dug, although the earth had not yet had time to settle. The digger was tiredly stretching his back. He was the same pathetic novice necromancer, with a bald head, a goatee, and missing teeth. He was all sweaty, and therefore stank even more than usual of unwashed body and aldehyde fumes. He pointed the boy to the knight's corpse and told him to take it and get lost. The gravedigger wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible to return to the tavern. The body in the coffin was in good condition. The knight died in a duel, or from an accidentally ruptured appendix. Adrias realized that no one would help him, which meant he would have to pack the body himself. The dead knight was as heavy as the gravestone under which he was buried, and the boy turned red from the effort of dragging him. Luckily, the luggage Sharon had supplied him with had a pocket that expanded the space, so the body did not have to be broken in half. He needed to leave as quickly as possible to catch the morning train back to the academy, but then the young necromancer's gaze fell on one of the many tombstones here. Nicol Lifehill was written there, an unremarkable name among the equally faceless graves, but it seemed familiar to him. And then he remembered one Easter story from the developers, about a knight who dreamed of becoming a master of aura and dedicated the rest of his life to this. All day long he did nothing but swing his sword and meditate. Over and over again, thousands of strokes every day, bringing yourself to complete exhaustion. His blows rang out in the noise of the waterfall, and the wind trembled the leaves of the neighboring trees. And then he reached the peak of his strength, and a smile touched his concentrated face, furrowed with old age. And at that very moment, having achieved his goal, he fell into eternal sleep. This story was an obvious reference, but in this world few people could even know about it, because Nicol was neither a nobleman nor a glorious warrior. No one ever knew that this lonely hermit had become the rarest aura master on the continent, making his body incredibly valuable. Adrias could make a nightmarish death knight out of him. The feeling of power even sent shivers down his spine. Of course, first it was necessary to improve the necromancy skill, because even Sharon could not create high-level undead. But everything could be different if the guy became stronger. This body could not be let out of hands at any cost, because it was incredibly expensive. So the boy quietly turned to Sir Payman, who of course was no sir, but that didn't matter now. He immediately understood that the boy wanted another body, so he resolutely refused. First, he needed to get Sharon's permission. Of course, he was just jacking up the price. Without thinking, Adrias took off his family ring, the only precious thing he had, and offered it as payment. The body was worth hundreds of such rings, and having earned money, he would be able to return his relic later. The gravedigger's eyes widened in surprise. The ring had a count's cross on it, and if it was sold profitably, it could be worth a fortune. The guy lowered his eyes, playing the role of a desperate loser who is ready to give away his last and does not know the real value of things. And Paimon, in turn, played an uncertain compliance. Then Adrias put pressure on him and simply thrust the ring into the gravedigger's hand, promising not to tell the teacher anything about it. He was already barely holding back his greedy drooling, so he quickly gave in, already anticipating how he would spend this easy money on wine and women. Swallowing his saliva, he threw the second shovel to the guy and began to dig the old grave. The soil had settled well and was not as easy to dig as at the previous burial. When they pulled out the coffin and lifted its lid, Adrias smiled at the corpse as if it were an old acquaintance. The bright future he saw began with this step. The guy couldn't wait to get home and start studying necromancy to raise his first subordinate. Before he could return, Sharon again gave him the task of washing the knight and preparing everything necessary for the summoning, which Adrias hastily did. His hands quickly recalled the working movements. He was doing this not for the first time, and the irritation only gave him energy after a sleepless night. But he still had to start studying, and only the steel will of a soldier helped him stay on his feet. Having finished with the body, the guy began to clean the altar on which they performed the summoning ritual. All this time, Nicol's body was waiting for him in the suitcase. Fortunately, it was dark, and Sharon did not notice the second body inside. If the summoning fails, the young necromancer will simply waste precious material. He didn't have the money to buy another body to practice, and see if the necromancy skill could be improved with the evolution skill. But then his thoughts were interrupted by the light clanking of chains and the quiet, ingratiating voice of the vampire. How much longer would he make her wait? She asked impatiently, and these words sent a chill down his spine. He had completely forgotten about her presence, because while Sharon was in the dungeon, she made no more sound than a dead fish. "Aren't you sleeping?" he asked the captive in a casual voice and turned to face her. The vampire no longer tried to seduce him, but pressed him on business calculations. He wasn't going to be Sharon's doormat for the rest of his days, the vampire asked. This time Adrias approached her himself. He had been waiting all this time for her to speak first. Unlike him, Her time was running out. Her thin-lipped, dry mouth cracked into a grin, and her sunken eyes sparkled like rubies, only her narrow pupils betraying the ferocious predator at the top of the food chain. All this time, the guy was worried about the question of how Sharon got her. After a little digging in the literature and his memories of the passage, he found the answer. Her sharp, hollow-cheeked face frowned as the boy delayed his answer and tested her patience. She held herself proudly despite her emaciated and thin body, which could hardly be mistaken for a woman's in the darkness if not for her ringing, soft voice. The vampire hurried him, promising to kill him even if he eventually agreed, and pretended to head into the darkness of her cell. When she heard the guy's determined voice, he agreed to help her, because he couldn't lick the boots of the vile mentor until his death. She exclaimed beautifully and held out her hands. All he had to do was remove those heavy shackles from her. But the guy didn't finish. She had to swear on her name first, and Ruby's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Previously, he was a slobberer, a dungworm not worth the dirt he lived in. But then he changed, which is why the captive decided to talk to the guy, risking being betrayed. However, the changes were much more striking than she thought. Somehow he learned about her weakness. Judging by the records that Adrias dug up, vampires were hostages to their promises if they swore by their name. Frowning, she swore on her name, Valerie Lucifer, that she would not kill him. The young necromancer was amazed at how quickly he received this oath when the system window appeared before his eyes. The system offered him an object for evolution. If Valerie had given a false oath, it would not have worked. And now he could start the process with a probability of 55%. All this time, Valerie waited impatiently, wondering why the boy was waving his hands in the air in front of him. The evolution skill could be applied not only to summoned entities or to oneself, but also to friendly creatures if they had enough experience. For the necromancer, this was a chance to test the ability before using it on Nikhil. And if something suddenly happens, he has nothing to lose. Seeing his strange look, the vampire only became more wary. She grimaced angrily, realizing that she had been deceived, but the guy had already pressed the consent button in the system window. A wave of pain almost turned her inside out. Valerie swayed and arched so that her bones cracked. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at the guy with hatred, and white foam came out of her mouth. Pain pierced her body every second, and Valerie wheezed. She showered the boy with curses, but a new attack pierced her with a spasm through her entire body and cut off her scream, until she fell onto the cold floor of the cell and began to convulse, a sight that even Adrias was horrified by, having never seen anything like it. And then she lost consciousness, and lay there like a limp wooden doll whose strings had stopped being pulled. Valerie did not respond, even when he called her. In any case, it was time for him to leave the laboratory, and Adrias glanced at the spiral staircase. One thing he knew for sure was that his ability worked not only on summoned entities, which meant it should definitely work on him as well. Using the remaining reagents, the boy drew a necromancer's circle and prepared Sir Nichol's body. Lastly, he poured out the black powder of Tarkhan, and the ritual could begin. Previously, it was enough for him to press a button, but now he had to read a spell. Fortunately, the past Adrias remembered how to do it. When everything was ready and the spell was formed in his hands, the system issued a message that all conditions were met. Adrias used his magic and felt how the shallow well of his mana instantly dried up from just one summoning, but fortunately everything worked. Since this was a lower skeletal summoning, the remnants of flesh untouched by decay peeled off the white bones like old clothes, until they left Sir Nichol's milky white strong bones. And then he stood up as if he was still dressed in meat and looked at himself, and the necromancer received a notification that the summoning was successful, and his skill was now increased. Since the corpse's level was high, he immediately broke through 2 ranks and became a skeleton warrior, restoring part of his memory from the past. It was still an ordinary skeleton, but it was of legendary level, and now it was thoughtfully examining its new body. He retained the trait he had acquired during his life as a master of fencing, something that could only be obtained through hard work and nothing else. Still, Nichol was a master of the sword, Adrias admired. Empty eye sockets stared at him, and the skeleton began to move its finger in the air as if trying to say something. He promised to protect him, the necromancer asked after reading the letters written in the air. As if confirming his suspicions, the skeleton folded his index finger and thumb in a gesture of approval. And he promised the same thing on his part. This was his very first and most expensive investment in this world. Having settled all the matters, the young necromancer returned to the hostel and again thought about his plans. There was a year left before Sharon's death, and if he wants to survive, he will have to do a lot to avoid evil fate. His magical abilities remained low, but fortunately his necromancy skill grew on its own, and the dark magic itself was convenient, because the summoned creatures were stored in the subspace. His vault could hold 5 creatures, but even summoning one consumed an abyss of mana, but bringing them back was easy. Adrias opened the vault and summoned Nickel. If someone saw a moving skeleton next to him, the guy would hardly be able to attribute everything to the anatomical manual at hand, so he decided to dress it up. He didn't live alone in the dorm, so someone could come in at any moment, and the guy wasn't going to keep the skeleton in storage all the time. Since Nickel was even thinner than the skinny Adrias, if that definition can be applied to bones at all, the old thing suited him perfectly. From a distance, he could be taken for a very slender man, so the guy was pleased with his work. The first thing Nickel did was check the freedom of movement in his new outfit, and made a few swings with his arms as if he had a sword in them. Even after death, this man could not stop. The Necromancer admired his persistence. It was hard to tell if training made any sense to a dead man, but he continued to do it anyway. But it was very convenient because the guy had a feature that was useless for a magician, a double core, and now he found an excellent use for it. That's why he stopped Nickel and asked him to teach him the art of fencing, which made even the skeleton stare at him in surprise with his empty, whistling eye sockets. Fortunately, the skeleton was a good mentor. He constantly corrected him, monitored his stance and the precision of his movements. For a skinny guy who had been idle all his life and had never lifted anything heavier than a book, and in his free time had breathed in corpse poison in the Sharon cave, even simple movements with a stick were difficult, so that his body creaked from the strain. But there is no other way to become a great master and gain a strong body, although perhaps the whole point is that they are all real madmen, thought Adrias. If his training goes smoothly, in the future he will be able to use aura, and thanks to the dual core, switch to magic, and so he will not have to choose one. He will follow the path of the swordsman-magician, accumulating mana in his heart and lower dantian. At the beginning it will be difficult, and it will take a lot of time to develop. But after that, he will become stronger than everyone, just like the great Emperor Edmund who founded the Empire. A painful pinch on his arm brought him back to reality. Nickel had been playing the role of a strict mentor faithfully, or maybe he was too fanatical about his swordsmanship and couldn't stand relaxation. And when the guy tried to protest, Nickel angrily lowered his bald head and shook his finger to get him to focus. And yet these trainings were like a breath of fresh air. He was doing what he had been doing his whole life, preparing his body for battle. Unlike the former weakling Adrias, Kim Hwan had gone through fire and water and tempered his spirit to the limit. But here he again received a slap on the back of the head from a strict mentor and quietly cursed to himself. For the sake of these trainings, he missed classes, although his attendance was already poor and the guy risked losing his scholarship. He looked at the status window to see how his necromancy skill had risen while he had summoned Nickel. The skill grew even faster than he thought, of course, later. Having reached the beginner's limit, the growth would slow down. Adrias understood and remembered that Sharon had not called him for a long time. The vampire Valerie lay motionless as before, so it was unlikely that the vile mentor noticed anything. Her evolution would take at least a week, and for now the guy could rest easy. Another sharp lunge that whistled through the air made him flinch. Even though the master had now become undead, his tenacity was astounding. He did this for hours without stopping. If he had potions, the boy would also train without stopping, but only wealthy aristocrats could afford the precious vials. Of course, it was possible to make them yourself and get a good discount. He even remembered several successful recipes. But everything was complicated by the fact that Adrias did not know the necessary proportions, only the necessary ingredients. Yes, in order to better understand the subject itself, he should have gone to a couple of lectures on herbology. So the next day he did just that, catching several surprised looks when he entered the classroom. Even the younger students looked at him with disdain, thinking that the problematic senior had come to pester girls and not to study. They did not hide their attitude and spoke so that he could easily hear them, but Adrias endured it because he had a goal. Now he had to live quietly, like a mouse in a hole, until his plans matured. So the guy glanced around the audience and headed to a comfortable place where no one would disturb him. A couple of minutes later, Professor Vauban entered and began to give a lecture on intermediate medical herbalism. In this, the plot was not much different from the game. Adrias already knew most of it, and was eager to hear about proportions and mixing of ingredients. The professor moved on to the part about preparing physical enhancement potions. They were all based on the petal of Mohine and 3 other components, and then the guy caught the discrepancy. His knowledge was different. The potion the professor was talking about was intermediate, but even it had too many side effects to be seriously discussed in such lectures. Burning with impatience, Adrias raised his hand to ask the professor a question. "Why not add Hanpishi extract, the bark from the roots of Madarat?" he asked the entire audience. Many looked at him with disdain, because he was disturbing the lecture and was clearly attracting attention, but only one glance from the blonde girl touched him with lively interest. The professor repeated his question as if it sounded so ridiculous that it didn't require an answer, and now all the students were staring at the scum with green algae instead of hair. Professor Vauban adjusted his glasses and asked why he was doing this, with complete seriousness. Although no one was stopping him from experimenting and making soup, he added mockingly, "These were definitely the necessary ingredients for a physical enhancement potion. Hundreds of gaming experiences had taught him how to select the right ingredients." But Adrias didn't understand why everyone reacted like that. Perhaps the recipe has not yet been discovered in this version of the world. In any case, his knowledge exceeds what he heard in the lecture, the guy realized. Most likely he will have to learn on his own. It is foolish to expect anything else from this world. Adrias threw his half-empty leather bag over his shoulder. He hadn't taken a single book with him, and so he hurried to the library, not noticing how another student came out of the classroom and followed him down the corridor. Sweet face, mother of pearl eyes, pearls and hair as milky as ivory, she was beautiful as a sweet candy, and carefully studied his back with her velvet lips frowning. Adrias took an empty corner of the laboratory next to the library and laid out the necessary reagents. He had spent a lot of energy over the last few hours trying in vain to create a potion, and had spent the last of his pennies on ingredients. The guy leaned back tiredly in his chair. He needed a reliable mixing method and a lot of ingredients for experiments. He needed support, but who would support such a worthless and untalented piece of trash like him? And then a young maiden quietly entered the door of the distant laboratory, driven by her curiosity. She approached him without any of the meekness and embarrassment you usually expect from juniors. Adrias recognized her face without any difficulty, because this girl was one of the game characters, so he knew her well. Lucia Everlast, in terms of talent she surpassed everyone, especially in the field of potion making. She was beautiful and knew it. It was easy to play as her. But there was one thing that turned the passage for this hero into a living hell. Nevertheless, this girl should not be here. Adrias was surprised looking at the sweet face of the beauty that no computer graphics could convey. The guy decided to ignore her and turned away, hoping that she would simply leave. But the girl was in no hurry and waved her hand away from the black, acrid smoke that remained after previous unsuccessful attempts. Her eyes sparkled with cat-like curiosity, and she asked him what he was working on. Adrias briefly replied that it was a secret, but this only further spurred her curiosity, and it became clear that Lucia would not leave him alone so easily. Not only did the Necromancer not learn anything at the lecture, but there were also more problems. Seeing that she was being ignored, the girl was clearly upset. "He really is touchy," she said with a heavy sigh, although the guy was just waiting for her to leave. However, she didn't expect that he would open up to her first, said Lucia. She leaned so close to him that he could smell her barely perceptible delicate scent of perfume with hints of citrus even through the remains of the acrid smoke. And she suggested that they study together. Despite her gentle appearance, Lucia clung to him with a hawk-like grip and did not let go. There was no particular reason to refuse, so the guy with seaweed on his head and deeply sunken, rotten eyes from thinness asked her what she wanted. What was strange about her wanting to find a partner for research? The girl asked directly. But Adrias was still suspicious of this proposal, because the girl would not get anything from it. She was the daughter of a wealthy merchant family, so she did not need money. Lucia, hand on heart, declared that she needed nothing but his gratitude. She sensed that he had a special talent, and could create a potion that no one had ever created before, which would be simply amazing. And Adrias thought again. It was not for nothing that this fragile and brilliant girl chose potions as her calling. The fact is that she was looking for a cure for her illness, and if she did not find it, she would soon die. It was this circumstance that increased the difficulty of the game for her to a hellish level. The medicine of the sinful world was powerless, and she had no choice but to immerse herself in science and conduct countless experiments in her home laboratory. It was such a difficult task that Kim Hwan had to restart the game more than once, and it was this problem that prompted him to thoroughly study the potion-making of this world in the game. He still remembered the necessary components and knew how to find them, but the problem of proportions remained the same. However, Lucia was an extremely observant genius, and the last thing Adrias wanted now was to be exposed. He had no doubt about how this could end. Her smile would not waver even when she roasted him like a pig on a spit. It seemed that the girl was now attracted by his casually thrown phrase. He named the components for the potion that the professor did not know about, and this interested her. Lucia continued to drill the gloomy guy with her gaze. It was like dealing with a time bomb, Adrias thought. It could explode at any moment, and he didn't need any extra problems, so he refused her again. And then she used her last trump card, the peony mushroom, the girl threw, sighing heavily from his stubbornness. Her guess was as if random, but it hit the mark, even though he hadn't mentioned this component in class, and it had taken him a long time to discover it. The alchemy of potion making was complex. Everything depended on the sequence of mixing, the quantity and quality of the ingredients. Adrias pushed her away again. saying that if she did what she wanted, she could go. The girl could afford any experiments she wanted since her family was rich. Even though her offer was tempting, the guy was not ready to risk his skin. But even after that, she did not give in and gave him time to think, confident that he would soon become interested himself. It was hard not to admit that this younger one knew how to be charming. As she left, she winked at him so that his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. To get his thoughts in order, the guy strained himself with exercises with Nickel when he returned to the hostel. He himself could find the right formula. He only needed money. The sunset's rays cast long shadows through his window, and they continued waving their oak sticks. Gradually his body came into shape, as if he were driving out the noxious, rotten spirit of Adrias's past. The skeleton next to him was also practicing. Even though he had a regular stick in his hands and not a real sword, his blows were frightening. The swings became sharper and more dangerous, especially when the guy was too distracted, immersed in heavy thoughts. Having thrown everything aside, he returned to the exercises. He could think about money later. He didn't have to think long. A worthless person like Adrias had only one asset that supported him, his younger sister, who recently wrote to him in a letter how she missed him. No matter how disgusting he felt, he had to become like his past self and ask her for money, promising that this would be the last time, and then he would return everything. Having decided everything, he swore to himself that he would never do that again and headed to the city. From a comfortable portico, away from the gaze of passing onlookers, a pair of inquisitive eyes watched the young hero. Something had changed in this guy who usually walked with his shoulders hunched and looked at the world with a rotten look. But now he held himself straight and clutched a book in his hands. But even so, she shuddered at the mere memory of how, at every opportunity, Adrias would grovel at her feet to lick her boots and wait for mercy. However, this time he passed by without even looking at her, and this discrepancy irritated her. Diana Alvin was a famous genius of the Academy, beautiful and cold like the goddess Athena, with skin white as snow and agate eyes that drove more than one guy crazy, another character who could kill him. His family was indebted to the Alvin family, so they often saw each other in childhood, and even became friends with Diana. But since then, Adrias has become hopelessly spoiled like a rotten apple, so much so that he would have been slapped just for trying to talk. He felt like a little mouse that could be snatched at any moment by hungry cats just for fun. And there won't even be anything strange about this. That's how pathetic Adrias was until Kim Hwan was reborn in him. There was no point in even thinking about borrowing money from Diana, so the decision to turn to her sister was correct. The capital of the Kingdom of Rodland sparkled even at night, the elegant streets where houses seemed to compete with each other in color, leaving an impression of luxury and wealth. His sister worked in a small shop, despite her noble origins. Adrias found a shop and went inside. It was a popular place, but anyone who had money could enter here because his sister had to serve even commoners. For a second, the class prejudices of his previous personality woke up in the guy. Looking at her tired appearance and the calluses on her hands, he felt a dull pain and regret. It was a pity that the girl had to work so much, but Emmy answered him with an easy and carefree smile, saying that there was no need to worry about it because it was not his fault. She was so beautiful that they could hardly be called brother and sister, a chiseled figure, a porcelain doll face, and a soft, silky look in her gray eyes. Before, he didn't have a real family. Kim Hwan grew up as an orphan, and then only knew his fellow soldiers, and yet now he felt bitterness. Emmy laughed carefree. She was still happy to see him and asked if he needed more money, and she took out from her apron an envelope that she had prepared for him in advance, asking him not to waste it in vain. In a choked voice, Adrias promised to do so. But when he reached for the envelope, her eyes suddenly widened as if someone had slapped her beautiful face. His slender-fingered hands were missing the family ring, the last heirloom of a family that reminded her of her beloved father. Adrias flinched at the sight, like a thief caught in the act. He simply took it off so as not to lose it, he answered with a hastily invented lie. Vague suspicions cut her without a knife, so Emmy lowered her head. He lied disgustingly badly because he didn't want to do it, but the truth was such that it couldn't be said. His sister's beautiful face became haggard and covered with a shadow of sadness. Her voice shook. Under no circumstances should he have done this, she whispered. Adrias couldn't find what to answer. Any lie from his lips would sound false. He squeezed out only sorry. But this did not calm Emmy down. She abruptly stood up from her seat. He wanted to stop her, but his sister broke free and, almost in tears, told him never to come here again and not to return her money. Adrias promised to return the ring, but he himself realized how unconvincing and weak he sounded now. It was the first time he saw his sister so angry. This ring was really dear to her. He himself experienced such deep feelings about someone for the first time. Now, even if it was not by his will. This girl was his real family, just like his fallen comrades before. What's the point of living if you're just existing? What joy is there in surviving if you're the only one left? Thought Kim Hwan, remembering his equally miserable life. This pain only strengthened his determination to do everything right this time, which meant it was worth taking the risk and accepting Lucia's offer. A week had passed since they started working together. Adrias had rearranged his schedule so that he now got up early in the morning to run 10 kilometers. Or rather, it was he who did all the work on the potion, and the girl usually dozed in the office, and even managed to sleep on the bench when he pulled her out to breathe in the fresh morning air. His stamina left much to be desired, so the feeling of exhaustion did not go away the entire time he was working on the mixture or training. And even the lazy blonde sometimes had some use, although at times it seemed that he was the only one working, while the girl was lounging on the laboratory sofa and demanding sweets. He had to constantly nag at her if he needed advice when he reached a dead end with his attempts. And then Lucia would say something like, "Reduce the amount of Matarat and add more Todoro's tree extract." And somehow it worked. She had amazing intuition and the precision of a true scientist. Even though the whole idea was for money, it was sometimes pleasant to work together. After mixing, the potion acquired a rich crimson hue, like a liquid philosopher's stone. Adrias measured out the correct amount of this mixture and sprayed it into a large flask for the main potion. And as soon as it mixed with sparkling purple, a message popped up. The mid-rank enhancement potion was created successfully. Adrias jumped up from his seat in excitement and laughed like an evil genius. Even Lucia got up from the sofa, worried by his reaction. "It worked," he said, his face red with excitement. All that was needed now was to get a patent for his invention, a potion that strengthens without side effects. The system immediately offered him to improve his potion-making talent and gave him a 30% chance. He remembered a similar message that concerned the vampire Valerie. It turned out that it was possible to improve absolutely anything if all the conditions were met. The risk of getting an anomaly was too high, so Adrias swiped the message away while Lucia enjoyed the new potion and its taste. This thing could be used every day without fear of repercussion, so she decided to immediately apply to the commission. The guy left this work to her, because he did all the rest of the fuss with the endless mixing in flasks and their subsequent washing with brushes himself. The girl jumped for joy. Since he simplified her work, she promised to take care of everything else. Simplify. The guy was indignant. He did not get out of the laboratory day and night. The petty swindler had been deliberately shirking in order to prepare for the midterm exams, and the walls of the academy once again shook from his indignation as the sunset slowly licked the fiery gilding of its roofs. All this time, Valerie Lucifer lay limply on the cold stone of her prison. Her whole body was aching with pain, and she didn't understand what she had done wrong, but something told her that this was not an ordinary pain. The midterm exam was held outside the academy for senior students. It was a whole assignment for which they had traveled far north by train, and now snow pellets were pounding on the windows. Adrias was glad that he didn't have to walk in such cold weather and constantly fought against sleep so as not to fall asleep to the rhythmic clatter of the wheels, so he held a book in his hands and tried to read. After Lucia passes her exams, they will need to visit the magic tower where the potion committee is waiting for them. Thanks to constant training, fencing and necromancy skills have increased significantly. Everything will be fine if he just passes the exam, the wizard thought. Valerie's evolution will soon be completed, so I still need to have time to visit her. The main thing is to come up with a reason for Sharon. The entire carriage was occupied by students from the academy who were going to an exam, and by chance, Diana Alvin and her faithful friend were sitting opposite the guy. She was worried about the midterm exams and wanted to know what was coming. Moreover, the test and partners were determined randomly, she said. Diana brushed it off easily. She was a model student and had no doubts about her abilities. "But it's not that simple," said the friend, and glanced sideways at the student with green hair who was sitting opposite. After all, it was possible to end up on the same team with him. She pointed her finger at him without any tact and winced as if he were a pile of moldy garbage. Their poorly concealed whispers reached Adrias, but he didn't show it, because he was good at keeping his emotions to himself. Realizing that he couldn't read anymore, he hid the book to give his eyes a rest. At that moment, Diana was again overcome by a strange anxiety. In front of her was not the Adrias she knew. It was someone else. He stubbornly ignored her and looked better than before. But at this time, the conductor announced the imminent arrival at Orkland Station. The professor from the magic faculty announced to everyone to leave. Outside, students from the fencing department were already waiting for them. They had already managed to come out and line up, demonstrating their proper training. The professor announced the rules to them. For the test, they would be assigned to random teams, 3 swordsmen, 1 mage, and 1 team leader. They were given several days to complete the task. And then everyone was given lists of groups, and Adrias felt sick. Besides him and Sharon, the academy is full of villains, and even in this exam there are 2 of them, both in his group. Heisel Harpy, who fought on the side of the cult's fanatics, and the second Vivien Balkan, a promiscuous killer and madwoman. One could only marvel at the luck that was as cursed as he was. A swordsman with dark hair that gave off a sea wave approached him and introduced himself as Christopher. He was also in the same group with the guy. Christopher didn't like the mage who was training as a swordsman, and he didn't hide it, ordering Adrias to stay out of the way during the test. Khazar found their group and approached with Vivien, waving his hand in greeting. He smiled sweetly and tried his best to be friendly, but the mage was not fooled by this, because he knew that the swordsman was a crazy fanatic. Vivien also simply gave her name without even trying to establish any semblance of communication. She gave off the feeling of a quiet pool, emerald hair light as fresh grass fell in disorderly curls on her shoulders, and her bottomless eyes gave off the blue of the sky. Christopher despised not only the half-educated magician, but also other commoners, because he belonged to the knightly class and demanded special treatment. They argued for a long time about whether magicians should take up the sword. Khazar saw nothing wrong with this, since everyone needed to play sports. But the squad's problems did not end there. As if echoing his thoughts, their mentor spat loudly on the floor with complete contempt. Her unruly hair stuck out like withered grass after haymaking. Even her eyelashes were the color of hay, which stood out sharply on her tanned and gloomy face. She only drilled everyone with a fierce tiger's gaze of her sandy eyes. The professor informed everyone that as soon as they gathered, they could perform and asked them to return alive. Adrias looked back at his dream team and realized that fulfilling this promise would not be so easy, and drops of cold sweat ran down his face. Having received the task, they again boarded the train to get to their destination, and now rushed through endless meadows. Ivy Clare, the formidable swordswoman, introduced herself, sitting languidly on the bench between them. She didn't even try to be a lady. Her arms were covered in small scars, and she was constantly chewing dried meat and picking her teeth to get rid of it. But it was she who had to lead them on the mission. Ivy handed them a piece of paper with the task to investigate an incident in a village in the lands of Baron Balearic where a murder had been committed, and the detective in charge had also disappeared. Questions? Ivy asked them briefly without parting with the meat. Her speech could rather be compared to the roar of a wild tiger. The mercenary was even more aggressive than in the game. Adrias knew little about her, except that she would soon become the youngest owner of the aura, and her name would thunder throughout the empire, although her character left much to be desired. Pointing at the guy with seaweed on his head, the tigress grinned as if at a good joke, because she had heard that he was playing at being a knight. Her thin lips twisted into a crooked smile. How could such a weakling hold a sword in his hands? Adrias gave in to the nature of his past ego, and replied with insolence that he did not want to hear such words from someone who chewed meat to impress fools. And then the swordswoman suggested cutting seaweed off him to chew on, since it was impossible to breathe in the smoke of leaves from overseas on the train, which had recently become a habit on the continent. The Baron's estate was located on a high hill, and the road to it ran along the top of a wide viaduct. When they found themselves at the very gates, they realized that this was more of a castle than an ordinary villa. The house is too big and luxurious for a land-poor baron. Baron Balearic greeted them without much cordiality, rather out of obligation, so there was not a shadow of joy on his thin, slightly drooping face at the arrival of the team of detectives, although his mouth continued to speak politely. Tea and beautiful cakes baked in the Baron's kitchen were served on the table in the living room, but no one touched them. The deceased landowner of the village was called Trim, and he was the Baron's nephew, and he had no family of his own. And that was all Baron Bullock knew, and there was impatience in his voice, as if he wanted to end their conversation as soon as possible. Despite the scant information, Ivy thanked him. At that moment, the Baron's servant, the butler, leaned over and whispered something in his ear. The two looked suspicious, but Adrias said nothing. I just watched the Baron's reaction carefully. Although the aristocrat was not old, his face was already covered with deep wrinkles, such as those who have experienced long suffering. At this point, their audience was over, and he told everyone that he was leaving, standing up from the table. The butler bowed low and asked forgiveness for his master, saying that the heir was not feeling well and needed his father's attention. Ivy threw up her hands. They couldn't object anyway, and besides, they already had all the information they needed. When they went out into the yard, they saw Christopher there, who had been left to look after the luggage. The mercenary took out a sword polished so smoothly that she could see her reflection on the blade. The Baron was too calm about losing a relative, and he also emanated a foul smell of decay and death. Returning the sword to its sheath, Ivy asked the big-headed man why he insisted on cutting it off right away. There was a lot that was suspicious about this case, starting with the fact that the previous group of detectives had gone missing. Moreover, a month passed before the second search request was sent, and all this time the Baron sat quietly. But the most suspicious thing was the butler who warned them that they would not make it to the village before sunset, and so he suggested spending the night at the estate and heading to the village at dawn. Ivy politely declined his offer, following the advice of the guy with grass on his head, and a shadow of displeasure crossed the butler's face. He looked disappointed, which meant they did the right thing by leaving. Moreover, the experienced Special Forces soldier did not miss the fact that the witnesses were nervous. Their hands were shaking, as was their breathing, and their movements looked unnatural. These people were definitely hiding something. To get to the village, they used the carriage on which they arrived at the estate. The sun was already touching the tops of the trees, leaning towards sunset. The coachman urged the horses on so as not to ride in the dark. Twilight had already descended on the forest, and the horses were asking to go into the stall. Christopher was also not averse to resting, and offered to find a place to stay upon arrival. But Ivy objected that the matter was more important. First, they would have to inspect the landowner's house, and Adrias agreed with her, because everything could only be understood by seeing it with his own eyes. And then he felt a tremor in his own mana, something that only a necromancer's apprentice could feel. And as they approached the village, this feeling only intensified, however. It seemed that only he was worried. The wild shaking of the carriage tore everyone away from their silent reverie. Khazar shouted to the coachman, and Christopher told him to step aside. But it was too late. With a mad grimace on his face, the coachman drove the unfortunate horses into the soap. They snored wildly. "Something is wrong!" Christopher shouted in panic. They were running at full speed, risking turning over at any moment. Without thinking twice, Ivy kicked the carriage doors open, and they shattered into pieces. But when she looked outside, she realized it was too late. "Brace yourself for impact," the commander shouted to everyone inside as the carriage tilted. The snorting horses fell, driven to death, right under the wheels of the carriage, causing it to overturn. With a terrible crash, it fell on its side, scattering debris from which the corpses of unfortunate animals burst forth. The coachman fell down on the stone slab next to him, his back arched unnaturally, and his protruding ribs sticking out of his shirt. When everything became quiet and the travelers caught their breath, a chthonic picture appeared before them. The villagers froze in graceful ballet steps, as if at a ball with the Prince of Darkness. And then they began to move like mechanical clockwork dolls, obeying someone else's will, in complete silence without any music and in a single rhythm. The team of detectives got out of the carriage, and the sight that they saw left everyone in shock and sent shivers down their spines. The silence was broken by the painful neighing of horses, who were also stamping their hooves, trying to join in this dance of death. Men, women, and even children were twisting and turning, barely breathing, and on each of their cheeks there were traces of dried foam. The ominous feeling cut through him even more when Christopher shouted at the magician asking what was going on. He, of all people, should know. Now the two puzzles came together. It wasn't just a mana anomaly, Adrias realized. The mana in his heart continued to pulse and respond to the familiar feeling. The entire village was covered in a veil of dark energy. It was she who made them dance until they were completely exhausted, with their eyes burning. They grabbed the nearest boy and threw him to the ground, pinning him face down so he couldn't break free. Even under Vivien's weight, he continued to wriggle like an eel trying to escape. Under the influence of darkness, the boy pushed much harder than a child could. Khazar examined the boy's bare feet. Judging by the bloody mess he saw, the unfortunate man had been dancing since early morning. The effect of dark magic was similar to a curse, and perhaps there was a connection with their task, said Khazar. However, the landowner disappeared a month ago. If the inhabitants had danced, then they would have died, which means that someone took care of them, Adrias assumed. Christopher looked at the magician, who interrupted him with displeasure, but said nothing. Ivy clutched her head. The simple task of catching the killer turned into a terrible problem. It's good that at least he didn't die on a mission in the game, thought Adrias. He remembered the butler, slippery as an eel. If they had stayed in the estate on his advice, the Baron would have certainly covered up the matter by lulling their vigilance. But everything changed as they immediately headed to the village. They were in danger, and all around they could feel mana comparable in level to Sharon. Although it was strange that someone was so crazy that they used dark mana without cover on the entire village. And then it dawned on Adrias that the enemy mage had an artifact. "What's the matter, smart guy?" Christopher asked him irritably, noticing how the magician's face changed. But the magician suggested first examining the landowner's house to confirm his suspicions. First, they needed to gather more information, and when they arrived at the landowner's house, they saw an even more satanic picture there. Bodies were burning right next to the house. It was hard to tell who they were, because they had long since charred and dried out, but the flames still raged. After Ivy's polite knock, not a single door remained on its hinges. and the squad entered the building holding their swords at the ready. The fallen door raised a column of dust, and now they were sneezing and coughing. All the servants of the house gathered there and greeted them with open, dead mouths. Judging by their frozen poses, they had been dead for a long time. The magician and the squad captain moved deeper into the house, but Christopher frowned at this sight. He was not used to the sight of death. On one of the dead, he recognized the uniform of an imperial search party. This corpse had already turned black, and the face was distorted beyond recognition. Judging by their condition, they had been lying there for at least a month, Chris concluded, and the others also came over to take a look. Looking at this, the magician warned the captain that they might not be able to solve this case alone. Now he had no doubt that this was the work of a dark magician, and Ivy asked him why he thought so. "Someone is amplifying people's emotions and feelings and turning them into mana," Adrias replied. The captain agreed. Emotions have always been a strong source for dark magicians. The landowner was killed for the same reason as the imperial detectives. Perhaps he wanted to interfere with these plans. "The bodies on the outside are also part of the dark rituals," Christopher asked with a frown. He disliked this matter more and more with each passing hour. But Ivy firmly stated that they would know the truth when they caught the criminals. Even in such a situation, she did not stop chewing meat and maintaining her presence of mind. And then they began to search every corner of the mansion. Ivy told them that when they caught this dark magician, they would have a proper talk with him in the language of hot iron. They wandered through dark corridors with candlesticks in their hands, waiting for an ambush around every corner. But so far they have not been able to find even the corpse of the landowner or any other clues, only the dead bodies of the house servants. Vivien noticed something outside and asked Khazar to take a look too. Adrias also decided to go to the window, and concern appeared on his face. The villagers, who had been dancing madly in the square, came to the landowner's house, although no one had invited them. The criminal began to act, Adrias realized, looking at the crowd of exhausted and possessed people, thinking about how to act next. They opened and closed their mouths, unable to say a word with their dry throats, and their eyes stared blankly into space. It looked as if the crowd was waiting for them to enter the building, where they could be easily surrounded and captured. Khazar was the first to get nervous and asked Captain Ivy what to do. She told him to find an escape route. First, they needed to get outside where they had more room to maneuver. Having received a clear order, his confidence returned and he hurried to the exit. But when the swordsman turned the corner, he saw and even earlier heard the tramp of dozens of feet and the creaking of wooden floorboards. The crowd moved so fast that he didn't have time to jump back and let himself be grabbed. Christopher heard his scream and rushed to help. The sea-green-haired swordsman took off and slammed his shoulder into the closest old man with all his might, but it barely stopped the avalanche of bodies that crawled down the corridor. Chris still freed Khazar and ordered him to cover the magician from the rear. He planned to hold off the zombies, but then they blew up in all directions like the corpse of a dead frog. And then they were deafened by explosions. In a narrow corridor, this effect was especially intensified, so that everyone lost their hearing for a few moments. The shockwave was so strong that it threw Christopher back. Pieces of meat and bone fragments flew everywhere, and there was a stench of stench and burnt flesh. Blood splashed into the mage's face, and he was paralyzed when he saw the wounded Christopher on the ground, lying exactly like his comrade, having run into an infantry mine. Memories and reality were tightly intertwined, rolling over him in waves of primal fear. The explosion had damaged his ears, so he was more like lip-reading. "Stop messing around!" grass-headed Ivy shouted at him. The captain threw it over her shoulders like a duffel bag and ordered Vivien to knock down the shutters. They were on the second floor, but jumping from a height was not as scary as falling into the clutches of self-developing madmen. Vivien kicked out and cleared the way for them, Heizel dragging Christopher, who had been hit the hardest by the explosion. Ivy took a running start and jumped out the window with her load, but they were already waiting outside. They landed right in the middle of a crowd of the possessed. The situation could not have been worse. 2 wounded, a larger enemy force, and completely surrounded, the captain shouted at them to run. Adrias was gradually coming to his senses. For some reason, post-traumatic stress disorder had hit him at just the wrong time. The possessed ones had rushed in pursuit of them. The magician had the simplest and most basic sliding spell in reserve. It was enough to create a small traffic jam and delay the possessed for a while. As they turned the corner, the wizard cast an earthen shield blocking the narrow street, and watching it spread, Ivy reminded him that he was not alone. She told him not to waste mana in vain and to track down the dark mage. While they were lucky, even with wounded on their shoulders, skilled and trained swordsmen were able to break away from the peasants exhausted by the mad dance. For a dark mage like him, it was not difficult to find an opponent who used so much power at once. Adrias used mana detection and began to make his way through the black web that appeared before his eyes. He sensed the darkness in the possessed, grabbed the thread and followed it to the source. The stream circled around the city and meandered through the streets, until he finally found his target, but the enemy also found him. The enemy was only 100 steps to the west. The commander praised him and rushed there. The frantic race continued along the way. They kept coming across possessed people, and Ivy pulled ahead because she was stronger than the other swordsmen. The dark magician saw them clearly from the window and waited. His face was hidden by a metal theatrical mask. There was a knock at the door. Without waiting for an invitation, Ivy walked inside, holding her sword at the ready, telling everyone to stay behind. This place could be a mage's hideout. However, at that very moment, a purple barrier appeared in the empty doorway. They found themselves cut off from each other, and quickly realized that it was a trap. Behind them in the dark room, they heard movement, and a rising body called out to its sister. The wounded body, wrapped in bandages, wheezed painfully. "Noah," Ivy whispered in amazement, her tiger-yellow eyes widening in surprise. Adrias tried to draw out the power of the barrier, but he failed. The magician who put it up was superior to him in skill. "What a pity," he heard a voice inside his mind echoing and was very surprised. The mage used mana detection to find the enemy but caught a resonance with him. "Like a moth flying to the flame of a fire," the voice echoed. And then he saw the sky become covered with an impenetrable purple veil, and the entire village was covered by a huge dome of darkness. Adrias stared at what was happening, mesmerized, unable to understand what was happening. "There is no need to rush. Everything is predetermined by God. Kneel down, in the name of laziness." The verses sounded in his head. "Laziness," the magician repeated. And why did it appear right now? He was amazed. This game was called peccata, which means sin in Latin. Starting with sloth, all the deadly sins separated from the main body, the tree of the apocalypse. Having collected all of them, it was possible to summon the main demon, the final boss of the game. Because everything connected with the pages of sins influenced the main plot of the story, Adrias froze in place while thoughts rushed through his head. Another moment and the possessed would have seized him and torn him to pieces, but as if forgetting about his weakness, the magician eluded them. It's surprising that sin appeared here in a remote village that was never part of the main plotline. The magician deftly jumped over zombies. When Adrias arrived at the scene, he saw that Vivien had fallen into a fighting frenzy. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was fiercely cutting through the attackers with her blade, the sharp sword chopping their bodies like young shoots of bushes. Her dance of madness was far more deadly than anything that had happened before, and blood flowed across the stone pavement. The mage saw Hazel standing aside between the houses and asked him what was wrong with Vivien. The guy was surprised to notice that the magician was normal, but he himself did not know what was wrong with the swordswoman. It was the first time he had seen her in such a state. And then the magician looked at Hazel with suspicion. The fanatic definitely couldn't be trusted. Even though he didn't like leaving a wounded ally to save himself, he had to play along with the dark sorcerer. Adrias told Hazel what happened to Commander Ivy and how she was ambushed, and the swordsman became worried, not knowing what to do now. And then the voice in the magician's head echoed again, "What a pity, what a pity." "Do they understand that they are killing innocent citizens?" the voice asked. And the swordsman heard it too. "Dark magician," Adrias concluded, and informed the fanatic that he was now next to Ivy. He hurried to her, leaving the wounded and distraught wizard behind. Too predictable, Adrias thought, but better than being betrayed. He turned his gaze to Vivien, the storm raised by her blade only growing stronger. Things were bad. Dark magic could drive her crazy, and Adrias himself could be pulled to the bottom of the well if he made a mistake. But even the resilient Vivien ran out of strength and opened up for a second. He won't dodge, Adrias realized. But the swordswoman did the impossible and turned around with supernatural speed. She skewered 2 possessed people at once like doves on a spit. The girl not only avoided the blow but was also able to counterattack. "This is definitely not the kind of material to throw around," he heard a voice from above. Adrias froze. The enemy was close. He felt his presence even without looking at him. "And what now?" asked the figure in the dark hood that sat on the roof. The only one in their squad who was in the ranks had fled. But the Necromancer had not counted on the cowardly fanatic anyway. Surprisingly calm, the dark magician noted, looking at the skinny guy with green hair through the slits of his theatrical mask. "It's about time for the boss to appear," the Necromancer answered him and grinned. The dark mage rose to his feet. The bravado of the frail-looking boy embarrassed him, but not much. In recognition of his bravery, he proposed to test him. Like all petty villains, he had a particular weakness for theatrical gestures, and so he stretched out his hand dramatically. The darkness caught Adrias in its trap, so that he didn't even have time to move. The world around disappeared, and in its place there was darkness and emptiness. And then he was overcome with horror, and his heart began to beat wildly out of his chest. When the magician looked at his hands, he saw how they were disintegrating as if his skin was a simple shell. But underneath it there was emptiness. Everything he considered his body became a newspaper-thin wrapper. When he could see again, his hands were covered in dirt and dusty army gloves, and Kim Hwan could hear the familiar sounds of machine gun fire. He was himself again. Blood was flowing from the shrapnel wound on his head. His consciousness was clouded as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep, and the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder hit his nose. A mortar shell whistled nearby, and Kim Hwan rolled back into cover. The shockwave swept over him with heat, a multitude of debris, and painfully cut his ears. He grabbed the machine gun, which was red-hot from the shooting, and rushed to the side to change his position. Somewhere overhead, death was singing like lead. Kim Hwan didn't understand where the others were or what was happening. He pressed his hand against the wound on his head because it was bleeding more from running. Blood poured down his face and into his eyes. Everything became covered in a red haze, and then he froze. He stood in the middle of a battlefield strewn with corpses of soldiers and wrecked vehicles. Mines were exploding all around, and shrapnel scratched his clothes and body armor. But one soldier hobbled along as if he didn't care about the explosions. The shrapnel tore off his arm and part of his face. He was already dead, and he knew it. Kim Hwan, run, the commander wheezed hoarsely. It was Shohei, and Kim Hwan didn't listen to him. Seeing him fall, he rushed headlong towards him. Even in the light of the explosions and tracers, Kim Hwan could see that his comrade's face was pale as bone, and his eyes were rolling back. Holding his friend's head, the soldier screamed desperately. But then a ripple appeared in front of his face, like static on a tube TV screen, and instead of Shohei, his hands were holding someone else. My head was bursting with conflicting images before my eyes, and my mind lost its sense of reality. The memories of Kim Hwan and Adrias were mixed up. Each of them saw their own nightmare in reality under the influence of the dark sorcerer's magic. But their nightmares were too different to weave them into a single picture. Before his death, his father gave Adrias a ring, and while the ring was on his finger, he was the true heir of the Cromwell family, the dying man said. His father would no longer be a burden to him, he said, but for now the illusion was stubbornly cracking at the seams. These were Adrias's true feelings, but not Kim Hwan, who occupied his body. The mask on the dark sorcerer's face twitched as his carefully woven illusion began to crack. In the middle of a dense clod of darkness like jelly, a light came on, and then the dome of darkness crumbled like a smoked window from a blow from a fist. With a terrible crash and roar, the illusion was destroyed. The sorcerer was amazed that his curse of laziness was broken. The synchronization of the two personalities has reached its maximum, and Kim Hwan's talent for outstanding battles has migrated to the game, the system reported. This curse is just a game that provokes old injuries, answered Adrias. Or perhaps he simply lacks the talent of a spellcaster, he added mockingly. The sorcerer was taken aback by anger and threw a coal-black spear woven from darkness at him. It caused a geyser of debris next to the Necromancer. After training the special forces, these tricks are just a game, the Necromancer grinned. It was unlikely that the sorcerer would understand him, but he didn't care. The masked figure threw the spear of darkness again. Adrias had trained well over the past few weeks, so he easily dodged this blow. The sorcerer continued to fire at him, but all in vain. The nimble guy was moving too fast. The enemy was not that strong, but without necromancy he could not be defeated, Adrias realized. A veil of darkness covered Vivien tightly with a dome. Christopher was unconscious, and Heisel had escaped. There should be no witnesses. The necromancer stopped in the middle of the street among the chopped-up bodies. The sorcerer, without fear, jumped from the roof of the house. "Who is he?" he asked through his mask, squinting his prickly eyes with displeasure. "You'll find out now," the proud necromancer answered him, and used the summoning of skeletons. From 23 suitable bodies, he raised 9 ordinary soup sets. The Brotherhood knows. The sorcerer was horrified. And so Adrias understood that the Brotherhood of Dark Magicians already exists. His appearance was perceived incorrectly, but the magician decided to take advantage of this. The silent bones gleamed white behind the necromancer, adding new colors to the picture of madness. He was charged with returning the page of laziness in the name of Brotherhood, the mage declared. But the sorcerer did not believe him and prepared to throw black spears. As soon as the bones received the order, they fearlessly rushed into the attack. The sorcerer fired a volley. He was confident in the power of laziness. His spears crushed the sugar bones that were 2 weak creatures without any problems. They split the stone beneath them, showering Adrias with a hail of small fragments. Not a single skeleton could withstand such an attack. The magician had to raise an earthen shield, but even his spears pierced a sack like an awl. "Enough playing around," the sorcerer hissed and prepared the main caliber. This projectile was heavier than the others, and also rotated for greater accuracy. And then the magician called on Nickel, who instantly cut through the earthen shield and rushed towards the sorcerer. With his next swing, he shattered the spear of darkness, causing the sorcerer to flinch in alarm. An ordinary skeleton is not capable of such a thing. The man in the mask was amazed. And then Nickel was covered by huge hands, summoned by the power of mortal sin. The casket in the sorcerer's hand opened when the seal was removed from the codex. Adrias recognized the object without difficulty, having seen it many times. Dark hands began to emerge from under the ground from everywhere. The sorcerer had been accumulating this power for a very long time, but now he felt that he was in an all-or-nothing situation. Someone has to pay for having their plans interrupted. Dark hands wriggled like snakes and struck with huge fists, but Nickel took all the blows on himself and dodged them. While the magician could calmly leave the affected area, he did not have enough speed to fight in open combat. But the first servant was extremely strong to withstand all blows. It was the art of a true master. The blade flashed in the air so quickly that it turned into an arc of light. But the power of the mortal sin was enough to strike even faster, and the magician still could not break away. But something in the movements of the snake-like hands indicated that the sorcerer had not yet fully mastered this sin. He lacked precision. Therefore, while Nickel was distracting the enemy, the Necromancer entered from the blind spot. He pressed himself against Nickel's back so that he couldn't be seen. The sorcerer's last blow plowed the street like a field, and he stopped, waiting for the dust to settle and for the enemy to be visible. But to his displeasure, the skinny boy stood on his feet and refused to die. "I just received it recently," Adrias swore in frustration. The sorcerer laughed condescendingly. Now the skinny brat was left without cover, which meant he would soon go after his problematic skeleton. The relic in his hand filled with a bright light, foreshadowing a new blow. Hands from the darkness stretched out towards the magician like heated resin. Although necromantic magic specialized in the dead, it also had an affinity with spatial magic. For example, it did not matter where Nickel was summoned. Before the sorcerer realized his mistake, his brain split into two halves. Although Kim Hwan had never played a Necromancer class, he had fought against them before and knew their nasty fighting style. Summon deep behind enemy lines and in blind spots, cancel when the minion was in danger. The dome of the curse melted in the sky like ice in spring, and the village again saw 3 white faces among the stars. The Necromancer and the dead man leaned over the corpse of the enemy, who was demonstrating his rich inner world to them. Nickel's cut was so clean that Adrias easily recognized Baron Balaric's butler under half of the mask. He didn't like this slippery type right away, and the fact that he was here meant that his master was also involved in this matter. The Necromancer picked up the Relic of Sin, the 7th chapter of the Apocalypse Codex, Zealous Sloth. It gave 3 times the speed of mana recovery, but such a dangerous item could not be carried on one's person. True, he had a special spatial pocket that no one else could detect, the magician thought, looking at Nickel. He handed over an important relic to the skeleton and cancelled his summoning. Nickel's clothes and weapons did not disappear in this subspace, so the relic will not go anywhere either, and can be dealt with later. What was strange was why, even after the death of the caster, the barrier of nightmares did not disappear over Vivien. Of course it was dangerous to free the mad swordswoman. Adrias didn't care if his companions got stuck here, but if he returned alone, he would have to explain how he managed to survive, and he couldn't let himself be exposed. As soon as the guy touched the black veil and thought that it was different from the one he himself had fallen into, he began to be drawn in as if into a whirlpool. Unable to resist the black quagmire, he dived into it. The little girl with hair the color of spring green fell to the floor, a scream frozen in her throat, and her cheek slowly swelling as if a prickly hedgehog had pressed itself against her face. But she was not afraid of beatings, but of the ghost that moved the chair. Vivien Belkin recognized in her the future swordswoman Adrias, and she shuddered even more. To calm her down, he told her that he was not a spirit or a demon, and it was just a fairy who came to save her. The girl loved fairies, so she immediately calmed down, although she still stared incredulously at the emptiness that spoke to her. However, the Necromancer himself had no idea what he was doing here or what he was doing. Before that, he saw a noble lady slap a sweet girl. In order to understand the situation in the house, Adrias walked around the entire house like a ghost, eavesdropping on servants and masters without any risk. Count Balkan's second wife and stepmother Vivien did not like her stepdaughter and beat her for any reason, especially if her husband did not see it. The Count was a renowned swordsman and was eager for an heir, but his first wife never bore him a son. Being in poor health, she fell out of favor with the Count, and he married a second time. The weak-spirited woman blamed her beautiful little daughter for everything. There is nothing worse than letting a child know that he is unwanted in this world. "You shouldn't have been born," said the mother, obviously not realizing the casually thrown phrases she had used when she was angry. Her mother was cold to her, and the girl had no one to seek protection from in this house, so she cried a lot and bitterly, and then she became indifferent to the whole world. since it turned away from her. The seed of madness slowly but surely sprouted in the soul of the swordswoman. And the older she became, the heavier the chains of the past weighed on her, until one day they burst and her madness was unleashed. Then the tragedy happened at the academy. Vivien killed all the student teachers and their assistants at the fifth-year meeting. But in these memories of her past, she was just a little scared and cute girl with unruly azure hair. The past cannot be changed, but she can be helped to grow beyond it and overcome it, Adrias thought. Vivien was so desperate for someone's support that she was ready to believe even a ghost. He spoke to her as softly and tenderly as he could so that she would stop crying. The retired military man wasn't particularly good with children, but there was no other choice. She has a special talent. It's just that no one has realized it yet, Adrias told little Vivien. He wasn't lying. She just grew up in a very demanding environment where they expected a lot from her at once. In order to become stronger, she needed to believe that it was possible, and the magician told her as best he could about her talent for fencing. The little girl had never picked up a sword before. Boys are taught from the age of 4, but girls are not so willingly taken up despite the fact that equality has long been established in society. Adrias promised her that he would always be by her side, and she should trust him. But in return, she must keep their friendship and his identity a secret, the girl immediately promised. She knew how to keep secrets. Later, when her stepmother scolded her, the magician calmed the girl down. He helped her with advice during training, and did a better job than the gloomy, bald mentor who only watched. Before going to bed, he read fairy tales to the little girl so that she could rest well and gain strength for tomorrow's training. A month later, she whispered to Mr. Fairy when she came to the appointed place. Now the girl was much more confident in herself, and her face did not look unhappy. Adrias watched her quietly from the side as she waited for her next lesson. The mage hissed at her when Vivien's voice became too loud for others to hear, so she immediately clapped her hand over her mouth, as if hoping to catch the words that had escaped. Adrias scolded her sternly for such a blunder, and she awkwardly scratched her mane of green, unruly hair. But as soon as he gave the command to fight, the little girl immediately assumed the correct stance, and thus a whole month passed. Vivien quickly became stronger and moved like a playful kitten, sometimes awkwardly, but there was a natural flexibility and sharpness in her. The mage put a lot of effort into her training, using all his gaming experience and real battle experience. Knowing that she was supported and encouraged in her efforts, Vivien tried her best. Her natural talents blossomed like spring flowers, even though she was a child, and her attacks looked sharp and dangerous. An ordinary child would not be able to move like that even after years of training. The fencing instructors were right to praise the girl among themselves when she couldn't hear, but a ghost was eavesdropping on them. However, for some reason, even after making a perfect lunge, her shoulders slumped as she returned the wooden sword to her belt. Adrias didn't understand where this uncertainty came from again, and he asked the girl what was the matter, because she did everything perfectly. And then the girl admitted that no matter how much he praised her, she never showed up. It was no wonder that she lacked warmth. Simple words were few where ordinary hugs were needed, but now he was simply a fairy in her memories. Vivien tried her best. She thought that having received recognition, her invisible friend would reveal himself. But since he did not do this, the baby was again gnawed by worms of doubt. She blamed herself. If the fairy doesn't show up, her efforts will be in vain, the girl worried. But then she heard her father's stern and low voice. It sounded like thunder in a clear sky. The Count watched his daughter from afar and was pleased. It turned out well. The Count praised her, perhaps for the first time in her life. Even though he wanted a son, the experienced swordsman had no doubts about his daughter's talent, so he asked her to show him the moves again. For a few moments she was so stunned because she didn't know how to react, but then she happily exclaimed, "Yes, sir." This time, the little girl pierced the air even more sharply, and then the last one. Such a blow could knock down even a grown man, if he is not trained to defend himself. As expected from Belkin's blood, the father clapped his hands. Even his voice began to sound softer. He himself was probably embarrassed, so after shouting a delightful word at her one last time, he went back into the house. For the first time in her life, she was not scolded but praised for what she did, and the little girl's cheeks turned red. Vivien told this to Mr. Fairy, whom she could not see but felt next to her. It was hard to even dream of such a thing, and salty streams began to flow from its sky-blue lakes. It's great to spend time with Mr. Fairy, but it's time to wake up. Suddenly the baby's voice became adult. Before him was the grown-up Vivien, who had retained her childish charm on her beautiful face. The world of illusions was bursting at the seams, and the swordswoman caught a falling leaf. Now she found the answer that she had been looking for so long, and could move on thanks to it. Instead of living in the past, she could choose the path of fencing and enjoy it. And then the magician took her hand, as children often do when they make promises, and asked her to keep it. Vivien felt the warmth of the ghostly fingers and vowed to keep it. And she also thanked him for a wonderful dream, and at that point, their shared illusion collapsed like a soap bubble. Vivien lay on the cobbled street in the midst of the chaos that the dark sorcerer had caused, but Adrias held her hand tightly. Even in deep sleep, she didn't want to let go of his finger. This girl can definitely handle it, especially if she is the same as in that dream, the Necromancer thought. Baron Valerie is behind the incident in Trim Village. Adrias told Commander Ivy about it when her trap barrier burst and she joined them. Ivy ordered the clever mage to cut off the butler's head, but carefully, so that the face could be identified. And then she ordered them to return to the Baron's estate, and her voice did not bode well for the aristocrat. The swordswoman was furious about what happened. Such a thirst for blood frightened even Adrias, and he involuntarily shuddered, glad that they were fighting on the same side. Christopher died from his wounds and Heisel went missing, so it's no surprise that she's angry about losing 2 rookies on the same mission. This time they did without ceremony and greetings. Ivy kicked the guards' armor cuirass and presented them with the most universal pass in the world, power. If she wanted to kill these soldiers, she would have done it in a couple of swings and the guards would have trembled with fear. Ivy told them that from now on, anyone who interfered with her and protected the Baron would be declared a traitor to the state along with him and executed on the spot, her tiger eyes flashing with fury. As proof, Ivy showed them the butler's severed head. The guards, not accustomed to such things in their lazy service, gasped again. To prevent the skull and head from turning completely into a bloody mess, they tied it tightly with tourniquets on all sides, and yet it was quite possible to recognize the Baron's servant there. This man was the culprit of what happened in the village of Trim, and now Ivy demanded to take them to the Baron. For a few moments the guards stood frozen like statues, and then submitted to her will. Ivy didn't bother to knock politely on the Baron's door, and simply walked inside, the rest of the team following behind her. The Baron didn't seem at all surprised by their visit since they were here. "Evan is dead," he said instead of greeting. My son Adele imagined a monstrous carcass that was barely recognizable as a human being. It was simply a mountain of sweating flesh rotting under its own weight. And yet the Baron spoke of this freak with tenderness, as if he were his own son, who should have died of illness a few months ago. This explained why the Baron became interested in dark magic. He stood up and patted the stinking carcass with his palm, and then told them how he had been looking for a cure. And then a man in a dark robe came to him. The Baron, in despair, agreed to anything, if only his boy would live. "Even if the boy looked like that," the Baron shouted, waving towards his son who had turned into the very embodiment of laziness. "There is nothing more vile in the world than dark sorcerers, but the people who resort to their services are even more disgusting." Ivy's lips curled in contempt. But the Baron seemed not to notice this and turned to his son. He fell to his knees and began to bleat pitifully, asking his son to forgive his stupid father. And then Ivy grabbed the scoundrel by the collar. She wanted to cut him down on the spot. Such people simply should not live in this world. "What about the dead villagers?" the swordswoman screamed and threw the skinny old man onto the wooden floor. The guards became nervous, not knowing what to do, protect their master or run away. And then Ivy told the idiots not to stand still but to contact the authorities immediately, and at the same time get rid of this monster. A small earthen spear gathered in the magician's hand. It was barely bigger than an arrowhead when he threw it, but that was enough for the projectile to pierce the fat boar's eye and reach his brain. A quick and painless death. Mercy for someone who had ceased to be human. A grimace of horror and pain froze on the face of the mad Baron. He turned pale so that he looked like a dead man, and he had been one for a long time. The stinking carcass stopped wheezing and gurgling, and the Baron began to mourn what he considered his son. The commander looked sternly at the magician and asked the smart guy why he acted without an order. "The creatures of darkness must be dealt with immediately before they cause any trouble," Adrias stated categorically. "Besides, their main witness is the Baron himself," the magician insisted. After that, all they had to do was wait for the Imperial investigators to sort out everything else and arrest Baron Bullock. The mountain of flesh from his chambers was taken away for research, and a special cart was needed for this, since an ordinary cart could not bear such weight. Upon returning to the academy, Adrias and Vivien were called to testify under the strict supervision of 2 senior investigators. Fortunately, they did not interrogate them thoroughly. The Baron got mixed up with the dark forces, and this was enough to accuse him. Therefore, the interrogation quickly ended, and they were released to go home. For his connection with dark magic, the Baron faced the gallows, deprivation of his title and all lands and property. The death of the creature in the Baron's bedroom was mercy to living flesh. The scientists and clerics of the Empire would experiment on him and subject him to countless tortures. Vivien understood what he was thinking from his look, and she also thought that this outcome was better. She called him Mr. Fairy, exactly as her cute little version did in the Dark Magician's vision. Adrias almost gave himself away by pretending not to understand her question. But it was the same voice, Vivien insisted, her gaze fixed on the blue lakes. She would have continued to interrogate him. But then Lucia, who had been waiting for the hearing to end, ran up to them. Her blonde hair was tousled by the wind from running hard, and her face was covered in a scarlet blush, but her eyes glowed with enthusiasm. She was in a hurry to share the news with her partner, and showed him the screen of her magic tablet. Before they had time to sort everything out, the newspapers were already writing about this event and the Academy's students. But just recently he discovered a new potion, which also made a splash, and now he is again in the spotlight. But the magician wanted peace and quiet, and sighed heavily. Lucy also heard that they would be given a reward, so she was waiting for an invitation to dinner from the elder. Adrias was very surprised by this impudence. Firstly, the reward would be divided, and secondly, why on earth would this parasite with whom they were already sharing the patent for the new potion fall on his tail? The capricious girl turned her gaze to Vivien, and only now realized that in front of her was the second heroine of the morning articles, and the magician introduced her. The girls awkwardly bowed to each other in greeting. However, this did not distract the impudent younger one from the main interest, the reward for successfully obtaining a patent, and a delicious dinner in honor of this success. Somehow, Adrias managed to bring her to her senses. Since the meeting with the commission was only tomorrow, and they had to come to the magic tower, he told her not to be late, threatening her with punishment. Of course, this lazy girl overslept and also confused the time, so Adrias had to carry her on himself straight from her morning jog. Fortunately, the tower was nearby. Despite the training, it was not easy to carry a junior student on his back, and the magician could barely breathe. Even when Adrias reached the gates of the tower where the secretary was waiting for them, she managed to sleep in his arms. The space inside the tower was not Euclidean, and was more reminiscent of Escher's drawings with endlessly ascending stairs, and when trying to get your bearings, your head was spinning. On top of that, the stairs were constantly being rebuilt, so it was unclear how to navigate here. The lazy girl finally woke up and began to ask him about Vivien, whom she met yesterday. Before, it seemed that the guy with the rotten look had no friends at all, but now a stately and tall swordswoman appeared next to him. However, the magician sparingly answered that there was nothing special between them. For a second he felt Lucia's gaze on him again, and if it weren't for his military training he would have definitely cracked. Lucia did not forget about her desire to have dinner, and the magician indignantly grumbled that he should not pay for her because she was rich. How impudent to walk like that and not worry at all. They were stunned by the strange voice of the wizard who appeared like a genie from a jug behind them, with a storm eagle on his shoulders. The head of the magic tower of Rodlin, Bart Alvin, smiled slyly under his dashing mustache, and his eyes were tightly covered with a blindfold. Despite his bandage, it seemed the head of the tower could see them perfectly well, as could the bird on his shoulder. He let the students go and studied each of them carefully. "His son still has the same stupid face," said Bart Alvin, and grinned, looking at the young magician. Diana was this man's daughter, and she also had an older brother with whom they often played when they were children. Adrias pressed his lips together. He had just been insulted, but he remained silent. After all, he didn't want to get involved with the head of the tower once again. As soon as he glanced at Lucia, he easily recognized her as the daughter of Viscount Hollington, and the girl gave him a polite curtsy. The head of the tower dismissed the secretary and volunteered to deal with these students. He only nodded. Before Adrias realized it, a teleportation circle had appeared beneath his feet. Only the tower leader could enjoy such a privilege here. Even ordinary movement magic was difficult, and using it inside a constantly expanding space was downright madness, Lucia admired. The sudden change in the environment around Adrias almost made him feel sick. Fortunately, he didn't have time to have breakfast today. They arrived right in the hall where the potions committee had gathered, and all the masters were very surprised to see their eccentric head at an ordinary event. The masters had already checked the formula and were waiting for the manufacturers to clarify the details of the preparation method. Without thinking twice, the head of the tower grabbed the bottle with the prepared potion and tipped it down. Moyheim leaves, Todor tree extract, Jahiz fruit, and peony mushrooms were the main components of the potion he immediately listed. And then he asked, turning to Lucia, if there was anything else. It seemed the head thought that from beginning to end it was her development. Hanpishi extract and Matarda root peel, the girl answered humbly. He instantly moved to her using fast teleportation and admired her talent to create such potions at such a young age. Not everyone was capable of this. And then he ordered the commission to approve everything once the inspection was completed. The head disappeared again in a short flash of light, and he appeared right under the ceiling. "Why is Cromwell's son here?" Bart Alvin asked haughtily. How else could Adrias have thought? He was prepared from the very beginning for the fact that they would take away his patent for the potion, even if he did everything himself. and an anxious feeling stirred in his chest. They came here together, and the report said that the potion was a joint development. But isn't Cromwell good only for washing flasks? The head of the tower quipped, thoughtfully scratching his chin. There was silence. Everyone looked at Adrias and waited for him to say something. Lucia could have easily used this and agreed with the leader, but she did not do so. Instead, she stated that she could not have coped without a partner. She noted that he did most of the research work himself, while she only assisted him. Bart Alvin chuckled in surprise and said he would check it out. He snapped his fingers and they moved again. Can only use movement within the tower, Lucia analyzed. Even in such a situation, this beast continued to study him. They found themselves in one of the many potion labs where they were studied and made. It was simple. The young magician had to prepare his potion again, taking the ingredients from the cupboard, his eyes running wild from the abundance of different devices on the tables. Adrias took the flasks, the distillation apparatus, and other accessories that he knew how to handle himself, so that there would be no problems. After so many experiments, it didn't take him even 5 minutes to prepare the potion. The head of the tower again tried everything himself, like a real chemist. It was the same flawlessly crafted potion with no side effects, and Bart couldn't help but recognize it. He then decided to go over the theory and asked why they added Hongpishi extract. Their conversation attracted the attention of other researchers. And then Adrias explained exactly the essence of the method of eliminating side effects using a mixture of components that are similar in properties and origin. It was such a detailed and thoughtful explanation that even Lucia was surprised, although she knew everything herself. Enough! The leader stopped him. There was no need to say more, although Adrias did not finish. The headman reached to the back of his head and untied the tight knot of the bandage. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, of course, but the puny little fellow he knew would never have been able to prepare something like that, the leader said, and moved closer to Adrias. He leaned so low that his burning blue eyes were level with the boy's face. "Who are you?" the leader asked. The pressure took the boy's breath away, and he carefully weighed every word he had to say to deflect suspicion from himself, just as he had been taught in the army. He assumed a casual, slightly arrogant air in the spirit of the old Adrias, and grinned as if the chief had said something absurd. He was Adrias Cromwell and nothing else, and partly it was the pure truth. Exactly the same Adrias, whom the Lord Chief treated like a worm in the mud and whom he ridiculed all the time, was poisoned by a rotten boy. "It's funny," the director chuckled. "He used to be worthless and unremarkable, but now he's grown up." But Bart didn't want to just leave him alone, and offered to make a bet. If the guy brings him another potion by the end of the year, he will forgive all the debts of the Cromwell family. This news stunned the guy. He did not expect that after checking his identity, he would be offered such a thing. The leader also promised to grant one wish and give one item from his treasury as long as he returned the blindfold. However, if he failed, he would be expelled in disgrace, he declared. The conditions were tough, big risk, big reward as always. Adrias grinned and accepted them without hesitation. As the heir of the Cromwell family, he couldn't refuse, and the head chuckled contentedly. He liked this attitude. But then, through the darkness of his bandage, he suddenly saw his old friend, who seemed to come alive in his son. Proud posture, arrogant look, that's how he was in life. A good father is a loving father and protector for his children. "I will wait with impatience," Bart Alvin thought to himself. Through the burning pain, she felt that the end was near, and slowly rose. After so many days of endless hell of torture, when any movement caused terrible withdrawal, Valerie had already gotten used to it. But now the last chains of fever were retreating. A strange and unfamiliar feeling of power spread through her body as the endless shaking subsided. The metal-forged grate that was deeply embedded in the walls simply exploded. She was roughly turned out along with the massive stones, and the chains that Sharon had placed on the vampire no longer held her back. She slowly inhaled the dusty air of her freedom, and got used to the new strength that flowed within her. And then she remembered the puny boy with rotten eyes and hair the color of seaweed. He made her swear a blood oath not to kill him, but he never helped her get out. And now a smile blossomed on the red-haired, predatory face, revealing milky white fangs, and the ruby eyes sparkled with rage. The night city sparkled with lantern lights like a scattering of pearls. Adrias got back some of the money he spent on the research, and even received a bonus in the form of a batch of bottles of potion. He planned to give this gift to Sharon. He needed a reason to visit the lab and find out how the vampire was doing. Besides, he had to deal with the laziness page he had discovered. Now this relic was too useless for him, and it was worth exchanging for something more valuable. "There's nothing to be done," thought the Necromancer to the rhythmic clatter of the train's wheels. "He'll have to use Sharon and his connections again." He got off at the station and hurried to Sharon's house, which was next to the academy. On the way, it suddenly seemed to him that he was walking in the middle of the jungle, where a hungry animal was looking at him from the thickets. But this feeling quickly passed when the magician came to the gates of a luxurious house. The professor lived in comfort. He had no idea that the beautiful alley on the way to Sharon's house had already become an ambush site. "Here comes the one the whole academy is buzzing about," grumbled Sharon, but he immediately opened the gift that his useless student had brought. In his hands, he held the very potion that the guy had prepared and looked at it critically. "What kind of student does research in secret and then comes back as if nothing had happened?" Sharon continued to grumble. Although the young magician knew perfectly well that the teacher would have taken away his patent as soon as he heard about the formula, the old necromancer was furious that he had missed out on such a great opportunity, so he ordered the boy to follow him, opening a portal to a secret dungeon. He planned to teach the brat some manners properly. And then Adrias realized that today it was not worth raising the topic of the laziness page. For goodness sake, Sharon would dissect him on the spot to take the relic. However, now it would be enough to quickly check the vampire's condition, the magician thought as they descended the spiral staircase. However, when they passed the last turn, a sharp smell of burning and dust hit their nose. Sharon froze in place, looking around his laboratory, which seemed to have been hit by a typhoon. The floor was destroyed, all the tables were broken, and the remains of workers' bodies and expensive reagents were scattered all around. He was late, the young necromancer realized. But judging by the destruction, the vampire's evolution had been successful, which meant she was most likely already far from here. They approached the broken cage where she sat. Valerie's strength was monstrous. Neither the forged bars nor the chains could withstand her. Adrias even regretted that they would not meet again. The vampire was a good specimen. Sharon was already in a bad mood, but now he just went into a rage, clenching the steel chain in his fist. He wanted to gut someone right then and there. The laboratory was in ruins, and the most valuable asset that he had saved for later had fled in an unknown direction, so the teacher began searching for the culprits. "Did he do anything with the shackles?" Sharon asked through gritted teeth, and directed a bullish gaze at the grief-stricken student. "Of course not, because he was afraid for his life," the guy answered, and did not lie because it was the pure truth. "What a fool," thought Adrias, avoiding the teacher's gaze. "She was just an ordinary hybrid," the old necromancer growled in frustration and shame. "Such is the price of greed." Adrias could hardly restrain himself from laughing. When Sharon realized that he alone was to blame for his arrogance, he took out his rage on the soulless stone, hitting it with scraps of chain, and then told the boy to disappear. Which is what the young necromancer hastened to do before the teacher came up with a sophisticated way to cheer himself up. The page of laziness is worth telling about later, Adrias thought again, enjoying the freshness of the night coolness in the glare of 3 moons. As he passed a spreading tree, a fiery waterfall fell from its crown. Red curls flowed down and tickled his neck, and then he heard a quiet, ingratiating voice like the ringing of a lyre. She called his name, and the guy froze. Her hand with claws like a hawk's gently ran over the thin skin of his throat, in the place where the arteries pulsated. The guy did not dare move and cursed himself for his carelessness. Since she woke up, she had not had so many questions for the boy. Valerie told him so close that he caught her sweet scent. This was not the same skin-covered skeleton from the dungeon. The pale face was filled with blood and smoothed out. The ruby eyes predatorily caught his gaze. Adrias turned his head as she wanted. The changes affected Valerie's body as well. The torn, dirty bandages allowed one to admire her figure, dense and flexible like a panther. "What is this conversation about?" the guy asked, not showing that he was excited about their meeting, because he helped her escape as he promised. And he reminded her that she had sworn an oath to save his life. The vampire, like no one else, knew what would happen if he broke his word. She hung in the air in front of him as if to show off her long, graceful legs. And yet she had gotten out on her own, Valerie reminded him. So his help was half-hearted. She wanted to know what he had done to her. The vampire's arms wrapped around him again, like a boa constrictor wraps around a rabbit before swallowing it. But then her noble face wrinkled from the strange smell that came from the guy. The vampire realized the great sin and was amazed. "Now it's clear what the matter is," she whispered sweetly, and her pupils narrowed into slits like a cat's. "How entertaining," sang the vampire as her hand slid softly over his face. Adrias didn't understand what nonsense she was talking about, but before he could finish speaking, a steel grip of claws sank into his throat. Valerie pressed him against the oak tree trunk like a puppy. She moved gracefully and exactly as befits an apex predator. "There are still so many questions, but now is not the best place and time. Their conversation could be interrupted by others." "They will meet soon anyway," she said, still holding his throat and pushing her fiery red hair away from her face. "Since he helped her only half, she too will only keep half of her promise," Valerie sang with a devilish grin. Adrias cowered like a rabbit, unable to resist the predator's powerful grip. "It won't hurt," she whispered with tender lips, and showed a long tongue that licked her sharp and long fangs. The illusion hostel provided rooms for the most noble and wealthy persons, and therefore was distinguished by its royal decoration. There was no more luxurious building in the entire empire. On one of the many cozy balconies, 2 senior students from the academy were enjoying their morning tea. Diana Alvin spent the whole night reading a graphic novel about a hero who killed goblins and was delighted with it. She spoke enthusiastically about the exploits and dangers that a simple swordsman had accomplished, although such delight in military deeds was not typical of a lady of her level. But her friend was bored with such conversations and asked Diana to stop preaching, to which the girl asked her not to be discouraged, because there are heroes for every taste in the novels. The friend did not listen to the advice and led the conversation in a more interesting direction: gossip and morning news. On the front pages in the academy, there was news that Lucia Everlast had created a new potion. This made Diana feel a twinge of envy. The junior had already been considered a young genius, but to create a potion so early was astonishing. Lucia was like a sleeping dragon. Although Diana is no less talented, she did not have such achievements in her first year of study. But even more impressive news was that she shared this patent with a worthless student who, until recently, was constantly hanging out with Diana's boots, Adrias Cromwell. The girl shuddered when she heard the name of someone she didn't expect at all. She took the tablet away to take a closer look at the picture because she couldn't believe her eyes. There really was that same Adrias, with the eyes of a rotten fish and the tangled hair the color of seaweed, but in the photo, he acted like a completely different person. After his family fell, the boy withdrew into himself and blamed his misfortunes on poverty and lack of talent, and he grew up miserable and envious. Diana put aside her novel with bright pictures. The spoiled boy who had done God knows what other things than study before irritated her. Could such a piece of trash change so much in an instant, she asked herself. The irritation was so great that the girl could not sit still while her friend indulged in gossip. She wanted to see for herself, and her agate eyes sparkled with the predatory gaze of a storm eagle. The day after his fateful meeting with the vampire, Adrias came to class. The scholarship won't earn itself. He hid deeper in his hood and constantly adjusted the scarf around his neck, catching suspicious glances from Lucia. He was just sick, he quickly justified himself, until she became more curious. It was worth resting, said Lucia. Yesterday her partner was completely healthy, so she did not let go of her suspicions, and her natural curiosity burned like a fire from within. Only the beginning of the lecture saved the guy from further questioning. Professor Vauban walked towards the podium with unusual abruptness. Luckily, he didn't pay attention to the strange student who was wrapped in 3 layers of clothes, hiding the marks from the vampire's fangs on his neck. She bit into him with the force of a passionate lover after a long separation, so that the guy was powerless to resist. But what her words about a partner sent by fate and a strange smell meant, Adrias did not know. Under the pile of warm clothes, he found it hard to breathe, and he was all sweaty. Bauman asked if everyone was present and received an affirmative answer from the elders. And he began the lecture. He still spoke too harshly, and it became noticeable that the professor was not in a good mood. Although the student hid his face behind a thick hood, it was not difficult to recognize him. The impudent boy received a patent in which he did not mention the professor's name or contribution, and brazenly continued to attend his lectures. Sick? Bauman asked, addressing the student who was trying to remain inconspicuous. A slight cold, the magician replied, lowering his voice as if he were ill. You must be tired after your research, the professor asked sarcastically, noting his presence and suggesting he take a rest. The young magician immediately stood up, because there was nothing for him to study here anyway. He must have been so exhausted that he forgot to mention his name in his research. The professor stung him again, and yet during the lecture the guy had asked him for advice on medical herbology. Another greedy bastard, thought Adrias. Without making any contribution, he wanted to put his hands on the patent, however. The strong eats the weak in this world. Anyone in his place would have done the same. Adrias headed towards the exit and thanked the professor, especially for the extract of hanpishi and the peel of madarat, which, according to the professor, should make an excellent soup. Are you crazy or something? Lucia was amazed, looking at the madman who wanted to quarrel with the professor. And not in vain, because the professor's face stretched out with anger so much that he had to bite his lips hard to keep from shouting at the entire audience. No one had ever allowed themselves such impudence. A deathly silence fell over the audience. Everyone was afraid to even move and waited to see what would happen next. This is going beyond all boundaries, Bauman hissed quietly. I don't feel well, Adrias answered calmly on his way to the exit. The professor couldn't stand it and shouted after him, hissing like a boiling kettle. When he was a nobody, they made fun of him and wiped their feet on him, but now everyone is looking for his attention. The guy grinned, grabbing the door handle. Let him lick his own boots now. There are other lectures that can be taken for credit. How much longer will they ignore him? Bauman hissed. But then Lucia jumped up from her seat and cheerfully chirped that she also took part in the creation of the potion and could explain everything. Bauman cleared his throat. For him, this was a good opportunity to save face and hush up the quarrel. They learned the basics of creating potions from his classes, Lucia emphasized conciliatorily, and the magician was amazed by these words. And then they put it into practice, the girl with mother-of-pearl hair continued. That's why it's so important to do your own research without outside help. In one moment, she turned all the accents around so that the professor had nothing more to present. Unless he wanted everyone to see how greedy and petty he was, Bauman hesitantly agreed with her words. Besides, Lucia was the daughter of a wealthy family, and the professor did not quarrel with the famous students. In the end, she promised to ask his advice next time, if he himself was not busy with research. Of course, Professor Bauman immediately began to fawn over her and wished Adrias a speedy recovery. Lucia helped him avoid conflict again. Her participation turned out to be surprisingly useful, and the guy decided to thank the girl properly one day. The peach-eyed cutie winked at him playfully as she said goodbye. The magician bowed gratefully and left the auditorium. The news of the new potion went far beyond the academy and scientific circles. It also aroused the interest of the nobles who were the main consumers of elixirs. Officer Wu Ango, Aura Master, and Duke Sinclair Cloche carefully studied the information about the promising students of the Rodlin Academy. You need to look out for candidates in advance before they get ahead of you. The daughter of the Everlast family created a potion as a first-year student, and now her family is starting to produce it. The Duke liked such stories. The Everlast family had a monopoly on the product, although it would likely be manufactured elsewhere soon by copying the method or formula. The Duke of Cloche asked the secretary to give him a sample. If a girl created a potion in her first year, there would be a line of employers after her by the time she graduated, the Duke said, examining the bottle that seemed tiny in his huge, shovel-like palms, and then dumped it into himself. The elixir spread pleasantly in his chest, and its enhancing effect immediately began to take effect. The Duke clenched his fist as if testing it. And how? His secretary asked with interest. She too was eager to find out how good the potion was, and therefore its creator. Amazing, the Duke replied, playing with the bulges of his tight, buffalo-like muscles. The elixir was several times stronger than regular potions, but most importantly, it had no side effects, which promised fabulous profits to its owners and would definitely push all the ridiculous products of others out of the market. However, the secretary drew the Duke's attention to the fact that 2 students were involved in the development. The name of the second was not so well known. Cain Cromwell's son was surprised by the Duke and frowned his thick red eyebrows. Did the boy ever have a talent for potion-making? It's unlikely, the secretary answered him. Besides, there are rumors that the boy simply took advantage of his partner, although their families were not connected in any way. The Duke stretched wearily and told her to get more information if the guy was as talented and add him to the list of desired candidates. The secretary made the necessary notes, and Cloche nodded contentedly. At this time, in another corner of the kingdom, it was pouring rain, and despite the late hour, the lights were on in a rich mansion. The owner of the house sat in his chair, drinking the best wine from the southern provinces, his hands heavily pulling thick gold bracelets to the ground. "How is the award ceremony going?" he asked the servant. "As planned, the Cromwell family's rank will be lowered," the butler answered His Highness, and the gentleman quietly laughed through his thick beard filled with gray hair. "Very well," said the old man with a mad grin on his face, worthy of a butcher at a slaughterhouse. He was impatient to find out as soon as possible whether the boy was different from his father. And outside the window, the storm and ominous peals of thunder continued to rage. At the same time, in the dorm room, the skinny boy was once again bringing his body to complete exhaustion, but his breathing remained even and deep. He raised his arms and swung them one last time with all his might. At 10,000 swings, the boy collapsed onto the wooden floor of his room, his muscles feeling just as dense. His hand felt a bottle of his own invention. Without these elixirs, he would not have been able to cope with the hellish training that made every muscle ache with pain. In addition, he used health recovery potions to relieve fatigue and strengthen his muscles, which, together with the strengthening elixir, created a basis for endless training. Even though he took risks creating potions, it was not in vain. The whole undertaking paid off handsomely. Moreover, his potion-maker skill had increased so that the probability of successful mutation was close to 100% before he was afraid to improve it. But now he easily reached the extraordinary level. These were such impressive results that Adrias felt like a fool for doubting it, and he could now create more potions with greater success. And this will provide him with an impressive increase in strength. But it's still worth finding a good corpse. Then you cannot worry about your own fighting skills, although Sharon was still not there to sell him Lenny's page. Apparently, the old necromancer was so furious that he didn't even inform his student about his departure. The guy decided not to worry too much about this and wait. Anyway, he had no other connections in the dark world, except for the greedy professor, and he went to bed knowing that he had a botany class in the morning. However, when the guy showed up at the office, he found it empty, and on the board there was a notice that the class would be held outside, as had been communicated to everyone via magic tablets. What a freak! Adrias cursed and grimaced with anger. The vindictive bastard knew that the guy didn't have a tablet and decided to take it out on him in this way. Not knowing what awaited him, the magician ran as fast as he could to the place where the lecture was being held. The class was held in the garden, where tables were set up for practical exercises, each with a bronze crucible, mortars for grinding herbs, and other equipment. The lesson had already begun, and everyone was focused on preparing their potions. From the nervous and fussy movements of the students, it was clear that they were in a hurry. It was like a practical exam he was late for, Adrias worried. And then I heard Bauman's sarcastic greeting. It's a pity he was busy with his research and didn't see the message, the professor said childishly. Before Adrias could answer him, Lucia grabbed him by the cloak and pulled him aside. The girl with peach eyes reproached him for refusing progress even when he has money for a new tablet. Since their last meeting, Bauman managed to open the awakening potion and decided to hold an exam in which it would need to be analyzed. All for the sake of bragging after the recent humiliation, Adrias thought, grabbing his tools. Such an outstanding student would easily determine the composition of the potion, right? The professor asked sarcastically. He did not bother to hide his attitude and wanted to humiliate the impudent boy in front of everyone. Stubborn donkey, thought the magician, but didn't show it, so as not to please Bauman even more. There is no need to be ashamed, the professor said, pretending, but he himself was eager to bring the boy to clean water. After all, in his opinion, this scum had definitely taken advantage of Miss Everlast, the rising star of the potions world. And so, under his piercing evil gaze, the magician set to work. 4 hours later, the professor was in for a complete rout. As expected, Lucia was the first to determine the composition, having spent only an hour and a half. But the fact that the scumbag Adrias took second place in the group was a resounding slap in the face. Third-party judges and observers acknowledged that the exam was conducted fairly and that no one cheated. There was a murmur of amazement among the students. The one they considered a scumbag really understood potions no worse than geniuses. Excellent work, Seaweed Head, the cheeky cat praised him. But then another student rushed past them with a loud cry. Why are you yelling at me like that? Some chubby guy with unwashed hair was rushing towards the professor, pushing everyone aside. A shadow of worry crossed Bauman's face, as if he had been caught red-handed. But everyone was even more surprised when the chubby guy accused Bauman of stealing his potion. The student was indignant because the professor knew better than anyone how much effort the boy had put into this research. The guy's name was Geralf, and the other students knew him well. Could it really be that the professor had behaved so unworthy of his high rank? The students gasped. Adrias glanced sideways at Lucia and asked her what she thought, and the girl believed that the professor could very well have done that. The magician thought so too and headed towards the disputants. The girl frowned angrily last time she saved him, but this time she definitely won't interfere. Let the grasshead get what he deserves. She was angry. Adrias intervened in their conversation and said that he had a question about the composition of the potion, although the professor immediately protested. Now was not the time for jokes. But the question concerned the current dispute. If the professor created the potion, he would easily prove it. The magician said so loudly that everyone could hear him. Bauman wanted to swear dirty but didn't dare. There were not only students but also other teachers at the exam. Just like the inspection in the magic tower, Geralf asked happily. He saw hope for justice. The one who created the potion will be able to easily name and justify his choice of ingredients. Adrias continued to press like a wild dog on the trail. What nonsense, exclaimed Bauman. He is a professor at a prestigious academy. Of course he can easily do it. Then for what purpose did he replace the river resin with the petals of kitamin? The magician asked. The professor broke out in a cold sweat. He was too busy with the presentation and the exam, so he forgot to watch this part properly. What's with the slowness? Asked the fat Geralf indignantly. He was puffing like a wild boar from anger. With the help of petals, you can reduce the cost of the potion. The creator must know this. The student was indignant. No one noticed that an eagle sitting on an ash branch was watching their dispute. Adrias asked a few more tricky questions, but still didn't get a clear answer as to why he used Julie's expensive beetle instead of Papin's powder. These questions drove his dog's fox. No one in the class had any doubts that the professor was dishonest. Bauman fell into a trap that he himself had prepared, and now did not know what to say or how to get out. He had appropriated his students' achievements, the students whispered, and the professor floated. the world spinning before his eyes with the realization that this ridiculous move had just destroyed his career. Papin's powder causes hallucinations, so he added the beetles despite the price, Bauman shouted, unable to withstand the pressure. Everyone shuddered at his hysterical scream. That's not the reason at all, Geralf snorted contemptuously. The powder gets very hot during preparation and can cause stomach pain, the fat man explained. That's the end, Adrias thought and smiled. Bauman shouted that everything was wrong and it was all a matter of hallucinations. However, Geralf also remembered something. When the professor spoke about the side effects of the powder, he named another consequence, not hallucinations, because that was the conclusion he came to. Shameless, a disgrace for a scientist, the students cried out, outraged by such a crime. Many of them entrusted their work to Bauman. Spitting and insults were heard in his direction. Thief, charlatan, angry students shouted. And then Bauman began to scream hysterically in response, blaming the other side for everything. It's all a setup, he pointed his finger at Adrias and Geralf. But it was hardly possible to shout down or convince the angry crowd. The professor fell deeper and deeper to the bottom. If he is so dissatisfied, he can take the trouble to explain everything to Sir Alvin. The magician interrupted these cries, and Bauman was taken aback again. Everything should turn out as his sponsor said, Adrias, and took the tower chief's card out of his pocket. It was a pure trick, so the girl with pearly hair was amazed at such audacity. However, it seemed that the professor's common sense failed him, so he shut up and chewed his tortured lips. A meeting with the head of the tower would not have ended well for him, but the professor could not simply refuse her either. He was cornered and speechless as a fish. Unable to withstand such tension, the professor's knees gave way and he fell to the ground. All this time, the eagle in the tree did not take his eyes off him, and the one looking through the eyes of this bird was none other than the head of the tower. Professor Bauman caused a lot of trouble, and Bard Alvin decided to deal with him. But what an impudent boy this was, to use his name without asking. The head of the tower smirked, but he knew the method of preparation and understood the composition of the awakening potion, which meant he could very well create a new potion before the end of the year. Professor Bauman could not come to his senses for a long time and stared at the ground with an empty look and a pale face. I will wait impatiently for Cain's son, thought the head of the tower, and sent his bird on other business. As Lucia had asked, he took her to dinner, although it was only the Academy's cafeteria. By a strange coincidence, Vivien joined them for lunch. The girl with peach eyes pouted her lips. This was not at all the dinner she was expecting. The boy glanced sideways at the ribs on her plate and offered to destroy them if she didn't. But the cat quickly put her paw on her food, and then she pulled it back because the meat was still hot, which attracted the attention of strangers. And then Adrias showed the rich lady how to eat such food by grabbing the rib with his hand by the cooled bone. He carefully dipped the meat in the mustard lime sauce, and he handed it to the hungry cat, who didn't understand what was wrong with her being rich. She wanted to say something, but a delicious piece of meat that smelled aromatically of spices attracted all her attention, and she obediently took the rib from Adrias's hands, Vivien not looking up from this process the whole time. And to me, the quiet beauty with rebellious emerald curls demanded briefly. What started, Adrias didn't understand and looked at her. This, Vivien insisted, pointing to a piece of spare ribs in the hands of a hungry cat next door. Now should I feed 2 of them by hand? Adrias was surprised, but he granted her simple request. After lunch, Lucia returned to the question of buying a tablet, because that way he could find out about schedule changes and other news in time. Adrias evasively replied that he was saving money for now. Although the tablet was not that expensive, Lucia was surprised. It's because she's rich, the magician reminded her, earning him an angry nudge in the elbow. Vivien walked alongside, lost in her thoughts, happy that Mr. Fairy had fed her meat. She turned her blue lakes of gaze on him and asked if Mr. Fairy wanted to receive her reward. The magician refused. He was very embarrassed that the girl continued to call him that, especially next to the inquisitive Lucia, who immediately pricked up her ears. To avoid unnecessary questions, the guy told them that he was going to his wing. Lucia had hoped to chat some more since they had just eaten, but the magician said goodbye to them. He had too much to do to be idle, the mage thought as he walked through the empty corridors of the dormitory. The rays of the sunset gently tickled his face. In the sunny haze, Adrias saw a man walking towards him. When a shadow passed over his face, he recognized Sharon, who was still looking at the student with the same haughty expression. Adrias bowed politely, greeting the professor, but he passed by as if not noticing him and told him to come to the laboratory the next day during lunch. The magician bowed, but the old necromancer did not even look at him. He moved a decent distance when Adrias said he would come. The magician thought just in time and smiled. Near Academ Gorodok there was a street of blacksmiths, where students of the fencing faculty usually made their purchases. No doubt the old scoundrel thought that everything that belonged to the boy belonged to him, so Adrias decided to buy a sword, and snapped his finger to assess the quality of the steel. The steel rang like a spring bell, so the magician chose this blade. The seller offered to buy a whetstone right away. But then someone recognized him, turned around. Adrias greeted Diana, who by the will of fate had also chosen this shop. Although she herself was a sorceress, she asked him what he was doing in the blacksmith's shop. The girl was clutching a long bundle tightly to her chest. "I came to choose a sword," the magician answered politely and bowed, but this only sparked the interest of his childhood friend. "It's needed for self-defense." Adrias answered her question and looked at the red ribbon that tied Diana Alvin's bundle. Contrary to popular belief about heavy swords, real blades weighed little, so the girl held the gift for her brother without difficulty. Carlos Alfin, memories of his past self surfaced in Adrias's mind. This guy went to distant lands to become a warrior before they got along well. Unfortunately, this brave guy with a courageous and handsome face was dying by the beginning of the game, so there weren't many mentions of him. His death occurred at the Academy's end-of-year ceremony. Heisel, who escaped from Baron Balaric's village of Trim, would later join the religious cult of Zephyr, which would carry out a real act of terror. Adrias asked Diana if her brother would be at the ceremony, and as expected, she said yes. "It would be great to meet the three of us," the guy thought out loud, remembering the old days of his other self. The girl with agate eyes was embarrassed by such directness. Before, the guy had fawned over her, but now he was behaving differently. Hearing that he had changed, she made inquiries, and it turned out that Adrias was indeed training and studying hard. She really wanted to ask what happened to him. She was bursting with curiosity, but Diana didn't know how to do it without losing face. Plucking up her courage, she decided to do it in a normal tone, as if by chance. But Adrias's sudden question confused her. He said something else first, and Diana shook her head vigorously. "See you later," he said, and bowed politely. As before, the guy did not want to run into the main characters of the plot again. This indifference was even more confusing, and her pride was hurt. She turned around to ask him why he had changed so much. But to her disappointment, the magician had already disappeared without a trace. He was not in the forge. The girl was upset, more surprised that someone like Adrias had managed to confuse her. Thoughts about Carlos reminded the magician of the upcoming terrorist attack. Fortunately, he still had time. As agreed, the young necromancer came to his mentor. It was deep night outside, so there were no extra witnesses. The old scoundrel was still grieving over the escaped Valerie. He was looking for similar material all over the continent, and he was about to continue his search. Adrias listened intently. The sword with a red ribbon from the blacksmith's shop lay eloquently nearby. Sharon's problem was that the Dark Assembly was already in session this week, and he had nothing decent to show. So their game began, thought Adrias. If the old man gets greedy and asks him, then he is lost. "They'll be busy soon," Sharon said, slamming the book he was reading shut. And then Adrias confessed to him that he was able to get a page from the Codex of the Apocalypse. The old necromancer's face became impenetrable, but it was obvious that he wanted to hide his emotions. For a few seconds they looked into each other's eyes as if studying and re-evaluating the reactions they had received. Sharon coughed. He realized that the boy was checking him out and decided to make sure of everything first. "How could such a fool have gotten something like that?" he said when the apprentice opened his personal necromancer's vault. "This is not something that can be easily dealt with," Adrias tried to speak as before, uncertainly and quietly. He took the casket with the codex from Nickel's hands and took it out of his pocket. "Holy Mother," Sharon thought to himself, his eyes flashing greedily. The boy bowed politely and handed him the relic, saying that he wanted the teacher to have it. However, even the greedy old man did not succumb to this game and refused the code. "Many would like to get their hands on this item, but it only brings trouble," Sharon answered, standing up. He suggested taking the codex to the meeting and exchanging it for something useful. However, the magician was counting on this. He knew that the teacher puts his life above all else. Careless necromancers do not live long in this country. The old man told him to be ready at the weekend, making it clear that the conversation was over for today. A carriage drawn by 2 horses raced through the eastern outskirts of the city in the prisoner zone, through the prisoner forest in the adjacent region, and a dead man drove it. Even if Sharon didn't touch him, the meeting would be full of dangerous sorcerers, and negotiations would have to be conducted with great caution, the magician thought under the clatter of hooves. The boy glanced furtively at his teacher. For the first time since the vampire Valerie had escaped from him, he smiled. "Exchange the page of laziness for valuable items and become stronger," the old man whispered. Adrias pretended not to hear him, let the old man drool while he could, thinking that he could take the reward from the weak-willed guy. They shuddered when the carriage rushing through the forest suddenly stopped, because some traveler grabbed the horses by the reins. The driver's empty eye sockets glowed red. Sharon looked through them to see the reason for the stop. It was a man in a dark cloak, and with a staff behind his back, he threw back his hood and headed towards the carriage. The man placed his elbow with black seals on the door and greeted them. "How about going to the meeting together?" the man asked them, smiling with a mustache and Spanish beard. Adrias stared in surprise at his unexpected companion, and then he sprawled languidly on a soft chair, holding a staff next to him, the top of which was wrapped in burlap. They had to sit down next to each other to give up their place to this man. While the man felt very free, the carriage could have been better, he complained. Salem Adida is one of the top 10 magicians on the continent. He did not disdain even dark connections to gather information, for which he was nicknamed the Devil in search of truth. If someone leaked information about the laziness page, everything could end badly, thought Adrias, looking sideways at the famous magician. Even Sharon avoided Salem's gaze and tried not to look in his direction. "What's wrong with your face? Don't you like riding together?" Salem asked, his voice sounding more like an animal's roar. Adrias quickly began to justify himself and spoke as respectfully as possible. This reaction amused the powerful wizard, and he laughed, saying not to be afraid of him, because he had already been to the meeting several times. Of course, Adrias knew that Salem was crazy, but he didn't think that he would go so far as to attend gatherings of necromancers. "What is your name, boy?" the wizard asked him, moving sharply closer to examine his face in the darkness. Sharon told the student to introduce himself properly. But when the boy said his name, Salem slapped his hands across his face. "Oh God," he screamed. Had he really gotten to another Cromwell? Adrias didn't understand what they were talking about and glanced sideways at the old necromancer. It was clear from the conversation that there was some kind of secret here. "The poor boy doesn't know anything." Salem playfully covered his mouth, as if regretting that he had revealed someone else's secret. Then he put his hand on the boy's shoulder and gave him some advice. "Whatever happens, keep fighting until the very end," said the wizard and grinned. The old necromancer kept his face silent and imperturbable. There was no point in asking, Adrias thought. They wouldn't tell him anything anyway, just like that. A black liquid appeared on the road along their route. As if sensing someone's presence, Sharon looked again through the eyes of his servant. Putting his hand to his forehead, the old necromancer addressed the one who stood in their way. "If there is something to say, it is worth saying it personally to Dragon," the coachman said with an empty throat. The outline of a hat appeared from the strange black liquid. And then a man appeared, as if made of ink. Gradually his outline became real. It was a man with a wide jaw and face. Outwardly he resembled an ogre who, by a strange coincidence, was dressed in a suit with a bow tie. Dragon wore a hat and a monocle, as was fashionable among the capital's citizens, and his long, toad-like mouth with plump eyes twisted into a creepy grin. However, the satisfied face immediately changed to a grimace of hostility and anxiety when a wizard with a goatee appeared nearby. Even a big guy like Dragon started to act unsure and tucked his tail between his legs in Salem's presence. He wanted to talk to Sharon, but the powerful wizard told him to shut his mouth and not stink. Dragon of the Deep Sea recognized the ogre in Adrias's costume. He realized that the dark sorcerer most likely wanted to steal the Page of Sloth from them, but Salem confused his plans. The trio stopped and Sharon pointed. Morsh had already noticed their approach and showed them the way, said the old necromancer, looking at a tall tree whose thick crown resembled a witch's nest. "And why did they choose such a high one?" grumbled Salem. When he laughed, Sharon and Drags were overcome with shivers. Here the greedy dark sorcerers gathered, Salem realized, and was the first to go towards the witch's nest. His companions waited anxiously to see what would happen next. What madmen thought Adrias as they came closer. He too sensed the dark sorcerers that had set up an ambush in the forest, but only a fool would try to steal the codex when Salem was with them. At the same time, dark tentacles reached out to them and grabbed them. They also grabbed Salem, who snatched his wrapped staff from behind his back. "Now we'll see how many suicide bombers have gathered here," the magician said. And then he struck the base of the staff at his feet, and a bright flash flew across the ground as if it were a church bell ringing. The magic splashed like waves in a storm, shimmering in shades of blue and purple. And then the resonance caught each dark sorcerer, and a fire lit up in their chests, as if indicating the target. No matter where they were hiding, they were all now clearly visible. Salem's resonance caused each mage's mana core to glow, and in Adrias's case it also caused a second aura core to appear. "Only 7, then we won't play hide and seek." Salem licked his lips excitedly. And then Salem jumped so quickly that it seemed like he simply disappeared from the spot. And then the 7 sorcerers screamed in panic, realizing that they had been discovered. They wanted to run, but it was too late. A chilling grin blossomed on Salem's face. A powerful wizard appeared right in front of them, barely stepping on the upper branches of the trees. He waved his hand, and a powerful clot of power began to gather above his head. The green glow exploded as if a comet had fallen to the ground, and a shockwave spread through the forest, shaking the treetops. At this time, in the witch's nest, Various sorcerers were calmly drinking tea, waiting for those who were late. Each of them was a special personality with their own quirks. Some were not even human. Others carefully hid their faces behind the hem of their cloaks and hats. The dense crown of a tall tree intertwined like the walls of a house, and there were also doors that opened to let in late guests. "It's been a while since we've seen each other," Salem greeted cheerfully. The recent battle had lifted his spirits. The others behind him greeted the dark sorcerers, Morsh and Jester, politely, but Salem's presence did not please anyone. The goateed wizard laughed and told Jester not to be so hard-hearted, because thanks to him the page of laziness had not been stolen right under the noses of the assembly. He patted Adrias on the shoulder and told him to open the bag. The remains of the bodies of the unsuccessful robbers poured out of the spatial bag like potatoes. They were having a quiet meeting here, and he still carried out this senseless slaughter, Jester reproached the mage. Although someone behind him seemed happy about the pile of meat, as if he saw a tasty snack for tea. Still, Salem is an amazing mage. Even though he fought average-level sorcerers, they were unpleasant opponents, and they were destroyed with one burst of mana. His power was something to be reckoned with. Salem was outraged that no one was thanking him, because without the page of laziness the meeting would be meaningless. Jester urged to leave the details and show the codex. Adrias glanced at his teacher, but he avoided direct gaze, and then the boy began to open the spatial pocket. He was a funny guy, thought Salem, and he didn't blink an eye at the sight of the carnage. And when he was asked to cut off heads, he didn't even wince, and did an excellent job with skillful movements. But what's even more interesting is that the guy's double core didn't escape Salem's notice. That's why he was now watching young Cromwell closely. Because the boy was hesitant, Salem quietly breathed on the back of his neck. "I like you, boy," said the wizard, smiling, and Adrias began to worry about his rear. "Enough of this fooling around," Morsh shouted. Jester also asked to leave the jokes. All of them dark and greedy souls were nervous and wanted to see the desired object. One day he would definitely help him, but only once, and because he was close to Lord Cromwell, Salem said and winked at him. This powerful wizard was known for always keeping his word, even if it cost him dearly. If so, it's worth changing plans, the guy thought, and called on Nickel, who was holding a casket with a relic in his bone hand. At first glance, the dark sorcerers recognized it as a page from the codex. Sharon immediately frowned. The impudent boy managed to summon a skeleton without his knowledge, and Salem was surprised that the relic was in the hands of the summoned creature. If so, this skeleton must be strong, the sorcerer assumed and scratched his beard. "I need to calm down," the guy thought, and took a deep breath. He felt enormous pressure, being a midge in the midst of real monsters who did not hide their burning, greedy eyes. You must not doubt or be timid, or they, like wolves, will smell weakness. Everyone was only concerned about the relic in the skeleton's hands, as if the young henchman didn't exist here. Adrias gave a mental command to Nickel to return and canceled the summons. The skeleton disappeared into the spatial storage, and a sword appeared in the guy's hand. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to react. The guy turned the sharp blade towards himself and pierced his lung. At any moment, he could simply fall on the sword and die. "What's going on?" Sharon's student asked him in a gravelly, grave voice. The sharp tooth of the sword pierced the lungs and blood began to slowly fill them. If nothing was done, the guy could quickly die. Smiling wildly, he declared to everyone that the page of laziness was his merit, and it should be properly rewarded. The Morsh that created this witch's nest made the thorny branches grow in the boy's direction, but she did not dare to grab him. "Greed drove him mad," Jester said. Morsh froze in place, staring worriedly at the madman. The codex page was now in the hands of the summoned creature, and if the summoner died, the sorcerers might never get that piece. The cheeky boy turned to Salem. "Now is the time to fulfill the promise," he said to the goateed magician, who was looking sternly at his antics. "Better hurry, there's not much time," added Adrias, feeling the blood filling his lungs and him starting to choke. He had already begun to slowly sink down when the wizard asked him what to do if his promise was a lie. The sorcerers watched this little drama unfold with great interest. What if the codex page disappeared forever and it was never collected? That's what they were thinking about now. To survive in a crazy world, you have to become crazy yourself, the guy thought. Salem chuckled. He really had advised the boy to fight to the end, but it wasn't worth going that far. And then the wizard waved his bandaged staff, knocking out a sheaf of green sparks, which made the sorcerers shudder. And then vipers appeared from the staff and began to look around predatorily. The spear of the sinner, the serpent of original sin, that was what was hidden behind the sackcloth, under which 4 vipers wriggled and hissed. "Looks like I'll have to kill them all." Salem grinned devilishly. The battle fanatic was clearly amused by this turn of events. All dark sorcerers were spawns deserving of death. Salem raised his staff with snakes that wriggled like ribbons in the wind above his head, and declared to everyone that he would kill anyone who wanted to touch the guy. The little witch chirped cheerfully that they would not touch him, and the ogre next to her responded with silent agreement. As if that wasn't enough, Salem promised to find and kill the doubters after the meeting, and the fanatic always kept his word. Jester glared at the wizard from under the long brim of his hat. Was it worth fighting over a child, he asked. The goateed magician grinned. Had he ever lied? Morse grabbed her head and sighed heavily. The entire meeting had turned into some kind of circus. But Salem wasn't joking. Did it really need to be repeated? He asked everyone menacingly. Sharon and Drags were again thrown into a cold sweat. If there was a scuffle, they could simply get hit for free. Only the little witch and her ogre companion watched the developments with interest. Jester accepted the conditions, not wanting to waste time. He asked Sharon's student what he wanted. Adrias coughed and took a bottle of healing potion out of his pocket. Now that he was under Salem's protection, he could negotiate freely without fear of anyone, and he put away the blade. The wound still hurt, but his life was not in danger. Jester again told him to present his demands when the treatment was complete. But the guy asked them to propose themselves. He was still breathing heavily, and there were dark bags under his eyes. How stupid, he doesn't even know what he wants. Jester snorted contemptuously and waved his hand. A scroll appeared in front of him with a list of various things, among which were valuable corpses from which he could choose. The corpses immediately interested the young necromancer. The Fairy Queen Mylene and the Tiger King Temur. The magician saw familiar names on the list. These were first-class specimens that needed to be obtained at any cost. But then a huge ogre, like a mountain, stirred and said that these corpses had already been promised to Morn, who would be furious if they were sold. The name that was heard was familiar to Adrias. Now this dark sorcerer, one might say, headed the Society of Necromancers. Standing in his way promised trouble. And then he heard Morn's voice, who told them that he didn't mind and that the bodies could be taken. All this time, a small, inconspicuous green fly sitting on the table was watching the meeting. Sharon turned to Mr. Morn and objected to him that his impudent and ill-mannered student could not yet cope with such bodies. However, Mushka Morna answered in his voice that she didn't mind. The bodies were in his spatial bag and the boy could take them. It was even better than he had expected from the very beginning. Adrias was amazed. Even though he didn't know the reasons for such unprecedented generosity, he couldn't miss this opportunity. He bowed politely and thanked the High Necromancer for these gifts, and said that he would choose a few more items to go with them. At this point, Sharon was almost bursting with envy. He already regretted that he himself had not come here with the page, forgetting about all the risks. Blessing of the Moon, Blue Canangala, Fairy Tears, Yobin Root, Kedanon Ball, as well as 2 excellent bodies of the highest quality, the reward was truly royal. Salem offered to choose something better from the list, but Adrias refused. These items were very valuable to him now. With their help, he will create 4 potions, the cost of which will be more than several million vils, and among the ingredients were those needed for Lucia's medicine. Now Lenny's page, Jester reminded impatiently, his voice creaking. Of course, the magician answered him after he packed everything into the spatial suitcase and then opened the summoning window. He handed the codex to the sorcerer, who pulled it towards him with the help of magic. "It's time to go," Salem whispered quietly, leaning towards his ear. He grabbed the boy by the collar and knocked out the wall of the nest with one swing, and immediately jumped into this gap before the sorcerers rushed at them. Morse shouted for everyone to catch the fugitives, but Salem was already too far away. He flew across the sky in the light of 3 moons like a kite carrying a kitten in its paws. So they wanted to get rid of him as soon as he gave up the page of laziness, the guy realized, and Salem responded with a snort, naturally. Since he had made a promise that he would take him to a safe place, he asked the boy where he wanted to go. Adrias planned to return to the academy and asked for a ride to the nearest station. Academy Rodlin. Salem was surprised and asked the guy if Bart knew that he was a dark magician. But wouldn't he be a corpse if the head of the tower knew about it? This time, the young necromancer himself was surprised. Fate is an interesting thing, the powerful sorcerer said thoughtfully as the wind fluttered his beard. You'll understand in time, he added, although Adrias had no idea what he was talking about. Continue to fight as long as you live, and then you will find out who you really are, the powerful sorcerer repeated his advice again, the rebellious snakes on his staff once again turning into graceful wooden sculptures. A few hours later, Adrias reached his dorm room. Luckily, he was living alone now. He easily took out a tiny fairy from his spatial bag. But Timur's huge body was a bit of a challenge, but he was lucky that he had a convenient bag in which the saber-toothed tiger fit. Previously, the young necromancer had to summon Nickel as a skeleton, but he had other plans for these two, first to raise the skill, and then create high-ranking creatures. In the meantime, he hid them in his vault so that Nickel would not be so lonely. Having dealt with this, the magician noticed the spine of a book sticking out of his bag. He had not taken this item from the list. When he touched it, he received a system message that in his hands was the Tome of Morn's Dark Magic, a high-ranking book. Receiving a gift from the Supreme Necromancer was disturbing, but the guy still opened the book. From the very first pages, he realized that the book contained a lot of useful information that he could not get in Sharon's library, which meant that he would be able to turn fresh corpses into his servants. Necromancers don't do anything for no reason, and this made the magician wary. But then, looking at Nickel, he saw the system's offer to launch his evolution, with a guaranteed probability of success. The guy had been waiting for this hour for a long time. This window appeared right after he gave the page to Lenny. Perhaps the codex influenced Nickel's development. On the other hand, what's the point of worrying about it if you don't do anything? There won't be any answers. So the magician decided to first carry out the evolution, especially since there were no risks. Nickel looked at his body in surprise, but unlike Valerie, he did not experience any pain during the process. Perhaps because the skeleton does not have nerve endings that carry pain, nor a brain to feel it. Someone knocked nervously on Adrias's room and he turned around. The guy immediately canceled Nickel's call and hurried to the door, because the knocking did not stop. There, a brazen girl with pearl hair was waiting for him, who was not embarrassed to come to the men's wing late at night. At the same time, a wizard with a goatee and a staff with snakes was sitting in the living room of the sorcerer Morn and leafing through some book. He read for a long time before he decided to ask Grams Morn a question. Did the old sorcerer deliberately tell him about Lenny's page so that Salem would help protect Adrias? The necromancer stopped drinking tea and was silent for a few moments. Salem took his silence as a sign of agreement and laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. The old man had taken such good care of Cain and was now looking after his son. Or perhaps the boy was forced upon the Empire, but it was difficult to teach him because he had no talent, Salem continued to speculate. Then Morn asked the magician to his surprise if he knew how necromancy came about. Everyone thinks that this is a pursuit of immortality, the work of decrepit old men who do not want to retire, but this is not so. After all, there are things in life more terrible than old age and death. The pain of separation, the pain of loneliness, and the loss of a loved one. This is what first pushed the wizard to commit a sin against nature and God. Necromancy is the search for immortality for those you love. It was born from the desire to be with the person she loved forever, Morn said, and Salem listened carefully. What kind of bedtime stories were these? The magician grumbled. As a wise old man, he should have understood the essence of the matter. He was connected to the Cromwell family through more than just Cain, Salem said. But he quickly gave in, realizing that the old man would not answer even if he was pushed against the wall. Then Morn asked his interlocutor what he thought of the guy. But the mighty magician only loudly protested. The old man himself had seen everything with the help of the dung zombie fly, who was always flying and spying on everyone. However, it is already obvious that the boy will become the craziest creature in this world, even crazier than himself, thought Salem and grinned excitedly. William Everlast Hollington, the hospitable head of the family, introduced himself. He was not a noble person, although in wealth he surpassed even some dukes, and therefore there was no sense of arrogance in him. Lucia's father seemed to the boy to be a pleasant man with soft features, and he also had no prejudices, so he shook his hand firmly. They could have made a deal to sell their potion earlier, but William Everlast insisted on a personal meeting. After all, the guy who sat opposite became a close friend of his daughter, and besides, they were going to work together. Adrias bowed politely and said that he was also glad to meet her, and was also grateful to Lucia for her support, and that he had also made a profitable deal. Then Mr. Everlast handed him the papers. As the creator of the potion, he deserved a solid reward, and Lucia immediately added that the offer was made precisely because of her. According to the contract, he was to receive 6/10 of the profit from sales. The amount was simply insane. The magician looked at the papers. I had to recalculate the zeros several times because the potion was selling out so quickly, like hot potato and liver pies, thousands of them per month. Sales are growing, so the amount will be even more, said William, pleased with the guy's reaction. Having settled all the affairs, as a hospitable host of the house, he suggested having dinner together, since it was the first time Lucia had brought a friend home. He also emphasized that this was a male friend and laughed, so Adrias even wondered if there was a second bottom to this meeting. After a month, their potion became popular not only among warriors, but also among aristocrats. The Everlast brand even expanded production to meet the growing demand. They sold 2,000 pieces. Adrias was amazed that he was riding on a train. If he had known that he would get rich so quickly, he would have bought a tablet earlier, because it was a really convenient means of communication and reading news. But this was just one of the possible potions that he could create. It became so popular that the boy received many letters from aristocrats, and a fabulous sum of money had accumulated in his accounts. No aristocrat had ever received so much from land taxes. For half that amount, he could easily have bought the Cromwell estate, including all the taxes, the house in which they grew up. The conductor announced the train's imminent arrival at the National Cemetery, Hartwell Station. Adrias was returning to the place where it all began. He took his suitcase and headed for the exit. Now he had to return his ring. The sunset painted the sky the color of sakura petals, and the summer weather was calm when the boy came to the gravedigger's house. Sir Paimon was waiting for him at the house, however. He was not alone. A tall man in a mask stood next to him. He hid his body under a cloak, but it was clear that this was not an ordinary person. The gravedigger invited them to come inside and have some tea, although he had never had any tea. Adrias became wary and couldn't help but wonder who the stranger was in front of him. A guarantor, Paimon answered briefly. He is needed to avoid problems in the future, the gravedigger added vaguely. Despite the stranger's threatening appearance, Adrias still entered the house. From the wall they were met by the head of a deer, which Sir Paimon's father had probably shot. They sat down at the table, and the gravedigger even poured boiling water into poorly washed cups. There was no third chair, so the stranger stood between them, and a long sword appeared in his hands. It is obvious that the story about a simple guarantor is an obvious lie. A man in a mask with a sword could only vouch for his desire to commit robbery. And then Adrias began to estimate the strength of the parties. Paimon practiced necromancy, but he was hardly stronger than Sharon, so there was no need to fear him. On the other hand, in his storage lay an evolved Nickel, who was a master of aura, and only a master like him could handle him. Of course, aura masters are rare, but now the mage could not assess the stranger's skills. Paimon handed him a cup of tea that he had received at the meeting, saying that it was not bad. But the magician did not drink anything, and immediately started talking about the ring. This wariness immediately caught the gravedigger's eye, and he hissed in disappointment. The corpse that the magician received for the ring was ordinary, but for the help he was ready to thank him with a generous reward Adrias offered him. The amount mentioned made Paimon's eyes widen, and then he grinned. The guy had become famous during the time they had not seen each other, and also generous, although he had always been a beggar and a rotten count. The young necromancer chuckled condescendingly. "The ring is one thing, but silence is worth more," said Paimon. He looked at the guy with a rat-like squint and grinned greedily with his mouth with missing teeth. A typical villain, sensing weakness, always demands more instead of taking what is given and living peacefully on, Adrias thought fleetingly. But then it turned out that the greedy gravedigger didn't need money, but what the guy received at the meeting. Somehow, rumors reached him that the boy had grabbed a decent amount of money and he just needed to share. The gravedigger's yellow eyes glanced at the suitcase he had come with. "That's an excellent suggestion," said Paimon, and he giggled disgustingly, almost drooling. Adrias took the tea and pretended to drink it to buy time. And then he returned the cup to the table and repeated his offer without any changes. He had long ago realized that no deal would work out. The greedy gravedigger's eyes turned bloodshot, and he hissed like a wild cat, as if the boy hadn't understood him. But the young magician understood everything perfectly well. From the very beginning, Paimon just wanted to know how much money and useful things he had, so he could just take them. "There can be no talk of any honesty," Adrias said mockingly. And then Paimon realized that the impudent boy was simply laughing at him, confident in his own safety. In anger, he dug his fingers into the poorly hewn table so hard that he got himself a couple of splinters. "The conversation is over," said the stranger, taking his sword out of its sheath. He realized that now the steel would speak. Adrias made a gesture with his hand, and Nickel appeared from his storage, the dead man's hand already lying on the hilt of the sword, with which the master did not part even after death. Paimon broke out in a cold sweat. The new appearance of the dead man was creepy. It was not an ordinary skeleton. The body looked as if the skin had been removed from the dead man. Strips of muscle clung tightly to bare bones, and empty eye sockets burned with hellish fire. Nickel became a phantom of Lenya after contact with the relic. However, Paimon quickly pulled himself together. It was unthinkable that some impudent brat could intimidate him. He wheezed to his accomplice that he would pay more. "Just chop up this puppy and take his things," the gravedigger muttered through his holy mouth. Before he could finish speaking, Nickel crossed the room and appeared behind the gravedigger, sword raised for a punishing blow. The steel struck like a hammer on an anvil and screeched, and then sparks began to fly. If it had not been for the masked stranger, the greedy undertaker would have lost his head. At this time, Adrias continued to sit in his place without moving. Like a true necromancer, he left everything to the dead man. The masked stranger managed to throw his cloak with sticky bombs at the guy. He was obviously quite skilled. Adrias also grabbed the blade. With a few swings, all the bombs were cut apart. The steel rang again. The swordsman's movements were blurred in the air, and scale from their blades flew in all directions. Mask made a sharp lunge, twisting his blade with a flick of his wrist. Nickel ducked and grabbed his leg with his sinewy hand. He thought to cut it off with the next blow, but the mask turned around and did a somersault over the table. And then Nickel's blade burst into blue flames, the dead man using his aura to the fullest. Even Adrias was surprised that his servant used this technique. It is not surprising that he uses it after evolution, because the dead man has a lower Dantian. But was his opponent really that strong? The young necromancer froze in amazement. Mask also looked puzzled. And then the fight blossomed into flashes of swing, block, counterattack. The gravedigger's house filled with the ringing of blows as if thunder had begun to rumble. And yet Nickel pressed his opponent. Little by little he left small wounds on his body and increased the pressure. It seemed like the stranger would fall on his back, but he made a sharp lunge and pierced Nickel's bald head. If the necromancer's servant had been an ordinary corpse or a living person, this trick would have worked, but Nickel became a phantom, a ghost that neither steel nor fire could touch. He quickly approached his opponent, confident in his invulnerability. Just before the blow, the dead man regained his solidity and cracked his knee into the opponent's face. Mask rammed the window as if he had been shot from a cannon and flew out to admire the scenery. But this did not kill the mask, because they were waiting for him outside. Payman summoned his dead servants who had captured the swordsman and asked Dan what he was doing. "If they want to make money, they have to give it their all," grumbled the gravedigger. The scoundrel managed to summon his undead while Adrias was busy, which complicated matters somewhat. Although Payman was a third-rate villain, Adrias himself was hardly a great warrior. Moreover, the gravedigger quickly realized that Nickel could become a phantom. He thought the dead man was one of the bodies the guy had received at the meeting. And he called even more of his warriors. Although they were ordinary skeletons, a whole squad gathered here. In addition, they were located in the middle of a cemetery, so the villain had no shortage of ready-made material. They stood on a mountain of corpses in an old cemetery, and the mountain woke up and began to move. They were completely surrounded, and Adrias ordered Nickel to split up for now. Everyone ran in their own direction to confuse the enemies. Adrias knocked down the doors of the house that were in his way. He cut through the bones that stood in his way without much difficulty. They were weak skeletons without skills. But among them were also stronger warriors who chased after him, intending to surround him. The guy fought off this threat by raising an earthen shield, but this move used up his mana. Corpses ran towards him from all sides, and there was no number of them. The magician transformed the earth from the walls into projectiles, and he charged the stone spears straight into the crowd, and a dry cracking sound was heard, as if brushwood was being broken. But this did not stop the dead. Adrias cut off the head of the nearest one with his sword. Among the fallen there were also archers who shot arrows at him. The situation was becoming more and more desperate. The ring of enemies was tightening, and even the sharp attacks of the magician could not save them. And yet he fought bravely, facing the enemy, cutting through dead flesh. Payman was nervous. His soldiers couldn't cope with some child. He raised new ones to replace the fallen, sparing no effort. There was a sound of monstrous blows nearby, and the gravedigger turned around nervously. The hellish creature that the boy had brought with him was chopping with a glittering sword and pressing Dan, who was barely holding on. He cursed foully because the skeleton, unlike him, did not get tired. In order to somehow throw off the annoying creature, he threw a bomb at it, and then there was a deafening explosion. Meanwhile, Adrias was in a similar situation, even though they couldn't take him right away. But his strength was running out. The battle turned into a race of attrition, because he didn't even have time to drink the potion. In this way, they could simply take him by starvation, he thought, continuing to chop. Because of the crowd of enemies, the magician lost sight of Nickel and stopped hearing the sounds of his battle. He slowed down from fatigue. His lunges lost their sharpness. The air tore at his lungs and his heart pounded wildly in his chest like a galloping horse. Some creature spat the contents of its rotten stomach at him. Adrias barely had time to cover himself with his cloak. Every muscle on his body seemed to be torn from the bone. The acid-scorched cloak began to fall apart into pieces, and for the first time he began to think that he might not survive this fight. And yet the unbending will of the Special Forces soldier forced him to continue the fight. The magician cut off the head of the spitting monster. But due to fatigue, he lost his balance. And then with horror he realized that he was open to a blow, and the enemy skeleton had already raised his axe over his neck. The mage blocked a heavy blow at the last moment and his hands went numb. The force of the blow was so great that it threw the young necromancer back. In order to somehow throw the dead man off himself, he jumped and hit him in the jaw with his heel, but he himself fell on his back. And when the skeleton warrior tried to get up, he hit him with an empty skull right in the forehead, so that the guy saw sparks in his eyes. And the magician fell. He could not get up until the skeleton fell on him with its weight and hit him with its fist from above. Was he really looking death in the face now? The thought flashed through his mind. Just like that, at the hands of a pathetic soup set, what will happen to Emmy if he dies? Whoever looks after Vivien, or cures Lucia's fatal illness, may have a reason to live for the first time in his life. Adrias gritted his teeth and a new strength flared in his chest. Through hard training, he awakened his aura, and now he could use it simultaneously with his mana, thanks to the dual core. All he needed was to kill. Adrias grabbed the sword and swung it. The second awakening has been activated, the system reported. Even with the power of the aura that was now circulating in his veins, he could barely move forward. The flow of the dead had dried up, along with Paimon's mana, so no one could interfere with the mage anymore. The despised gravedigger himself pitifully called for help and was afraid to move, because Nickel's blade was aimed straight at his throat. "The ring," the magician said briefly with a broken mouth. "How about we put away the swords and then talk calmly?" Paimon babbled to him, sweating and trembling like a hare. "One is already dead, so now we can make a good deal," the gravedigger wheezed, pointing at his decapitated accomplice. It was worth giving credit to this master. He fought to the end, even though he died for nothing. Adrias looked at the masked man's sword. The trophies belonged to the killer. He remembered the ancient principle. Now he held a sword in each hand and repeated his question, the ring. The cowardly bastard began babbling incoherently again, and then the steel began to sing. The gravedigger screamed shrilly like a woman and grabbed the stump of his arm. The fresh grass was soaked with blood. "Stop wasting my time," the magician said indifferently. And then Paimon confessed. He groaned in the closet on the bottom drawer. The young necromancer looked coldly at the pathetic man. He grew up in a world where there were rights and laws, but in this world there was no such thing. It was worth killing the bastard right away, but then Adrias noticed that something strange was happening to the gravedigger. The loss of an arm was not a fatal wound if you compress the wound. However, for some reason he grabbed his throat and began to cough up blood, and the veins on his face and neck bulged like a bull. The gravedigger fell to the grass, gasping for breath, convulsing, and then became silent. Of course, the young necromancer would have gotten rid of the bastard anyway. But thanks to this, he knew that the blade of the mask was poisoned. A skilled swordsman with a poisoned sword, who is he? Adrias wondered. He remembered that the gravedigger called him Dan. The magician reached for the mask of the mercenary who died for pennies. When he touched the object, the thick tentacles that were wrapped around the swordsman's head disappeared and revealed his face. Then Adrias tried it on. This mask not only covered the face, it also transformed the clothes of the one who wore it. Such a thing was very useful for a necromancer who could not use his powers without the risk of being discovered. Bloody Sword Dan, the guy who started the war in the game, remembered this character Adrias. He was later hired to kidnap the daughter of a northern barbarian chieftain, which led to a war with the Empire. According to the plot, the war will spread across the entire continent and will inevitably drag everyone into it. But for now, Adrias has at least delayed it. There were no regrets, anyway. Bloody Dan was not one of those people who die of old age in their warm bed. The magician thanked him for the mask and the sword in his hands. They would definitely find a worthy use. Afterwards, he told Nickel to find the ring in the house, and he himself decided to clean up a little. Due to the wounds he received, Adrias ended up in the Academy Hospital and was now reading the news that was bubbling throughout the capital. "Dark magicians are near," screamed the headlines. "Sacrilege at the National Cemetery." Reporters savored every detail of the mysterious and frightening case. Fortunately for the young necromancer, the whole mess was written off as Paimon fighting with a mercenary over gold. It was for the best. The main thing was that his connection with the gravedigger would not surface anywhere, the guy thought, and put the news aside to confirm the payment for the Cromwell estate. He thought about how happy Emmy would be when someone closed his eyes with warm and gentle childlike palms. "Guess who?" Lucia whispered quietly and hid. But even a minute later, Adrias was holding on no better than a gravestone. "What a bore he is," Lucia said in a disappointed voice. She had heard that Adrias used to be quite the ladies' man and would hit on younger girls, but surprisingly, he didn't even try to be nice to her. She placed a basket of fruit on his hospital bed to show how insensitive he was when his charming younger sister came to visit. The guy smiled and said thank you. The eye patch was a bit of a hindrance to his vision, but it would be removed soon. Lucia dramatically mimicked his feigned seriousness. But still, behind all the jokes, she couldn't ask what happened to her precious partner. "I just overdid it during training," the guy replied, remembering his deceased sparring partners. "At this rate, he'll be dead before he finishes his training," Lucia told him worriedly, as the doors to the room abruptly opened under the hand of the emerald-haired swordswoman. Vivien burst inside so quickly that her fluffy curls fluttered in the wind. The magician was very surprised by her presence, because he hadn't really told anyone that he was in the hospital. But a gentle, worried expression appeared on the swordswoman's cold face, and her blue eyes, like a mountain lake, looked with anxiety. Without thinking twice, she fell onto his bed and hugged Mr. Fairy tightly. While the girl was running here, she imagined terrible pictures, but now she was just glad that he was alive. She was worried about him, the taciturn girl said quietly. Adrias didn't pull away and gently stroked her hair, saying that he was okay now. Lucia looked at her partner with suspicion. A week later, when his facial wounds were completely healed, the boy could meet his sister without causing her any additional worries. He hired a carriage, and they set off on their journey. The carriage itself was comfortable, even luxurious, because inside there was soft velvet and leather upholstery. Ordinary students could not afford such things, so Emmy was still worried. In addition, they were riding behind closed curtains, because her brother said it was necessary for a surprise. She agreed to all this only because her brother had returned their family ring and was now silently reading the book opposite. But all this made her too suspicious, because she had not expected anything from her good-for-nothing brother for a long time, and wanted him to simply live without troubles. The coachman told them they were there, and Adrias slammed his book shut. "Where are they?" Emmy asked anxiously. Either from worry or from the closed windows of the carriage and the stuffiness, her graceful face became slightly flushed. The brother answered briefly that she would see everything herself as soon as she went outside, and then a familiar voice confirmed these words, but it came from the street. The old governess obligingly opened the carriage door, letting in fresh air and sunlight, and greeted her mistress with a smile on her face. Emmy exclaimed, unable to contain her feelings. Why was Lupin here? This woman raised her and her brother, and was like a family member. But because of the Cromwell's debts, she had to look for another job, and now Adrias invited her to be together again. Emmy became even more worried than before. Even though she loved this old lady like her own mother, they could not afford to give her a decent living. She grabbed Lupin's rough and wrinkled palm and began to touchingly apologize to her for her stupid brother, the girl's cheeks blazing with shame. But then she finally turned her wide-open gray eyes outward. Not believing what she was seeing, she took one hesitant step. Her light summer dress of sand color quickly ran down like a waterfall, not hiding the girl's beautiful figure at all. The Cromwell estate, an old house of white burnt brick with a cheerful, slightly sun-bleached tiled roof, had not changed at all since they left it. The estate was called Apple Woods because of the wide gardens around the house. In the fall, they distilled cider and made jam from apples, and also baked holiday pies. This house smelled of childhood, and the very sight of it left a painful feeling in Emmy's chest. A wonderful picture of the past, when the father was still alive and their family lived happily. But now they lived in another world, and could not even dream of returning here. Emmy looked at her brother with concern. Was this not another cruel trick? Because sometimes even bright memories can hurt someone who has lost everything. Adrias handed his sister an envelope with papers and told her to read them, and Lupin smiled confidently at her young mistress. So the girl took the papers and read them carefully. It was a document that certified the ownership of the estate and the surrounding lands. The Cromwell family was in possession of it again. Emmy couldn't believe her eyes. The fear of the worst sank its claws deep into her heart. He returned their house. But how was it possible that this money was obtained dishonestly? And Adrias, seeing her anxiety, took out a tablet from his bag. He invented a potion, the guy told his sister, and showed her an article about himself, realizing that the girl would not believe simple words. The article had a photo of them with the commission in the magic tower, so it's hard to fake things like that. Sales of the new potion are going well, and she no longer has to work. He will transfer money to her every month, and Emmy will be able to live in their house and look after him. Realizing everything, the girl felt a pang of guilt. She had no idea that he had worked so hard. During their last meeting, she even chased him away because of the ring, thinking that her brother had simply spent the money on him for entertainment. Now her conscience gnawed at her for thinking that way about her brother, and a stream of feelings gushed from Emmy's eyes that no dam could hold back. Adrias knew that his past self had not behaved in the best way, and Emmy's suspicions were not born out of nowhere. He gently stroked his sister's head and promised to act like a responsible brother in the future. After the young necromancer had settled his family affairs, he again began to strengthen his position. In a dark dorm room, he prepared a ritual circle and the body of the Tiger King Timur. The knowledge from Morn's book was very useful, so Adrias studied it on his own. After the last fight, the mage received a trait, Double Awakening, and could now study necromancy much faster. This is how he was able to obtain the spells Blood Curse, Death Fury, Corpse Explosion, Corpse Summon, Skeleton Ghoul, and Spirit. And now I decided to use the spirit summoning on Timur, first checking everything 10 times in case of unforeseen circumstances. Then he extended his hand over his body and cast a spell, and the room filled with blue light. Now Adrias was using the double core to its full potential. And Nickel has also evolved. Add Timur to them and he will receive the power of an entire combat squad. The spell was cast. The Necromancer called upon the spirit of the ruler of the tiger tribe, but the system failed. The body's abilities exceeded the potential of the summoner. The stability was shaken, but then an additional property was applied and the tiger opened its eyes. The spell worked and the legendary rank dead man knelt before him. Growling viciously, he received the fighting spirit class due to his strength. Just like Nickel's strength, Timur regained some of his former ego. A deafening roar came from his fanged mouth. The Tiger King was a master of close combat and had the skill of a berserker. Even the roar of this monster became a weapon. Adrias almost lost his hearing and would have definitely scared the entire academy if not for the soundproofing magic. "From now on, he is his master," the young necromancer said in a commanding voice, and the tiger obediently knelt down. Summer flashed by and was replaced by autumn, but it also ran away faster, tearing the clothes off the trees, which winter dressed up again, covering the trees with white fur. There was a blizzard in the snowy mountains of Vilborn when they were brought to the Marquis of Magna's domain. The professor had difficulty shouting over the storm to explain to the students the essence of their exam. The task is to survive and score as many points as possible. They will spend 72 hours on this mountain. The glasses could be found all over the mountain, the professor explained, the wind throwing white flakes into Adrias's face as if inviting him to play. Diana's blonde friend poked her in the side encouragingly. She was sure that she would take first place in this exam. Everyone was given participant bracelets. Points are also awarded for them, so they can be taken from others. If they cannot continue the task or lose the bracelet, they will be excluded from the exam, the professor reminded. In fact, they found themselves in a situation of war of all against all. Everyone was told to put on blindfolds so that the instructors could lead them to the starting points. And so began their survival. Adrias climbed a steep cliff and barely reached its top with his hand thrown over a wide ledge. There were just under 2 days left in the ordeal. The place was flat as a table and well suited for both attack and defense, so the mage was thinking of setting up camp here. However, he was not the only one who thought so. Another student, Diana Alvin, was already on this ledge. The girl was holding a honeycomb barrier around herself and was using pathfinding spells. She looked exhausted. Even though the barrier gave her protection from the blizzard, the mana costs were clearly beyond reasonable limits, and to confirm these thoughts, her magic faded and crumbled. And the girl herself fell tiredly to her knees, breathing heavily. Adrias was wondering what to do with her. If he takes the bracelet, he will get rid of a strong opponent, but if he cooperates with Diana, he will get a valuable ally and earn more points. The girl heard footsteps through the howling wind and menacingly directed her spell in that direction, commanding the unknown to respond. When the white veil of snow stopped hiding his face, Diana recognized Adrias. "She's already spent it all," the guy said in an indifferent voice. "Magic is useful, but if you use it recklessly in such an area, there will be problems." "What is the point of pretense and advice if he is here for her bracelet?" the girl blurted out without lowering her hand with charged magic. Even though she was exhausted, she would be able to defeat him one last time, Diana declared, and lightning sparkled faintly on her fingers. But now this last measure of restraint has faded, and the girl is horrified by the inevitable defeat. Adrias took a step forward, and Diana began to back away in panic through the deep snow, screaming at him to stay away. "Stay where you are," she ordered him again, as if they were within the walls of the academy, and at that moment she felt utterly helpless. The magician wondered if her disgust was so strong that she didn't want to team up with him. Then he offered it directly. "Let's cooperate," Diana heard, and suddenly froze with her lips open, from which steam was coming out in the cold wind. The boy crouched down and removed his fur hood so she could see his face. Each would be in danger if they acted alone, so they would both benefit from working together, he said, holding out his hand to Diana. The girl frowned her beautiful face. Agatha's eyes peered intently at the guy whose intentions she was trying to guess. Could she trust the flattering and fickle Adrias, who was always following her around like a tail? There were definitely personal motives behind this. Pride, reputation, benefit. The girl could not make a decision, and then the magician reached his hand into one of the pouches on his belt. It was chocolate from the survival kit they were given to take with them so that no one would accidentally die from hypothermia. Diana had eaten hers long ago, so the sight of the bar made her mouth water, and in the end the alliance was concluded. "Not the same again," the growling voice asked with annoyance, its owner squeezing with his huge paw the head of the unfortunate student who had the misfortune of running into an ambush in the mountains. "He doesn't look like a club at all." The short goblin scolded his partner with a voice that creaked like a wheel without lubrication, holding a piece of paper with a portrait of the target in his hand. Weak eyesight, the thug justified himself and threw the victim aside like a rag doll to other such students. "Green hair, green," the goblin creaked, and demanded that his partner finally remember this. The weather was getting worse, and they were stuck on this mountain, but since they had signed up for this order, it had to be completed. But there were too many mice around. The thugs were indignant. The goblin spat contemptuously in the deceased's face, dissatisfied with his order. "If there is time to chat, it would be better to get down to business." A voice rang out above the heads of the killers. A creepy, demonic entity of a disgusting appearance hung above. The short goblin flinched in surprise, but his partner was too stupid to be scared. The demonic eye stared at them with a red pupil, and through it the thugs could hear the voice of the customer. His name was Kidwell. The thug entered the conversation and stated that he had made inquiries about the target. He didn't understand why they were sent after a small fry who was a student, and besides, he heard that Kidwell himself was also coming here. The eye told them to mind their own business and carry out Jester's orders. "Go and kill," Kidwell ordered before he disappeared, and the thugs cursed him foully. They were terribly angry that someone was so brazenly giving orders to experienced killers. The shorty suggested taking a break and took out the sheath for his dagger. He had lost all desire to continue searching, but the big guy suggested following the trail until the scent was covered by snow. "If you kill students, sooner or later they will find their target here," said the thug. At that time, none of the students suspected the impending disaster. "All these students will be their enemies in the future, so they still need to be killed," the big guy added, and the short goblin agreed with him, laughing. There was one thing that always cheered them up, and that was killing. All this time, Kidwell was spying on the thugs. He didn't expect anything from these stupid and bloodthirsty creatures. The main thing is that they distract all attention to themselves, he thought, and began to monitor the preparations of his subordinate henchmen. Once they complete the magic circle, the bomb at the top of the mountain will be planted, and then the target that Mr. Jester is pursuing will be buried under the rubble. Adrias found a small cave. They took a bundle of brushwood that they had collected in the forest and made a camp there, lighting a fire inside. Now they have 6 pieces. The guy counted the bracelets. The joint work with Diana has already paid for itself. 2 unlucky classmates were dangling upside down in a trap that Adrias had set, knowing that people would definitely be interested in their hiding place. These 2 had previously taken first place in points, but have now lost it. Diana was amazed by the survival and hunting skills that the boy used. He could follow tracks and set cunning traps, something they don't teach at the academy. In addition, he moved well across mountains and rocks while saving mana, which is not at all like an ordinary wizard. Like a completely different person, the girl thought as she closely watched her temporary ally. Although she felt safe and could rely on him, she was still plagued by suspicions. Now he won't be able to get out of answering like last time in the blacksmith shop, the girl decided, and called the guy. "What happened to him, before he behaved like a complete scum?" asked Diana. Adrias smiled slightly, as before the girl behaved straightforwardly and did not choose her expressions. Someone would consider it rudeness, but the guy knew that she was simply honest. If he had remained the same, he would have lost everything, the magician answered her evasively. It was true. Only a quick death awaited Adrias if a new personality had not appeared in him. As Diana said, he used to be a real piece of trash with no pride. He didn't care about his sister at all, even though she was the only family he had left. Realizing this, he began to work hard and soon discovered that he too had talent, the guy said, putting his hand on his heart. He bowed politely and asked Diana's forgiveness for all the inconvenience caused, but such a change in him confused the girl even more. However, now her suspicions were replaced by burning interest, and she agreed to move forward together and take first place in the exam. "But there will be only one winner, and that is her," the girl boldly declared to him. All this time, the swordswoman with short, unruly hair like dry grass was quietly peeping out from behind them. She thoughtfully chewed a strip of dried beef, the boy who was being looked after by the swordswoman, and did not blink an eye when he found himself in the middle of a massacre in the village of Trim. He lived his whole life like trash and then suddenly changed. Ivy was surprised by such a mysterious story. Unlike the sweet and naive Diana, she was not so trusting. Later, a couple of mages raced through the deep snow. Diana found it easier because her barrier was crushed by the loose fur of snowflakes, while Adrias coped with it thanks to his trained body. There were 2 ways to score points: take bracelets from others, or find a point on the map and capture it. They were rushing to one such point. The guy shouted over his shoulder to his partner to prepare for an attack, and then he sharply dodged the blow of a heavy axe that raised a geyser of snow dust all around. Both students stopped running when an armed thug appeared in their path. A short goblin appeared next to him, dancing with a crooked knife in his hands. His eyes were truly decorative. He chuckled to his partner who had missed. Adrias studied his unexpected opponents carefully and remained on guard. Diana, covering herself with her barrier, rushed towards the guy until unknown individuals separated them. The girl asked him if he was okay, and the guy nodded. Another team of students were not so lucky. Some of them were still groaning. Diana was horrified by this sight. It was the first time she had seen carnage, blood, and wounded people. "Great news, Mantos," the short goblin creaked happily, turning to the big guy. "Green hair," he said, checking the leaflet. They found their target. Diana glanced nervously at Adrias, realizing that the killers had come for him. "How do they know him?" the guy asked them boldly as the thugs moved towards him. They grinned bloodthirstily and invited the boy to come over for a closer acquaintance. The short goblin suggested that they sort things out quickly and get out of there. And then the magician suggested that the gentleman talk in a secluded place without unnecessary witnesses. Diana was alarmed by such a decision. The guy must have gone crazy. She thought they would fight together. Some students were still showing signs of life and could be saved. Adrias asked to take care of this until the instructors arrived. It sounded like madness, and Diana wanted to object, but the guy declared that he was confident of his victory and resolutely went forward. The green shorty, hearing this bravado, laughed disgustingly, as if a wheel creaked. "What a fool," he said, sticking out his long tongue. This arrangement suited the thugs quite well, who had already had enough fun and did not want to get caught by experienced masters. So they agreed to go with the guy, feeling so carefree that they walked next to each other, like friends. Diana watched with alarm in her heart as the guy disappeared into the gorge. They entered a steep ravine where they were squeezed by rocks on both sides. Here they could talk like adults without prying eyes and snot. "Here," said the thug, making it clear that it was time to begin the fight. The short man reminded his partner that they had to cut off the head carefully so that it could be identified later, and therefore he had to swing his monstrous axe carefully. Mantos took his weapon off his shoulder and gripped it more comfortably. In the hands of the brute, it looked like a toy. "Let's see what kind of stuff he's made of," said the big guy, and swung like a lumberjack at a pine tree. Adrias stepped easily to the side, and a heavy blow fell into the ground. At the same time, he was attacked by a cunning goblin who, despite his size, was terribly agile. Two sharp knives danced in the hands of the green-skinned man. He was not an ordinary killer and worked skillfully. What's worse, the thugs acted in a coordinated manner, complementing each other. The thug swung his axe at the guy again, but then the steel sang, and the heavy axe handle was cut in half. The killers stopped. They thought that their target was a magician, but they certainly did not expect that he would take up the sword. Mantos and Glue, Adrias called their names as he returned the weapons to their sheaths, and ordered the gentleman to cast aside the prejudice that mages could not use swords. The goblin cursed foully. He generally spoke with the help of curses, but this time he outdid himself. And how did the boy know their names? Adrias promised to tell them if they named their employer, and a spell appeared in his hand. The thugs had already seen such magic, and immediately realized that the boy was not so simple. Timur and Nickel appeared from the spatial storage. With their help, the conversation should go more cheerfully, the guy said, and grinned. "Kidwell is a dirty scumbag," the goblin cursed again. They already realized that they had been set up. Mantos took out his brass knuckles and clanked them loudly. Gauntlets, the magician carefully studied the unusual weapon and came up with a great idea. Turning to Nickel, he told him to wait for now. He told his undead servants to kill anyone who tried to escape, earning the puzzled looks of the thugs. The little impudent fellow again rewarded the guy with a stream of curses, the short goblin. The brute Mantos attacked first, each of his fists more like a sledgehammer and capable of smashing a skull with one blow. When he was still Kim Hwan, he had to learn the basics of hand-to-hand combat, so he considered this a great opportunity to brush up on his skills. Using his palms and the right timing, Adrias parried the brute's attack and sent it crashing into the ground. And then he kicked him in the temple with all his might, as if a horse had kicked with its hoof, and fragments of teeth rained down, and Mantos's heavy head swung on his thick neck. Glue didn't hesitate and stabbed the guy with a knife, until he regained his balance after the blow and was open. The battle turned into a frenzy. But just because Adrias was confident in his skills, he knocked the dagger out of the goblin's hands with the edge of his palm, and with a sharp jerk he borrowed the lost knife. With the next blow, the guy forced the goblin to press himself to the ground. Fortunately, his short height contributed to this. A high-speed knife fight broke out between them. But this was not the first time for the former Special Forces soldier, and the thug was trying to calm the noise in his head. And yet the soldier's techniques were better. They were simpler, more practical, and faster. Adrias's knife slid along the goblin's forearm. He could no longer defend himself, and the boy's dagger left an eloquent signature on Glue's body. The magician kicked the shorty and sent him flying. He dealt with both of them single-handedly without any support. And then he turned his gaze to the thug, who shuddered cowardly. He was wheezing through a broken nose and holding the left side of his face. Is he really giving up? The magician thought with disappointment. His servants did not even have the opportunity to take part in the fun. Reproach seemed to flash across their dead faces. Meanwhile, Diana waited for reinforcements. They treated the wounded as best they could and covered the dead. She wanted to follow her partner. But the academy teacher warned the girl, even though they knew that she was the strongest in the class. An image of the selfless guy who stayed with the thugs flashed through her mind. The duty and pride of an aristocrat pushed her to the point that she could not sit still while others were in danger. The swordswoman agreed this time and said that they would follow her as soon as they secured all the wounded. And Diana promised to be careful, the frost blushing her beautiful face, full of determination to fight. Adrias tried a couple more moves on the big guy, and he quietly rested on the snowy bed. The mage hoped that a good thrashing would clear the heads of the thugs and they would start talking, but Mantos was stubborn and said to just kill him. Then the young necromancer asked Nickel for a sword. As you wish, he answered the brute, grabbing the blade on the fly. He had other ways to get the name, and the boy drew his sword with a quiet, hissing sound. The short goblin blurted out Jester's name several times, but unlike his partner, he saw no point in remaining loyal to his employer. They owe nothing to those who treated them like animals and threw them away like a thing. That's why he told even more, that Jester did not send them alone to this mountain. Of course, Adrias suspected that someone from the Dark Brotherhood was behind the mercenaries. But I didn't expect that it would be that strange guy in a raincoat and hat. And this despite the fact that Salem personally promised his patronage to the guy, and promised to avenge him. This means that Jester was sure that no one would know about how Adrias would be gone, and for this reason the couple of offspring staged the massacre. Where are the others? The guy asked the green-skinned guy, since he had already started talking. Who knows? But they don't want to cross Rodlin's path either, Glue answered. Or maybe they're preparing a landslide, he added sarcastically, laughing. Jester wants to hide the traces of the assassination attempt by causing a landslide, and thus avoid the suspicions of the head of the tower, and Salem, the guy realized looking through the white blizzard. Glue walked up to his partner. It was time for them to get out of here and not get involved in this matter any further. But he stopped them. Could the thugs just leave after killing so many students? He asked in an indifferent tone. Besides, he didn't promise to spare their lives, he said, looking at the killers with an indifferent gaze. Meanwhile, Diana was looking for traces of Adrias that had long been covered up. She managed to reach the top of the mountain, but never met the guy. But then, like a snowdrop under her feet, a bright magical seal appeared. The blasts of directed magic exploded like a mine and licked her protective barrier. At the very top, dozens of magicians appeared, who simultaneously used their spells on the girl. These were not the two who went with Adrias. Who are they? Diana shouted at them. Kidwell stepped forward to look at the rat that had snuck into the place where their ritual was taking place, and it was an ordinary girl. Those who ambush and do not answer questions should not complain if they are killed, Diana answered, and a spell appeared in her palm. In an instant, a storm arose. The wind whipped the sorcerer's robes in gusts and threw handfuls of snow at them, obscuring their view. To this magic, Diana added a second one. Several ice spikes flew at the enemies. Although it was her first time using this magic in a real fight, the girl struck without hesitation and hit several targets. The black-haired witch's face turned red with rage, and she struck the evil minions with ice arrows again. Several more unfortunates fell, pierced through by ice. Kimball sternly ordered the idiots to dodge. They were being mowed down too quickly by some brat. Diana was breathing heavily. Despite her abilities, she was very tired after these 3 days, and besides, the double magic took a lot of strength. For her age, the girl was frighteningly powerful, but still not enough to win. Kimball grabbed the eye of the demon that was next to him and squeezed it. He touched his forehead with his eye, and ugly tentacles emerged from it. And then Diana saw something she had never heard of, and the girl almost vomited from disgust. Obviously it was dark magic, even if it was not clear what kind. The eye on Kimball's forehead glowed red, and his tentacles continued to grow like mushrooms after rain, covering his body. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Ivy was also following the bloody trail of the two thugs. Even though the tracks were already covered with snow, the keen eye of the experienced swordswoman still noticed where they led. 3 sets of footprints led into one inconspicuous gorge, but in addition to this, she felt someone's ominous presence on the top of the mountain. Kidwell had transformed into a demon, his long, deep-sea nightmare-like tentacles lashing at Diana's dome like whips. He attacked constantly, not allowing the girl to dodge. The barrier withstood the blows, but maintaining it took all her strength. In addition, the minions of the converted sorcerer were also not idle, shooting spells. The magic, combined with the enormous physical damage from the demon, quickly broke through the girl's defense, until the barrier was broken and a demonic tentacle lashed out at her shoulder. Diana flew away and buried herself deep in the loose snow, her main protection gone. The girl was breathing heavily and steam was pouring out of her lips. Kidwell laughed smugly, so hard that even his disgusting tentacles swayed. Such was the difference in their experience, he shouted. Diana rose to her feet and lightning sparked in her fingers. What difference in experience is there if he just called a friend? She asked indignantly. The girl had to kneel obediently before him and not open her mouth, so the possessed man became furious. The demon penetrated deep into his mind, and Kidwell ceased to be human. In rage, he screamed at her that he would tear her apart. But the sorceress only teased him more, calling the possessed man a laughing stock. Her magic was exhausted, but the proud aristocrat wished to die in battle rather than surrender in disgrace. The games were over. The possessed man wheezed and threw all his tentacles at her at once. Diana could no longer stand in the snow and leaned on her hands, and that was all the thoughts that flashed through her head. But instead of pain and a blow, she heard the whistle of a sword. An unknown warrior stood in front of her and the monster and deftly cut the slippery whips. The girl raised her astonished gaze to the stranger, red juice flowing from her nose, a sure sign of mana depletion. "Who is he?" the sorceress asked her savior in a weak voice. "The mercenary hired by the Rodlin Academy," the man in the cloak and strange mask answered. "He ordered to leave everything to him and run away." Could some mercenary from nowhere possibly cope with everything here? Only a madman would think so. Diana was surprised and wiped her nose, but the stranger responded that the opponents did not need him. In front of witnesses, Adrias could not use nickel and timber. "There will soon be a landslide on the mountain, so we need to leave as quickly as possible," he told Diana. The possessed one, hearing his words, cursed. How could this unknown person know about their plans? "The suicide bomber doesn't need such information," the mercenary answered coldly, his eyes flashing through the slits of his mask. The demon blindly threw its tentacles at him again, succumbing to the provocation. Adrias also moved with a jerk, scattering the loose snow under his feet. He cut off any tentacles that tried to reach him, and made his way towards the possessed one. I sensed a threat, and the swordsman's mages came out to meet him to detain him. They began to cast various spells at him. Adrias fought them off with his blade as he moved, and then he jumped so quickly that he simply disappeared from the sight of all the demon's minions, to appear right in front of them and cut down the defenseless fools. So fast, Diana was amazed by his speed. She saw different swordsman knights in the academy, but this one was more agile than them. The enraged, possessed man began to flash his eye like a lantern. A dark force burst out of the eye and a deafening explosion was heard, forcing Diana to cover her face with her hands. In the place where the mercenary stood, a deep crater formed, as if from a meteorite strike. The explosion sent a cloud of white flakes and smoke into the air, so that for a while they could not see anything. Diana also covered her eyes from the gusts of wind. But when the snow and smoke settled, she saw that the mercenary had pierced the possessed man's throat with his sword. Even though the wound was fatal and a hoarse gurgling sound came from the possessed man's throat, something was wrong. The tentacle's strikes became sharper and threw the swordsman back. His feet left 2 deep furrows. Diana was worried about her savior, but he told her not to come near. The owner of the body should have definitely died, but the possessed one still moved as if alive. Most likely the monster had taken over his body, Adrias realized. The monster was gurgling through its pierced throat and demanding mana for itself. And then there was a meaty explosion of tentacles in all directions, as if the last limiter holding the demon back had been torn off. The slimy, shapeless creature quickly grew in size and amazed with its disgusting appearance. The tentacles became thicker than the trunks of mountain spruce trees, and Adrias had to retreat quickly with Diana on his shoulder. The monster shook with its entire body and lashed its limbs in all directions in rage. The mercenary hid the girl behind a rock and told her to leave while he distracted the monster. He ran away before she could object. Adrias fought like a true knight protecting a lady. With sharp swings, he chopped off the monster's limbs, but others grew. Diana couldn't tear herself away from the spectacle of this fight, and secretly looked out from a safe place. She was saved by someone she didn't even know. The pride of an aristocrat did not allow her to run away just like that, and the sorceress gathered the rest of her strength. She had to help the stranger somehow and tried to concentrate. A crystal of ice formed between her hands from the moisture in the air. Diana made it thinner and sharper, and now the shard resembled a short spear. Her projectile crackled from the cold. She put the rest of her mana into it and took aim. At this time, Adrias was tensely fighting. If the girl had listened to him, he would have called on Nikili and Timur, and together they would have scattered everyone long ago. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed how the sorceress gathered powerful magic in her hands and understood what she wanted to do. "Stubborn girl never listens to anyone." The magician was indignant, again dodging the endless tentacles. Now Diana understood, feeling that there would be no better moment to strike. She waved her hand and a spell as powerful as the spear of a god flew from her fingers. She aimed straight at the demon's core. The ice spear pierced the carcass, punching a huge hole in it. The blow came from a blind spot, so the monster didn't have time to dodge. And now his side was torn open, revealing the red core that was hidden deep inside his body. The monocore glowed like a red pearl, and the monster quickly covered it with fabrics. Adrias realized that the enemy could only be defeated by destroying its core. He made a sharp lunge, hoping to end everything at once, but the blow missed the target because he was in a hurry. The monster managed to hide the core again under layers of tentacles. But then the demon attacked the minions that were next to him and dug into them with his tentacles. They begged for mercy and called out to Kidwell, but his mind had long since been taken over by the demon. Despite their pleas, the monsters quickly dealt with them. All the minions became a convenient snack for the creature. Diana didn't understand why the freak suddenly attacked his own. At some point, people began to look like skins from which all the liquid had been squeezed out. Their faces became terribly distorted, like a melted wax candle. The vile creature sucked out their insides and mana. The monster swelled from the abundant food, and the mountain was filled with its loud scream. Now the monster has grown even larger. Its skin has become denser, and it is covered in bumps. He was already a problem for Adrias, who only used a sword, and now even more so. But then he felt magic on himself. His body and sword were enveloped in an ice shield. Also added to this spell was an increase in sharpness and an acceleration of walking. Adrias looked at the stubborn girl who again fell to her knees without strength. She spent all her mana, taking even more than she had to cast these spells. The mercenary told Diana to just run already and not waste her strength. The monster in front of him grew into a monster taller than a fir tree, and its tentacles bubbled like a geyser. The magician rushed forward. Now he was as light as a forest elf. The monster noticed his movement and bulged its only eye at the enemy. The lumpy growths on the demon's body swelled and exploded. Sharp fragments flew at Adrias, and he had to deflect them with his sword. But there was no end to the attacks, and then a tentacle as thick as a tree trunk struck him. The young necromancer continued to move forward and look for a way to the core. His blade ripped open the demon's side as the mage ran past. But the wound was not deep and quickly healed, and Adrias retreated again. But then, someone walked across the monster like a scythe and cut off the entire top, including the upper jaw and eye. The demon's carcass exploded in a fountain of blood and stench. Pieces of the monster began to fall next to the magician as he burst like a dead fish. In the noise of the bloody rain, the swordswoman Ivy asked the stranger who he was, and her hand lay eloquently on the hilt of the sword in its sheath. And why of all people did Ivy find them first? Adrias cursed to himself. He didn't answer, and they looked at each other tensely, wondering what to do. Without taking the piece of meat out of her mouth, the famous swordswoman declared that she would kill him and take off her mask herself if he did not introduce himself. But then the ground shook under their feet and interrupted their conversation. Adrias warned Ivy that the sorcerers had set up a huge explosion circle, and if they were not killed, all the students would be harmed. But the swordswoman considered this a bluff, and only bristled even more. However, they again heard a strange trembling, as if the mountain was groaning in pain, and Adrias hurried the swordswoman. There was little time left. Before she could catch him, the guy ran away shouting that he was leaving the mages to her. "Bastard!" The angry swordswoman's voice reached him. She vowed to find him when a glow like a fire appeared above, waves of magic spreading out from the summit. Without hesitation, Ivy climbed the mountain with wide leaps like a mountain goat. It was close, thought Adrias, tearing off his mask in the guise of a mysterious mercenary. Now he was an ordinary student again. From the very top of the mountain came the terrible sounds of carnage. There was no doubt that Ivy could handle it. An old Gothic church near the Tanara Strait stood firm against the cold rain that pounded the sharp roof of its 2 chapels. The people had long forgotten this sanctuary of the god, and so it attracted other, less pious creatures. Under the high vault, on the floor in the candlelight, lay the corpse of a mermaid. The fish scales that covered her looked smooth and shiny, as if she had died only recently. Around her, the signs for the ritual were already drawn in blood, and there were victims. The sorcerer, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a black cloak, raised his hands up, beginning the ritual. But then he felt the presence of an uninvited guest in his quiet refuge. "This is Salem's personal refuge," the sorcerer said without turning around. The lightning flashed out of the darkness and revealed the silhouette of a powerful mage who always carried a snake staff. "Well-mannered people warn of a visit in advance," Jester muttered. "Who would talk about manners?" Salem replied with a smile. He felt at ease as if this was his home. "It seems that they underestimate him completely. Otherwise they wouldn't do such crazy things," said the wizard, and approached threateningly. "What are you talking about?" Jester asked indifferently, finally looking at his interlocutor with burning eyes. "Just don't play dumb!" Salem roared impatiently, and power began to flow through his bestial hands. He offered to help with the cremation in case the dark sorcerer grew tired of his long life, the green light of his magic filling the room. Jester bristled as well, and a paw appeared from under his cloak. Looking sullenly at the uninvited guest, he asked Salem what he wanted, but here the wizard seemed to change his anger to mercy. After a mutual demonstration of force, they could come to an agreement, and on this occasion it would not be a sin to uncork a bottle of fragrant brandy of good aging to warm up in rainy weather. Of course, no one asked the owner of the house. The sparkling drink with liquid amber filled the glass, but only one. The room filled with the smell of oak barrels. Insisting on his innocence, or on an accident, Jester would have already played in the box. A week's worth of diligent laziness, Salem stated his demands. A fair deal. In return he will stay alive this time, the sorcerer added, enjoying the aroma from the glass with a Cheshire cat smile. After the incident in the mountains, the students returned to the academy. The mage resumed his training in the night wing of the academy, which looked more like a medieval castle. Adrias walked through the narrow corridors past the swordsman apprentices, reading the latest news. Ivy Clare defeated the dark mage Kidwell. Tolman was suspended, and Bunch was taking over the investigation, so there would be a lot of noise. He needed to live quietly and keep a low profile, thought Adrias, not knowing that they were already waiting for him. It seemed that the training ground of the knight's faculty was to his liking. He heard the sound of ears coming from around the corner. Ivy Clare ambushed him right in the corridor, indignant that he had to drag himself all the way here for some magician. The swordswoman did not change her style of clothing, which did not restrict her movements and allowed her elastic, doe-like figure to be admired. In a commanding voice, she ordered the weakling magician to follow him. Adrias did so, not daring to object, and followed the swordswoman to the open square under the castle walls. Perhaps Ivy suspected him, and that meant trouble. The swordswoman turned around sharply, and the hems of her cloak swirled like a fan, tanned skin, long legs in cavalry boots, a toned body. She was a real beauty. But there were not many men willing to hit on her because this woman decided all the issues with swords, and not on her heavy sling hung a long sword. Adrias silently studied the commander under whom he had completed his first mission. To some extent, he already understood why the warrior with sandy hair came here. "It's even easier this way," she said, flashing her yellow, tiger-like eyes. The southern blood in her veins was always hot. "I'm sorry, but it's too early for a relationship," Adrias apologized, and before he could finish speaking, she hissed like a raw log thrown into a fire. Diana Alvin told her about the two half-human thugs who had committed the massacre. "But what happened to them?" she asked the boy. Adrias repeated to her the well-rehearsed lie that was also given to the investigation, that he knew nothing, and simply ran away from the greenskins when they were distracted. Luckily for him, Diana didn't keep quiet about the fact that the thugs came for him personally. Otherwise, the guy would definitely not have avoided a lot of questions. But Ivy was not convinced by such excuses. She stopped believing in fairy tales at the age of 3. At this point, Adrias bowed, saying that he could say nothing more, and that he had things to do. At that very second, Ivy decided to fix his hair and almost cut it below the neck. Fortunately, the magician managed to bend down. As if that wasn't enough, the warrior swung her sword from above like a club. She didn't even pull it out of its sheath, but that was enough to smash the mage's skull. Adrias stepped aside from the line of attack and struck out, their blades singing loudly and rushing out even in their sheaths. Even though the mage was skilled with the sword and even parried her movement, he lacked the power and was thrown back by brute force. The bony bookworm was able to block the blow of the senior professor of the knightly faculty. She grinned not badly and bit into a strip of dried beef. His hand was still buzzing from her blow, and the blade in its broken sheath was vibrating. Although he had simply blocked the blow, the magician was amazed. Ivy's suspicions only grew. "Does he look like a dark magician?" Adrias asked her directly. And at this time, another involuntary listener appeared in their argument, who hid behind a stone arch. Vivien pressed her hands to her chest. She worried that Mr. Fairy was really suspected of being a dark magician. He acts too suspiciously when he encounters dark mages. Even in the village of Trim, he was able to break the sealing spell. Even though the voice was very different, the build was the same, Ivy thought as soon as the mage pulled it off. "It turns out that he lied to the investigators," Adrias said, and Ivy shouted exactly that. Besides, there was another oddity. Vivien had changed after the midterm exams, which meant he had done something to her. The swordswoman looked at him menacingly with her amber eyes. Hearing her name, the girl pricked up her ears and a fire flared up on her face. Adrias was silent for a while, and then said that he simply saved the girl. Vivien's eyes widened as the mage confirmed what she had already suspected. He entered the barrier and saved her, that's all, the young necromancer honestly admitted, not knowing that he was being heard. The heart of the lovely girl with emerald curls was beating wildly in her chest after all. Mr. Fairy really did save her. But then the professor's loud cry distracted her from her warm memories. Enough of this nonsense. She was already quite tired of omissions and lies, so she bared her gray blade, which now winked brightly at the magician. Such a non-entity could not enter and exit the dark magician's barrier calmly, the swordswoman insisted. But then a third party intervened in their dispute, it's true, the girl firmly objected. Turning around, they saw Vivien, who had been hiding behind the arch before, and now stood up for the guy. For a moment, Ivy hesitated whether to leave the guy alone or shake him like a punching bag, or maybe even cut him down with a sword. The steel fang also bared its teeth hungrily at his thin neck. But still, the swordswoman returned it to its sheath in one movement, although she was dissatisfied and could do nothing. The professor nudged him with her shoulder, promised to keep a close eye on him, and left. Left alone with Vivien, Adrias politely thanked the girl, and she again called him Mr. Fairy. As always, she hid her true thoughts in a quiet, deep pool, but now the cute swordswoman looked pleased, because she knew the truth for sure. Emmy Cromwell sat in her office at a desk that was groaning under a mountain of papers, invoices, bills, work estimates. A lot of work was needed to bring the estate back to life. After all, for a long time everything here was in disrepair. The gardens were overgrown, the lands were not cultivated, and the house itself was gathering dust and seemed to be moping from separation from its owners. A lot needed replacing. The girl was torn away from her work by the governess Lupin. She came to report that the cleaning of the house was finished and brought the mistress some aromatic coffee. Emmy praised her for her hard work, because over the years of neglect, the dust had settled in a layer as thick as a finger. Lupin set down a plate of cappuccino and a luxurious cake covered in chocolate icing, fresh strawberries, and whipped cream. She told the lady that only the former head's office remained. No one had entered it, thinking that Emmy herself should take a look at it first. The girl agreed. She had been thinking about it for a long time but had not made up her mind, busying herself with other things. That's why she headed to the office right now. The appearance of young Miss Cromwell was transformed, and now she looked more like a titled person. At home she wore a comfortable, tight-fitting business suit and strict breeches, but they only emphasized her natural charm. And so the girl froze in front of her father's office. In her path was a heavy carved door made of bog oak. When she was little, she was often scolded for not running into this room when she and her brother played hide and seek. Memories came flooding back as if they were the air that filled everything around. Taking a deep breath, the girl opened the doors. Surprisingly, the hinges didn't even creak, as if time hadn't touched them. Inside, darkness awaited the girl. The window shutters were tightly closed. All the furniture lay in disarray along with books, of which there were more than any other utensils. Emmy stepped carefully over the fallen cabinets and approached her father's mahogany secretary. It's surprising that no one has robbed this estate over the years. Perhaps her father was the last person to approach this table, the girl thought. Her hand touched the framed photograph under the cracked glass. When she touched the photo, 2 fiery streaks ran across the closet behind her, and Emmy's eyes filled with moisture, like the sky before rain. The train raced like a long snake through the Welton lands. Was it not rather unwise for a powerful wizard to act in such a way? Adrias asked his companion. For the best dark mage on the continent to show himself so easily in public in broad daylight, the guy added. And Salem, who was sitting opposite him, snorted in displeasure, his head covered by a hood, but hardly anyone did not notice the black seals on his hands. Just think, the kid was being cheeky to him, although Salem himself came to him with advice and a lesson, because the rascal is too weak, and therefore many are hunting him. However, pleasantries could be left for later. The wizard ignored the guy and got straight to the point. He asked the brat if he knew that the mana gathered in his heart and the one that accumulated in his lower abdomen were the same. Adrias knew about it. In theory, it was possible to use both of them, but ordinary people could only develop one clot. Having thrown away unnecessary explanations, Salem, without false modesty, considered himself a great master and promised to teach the boy his method of energy transfusion. 10 minutes later, Adrias began a short practice to test everything. The method allowed him to exchange power from one core to another using breath control. The mana of the heart could be transformed into an aura, and vice versa, and all this instantly. The guy was amazed. Salamedida made an incredible discovery and indeed gave a generous gift. After observing the impudent boy Cromwell for a while, he was convinced that he had understood the essence correctly, which meant that he just needed more practice. The wizard was about to go out the window right on the go, but Adrias wanted to find out something else and delayed him. He asked him what he knew about his father in the Cromwell house. Cain was Morn's student, Salem said casually. The most powerful necromancer of the gathering, The teacher of his late father, and now his too, remembered Adrias about Morn's gift. Explaining everything is too boring. He must find out the details himself, Salem grumbled, his voice drowned out by the gust of headwind from the window. What he said raised even more questions in the young magician, but Salem had already fluttered out the window like a bird. Cain Cromwell was a dark mage. Neither in the game nor in this reincarnation did Adrias even suspect this. And the train continued on to his native province, where the Apple Forest estate was located. With the return of the Cromwell family, the house seemed to have shaken off its melancholy. Adrias noticed that the tiles had been renewed here and there, and the rotten rafters had been repaired. Inside, everything was even better than when they were children. The walls were clean and fresh again. Lupin had done a great job, praised Emmy the governess. Memories of his past ego washed over Adrias, and he looked around in amazement. And then they entered their father's office. It stopped looking like a dirty closet. After the sister cleaned it up, she threw out the old cabinets, bought new ones, and returned all the books to them. The girl saved everything important, and Adrias praised her for her good work. Now the place could be used again. "Ta-da!" exclaimed Cutie Emmy, grabbing their family photo from the table and showing it to her brother. There they were all together, their loving mother and their father full of secrets. Adrias had mixed feelings. He didn't really have a family, but he always wanted to have one. He felt a deep nostalgia, but these were still someone else's memories. But then, as soon as his hand touched the photograph, it flashed with a bright light. And then the bookshelf behind my father's secretary slid to the side, revealing a narrow passage. A stream of air immediately burst out from there, as if it was tired of being locked in as a prisoner. Touching the photograph activated the magic circle and opened a secret door, Adrias realized. Since this frame was activated only by the touch of the two of them, it means that inside is Cain's legacy, or his will. First, it was worth going inside and checking everything. There could be something incredible inside. Adrias told his sister to wait in the office, and he decided to check everything, although Emmy tried to object. But he insisted the girl might not be able to handle such magic. She didn't need to know what their father was doing. And then the sister puffed out her tender cheeks in displeasure, but agreed with her brother. She asked him to be careful and closed the office doors behind her. A feeling of evil overcame him as soon as he stepped onto the long staircase that led to the deep basement. An object of dark magic, he felt exactly the same feeling from the page of laziness. Magic lit torches along the wide corridor that was supported by 2 rows of columns, and at its end a light was also burning. At the end of the corridor, in a round room, Adrias saw a tree from which an ominous crimson aura emanated. The clearing around the tree was covered with flowers, like a summer grassy meadow, but without the buzzing of bees and the song of the wind, it seemed artificial in a deep dungeon. The magician recognized many of these flowers. They were often used in various potions. The system helpfully told him that this is the tree of purest original sin that bears fruit. It is part of the code. The young necromancer was surprised, looking again at the twisted, bumpy trunk and dark leaves of the peach. Never before had Adrias encountered anything like this, either in this life or the past. On one of the branches, he noticed a scroll of parchment hanging neatly tied. This letter was possibly left by Cain himself, so the guy carefully untied it and began to read. And then he felt a familiar feeling. The magic circle of delayed magic worked. The parchment in Adrias's hands began to decompose as if it were burning without a flame. The world around disappeared and a figure appeared behind. Someone stroked his unruly green hair with a leather-gloved hand. It was Cain's memories that included the peach pit. Cain accepted it and bowed politely to the old necromancer Morn. The seed was planted in a pot and it immediately produced a quick green sprout. The sprout emitted a red glow and grew quickly under his supervision. Morn grinned greedily in anticipation of success, and the tower's leader, Bart Alvin, looked worried. Then a memory flashed of Cain holding his wife in his arms, blood flowing from a wound in her stomach, and a dagger lying nearby. The shadow of Morn that hangs over the children of Cain. Cain, who left his will and cast a magic circle on a family photo. Adrias realized what had happened. Contrary to popular belief, the Empire and the Dark Magicians were in cahoots. As Salem said, the Emperor left Cain at the mercy of Morn. His father studied dark magic and raised the original sin. Immediately after this, the person became unnecessary and was simply thrown away like trash. The strange death of his wife, a mysterious illness, the decline of the family, Cain soon realized that the Emperor was behind it all. So he decided to take revenge and hid the original sin in a place where only Adrias and his sister could find it. Did he get a good look at the memories his father left him? A voice asked from behind him. He turned around and saw the speaker looking like Cain. The man knew his real name, Kim Hwan, and his eyes were bloodshot. Adrias poked the stranger with his sword and asked him who he was. The stranger with Cain's face sighed in disappointment. He thought the guy was a gambler and would quickly figure it out. And then Adrias recognized his voice. The same phone conversation when the game developer called him before sending him to the world of sin. Developer, the guy said briefly without removing his blade. And how is the world of sin to him? A stunning fantasy world, isn't it? The man laughed, and his voice made you shiver. Why is all this? Asked the player. No particular reason. I just wanted someone to beat the game, the fake Cain replied, touching the tip with his fingers. The tree seemed to hear their conversation and began to glow more brightly. Complete the game, Adrias repeated the developer's words in surprise. Nothing complicated, he added. After all, he had already seen the destruction of this world many times while playing as Louis, Lucia, or Diana. But they all ended up in the apocalypse ending. The world was destroyed by the emissions of the primordial sin, which consumed all the mortal sins and their owners. Adrias was amazed by his words. Before he thought that it was enough to collect all the deadly sins in the primordial dream and then defeat the final boss, then the end of the world would be prevented. That's all he could see, the developer replied. As long as the consciousness of the original sin exists, the world is destined to be destroyed, and to prevent this, Adrias must fully master it. To possess the primordial sin, and only Cain's flesh and blood could do it, the developer said. And the system said the tree required his blood to seal the contract. The first sin smelled it, the false Cain grinned. Adrias may have been a useless piece of trash before, but only a few people can enter this room before the first fruit ripens, and this guy is one of them. The young necromancer thought about these words. 6 months after the emergence of consciousness, the primary sin will go beyond these lands, and after that, it will find its bearer. Now the magician understood why he was reborn as this seemingly most inconspicuous and stupid character, and all because only he and Emmy could gain access to the original sin. The whole plot of the world ran through his fate like a red thread. But what does he want? Adrias asked the developer. Everything was simple, false Cain answered. He must make a pact and become the bearer of the original sin, and then feed him all the other sins and pacify him. It was easy to say. The guy was indignant. If something went wrong, the tree would swallow him up. But this was the only way out. If everything works out, he will survive and get the whole world. The developer apologized for moving him without asking, and gave this task, but still expected that it would be completed. He crumbled into pixels, as if someone turned on a noise generator. When the developer disappeared, the real Cain returned in his place, telling his son that he believed in him. He would certainly cope, and he must look after Emmy, his father said. Even though the real Adrias had long since fallen asleep, these words made his heart beat faster. And then Cain's image melted into a yellow haze. Now the young magician was faced with a choice. Save the world or let everything go down the drain. Adrias removed his glove, and the blade gratefully bit his open palm. The sword left a long furrow behind it as the mage pulled it back. This wasn't one of those stories about reincarnation from the other world, and although he didn't like working for free, there was no other way out, and therefore he had to come to terms with it, the guy realized. He placed his hand on the dark trunk of the peach tree and stained the tree with his blood. The ominous aura flared up as if someone had added fuel to the fire. The code of the apocalypse, the purest sin, settled in his body and recognized him as its master, the system reported. Mana regeneration has been increased by 1.5 times. Its properties will be changed over time. Gradually, the element of mana will become darker. The more sins are collected, the more power and ability it will gain, the system said. The image of the tree melted away like smoke. Cain Cromwell is the father of the other half of his soul. You can leave Emmy and the Cromwell family to him, Adrias said mentally to his father. After all, the tree disappeared into a golden haze, leaving only a grassy meadow. He swore to avenge his adopted father so that he could rest in peace. Morn stood in front of the window, polishing the blade of his sword. They haven't found the original sin yet, he asked his servant. Viscount Lamar Veleton trembled with every movement of the dark sorcerer, and sweat appeared on his face. He was in charge of Morn's reconnaissance, and could only babble out ridiculous excuses. There was no point in this conversation at all, because if they had found a sin, they would have immediately brought it here. How can the head of intelligence be so useless? The sorcerer shouted and turned around sharply so that the hem of his warm robe fell open. Morn understood that most likely Cain entrusted the sin to his heirs, and sooner or later the sorcerer would make a deal with one of them, and after that he would learn even more. As long as he had only young Cromwell, there was no need for them to hurry now, so he promised the Viscount a little more time. Veltman bowed low enough to reach Morn's boots, and thanked the sorcerer whose blade gleamed poisonously. And then he added that surveillance should begin with mortal sins. He also reminded them of the cult of Jester, who possessed the sin to summon the god. The head of intelligence confirmed the sorcerer's fears. They noticed a suspicious gathering of fanatics, which meant the call was near. Meanwhile, in the deep dungeons of the capital, people were creeping like rats, dragging heavy boxes on their backs, under the supervision of a strange man in a wide-brimmed purple hat. The old building of the Colosseum kept silence in the empty stands because it was deep night, but in its corridors there was a strange rustling. The city was built on top of another, so the network of its collectors was wide and intricate. The henchmen reported to Mr. Pyatt that all the passages had been checked. They knew how many people were guarding, and they had found all the rooms under the arena. "It may take a lot of sacrifice to summon Lord Jepper," Pyatt said, and praised the servant for his good work, promising to reward him generously. But the sight of him alone made him shudder, and wanted to say goodbye to dinner. The henchman bowed politely but said nothing, afraid to give himself away with the nervous gurgling of his stomach. Since Heisel had left the academy and wandered around a lot, his face had become gray and cracked. Pyatt bent over. This psycho was wearing only underwear, long cavalry boots, and a cloak with a hat. He offered a close acquaintance with himself as a reward, but the fanatic wisely refused. For this task, the cultist recruited his disciples from the academy. The precious children were the most devoted believers. Pyatt smiled with thin lips painted purple lipstick in happiness. Recalling the academy, he asked the novice if he had recruited the potential candidate he had spoken of. Heisel realized that they were talking about Vivien. The cold and charming swordswoman looked at him with disdain as they talked. The girl said that she had found her spiritual foundation, so Heisel had to leave empty-handed. Pyatt shrugged his shoulders in disappointment, but it couldn't be helped, he said. He told the fanatic to deal with everything on his own, since he had other important things to do. Adrias studied the status window. A week had passed since he returned to the academy to his features: dual core, evolution, enlightenment. Now original sin was added. He was worried that the original sin would cause him problems, make its bearer noticeable. But fortunately, this did not happen. Knowing the Cromwell family secret, Adrias was even more worried about his sister. He went to the window and let the light and the rebellious wind into the room. If it weren't for the upcoming events at the academy, the magician would have stayed with Emmy, but he had to return. His dorm room had a beautiful view of the Imperial Colosseum. On one of the last days of the Duel Festival, the cult of Jester will sabotage the arena. And who knows how many people will die in this ridiculous attempt to summon an evil god. Adrias decided to get rid of the fanatics before the disaster touches the rest. To complete the game, you need to protect the game characters. Perhaps this will bring him unexpected benefits. If the cult of Jester had other chapters of the Codex, it was worth investigating. Now that he had inherited the original sin, the young Necromancer had a lot to do. From the depths of the subspace, he summoned his teacher and servant. Adrias ordered Nickel to continue their training and education. But when he appeared, the Necromancer was enveloped in a poisonous purple light. He stared at his hands in surprise, and then learned from the system that original sin, he sensed the diligent laziness next to him. Now the two codes reinforced each other, which provided new possibilities. Adrias remembered that his first servant had recently become an apostle of laziness after keeping it to himself. The original sin inside his body also began to grow. The Necromancer stared in surprise at Nickel's exposed skull, which grinned at him with rotten meat. Apparently the pages of the Codex left this effect even if they were worn a little, thought Adrias. The dead man looked at everything indifferently and remained silent. The growth quickly ended, and then the system reported that industrious laziness and original sin were no longer linked. Now the essence of original sin entered Nickel, who was already strengthened by the sin of laziness. Although the dead man's appearance had not changed much, he himself had become noticeably stronger. Adrias suggested canceling the training to celebrate the unexpected success, but the dead teacher shook his head. The next day, the young Necromancer began searching the streets and shops around the Colosseum Square. He did not stand out much, since at that time it was full of academy students who, like him, were preparing for the competition. A human river scurried along the narrow adjacent streets between the numerous shops. Here you could buy everything from food to school supplies. To his surprise, Adrias did not find a single familiar face, but maybe he just didn't remember everything well. When luck finally smiled upon him, and Heisel's profile flashed in the crowd. The former student had disappeared in the village of Trim, and now suddenly appeared a couple of days before the sabotage. The magician followed him, weaving through the alleys of the old city until the fanatic disappeared under a manhole cover. Without thinking twice, Adrias followed him and began to descend the wooden ladder into the well. He tried to move quietly, fearing that he might give himself away. Fighting in a narrow well was not very convenient. A half-human girl stood guard, wrinkling her nose in displeasure at the smell of sewage. But then she heard some rustling, at first thinking it was rats. But when she looked up, it was too late to scream. He hit her on the back of the head, jumping on top with his whole body so that the guard lost consciousness. Since there's a half-naked cult member here, Heisel and the others are really preparing for sabotage. Here in the dark channels of the Collector, Adrias could not worry about unnecessary witnesses, so he immediately called his servants. He left the big Timur on guard and ordered Nikol to go with him. 2 swordsmen, a teacher and a student, rushed swiftly through the ancient dungeon. The fanatics had almost completed all the preparations, placed barrels of incendiary mixture, and hung human victims on hooks. They also set charges on the boxes and screwed on fuses. Getting the explosive mixture itself was not easy, but everything would be set up in a couple of days. Heisel watched the work with satisfaction. There would be no problems at tomorrow's ceremony. He was already anticipating a promotion for his efforts when he saw how one of the maids, whose face was hidden behind an ordinary bag, lost her head. Another fanatic fell next to the cut chest, and then they saw that they were under attack. The corridor filled with screams of panic, the smell of blood and fear. "Kill the spy!" Heisel shouted at them. Obeying his call, the mad fanatics rushed at the invader with knives in their hands, without clothes and armor, against the swordsman. One could only be amazed at their desperate faith. Adrias would swing once and the head would fly off, then another and another fanatic would fall dead, as if he had been sent to a slaughterhouse. The servants were completely useless, so Heisel grabbed the sword himself. There was only one enemy, he grumbled, and at that very moment I realized that I was wrong, suddenly feeling an extraordinary lightness in my body that made my head spin. Nikol cut off his head with surgical precision and grinned at the skinned skull. His fencing was as impressive as ever. The dead man did not allow a single hesitation or unnecessary movement. When all the fanatics were dead, the young necromancer ordered his teacher to collect all the incendiary mixture, and I thought it was time to invite Timur to my place. But then he saw that the King of Tigers had already returned, though not under his own power. The heavy carcass was flying right under the summoner's feet. Adrias had to quickly dodge to avoid being crushed. He looked at the cat, asking him what was wrong, while the beast warrior slowly rose. And then they heard a low bass, diluted with disgustingly cloying notes. He wanted to drop in early because he had finished his business. And then this, he pretended to lament. "Heisel, my boy," said the stranger, and with his huge hands with purple-painted nails, he took the fanatic's severed head. As soon as he had time, the magician was amazed by the unexpected appearance of a new threat. He did it. He killed that innocent kid. The psycho in the cloak and hat growled angrily at the guy, his face twisted in rage. However, Payat Kobat threw away the dead man's head without any trepidation before the dead flesh. "I hope you know what you've gotten yourself into," growled the huge, bear-like cult fanatic. Despite his vile appearance, he was clearly a threat, and he threw off his hat and cloak so that nothing would hold him back on his path to revenge. Payat was one of the cult leaders that only appeared in the middle of the game. His strength was not inferior to the Masters of Aura, and for Adrias this was bad news. "It will hurt a little," added the crazy jock whose muscles bulged like a buffalo. "This master is stronger than Professor Ivy, and it is not a fact that Nikol and Timur will be able to defeat him with their low evolution levels. Payat specializes in close combat. His skills increase physical strength and muscle strength, so blows with paws, as well as cuts with weapons and swords, will be useless." The young necromancer wondered what to do. The fanatic in front of him turned into a real monster. His body swelled like a tree filled with water, and his skin acquired a steel hue. The enemy nobly warned Adrias that he would not hold back because he looked strong. Payat took off like an enraged bull that had been castrated. Timur moved to intercept him, covering the necromancer. They clasped hands, pure force against force, and the floor beneath their feet shook with the tension. Nikol drew his sword in a lightning-fast motion. The blade struck several times and sent up a shower of sparks, but Payat's thick, rhinoceros-like hide was not damaged. Payat grinned at the dead man, but then he received a more powerful blow and moved a little. While the enemy was immobilized, Adrias also tested his strength with his teeth, but with the same result. Then the fanatic tilted his head far back, and with all his might he struck the tiger's face with his strong skull, like a mace. And then he kicked the heel of his boots right in the chest, with such force that even the massive Timur flew back. Now that he was free, he immediately rushed towards the necromancer, who was the main target. Adrias returned the blade to its sheath and cast a spell on it. He assumed a receiving stance and waited. The enemy pressed forward without any tricks, confident in his invulnerability. But then Nikol intervened, and a blow from his sword sent the fanatic's fist downwards, and it sank into the stone. The enemy paid for his enormous strength with speed. Even if only for a second, he was again immobilized. Now the magician understood and struck. He moved forward, and his sword struck with monstrous force in the area of the second cervical vertebra. If the fanatic had not had his thick skin, he would have lost his head. But instead, the sword's club-like blow only made the cultist even more angry, and his eyes burned like coals. He advanced again, excitedly and grinning smugly. Adrias put up an earthen shield, But the magic of the first circle could hardly withstand the fanatic's cannon strike, which smashed the stone into dust and carried the magician away. The boy felt his ribs crack and pain shot through his side. But the enemy did not let go of his prey. He grabbed the guy by his long green hair, and then he began to make a cutlet out of him. A fist the size of a hammer delivered several blows to the body and face. The mask flew off Adrias's broken nose, and red juice ran down his face. "Oh!" the fanatic sighed in a sickeningly disgusting voice, and a blush appeared on his thick gray skin. "And he's a handsome man," the damned bastard chuckled, but the magician had no time for that. He mentally ordered his soldiers to attack the driven monster from behind. A scuffle and jostling ensued. Without letting go of his prey, the cultist threw the dead man back with a blow of his fist, hitting him on the skull. And then he pulled Adrias towards him again. He squeezed him tightly in his arms, as if in a blacksmith's vice, and the magician again felt his ribs cracking with strain. The enemy could simply break his fragile body like a toy. Adrias let out a cry of pain. He felt like a helpless and pitiful creature on the brink of death. The fanatic seemed to enjoy his torment, and with each second he slowly pressed harder, as if strangling him like a boa constrictor. The young necromancer desperately sought a way out of the situation, and then Original Sin answered his call. "Would you like to summon Sloth?" the system asked. Payet heard something and froze. Timur and Nickel also looked up, and then the cultist saw streams of spilled blood flowing towards him. In an instant, he was overcome by the same anxious premonition that comes with meeting a tiger in the jungle. Payet dropped the boy and quickly jumped back before the stream of blood beneath their feet swallowed him up. The boy was surrounded by an ominous force, and something told the fanatic that he was in danger. All abilities that affected mana suddenly increased sixfold, and for a whole minute Adrias plunged into the state of sloth. It was irritating for him to think, move. Even lifting his eyelids was unbearably difficult. Unable to take a breath, he was so lazy. With an effort of will, he snapped his fingers and summoned a shield of earth. Payet's ugly face stretched out in surprise, and he froze like a statue, looking at the magician. And then he paid for it. The earthen shield was not an attacking magic, but with the speed with which it appeared, it deprived the cultist of his hand. "What is he?" Payet screamed in horror as the mage charged a simple earth spell. He moved so slowly that it seemed like an eternity had passed. Even his heart was lazy and beating in his chest, slowing its rhythm with each beat. Tired, stone chips hit Payet like a mountain landslide that demolishes everything in its path and breaks centuries-old pines like chips. The fanatic covered his head with his hands, despite the stump, in a futile attempt to save himself. The stones tore at his tough skin like paper. They ground his bones like the teeth of a giant. But Payet stood as if a steel rod had been driven into him, and waited with a grin on his face. "And that's all!" he roared contemptuously, barely able to withstand the magic of the first circle. "I'm tired of it," the magician whispered in a weak voice. "What?" Payet asked again, not hearing the faint muttering. "The faster I kill, the faster I rest," the magician whispered to himself. And the fanatic's face again lengthened in amazement. For the first time he found himself in a battle not for life, but for death. And for the first time he encountered real evil. Far beyond the deep dungeon, through the thickness of stone and ceilings, this ominous feeling was caught by the head of the tower, Bart Alvin. He turned around abruptly and looked in that direction from the stands of the Colosseum. While an unknown battle was raging deep beneath the city, the arena roared more for its favorites in the tournament. The enemy fell, and the knight nobly did not finish off the loser. Bart Alvin looked around nervously, completely stopping following the fights. He definitely felt the presence of dark magic, and it seems that the installation of a barrier against dark magic worked against him as well. Diana, who was standing nearby, called out to her father, but he told her to stay there. Rivers of blood raged at his feet. Adrias slowly floated above them, and stones hovered in the air. His dual core pumped out unprecedented amounts of mana as he used the stone spears. And again, basic magic, Payet was surprised. Sharp blades emerged from the dust and debris and aimed predatorily at the fanatic. Boasting these cobblestones won't even scratch him. Payet threw aside his fear and moved towards them. Nickel blocked his path again and slashed with his sword. He couldn't wound the enemy, but he could delay him. "Damn dead man," the fanatic growled and swung his whole arm at him. His blow was so sharp that it tore off Nickel's hand with the sword, and he had to become a phantom to avoid being destroyed. "What else?" growled the angry fanatic. The bloody circle spun madly around the mage, who was still lazily and unhurriedly gathering mana for the attack. A couple of shots won't do anything, thought Payet. But Timur grabbed him from behind, obeying his master's silent order. And then the magician waved his hand weakly and whispered, "Die." There was a piercing rustling and whistling sound as if it was pouring rain. The fanatic seemed to be crucified on a cross. He did not have time to escape from the strong grip of the Tiger King, and sharp spikes pierced his leather armor. The effect of laziness ended. The strength left the magician and the recoil hit him, He could no longer move, use aura or mana, and also receive damage from the fact that he exceeded the limits of his body. The young necromancer fell at the feet of the enemy he had just defeated. He felt as if his body had been torn into 1,000 pieces and stitched back together with threads of searing pain. Adrias wanted to stand up and finish off the enemy. But his servants returned to the vault because the mana that supported them disappeared. Payet's body fell to his knees because no one was holding him anymore. Before losing consciousness, the system offered him to evolve again, although the chances of success were only 1 in 3. And what do they want from a person at death? Adrias was surprised. Why not have a souvenir for the grave? He whispered and agreed. Naked fanatics, just like a cult, Bart immediately realized after examining the neatly dissected bodies. They could well be connected to the dark presence he had sensed earlier, the tower leader thought. There was no point in guessing for long if you can see everything on the spot. He quickly floated in the air, hiding behind the barrier. A faint trace of dark magic still hung in the air of the dungeon, along with the miasma of sewage. When he reached the remote room, he saw a scene of destruction there. At first glance, it was clear that a terrible battle was raging here. There was also a strong smell of incendiary mixture. Bart followed the source of the smell and saw boxes stacked in a pile. He imagined with horror what would happen if such a quantity of the mixture exploded under the arena. Many people died under the rubble and fire, including his children. Realizing this, Bart Alvin entered a state of cold rage. He surveyed the battlefield again. In the middle of the bloody circle lay a familiar boy with hair the color of seaweed. Adrias Cromwell, and God only knows what kind of trouble brought him here. The head of the tower came closer. It was from the place where the boy lay that the strongest trace of dark magic came. Had he inherited the original sin from his father? Bart wondered. Evolution is complete. The double core feature has disappeared, and the vessel feature has developed in its place, the system quietly announced. He woke up in a room with blue wallpaper, on a soft bed. With such wounds, people usually don't live long, Adrias heard a voice nearby. But 2 weeks later he had fully recovered, said the head of the tower, who was sitting next to him in his usual bandage. Adrias was so surprised by his presence that he even jumped out of bed. What exactly was he doing there? Bart Alphen asked him sternly. What happened in the sewers? The chief clarified his question, carefully watching the guy's reaction. Adrias didn't know what to answer. What happened couldn't be attributed to him looking for a toilet and getting lost. You had to be careful with your words. And then he came up with a story about how he was walking along the canal and saw suspicious people fighting. He tried to escape but was drawn into the fight. So they pulled him in. Bart repeated his words thoughtfully. But where did the others go when the head of the tower found the guy? There was only him there. The magician looked sternly at the head of the tower, making it clear that no matter how many times he asked him, he would invariably receive the same answer. You could tell from the expression on Bart Alphen's face that he understood this without words. The boy decided to play riddles. The head of the tower asserted more than asked. Nothing like that, Adrias answered him, hiding his true emotions well. No one would have believed such weak lies and excuses, but Bart still promised Cain to look after his offspring. Rather than interrogate the diehards, it would be quicker to get Jafir's henchman, who is hiding in the city, to talk, the chief said. Besides, it's unlikely that a barely surviving brat can report anything useful, he stated his position. Adrias was already prepared for a thorough interrogation, but the supreme mage surprisingly easily backed down. Let's end it here, said the leader and shook off the stardust. Before disappearing, he reminded them of their argument. There was only 1 week left. With that, with a soft clap, Bart Alvin left him alone in the room. The tower leader knows exactly who he really is, and yet he let him go easily. But here's why. Salem also didn't care whether Bart knew that he himself was a dark wizard, and Adrias definitely saw Bart Alvin in his father's vision in the Cromwell mansion. There was an unexpected knock at the door, and into the room came brother and sister Alvin, the children of the head of the tower, and his childhood friends Diana and Carlos came to visit him. The magician asked them why they were there, a little embarrassed by their visit and the attention to his humble person. Diana was also embarrassed, but quickly justified herself by saying that her father had told her, and that was why she had come, said it out loud, and not at all because she was worried about him, she thought. Carlos was glad to see his old friend in good health. Their meeting reminded him of the old times when they were still children. Adrias thought last time he tried to save others, but only failure awaited him. However, in this life, everything was different because now he had something to protect. He thought and told his friends that he was also glad to see them. A few days after Adrias was discharged from the hospital, where he had been admitted for the umpteenth time in 6 months, he was walking along the alley and reading the news. It seems that the head of the tower has cleaned up the news well. Not a single piece of news about the cultists' sabotage that could have turned into a tragedy has made it into the newspapers. Such news would only raise panic, because first it was necessary to find and suppress the main leaders of the cult. Moreover, if rumors about original sin had surfaced in this story, there would have been even more problems. But fortunately, no one noticed anything. And he was early. The secretary was surprised. He was waiting for him at the entrance to the tower. "Mr. Bart Alphen is already waiting for him," said the secretary in glasses, and told him to follow him. And again they walked along the tangled hanging steps of the tower, in its complex curved space, the sight of which made one want to part with breakfast. They approached the door of the office, and the secretary announced the arrival of Adrias Cromwell. "Just in time," said Brother, without getting up from his desk. "It's time to show the potion," he ordered, and grinned with his sharp mustache, and his eyes carefully followed the guy, without the usual blindfold. Bart acted as if nothing had happened. It was hard to tell from his face whose side he was on, the Empire's or Kane's. The guy handed the head of the house a bottle, and he immediately uncorked it, trying the potions himself as usual. "Radiation potion," Bart was surprised. Just like last time, this elixir had no side effects. As expected, the head understood everything, the young magician said. What a cheeky fellow, he decided to test him, Brother grumbled. But it turned out that the boy had prepared something else and handed the bottle to the chief. It was Darren's mixture, prepared by a new method, and therefore having no side effects. Both the head and his secretary opened their mouths in surprise. An ordinary student could rarely create one potion, let alone two at once. And in such a short time, Bart raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at the bottle in his hands. All thanks to his material and moral support, Adrias modestly thanked. Although the potions themselves were produced quickly, they had to wait a long time for them. But up until that moment the guy acted boldly and won their bet, Bart Alvin generously admitted. As he promised, the boy can go to his treasury. And the magician saw a circle around him with a familiar spell. They instantly moved to another room. There were many cabinets with all sorts of useful stuff. Medicines, crystals, tools. Your eyes just ran wild, especially when the head of the tower tells you that you can take whatever you want. There were many more relics and artifacts here than one could have imagined. The system helpfully gave him brief descriptions of the relics. The cursed Orgel of Knacht. His music is full of magical power. The more you listen to it, the more helpless you become. Mitra's pocket watch can store mana. Every item here cost a fortune. But then the magician was attracted by a sword in a black sheath covered with shiny varnish. The sealed sword Galaxir, which improves mana conductivity. The guy recognized the item. He had never seen it before, but he had heard of it, and was now surprised to find the sword in Bart's vault. Without thinking, he took the blade. The wood of the sheath was warm to the touch. This sword, Adrias said, had chosen his reward, surprising the head of the tower. It was strange that a mage was interested in something like this. It was one thing when he bought himself a sword for self-defense, but spending a precious reward on an item that was more likely preferred by fencers was strange. This sword was found in the Shire dungeon and was examined several times, but it had no particular value, said Bart Alvin. But despite this remark, the guy stood his ground, without explaining anything. He simply said that he would take it. Stubborn as his father, albeit in a strange way, the tower leader sighed because the storage was full of better things. Adrias stood his ground, and Bart grumbled that he would not accept any returns, even if the boy came running in tears. He took out of his pocket several letters sealed with wax seals. And who are the letters from? The magician was surprised. This letter is from His Royal Highness. Bart kept it with him while the boy was unconscious. And the second recommendation? He stunned the young magician. And since he is interested in swords, it would be useful to go there. Returning to the hostel, Adrias began to read the letters, accompanied by Nickel's measured strokes. Due to his bad behavior and bad reputation, the Cromwell family title was reduced by 1 rank. But thanks to the intercession of the Master of the Tower, the Duke of Classius and others, it was decided to postpone the decision on the title until next year, the letter said. In addition to the usual system of titles, which determined the vassal hierarchy of nobles, there was also a system of ranks, depending on the usefulness to the emperor and the state. A decrease in it was a threat from His Majesty. The magician irritably tore up the vile piece of paper and decided to warn Emmy just in case. But the second one promised to be more interesting, since Bart gave it to the guy. It asked him to give this letter to an old man who lives in the place marked on the attached map, and then he would teach him a couple of tricks. The map looked familiar, and Adrias knew all the old masters. Could it really be Deshrun, he wondered. Dershran IV lived there after his retirement, and without this letter he would have immediately refused anyone. But thanks to Bart Alvin, the boy was able to study with him. There should also be a secret place near the hermit's dwelling. The guy decided to visit it on the way and leave as soon as the holidays began. The dry, dusty desert air rubbed his skin like sandpaper. The sun burned so hard that the rocks cracked, and nothing was visible in this area except rocks. Only scarab beetles dared to challenge this heat, and slowly gnawed the bones of unlucky travelers who fell victim to drought or bandits. The magician assembled a stone spear from the dust, and the beetle took aim from this distance, but did not see it with its faceted eyes. The spear's blow easily pierced the chitinous armor, and the beetle's insides gurgled loudly. The reward for the fight with the vile Pyat was enormous, the magician thought as he walked towards his prey. By mixing mana and aura, even basic magic became stronger, the very feature of the vessel that allowed mana to be converted into aura and vice versa. The vessel was the perfect version of the transfer skill. The total amount of power increased so much that there was no longer a need to switch between them. This means that his strength is unlikely to ever run out. The magician took out a knife and began to cut up the beetle's carcass. You never know what might come in handy and when, so he carefully took everything that was useful from the monster. The heat made sweat constantly roll down my forehead and run into my eyes. Mount Calton is the highest peak in the monster-infested Karta mountain range, the place where he might have met Deshrun. But first he had to look into the secret place where the giant's lair was. And there you can get the corpse of an ancient warrior who died long ago. The magician carefully placed all the beetle glands and other useful insides in jars, and he packed it into his bottomless bag. And then he gave it to Nickel to hide in his storage, so he could travel light without wasting energy on luggage. And then the wind brought strange sounds to him. Adrias put on a mask and hid his appearance, and only then approached. On the hot sand lay an emaciated Khajiit with a leopard-like coloring. The leopard man lay unconscious and could soon simply die of dehydration. The magician leaned over the unfortunate man and poured a vial of restorative potion down his throat. When the leopard man opened his eyes, the boy asked him who he was and what happened. As if awakening from the bad haze that the heat brought, the leopard sighed sadly. Death was not the worst of his misfortunes. The leopard tribe lived in the distant mountains, where they were driven by the emperor's people. Each of them was a warrior seasoned in battles and harsh conditions. So it's amazing that someone could bring a warrior to such a state. But then Adrias himself was attacked. The monster looked like a huge cross between a fly and a wasp, looked disgusting and buzzed deafeningly. With a deft movement, the magician dodged the stinging blow and tried out the new blade on the flying reptile. The dismembered corpse fell onto the sand, spilling its fetid entrails. And these wasps are pretty fast, thought the guy, returning the sword to its sheath after cleaning it. There was one unpleasant dark magician. They are all unpleasant. But this one was especially annoying because he controlled flying and crawling reptiles, and his name was Rannoch. The sorcerer had at his disposal an entire army of arthropods that could devour a village in half a day. He was definitely hunting for treasure, on Jester's orders. This is definitely his beetle, the leopard said, as if confirming the magician's guess. He bared his toothy teeth in anger because these monsters had attacked his village. He must have come for the mineral Lupnapalta, the only treasure that the leopards had control over in these barren lands, the young necromancer realized. He called upon his dead servants and asked the leopard to lead him to the village, promising to help. The village's situation was desperate, but whether it was worth taking even more risks in bringing the man there, the leopard hesitated and thought hard. The necromancer saw his worries and tried to calm the warrior down. If he were his enemy, he would have killed him on the spot and would not have offered help. The leopard agreed, and together they began to make their way through narrow gorges, so confusing that they resembled a labyrinth. Timur took the wounded man on his back so that their squad could move faster. By a strange coincidence, they were moving in the direction of the secret place where the magician wanted to get from the very beginning. There was no point in guessing because they were bound to find out soon anyway. When the necromancer's squad climbed the cliff, they saw the entire village, which lay in a convenient saddle of rocks, covered from all sides, like a fortress. But the flying reptiles easily overcame this barrier and plunged the village into chaos. They could hear the sounds of a fierce and brutal battle, leopards roaring, fire burning, and dozens of beetles buzzing in a swarm that made the mountains tremble. In a narrow cave behind the village, the corpse of a giant was hidden, and the young necromancer came for it. The leopards fought back fiercely, but their strength was not enough. According to the plot, they would die if nothing was done. Adrias's companion let out a stifled cry of despair. He was too weak to rush into battle himself and watched helplessly as his kin perished. "First, let's get rid of the bugs," said the necromancer, because he promised this. His magic enveloped all the fallen, of which there was no shortage. Out of 6 dozen bodies, Adrias was able to raise 25 ghouls, but even that was enough. The beetles began to gnaw each other in complete disarray. They bit off limbs, broke wings, fought on the ground and in the air. Adrias used the corpse explosion spell, which he had received a long time ago, and had always wanted to try. The summoned bodies exploded, destroying even more enemy bugs. The leopard warrior was amazed at such efficiency, which instantly turned the entire course of the battle around. One explosion led to another, and thus a chain reaction began that turned the arthropods into mush, and the leopard warriors got a respite. Their women and children began to run for cover, but another swarm was flying from above. But Timur stood up to protect the weak, taking the wasp's blow with his huge body. His sharp fangs easily bit through the beetle's thin chitinous shell, and sharp claws tore apart everyone who tried to get closer. Nickel, whose blade unerringly dismembered enemies, entered the battle with him. Thus they managed to stop the onslaught of the arthropod army, and the leopard warriors got a respite. The sorcerer Rannoch had been hiding behind a rock all this time. He needed to maintain control over his army, so he stayed close. He was simply looking for the deadly sins on Jester's orders, but now the whole enterprise had to be quickly curtailed before he himself was found here. But before he could move, a sharp blade pinned him to the stone, preventing him from doing so. Any necromancer always had one main vulnerability. He himself and Adrias knew about it, and quickly found the summoner. "Who is he? And how does one know him?" Rannoch shouted angrily, his eyes flashing red as coals. The blood rushed to his head, and he still did not fully realize his situation. "Why would a dark mage attack a fellow?" he asked, changing his tone to a plaintive one. But Adrias told him to shut his mouth. He would be asking the questions. He began to interrogate the sorcerer, but he was hiding something, and the guy decided to test the sharpness of his blade a little more. The sorcerer was scared. Some stranger already knew so much about his goal and who he was working for. It was time to think about betrayal. The guy continued to press. He wanted to know everything that Rannoch was up to here, and turned the wrist that held the sword to hurry the sorcerer. But he, gritting his teeth in pain, remained silent. So death, the magician accepted his answer. But the sorcerer quickly changed his mind and begged him to let him go, promising that he would tell him everything. He had with him a list of the deadly sins and sketches of their locations. The dark assembly, confident in its safety, did not even think about precautions. Adrias took the papers and pulled Galaxir out of the stone, freeing the bald old man. He saw some of the relics on the list for the first time. "Mystical treasures from the depths of the sea that will be auctioned off by Muriel," the leaflet said. This thing looked more like a relic of sin than anything else, and the magician hid the note under his cloak. "The port city of Muriel will be his next target. Now he will spare him," the sorcerer wanted to ask, but the magician cut him off mid-sentence. And Galaxir expressed gratitude for the valuable information in his stead, signing on the body of the pathetic sorcerer. The magician decided to take the body with him for experiments. "There's not much time left before the auction, so we need to hurry," he thought, looking at the corpse's shining bald head. With the death of the necromancer, his army became just a mountain of rotting remains, and collapsed without moving. The priestess of the village thanked the traveler for saving her, and offered him a Luanpalt crystal as a reward, the size of a baby. Despite the fact that the crystal was of great value and leopards were hunted for it, the wanderer refused. Pointing to the cave, he asked to be allowed inside for inspection. The leopards were surprised by such a request, so much so that they even stretched out their animal muzzles. There was a disgruntled growl among the warriors. This man also needed a mine. People cannot be trusted. Persecution has taught them this. And yet he was their savior, the priestess of the tribe thought. And then she allowed him to enter, despite the objections of the other warriors. The cave was their sacred place. They believed that the souls of leopards were collected in these crystals in the underworld. Their village would have been destroyed. There would have been no mine or tribe left, the priestess insisted. To calm the proud warriors of the tribe, Adrias assured them that he did not come for the crystals. He promised to tell and show them everything inside, because that was where he was looking for. Together with a small entourage and a priestess who acted as the elder of the tribe, they descended into the cave. The magician approached the cold, smooth wall and said that it was here, which again surprised everyone. He asked Timur to make a pass, and he growled obediently. Destroying it was his job. The Tiger King's fist struck the rock and turned it into crumbs. The priestess was amazed at the power of the tiger warrior. The walls of the cave shook and cracks appeared throughout the hall, so the leopard warriors became worried and suggested that the priestess leave this dangerous place. And then the rock in front of them began to crumble with terrible peas. But when the dust settled a little, they saw a whole vein filled with jade-green crystals. There were so many of them that they covered all the walls and the roof of the cave. "That's what he was looking for," the priestess said disappointedly, thinking that despite the excuses, the man still craved treasure. Adrias again condescendingly explained to the leopards that he was well aware of the value of this mineral, but he had not come for it. He needed it, the magician said, and showed them the body of the warrior who had become a monument to himself, and who even after death clutched a monstrous sword in his hands. The leopards had no idea that there was something like this in their sanctuary. The cave's minerals covered the giant's body with a strong crust, due to which he avoided decomposition and became like a statue. The priestess and the leopards were amazed at its size. The ancient warrior propped up the vault of the cave with his back. The young necromancer said that he would not touch the crystals, but in exchange they must leave him here alone. The priestess, as the head of the tribe, wanted to know for what purpose the man in the mask wanted this. The young necromancer again condescendingly and patiently reminded them that if he had wanted to harm them, he would have done it long ago. One of the priestess's guards growled, perceiving the magician's words as a threat, but she asked Madahara to cool his ardor, stopping him with her hand. Since this man did not take anything from them by force and help them, she could trust him. But she asked to honor the fact that he is the first person to whom the leopards show such trust. When they left, the magician was finally left alone at his goal. Since there was a lot of intact flesh left under the thick crust of the mineral, the necromancer decided to turn the giant into a ghoul. A spell of basic summoning magic appeared in his hands. However, such a skill was not enough to raise an undead of an initially high level. As he thought, it wouldn't work out quickly, so Adrias threw off the heavy sling with Galaxir, the cloak and the mask, so that they wouldn't get in the way. He warmed up properly, as if before work, and firmly decided that no matter how much effort was required, he would definitely make this giant his own. Each spell spent his mana, but it also gained experience and improved his skill, so the necromancer kept trying. In the darkness of the cave, he had long since lost count of the days, and had ceased to notice whether it was day or night. By his estimates, he had already spent a week in the cave, and during the entire time that he had not slept, he had continued to try to raise the undead. The magician could not afford to give up, because now others knew about this place, and it was open to everyone. This time he put all his mana into it, all or nothing. The spell was once again gathered in his hands. Just like last time, the system found the body without any difficulty. But this time the spell finally worked, and a message appeared about the successful cast. The mineral crust cracked, revealing the giant's body. His strength was so high that he immediately jumped to the rank of Titan champion. The body was well preserved, and the monster regained some of his former ego. The giant stood up and the walls of the cavern shook. He barely fit into this shelter. Along with the increase in rank, the mythical Titan awakened the abilities that he had in life: monstrous strength, fighting spirit, indomitability. The eyes of the dead man burned like clots of red-hot metal. He thrust his broad, man-sized cleaver next to the summoner, and then he got down on one knee. His very appearance was frightening, even to the summoner. At the moment, Adrias was most likely the only one who could control the warrior of the giant tribe. Now he could not be afraid of a large number of weak enemies. The crooked moon illuminated the old Gothic church. Its owner preferred to do all his work at night, and therefore did not sleep, sitting at his desk where he leafed through an old book with tattered pages. The little fly that was beating against the sides of the jar on his desk suddenly burst like an abscess. Jester looked up from his book and at the remains of the fly. There was only one explanation for this phenomenon. Rannox, who had summoned the corpse of this fly, was dead. That was all she could say. Not that Jester was too worried. He still had plenty of pawns on hand, and sometimes they died. "The gentleman wants to see him!" A crow suddenly croaked, landing on the cupboard nearby. Jester nodded and briefly replied that he would come now. He just had a report for the master, he thought, looking at the piece of paper with the crown on his desk. An old hermit lived on a steep hill, surrounded on all sides by high mountain peaks, and from the hill there was a beautiful view of the valley. He lived here alone in a small house, and kept a modest farm. Because I mostly meditated on a wooden platform where I could listen to the whisper of the wind and its eternal stories, and admire the rivers and mountains. "He came from the Empire?" asked the stocky old man who was chewing on a baked potato. Despite the gray hair that covered his head with snow, he looked full of strength. The young magician approached quietly, but he was still noticed. To get to this house he had to make his way through the thickets, because not a single path led here. The old man looked at the uninvited guest half-turned. Adrias took out a letter of recommendation, without which he risked losing his health, and even his head. After a long journey he was covered in dust and dirt, so that he looked like a ragged road warrior. "So that boy Bach sent him?" the old man asked. That's what he called the head of the tower. Without much prelude, they got down to business. The magician took out his sword Galaxir and stood opposite the old swordsman. Deshrun was pressing on him even more than Salem, even though he was standing holding an ordinary stick in his hands. The old man hurried the hesitant magician, but a monstrous aura emanated from him. He did not even take his opponent seriously. Adrias attacked with determination. Even though he was not a swordmaster to begin with, his pride was hurt, and he wanted to prove himself. Deshrun dodged all the blows playfully like the wind. He understood the guy's skill level from just a few movements. He doesn't need to train in fencing. His fighting style is already convincing. But he relies too much on tricks, the old man said, and intercepted the magician's hand with the sword. "The movements are too obvious. You rely entirely on speed," grumbled Deshrun as he threw the guy around like a rag doll. But the most important thing is that he doesn't read the enemy's intentions, the old man chuckled. It was all due to lack of experience, he added, and laid the boy down to rest on the green grass, knocking all the air out of his lungs. But he told me not to worry. After their games, these shortcomings would go away, and so daily training began. The only food the owner of the house had was potatoes, and the magician's own supplies had long since been depleted during the journey. Week after week passed, as if the rest of the world simply ceased to exist. They were alone here in the middle of the wild nature, and nothing distracted the mage's mind. The old master didn't give the guy a break and didn't know what rest was. Almost a month of his training had passed. All the mage's senses had become heightened. The sword Galaxir cut the fireplace like paper. Now the old man used his broad, straight sword to defend himself from the boy, though he didn't take it out of its sheath. The boy was definitely moving better, Deshrun noted, dodging the blow again. Just to get close to him and hit him in the ribs with my elbow. The boy thought too much during the fight, and the master pounded wisdom into him with a hail of heavy blows. And then he seasoned it with a kick to his legs. Once again, Adrias saw the endless blue sky above his head. However, no matter how hard it was for him, the magician never complained, and the old man recognized his will to fight. But then the boy's sharp attack tickled his face without any respect. Adrias jumped to his feet as soon as he landed and counterattacked. A couple of blows could not break him. Even a swordmaster can lose his guard, the guy chuckled, and promised not to hold back next time. However, his bravado faded and he collapsed on the grass, exhausted. Even if for a second the boy had gathered his aura and sent it flying, although it was still too early for him to use the art of the sword, Deshrun thought. So it was an instinctive movement. The old master was amazed. The guy's talent exceeded his expectations. In some way, this green-haired youth reminded Master Lewis of the one who had told him that he too would soon be entering the Rodlin Academy, and Deshrun wondered what their sparring would be like. He woke up a few minutes later and suddenly opened his eyes. There was only sky above with lazily flowing clouds that had somehow managed to climb over the mountain peaks. The magician jumped up from his seat. Over the course of this month, he had become unaccustomed to sitting or lying down. And then Deshrun asked the boy to repeat the sword art that he used before he passed out. Adrias remembered the feeling that arose in him before he became a cutlet. It was despair, he answered the master. And then the teacher said that this was a great opportunity to learn how to use the art of the sword and basic aura control skills. They stood in front of a centuries-old gnarled oak tree, the trunk of which 7 men could not encircle. The master told him to channel the aura into the blade, as if putting it into a sheath. And then he suddenly pulled out his sword with a slight rustling sound. He sent his aura flying, as if brushing water off a blade, and the heavy tree trunk began to fall, cut across. Adrias stood there with his mouth open, impressed by this demonstration. This is the basic form of application, but it can be used in other ways, creating an explosion or a wave, the master said. And the magician still could not believe his eyes that such a tree could be cut with one blow. And also when he uses aura, he must stimulate his body, and not the sword, the teacher said, and suddenly melted into the air. He moved so quickly that the magician could not keep up with him, and so he realized that Deshrun had been simply playing with him this entire month. The technique of movement was based on the same principles that he had just been shown, the old man told the astonished boy. Surround your body or sword with an aura. Put the right amount of power into them, and you will move mountains, said the master, and smiled. The guy was still far from that, so first he had to focus on the art of the sword. After that, Adrias began to train with the aura. After he got used to the distance, the old man told him to move further away. And so the magician quickly mastered the new skill, which was his own art. Thanks to this experience, the system suggested that he develop the skill of fighting. It was unexpected that he grew so quickly, but it was even better, because this way of training the body and developing was to Adrias's liking. With each stroke, the furrows on the thick trunk became deeper, and even Deshrun was amazed at its rapid growth. This guy was more talented than all the students who came to this mountain. Vogel, Louis, and even he were not so skilled, the master thought. It was worth showing this guy the right direction, and he grew on his own. That's all for today, said the old man, and called him to eat, although the sun was still high above the mountains. He told the apprentice to wash and boil some potatoes. Adrias, of course, wanted to eat, like anyone in his place who trained so much. But during this month he was already tired of the potato fast. It seemed that soon he himself would become a potato, and only then did it dawn on him that he was being called a student for the first time. The old man grunted in response, asking if there would be any objections. After preparations, they settled down on a wooden platform. Deshrun unexpectedly accepted the boy as a student, even though they had only spent a month together. It was surprising. The old master handed the boy a tattered book with a leather binding. He wrote this work while he lived here in the mountains, the hermit said. But why is he giving it away? The mage asked. looking at such an important work. It was called The Sword Without Ego, and contained deep knowledge about the fencing style of Deshrun Forn. It was a skill book that allowed one to raise one's skill level, just like the Book of Morn that the boy had received earlier. This gave him the amazing ability to wield the sword without ego. The old man watched the boy closely, who seemed to be hesitating whether to accept the gift or not. And then he laughed, and asked if he really felt so bad about having to teach him. "Not at all," said the magician, resolutely rejecting such thoughts. Dershran preferred to directly instruct young men in the way of the sword, but sometimes too rigid a framework could spoil talent. Especially as a guy with his body full of aura, the old man wanted him to use the book to find his own training method. Adrias held the book with special awe and respect, and the great master took him as an apprentice. Since they were done with this training, it was time for him to leave these mountains. "If you sit in one place for a long time, your skills will become dull," the old master said as he stood up. The magician wanted to know which lands the teacher would go to. These were the southern lands of the Alliance, in the opposite direction from the port of Muriel, and they agreed to go together while it was possible. A hungry traveler made his way through a ravine overgrown with thorny bushes. He walked for many days, and carried a sword as long as his height. From the long journey his clothes were all worn out and torn, and his eyes were deep sunken from hunger. He walked like a hunted and lonely dog. From the whole village only this guy remained alive. The traveler could no longer see the road in front of him, and collapsed into the mud that remained at the bottom of the ravine after the morning rain. While he was lying there, the sky darkened, and then bright tongues of lightning ran across it, and drums of thunder began to beat. The tired traveler did not even move when the first drops of the cold rain stung his face like bees. And then, in the flashes of lightning, someone's hand in a leather glove touched his head. The magician barely recognized the emaciated guy's dirty face. Lately, he had been encountering exhausted travelers too often on his path. The very young boy, almost a teenager with ash-blonde hair, was named Benjamin Anakis. Who would have thought that in such a wilderness he would meet a game character? The magician was surprised. Benjamin was a swordsman with a special trait, a master of swords. This means that the long sword behind his back is the demonic blade Rubens. This biter has been kept for generations in a remote village, and now it is here. This means that his home village was attacked, as was said in the backstory of this character. According to the plot, the guy somehow escaped with a demonic sword, but since the magician found it, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see anything. It's quite useful to have an important historical figure in your debt. Adrias found shelter from the rain under the thick branches of a hazel tree, made a fire, and roasted several rabbits he had caught the day before. After the young man had dried off and warmed up, he was awakened by the smell of fried meat. Benjamin stirred, and Adrias realized that the boy had woken up. The young man wanted to know who he was, but instead of answering, the magician handed over a planed nut branch with a roasted rabbit on it, from which came an intoxicating aroma for an empty stomach. Despite such kindness, the boy was still nervous. He asked his unexpected savior who he was and what he was up to. Adrias assured him in a level tone that if he had wanted to kill and rob him, he would already be lying in the gutter without breathing. Besides, since this sword is so important to him, the guy must gather strength to carry it further, the magician added. Remembering Rubens, Benjamin shuddered, but calmed down when he discovered the legacy of his village next to him. His grandfather had carefully guarded the seals on this sword for as long as the boy could remember. Together they renewed them, and these were the best years of his happy childhood. And now all this is covered in darkness. Remembering his troubles, the boy has completely lost his temper. The boy reminded Adrias of his old friend, who also gave vent to his feelings. When the boy calmed down, the magician hurried him and waved the rabbit, and he obediently accepted the food. Since he could eat, everything was fine, the magician realized, and handed the boy a potion to help him recover faster. Chewing greedily on the juicy, fatty rabbit meat with his mouth full, Benjamin thanked his savior. The magician was pleased with such an appetite, but then he sensed someone's presence. "Even for beggars they are too rough," he said into the darkness of the forest. From the top of the ravine, in the light of 3 moons emerging through the clouds, a group of suspicious individuals looked at them. They all wore cloaks and masks, and differed only in the number of holes in them. Benjamin trembled. These were the people who killed his grandfather and all the villagers, and then set everything on fire. He instantly became enraged, and his eyes lit up like hot iron, like a demon's. The magician looked at the guy, and from his reaction he understood what kind of strangers had come to warm themselves by their fire. They were a group of dangerous killers, orphans raised by Jester as his personal squad of executioners. In part, they reminded the magician of his past life. These children grew up among orphans like themselves, and they were trained no worse than soldiers in the army, and even knew how to use basic magic. And when they master the aura, Jester gives them a mask whose number corresponds to the power. Adrias was already thinking about how to deal with the pathetic murderers when Benjamin stepped forward and ordered them to stay behind him, tightly gripping the hilt of Reuben's. "It's his business," said the boy, whose face increasingly resembled that of a demon-possessed man. The killers came for this sword and rushed down from the ravine. They acted in a coordinated manner and did not interfere with each other. Even though he was tired and on the verge of exhaustion, the boy was also eager to fight. Anger and a thirst for revenge gave him strength. Just one swing caused a whole hurricane. By all indications, it was not an ordinary sword, and the boy knew something. To withstand his onslaught, the acolytes used a protective barrier made of honeycomb. They knew that the guy wouldn't be able to swing right away, and they boldly approached him with curved, sickle-shaped knives. Benjamin was attacked from the left, but he covered himself with Reuben's like a shield, the sword almost covering the thin teenager's body. With a sharp swing, he cut the nearest killer from face to waist. But at that moment, other killers were already approaching him from behind. All this time, Adrias obediently watched the fight. As he was asked, he could have intervened right away, but he wanted to see how the guy would get out of it. Benjamin was the youngest character in the story, and despite this, he held his own against experienced fighters, due to his natural talent with strength and sword. However, if everything is left as is, he will still be seriously injured, as stated in the plot. There were many enemies, and he was being pressed. A bolt hung on his arm, which prevented him from moving. Before the worst could happen, Adrias cut them into pieces with a few swings of his sword. It all happened so quickly that Benjamin was left hanging with his mouth open. The acolytes were also surprised by this turn of events, looking at their comrades multiplied into parts. Seeing the unexpected enemy, the others turned around, and to their credit, the killers did not flinch when faced with a strong enemy. Adrias had no doubt in his strength. He had achieved impressive mastery over the past month. Realizing that the new enemy was much stronger, the opponents decided to deal with him first. The magician calmly waited for them with Galaxir at the ready. Even when the killers realized the threat coming from him, it didn't help them much. The magician chopped them down as if he was mowing grass, no matter where they attacked him from. Benjamin watched the movements of Adrias's sword with fascinated eyes. Experienced killers who slaughtered the entire village were destroyed like helpless rodents. As the killers were destroyed, Benjamin's eyes brightened and the bloody stain left them. The last acolyte was their leader. He fell backwards, unable to resist or run. Adrias was given his useless skull with his boot. And then the forest became quiet again, like a cemetery. "This was the last one," said the magician, and put the blade back into the sheath, having thoroughly cleaned it of blood. Benjamin kept his admiring gaze on Adrias, wondering if he could save the village if he had such power. The magician asked the boy how he was, and Benji embarrassedly shouted out that everything was fine. He was imbued with deep respect for the elder, and behaved without his previous insolence now. He tried to keep himself straight, but only fussed more and stared at the magician with a stupid face. Adrias noticed his gaze and realized that the guy had changed his attitude after a small demonstration of strength. Now the magician could formally introduce himself and give his full title. "Benjamin Anakis," the boy answered him, becoming even more embarrassed upon learning of the noble title of his savior. The magician asked him if the poor guy had somewhere to go, since they were chasing him all the time. Soon Lewis and other important people would be entering the academy. They should be visited too. But for now it was possible to keep an eye on the boy, Adrias thought. And since he had nowhere else to go, he offered Benjamin a couple of fencing lessons, which greatly surprised him. It would be stupid to waste such talent. So the magician suggested that the boy apply to the academy and promised to let him write a letter of recommendation. It was a tempting offer, but Benjamin couldn't just accept it. He was a poor, ragged man who didn't even have any relatives. The guy immediately lost his head, but the magician promised to pay for his training. Fortunately, he had money, and making the great sword his debtor was a profitable investment. "It's up to him to decide," Adrias said confidentially. Benjamin couldn't believe his luck that they would help him make his long-time dream come true so easily. He gave vent to his feelings again and vowed to repay the Count's kindness. Thanks to Adrias and his fat wallet, the talented guy was enrolled in a fencing course without any delays. Adrias also provided his protege with everything he needed, and gave him a tablet for communication. "One day, this boy will finish his training and become a warrior. You just need to let it grow in favorable soil and provide it with everything it needs. You can still get money, but loyal people are not grown on trees." Having finished these matters, the magician began to prepare for Muriel's auction. In this, he was helped by his acquaintance with Carlos, while he was at home only looking for adventures, so he agreed to take Adrias to the auction and asked his father for a ticket. How can you not visit the quarter of the most illegal entertainment? Voices echoed in the old cathedral, the low, commanding voice of the master of the house, and the nervous, frightened voices of his servants. The boy had escaped with Reuben's sword. A detachment had been sent after him, the servants had reported. However, they have not returned yet, said the masked senior acolyte. In short, they let him escape, Jester said, speaking calmly as he continued to dissect the carcass of some demon. The sword increased the physical and magical abilities of its owner, and with its help, Jester planned to create a mass product. This was one of the ways to make his army stronger, and when he already thought that he had received this blade, it slipped out of his hands. Angry at his stupid servants, the sorcerer squeezed the demon's head. She burst like a ripe tomato, and Jester ordered that Hosan be sent to Muriel. One miscalculation was enough for him to decide to play it safe by sending an assassin to join Aleb at the auction. Things had not been going well lately. He had to get the crown of the depths at any cost. Jester's eyes flashed angrily. If you send Hosan to auction, he will return the crown, even if it means cutting off someone's head. The port city was a well-protected harbor, the entrance to which was protected by high walls. It was deep enough to accommodate seagoing caravels. The biggest attraction of the entertainment district is the Night of Flowing Gold. Adrias settled into the elite box thanks to Carlos, and now studied the list of lots. Even if the goal was only mortal sin, the magician needed to use this opportunity to the fullest and get more useful things. There was a sword with good mana conductivity on the list. Adrias made a bet. If he managed to buy it, he thought he would give it to Benjamin. Carlos paid attention. He had heard before that the mage was interested in fencing, but now he was convinced of it. A gift for a friend, the magician answered, a little embarrassed. The sword looked good, but Carlos thought the offered amount was too small, and he decided to double it, as like all rich people, he valued money completely differently. They've only just started. The price will still go up, said Adrias, embarrassed. There was no need to overpay even for a good thing. The auctioneer announced that the final price had been named and the lot had been sold. Adrias won, lamenting that even the amount he offered was an overpayment. The next lot was a map that many tried to decipher. This object was familiar to the magician, a secret treasure map that led to the tomb of the dragon Kravmak. He had previously thought that this thing was just an Easter reference, but it actually existed. Most of the guests did not consider the lot to be useful. No one wanted to pore over deciphering it without knowing whether there was anything useful in this map. But for the young Necromancer, corpses were the first priority. Getting his hands on a dragon's body was like gaining the power of an entire kingdom. After a short bidding, he won this lot, which cost him 5 times less than the sword. One well-fed auction guest was amazed at the audacious buyers who beat the highest price twice in a row. He looked into their loggia and saw 2 young guys, and thought that they must be the children of noblemen to throw money around like that. However, this man was confident that he would win the main lot of this auction. After all, the more his potential competitors spend before him, the less strength they will have left for the decisive battle. The teleportation scroll, which could be recharged to move anywhere, became the next item up for bidding, and Adrias couldn't resist again. As with the ancient alchemist's device that followed, he bought each item like a madman, which puzzled Carlos. And now it's time for the main prize of the evening, a crown from the bottom of the deep sea. Lord of the Seas, a golden crown inlaid with 3 rubies and 2 sapphires, each no smaller than a pigeon's egg. It was the crown of ancient kings, so it looked a little archaic but still attractive. As soon as the magician looked at the crown, pure original sin discovered in it magnanimous greed. Without a doubt, there was a page of the Codex in front of him. This relic started out with a sum equal to half of Adrias's estate, so his jaw immediately dropped. The price was so high that he simply couldn't afford it, and besides, the payments from the sale of the potions hadn't arrived yet. Carlos saw the worry on his friend's face and realized that the guy also wanted this crown. The magician intended to participate in the bidding while he could and give up if things got too bad. After all, he could not afford to spend all the funds because then he would not be able to support the estate and Emmy. And then Carlos surprised him by saying that he would buy this item for him. The noble heir of the Alvin family learned from his father how exactly he was injured in the sewage under the Adrias arena, and that he protected them all, so he decided to thank them in this way. The magician was surprised that Bart Alvin was so frank with his son, but at the same time he was glad that the young heir of the family valued saving his life so highly. Although in fact, the young Duke Alvin came here simply to wipe everyone else's nose and boast about the wealth of the house. Seeing that his bet had been outbid, Sir Aleb was amazed, and his fat, smooth face stretched into an oval. These brats still have money. He was amazed and nervous. And then Jester's henchmen raised the stakes again, with the dark sorcerer's entire fortune at his disposal. And they began a battle of attrition that made all the other auction guests shudder, as if a king or his heir were participating in the bidding. The price jumped to the cost of an average castle and land. Carlos gave his word and did not want to give in, but even he was nervous about this bargaining. He was no longer so sure that his father would allow this. He still loves to compete, just like he did in childhood, thought Adrias, and he promised himself that he would definitely repay Carlos for this service. Now it was more like a crazy evening, and the audience was bursting with delight. The battle continued, and now for this money one could buy half of the rich port city of Muriel. Casting aside all doubts, Carlos continued to trade. He acted on the principle of all or nothing after all. Such an adventure only happens once in a lifetime. Aleb was breathing heavily. His blood pressure had risen from excitement, and the loggia had become stuffy and hot. But the sorcerer's servant was overcome with doubts about whether he should go further. Although Mr. Jester had told him to get the crown at all costs, spending all his money on it could greatly shorten his life, given the sorcerer's nature. Alibu did not know where the line of acceptable spending lay. But while he was thinking hard and biting his nails, the bidding suddenly ended because he did not offer a large sum. A malicious chuckle sounded next to him. The fat boar had thoroughly screwed up. Sir Aleb shuddered, noticing in the loggia the killer of Hosan, who had been sent to keep an eye on him. Hosan looked sinister and strange, all in leather and with his jester's cap and strange makeup. He resembled a harlequin, the rider of doom and chaos from legends. Now he understood why Master Jester had sent him here. The fat wimp Aleb would never have been able to do everything right, and even if he had offered more than 100 billion vils, he would have been executed for waste. Hosan told him to go back and wait, but did not specify what. He glanced through the walls of the loggias at the two young aristocrats who had challenged them, and therefore Mr. Jester. "Let them enjoy the taste of victory before death," said Hassan, and grinned with his long, thin lips on his gray, bloodless face. His father would definitely kill him, or turn him into a toad, Carlos said. In fact, he was proud of himself. After intense bargaining, he offered to have a snack because his appetite had worked up. As the young duke wanted, he showed off the wealth of his house to the fullest, and so they did, arriving at one of the city's luxury restaurants, which was located next to the house where the auction was taking place. Carlos put a deep-sea crown on him and made fun of his friend, because he looked like a sea princess with his long hair the color of seaweed. The young duke treated him like a toy and laughed uncontrollably, but since Carlos had paid a fortune for this item, Adrias meekly endured it. They celebrated together, in a separate room where no one would disturb them, and despite the late evening, the dinner was warm. Adrias thanked his childhood friend and fate for bringing them together, and they clinked glasses of grape juice. Everything worked out as well as possible. The magician got the page of the codex and avoided unnecessary risk. The Dark Assembly has not made its move yet, which means they will most likely leave calmly. But then some noise and sounds of struggle were heard from outside, and the triumphant mood of the evening evaporated. There was a polite knock on the door, and the doors flew off their hinges, and those who entered politely apologized for the interruption of dinner. Carlos reproached them that for greater politeness they should have introduced themselves, and jumped up from his seat. It was worth just thinking about them, Adrias lamented, as he considered his next steps. A swordsman with 2 blades and a jester's cap on his head was approaching them. Behind him crowded the acolytes, the faithful companions of the killer Jester. He offered them to give up the crown and die without pain. The robbery could hardly be called a fair deal. The enemies were much more numerous and more dangerous than those who sent Rubens from Benjamin's village for the sword. Hosan, Jester's dog and sword devil, was the most dangerous of the intruders, and was as strong as an aura master, even though he could not use the dark arts. He is also a former student of old man Deshroon, with whom he constantly quarreled because of his arrogant and unrestrained nature. Hassan was eventually exiled and fell to the bottom of the criminal underworld, where he quickly gained fame among the uneducated rabble. And then the talented man with a weakness for money and women was noticed by the dark sorcerer Jester and hired. Things looked bad. They just couldn't take the crown, and Adrias took the bag with his purchases and suggested to Carlos to run away, although the idea of running away didn't really appeal to the proud duke. Hassan ordered to take them, and Jester's henchmen drew their swords and rushed towards their target. But before they caught up with the young and energetic offspring of the nobility, they knocked out a window with a strong frame and jumped from the 2nd floor. And then, without any pride, they ran away so quickly that Hassan risked losing sight of them. But it was only more interesting this way. He hadn't encountered worthy opponents for a long time, and the killer was glad that the prey was resisting. There was a river near the city, and now the guys were pressed against it by their pursuers. There was no point in hiding in the forest, and they would still be found and driven there like deer. Luckily, there was a small boat at the fishing pier that could be used to cross the river and throw off pursuit. Muriel is a city where imperial laws do not apply, but once they leave his lands, no one will dare touch them again, Carlos said, climbing into the boat and grabbing an oar. But the magician did not go with him. There was a risk that they would be pursued further, so Adrias decided to stay and delay the opponents. Carlos realized that these were all excuses, and that his cunning friend had something in mind, but he didn't argue. He promised to bring help as soon as possible and began to quickly work with an oar, scooping up water. But now that Carlos was far away, the young necromancer had no unwanted witnesses left. He could already hear the cries of Jester's hounds, and he grinned maliciously. The pursuers quickly realized that their prey was divided, and most likely the crown belonged to the second guy who was not nearby. Adrias was standing on the bridge, cut off from the shore. "The crown is here!" he shouted to the hounds and threw his bag at their feet, revealing the blade of Galaxier, as if inviting them to a night ball. The acolytes were immediately enraged by the fact that the victim openly mocked them. They rushed to the bridge to quickly grab the impudent guy and let his guts out. But with his first swing, Adrias showed them that the easy and fun walk was over, and he ripped open the belly of the fastest dog. Several more assassins jumped from above as there was little space on the narrow bridge. And then Hassan noticed that the boy with green hair had used a spell to summon the undead. A portal opened above the swordsman's head, and the giant's hands swatted the acolytes like flies. There was no need to summon him in his entirety to deal with them, and besides, it was how Adrias conserved his mana. The acolytes trembled in horror at such power as they watched the hand return to the vault. While they were staring at the hand of the god like idiots, the necromancer pierced another killer. It never hurts to reduce their numbers. A battle ensued, blades flashed, and blood spurted, but in this fight the magician was victorious, because his fencing skills surpassed the skills of the killers. Hassan smiled carnivorously. The boy not only possessed dark magic, but also used the art of the sword. It had been a long time since he had such a busy opponent. He had killed many enemies, but even the sharpest sword would become dull if not used properly, and this guy was perfect for training. Adrias reacted at the last moment, the power of Hassan's twin blades crashing down on him from above, splitting the ground beneath his feet. "Who is he really?" the Harlequin asked him with a devilish grin. But the magician only tightened his grip on Galaxier. "You're an impudent brat," Hassan blurted out and kicked him with all his might. Adrias rolled on the ground and barely managed to regain his balance. The mercenary had more than enough strength. The assassin's eyes gleamed greedily as he looked at Adrias's blade. "Such a famous sword with a name should not be wasted in his hands," Hassan said. This opponent was much stronger than Payat. He could be defeated by using laziness, but then there would be no end to the problems. "Okay, I'll take this sword from my collection," Hassan said smugly, as if he was talking to himself. "What kind of collector is he if he looks like an ordinary thief?" the impudent guy objected. Hassan frowned and looked at him angrily from such insult. "Take it if you can," the young necromancer confidently offered him, and called on his main forces, Nikol and Timur. To help them, he raised the fallen acolytes from those who retained their limbs. Hassan relied on the strength of his swords and equipment, and the magician decided to respond with numerical superiority. But even when he was left alone, the killer only laughed louder, as if the show had just become more interesting. Hassan reached out with his left hand to Ganos's curved sword, and Ganos responded to his call. The sword released a monstrous aura force that pressed the entire necromancer's squad to the ground. Using his natural agility and strength, the Tiger King jumped aside from the blow and rushed towards his opponent. "The undead are easy targets because they are stupid," Hassan muttered, expecting the blow. But along with Timur, Nikol also jumped on him and unerringly aimed at the killer's head. The veterans of the young necromancer's squad struck in unison in an instant, but the enemy escaped. "Not bad for a bunch of corpses," Hassan grinned again, still confident in his abilities. The necromancer once again had a summoning spell in his hands. This time the mythical titan showed up in full to swing his rail-sized cleaver. And then Hassan felt death breathing down his neck. He experienced an indescribable feeling when an angry giant falls on you from the sky. And yet, thanks to the Farang sword, which absorbed the enemy's strength and transferred it to its owner, the killer was able to survive. All the enormous power of the giant Rudol was now in his hands, and the thief rejoiced. But when Adrias realized his mistake, it was too late. His opponent was definitely not an easy one, the necromancer thought, and canceled the summons. But now Hassan had the power stored in the blade. The killer politely thanked the giant for his strength, and a wide grin blossomed on his long face. And then Adrias threw dead acolytes at him, who were no longer good for anything except distracting the enemy. Hassan barely swung Farang before the corpses turned to shreds. But even the death of his allies made the mercenary happy. He tolerated the acolytes next to him only because they were the client's loyal dogs, and otherwise he always wanted to cut down the useless whiners. The young necromancer realized the threat. If such a blow were to hit Nikol and Timur, they would become useless. Now that no one was bothering them, the killer suggested starting the main dance. Nikol was the first to respond to his invitation, quickly and accurately striking him in the face, but the mercenary dodged. Hassan moved so quickly that he appeared behind the dead man. The sword in the hands of the killer sparkled with a red aura, and it was called the Crusher. Adrias became nervous. The mercenary changed swords too quickly, so it was difficult to adapt to him. He ordered Nickel to retreat, and he himself rushed to the aid of the dead swordsman. Their blows flashed like lightning in the darkness of the night. Using the Crusher, Farang Hassan easily parried even the unexpected attacks of two opponents from behind. But then Timur joined them, causing an explosion with his sheer power. And yet, despite all their efforts, the lone mercenary remained unharmed, standing at a distance from the large crater that formed after the Tiger King's strike. The fight was on equal terms, although it's more likely that Hassan was winning. If Timur hadn't been there, the Necromancer would have already been cut in half. In addition, Nickel lost one of his hands, and in the other he held the stump of a sword. Now the dead master could not fight as effectively as before. Hassan's grin never left his face. Enough of the game. It was fun to fight against a swordsman mage and an undead that had an aura, he said. Will he really have to use laziness after all? Thought the magician, and ordered Nickel to retreat. But the proud dead man, who retained part of his ego, did not obey. Adrias repeated the order, but the empty eye sockets did not even look at him. Even a dead man has more courage than his master, the mercenary laughed cheerfully. He realized that the skeleton did not want to turn its back on the enemy. The Phantom of Sloth wants to use the codex and will share the return, the system said. And Adrias saw how Nickel's eyes glowed with the thirst for battle. The young necromancer had already forgotten about this feature of Nickel, who had become the apostle of laziness. After the dead man had evolved, he could do this, which was even for the best, because after the previous use of the code, Adrias ended up in the hospital, and before that he experienced hellish pain, as if his whole body was being torn apart. But the dead man didn't care. Hassan took their inaction for weakness. Since the enemy did not respond by raising the stakes, it meant that the boy was simply stalling for time. But then he was overcome by an alarming and ominous feeling, such as he had never experienced before. As if the gates of hell had opened, Nickel stood still, unmoving, in position for an overhead strike, an all-or-nothing stance, one blow that would cut through mountains. Hassan realized that he had to act before the dead man gathered his strength and rushed forward. But Adrias jumped out to intercept him and hit him in the neck, which was covered by a jester's cap. The mercenary loudly parried the attack but also slowed down. He was impressed that the mage was so good with a sword, but it wasn't enough to stop him completely. With one blow, the mercenary threw Adrias aside. Too sloppy, Hassan blurted out, and the magician, gritting his teeth, leaned on his blade with both hands to hold it. The mercenary almost killed him with a second sword, but Timur saved the situation by forcing the killer to retreat with his brute force. Khajiit was really annoying Hassan, and he decided to deal with him first. But then he sensed a threat and turned around, remembering that he had forgotten something important. Nickel concentrated so much power in his hands that the aura covered his entire body. The dead man's eyes glowed with a frightening determination. Even for a legendary undead, this was a terrifying force, and Hassan shuddered. And then Nickel made one simple swing of the sword. No broad gestures, no loud shouts or complicated names, as Hassan thought absurdly. Gotcha, thought Adrias. And then it dawned on the mercenary that this was not just a swing, but a secret art of aura. And right now, an irresistible force rushed towards him, which broke away from the sword like a stone avalanche. Even the young necromancer himself was amazed by such power. For just a moment, Nickel regained a bit of his true strength and his proud appearance before death. But the dead man's body could not withstand more, and he began to decompose. Adrias canceled the summons and returned the master to the vault. But who would have thought that even after such damage, Hassan would continue to stand on his feet? He survived Nickel's secret technique. The magician was amazed. Swordbreaker and Farang were completely disabled by the blow, meaning the assassin had lost his main trump cards. But the necromancer still had fangs and claws at his disposal. Timur jumped from above as if onto his prey. Even after Nickel's crushing power, Hassan did not lose his agility and dodged the blow. He was left with the sword Ganos, which sparkled with golden dust. "Cursed dead man," Hassan blurted out and unleashed the power of the sword. But Adrias did not let this happen. He stopped the enemy's blade, intercepting it at the beginning of the movement. Timur's fist struck the killer's chest like a battering ram, and knocked all the spirit out of him, forcing him to open his bloody mouth. Now the mercenary rolled head over heels on the ground towards the forest. He was losing this fight. Adrias gripped Galaxir tighter and decided to use the sword's no-ego technique. Hassan saw a light haze of power gathering around the guy, nothing compared to the aura that the dead man emitted, but he still didn't have the tools to reflect it. To hell with it all, Hassan wheezed and spat blood on the ground. He didn't run away since the boy was offering him a fight face-to-face. The magician intended to finish off the enemy before he recovered from the blow. Even in the face of death, the Harlequin's face never lost its grin. Their blades collided with a piercing roar, like a church bell being struck. The clear sky illuminated the forest with the light of 3 moons. Hassan felt the bland, dry taste of baked potatoes in his mouth again, the taste of childhood. A sword is just a tool, and in fencing it should be the last thing you think about, the old master grumbled as he lectured him. What nonsense, objected the impudent boy. In a fight between 2 equals, the one with the better sword will win. For ordinary people, everything is exactly like that, Dershrin half agreed with him. But among the masters, the one whose understanding of the aura is deeper will win. If he doesn't fully understand the art, the master will kill him even with a simple branch. They both have the talent to become an aura master, the old man said, but relying only on tools will destroy themselves. A sigh of relief escaped Hassan's chest. He should have listened to the master better, he thought, remembering that even a dead man was able to use a secret technique with a broken sword. Having lost his strength, the mercenary fell to his knees, and the magician returned Galaxir to its sheath. He is his student. Hassan suddenly realized the obvious. That's right, the magician agreed with him indifferently. No wonder his sword smelled like potatoes, said the mercenary and coughed again, and then became completely quiet. Carlos led his guards to the estuary where the river flowed into the sea, and on the shore there was a small pier with bridges and fishing boats. The swordsmen quickly boarded the frail vessels. The young duke urged everyone to pull on the oars before it was too late. But then a body floated up next to them, frightening everyone with its seaweed on its head. But a moment later, they recognized it as Adrias. The magician reached the other side of the estuary by swimming and saved his valuable luggage. However, swimming in a raincoat and clothes over long distances did not add to his energy. He almost ended up being fed to crayfish. The guards helped the boy climb aboard, and Adrias breathlessly told them a false story about how he had confused the trail on the shore and then thrown himself into the water. "Scoundrels," said the offended duke and grabbed his sword, but the magician stopped him. Their luggage was safe. He patted the wet leather bag. "Besides, Muriel is a place where might is right. They knew that from the very beginning," added Adrias. But the duke didn't believe him, because among the pursuers there was an aura master, but he didn't focus on this. Now he understood why the guy was called a seaweed head, Carlos said, and pleased with his joke, laughed so that he could be heard on the other side of the wide bay. Before returning to the academy, Adrias found a secluded spot in a cave. This hole was not visible from the road, as it was covered by dense thickets of bushes, and there the young necromancer quickly patched up his first servant, returning his lost hand. Having finished the work, he suggested that the dead man move it after all. It was the hand of the devil of the sword, and it should not be bad. Nickel did so, clenching his fist several times. The magician was about to finish everything, but then he received a system message. The Phantom of Sloth received an additional branch of its evolution, just like the Tiger King. The fight with Hassan gave everyone valuable experience, and now they could grow and become stronger. True, the improvement itself should have taken about 2 weeks. The Tiger King scratched his back, as if he sensed the coming changes in himself. And the young necromancer thought that it would be good to take up elemental magic upon his return and learn a few other things. "Why did Morn's apprentice come here?" Jester asked in a creaky voice. Lately, his cozy refuge had become a thoroughfare, and he was already thinking about changing it. With a trembling voice and shaking with fear, Sharon Dieflin asked the sorcerer if it was true that they wanted to remove him from the meeting. Jester confirmed his fears, flashing his eyes with lanterns because he himself suggested it. "There is no room for insignificant people in the ranks of the Dark Assembly, especially those who cannot cope with even one student," the sorcerer in the dark cloak said. Sharon tried to justify himself, but was not allowed. Jester continued, "Even if we don't take into account his student, whether Sharon ever did anything useful, he didn't have a single worthwhile research or artifact. Even by merit, he was worth less than his student who managed to get a page of the Codex, and he should understand how important it is," Jester said, and Sharon felt himself under wine-making pressure. "So does he want to stay in the assembly?" the dark sorcerer asked him directly. Punching him in the chest, the pathetic lesser necromancer assured him that he would do anything to keep his place. Jester folded his forearms across his chest in disbelief and said that they had recently discovered the location of the ancient beast Cushane, and that it was not far from Rodlin. A creature from the era of myths was discovered in their time. Sharon was amazed, and he remembered the terrifying beast that ruled over intelligent creatures and sucked out their strength with the help of evil spirits. Previously, the old professor thought that this was a creature from fairy tales and legends. Jester promised to tell the location of the body, the way to free it, and the power to control it, and after taming it, he would have to bring his impudent student. A ruby-red crystal appeared in the sorcerer's hands. Sharon realized that since the last meeting, the sorcerer apparently had a grudge against the boy, and dreamed of taking revenge on him. But the old professor was happy with this, as he could get rid of the boy, get his goods, and also take possession of the mythical beast. Jester had told him to keep his mouth shut and never mention this conversation, which was understandable since he was afraid of Salem. Sharon, anticipating his success, smiled contentedly and said to rely on him in this matter. As a true teacher, he will guide the student on the righteous path. The next day, Adrias returned to the Rodlin Academy. After a long absence, he somehow even missed its beauty and the clean fountains in which the rainbow sparkled. The magician's eyes looked tired, and there were dark bags hanging under them. It would be better to do his research in a more convenient place, the magician thought, catching surprised glances. Although his research was progressing well, he needed more time to finish it. More than anything, he dreamed of returning to the dorm and swearing eternal love to his pillow in bed. But then a loud voice called out to him, from the sounds of which the magician shuddered as if scalded. Somehow Lucia learned of his return and met him to scold him for not answering her letters. By a strange coincidence, the quiet and submissive Vivien came with a headstrong junior. It didn't escape the magician's notice that the girls were getting along well, and he tiredly brushed Lucia off, saying that he was simply busy, keeping quiet about the fact that the night had been stormy in its events. But besides yelling at him, the pearl-haired girl wanted to know what he thought about the last warning. Now they could say goodbye to the lousy student dorm, the girl said, and handed him the tablet. Vivien was dreaming about how she would live with Mr. Fairy under the same roof. The whole point is that an unidentified spirit was noticed in one of the dormitories, and therefore, for safety reasons, its residents were transferred to other buildings. Adrias's face darkened, because this incident was supposed to happen much later, and Lucia did not miss it. The girl demandingly asked to which building he was now assigned. "Delegon," the magician quickly answered her. "Lucky man," said the flirt, pretending to blush and be embarrassed, because he will live next door to such a beauty as she. The magician pretended not to understand her, and thought that he still needed to go get his things and check how things were going. The little cat smiled slyly and let him go, and Vivien volunteered to accompany Adrias. The magician agreed, counting on her help, which earned him a suspicious look from the cat, and the maiden with azure hair smiled languidly. When they were left alone in the dormitory corridor, the mage asked about what had happened, but Vivien said that she had only seen the spirit briefly. Everything had happened in the mage's wing, and Professor Sharon had taken over the investigation. It's all clear, thought Adrias. His intervention in the story had sped up its plot. And then they froze, facing the student in the office. Diana Alvin walked along the wall, clinging to it with her hands to keep from falling. She was acting strange, constantly repeating words incorrectly, and by all indications was possessed. Adrias touched her shoulder to check, but all he heard in response was an indistinct, irritated mutter. So he realized that she had also become a victim of an attack. Saliva was running down the girl's limp face, and she didn't even try to wipe it off. There were 2 mid-bosses for the player to deal with in the academy, including Sharon, and only one of them could get Cushane, so finding the culprit wasn't hard. Adrias told the possessed girl that he couldn't handle this alone and that she should leave. She looked at him with a crazy and creepy look like a maniac, and asked angrily what he was talking about. When the magician called the name Cushane, the girl reared up like a wild cat and hissed through her teeth. But before she rushed at him, he lightly hit the switch on the back of his head, and the characteristic sound of the operating system shutting down was heard. To keep her from hitting the floor, Vivien caught the falling excellent student, and together with Adrias they made a great team. After a short reboot, Diana came to her senses and grabbed her head, which was ringing like a bell. She asked them where she was. Although the girl showed no signs of obsession, he still asked her if she remembered who he was, at the same time checking whether he had calculated his strength correctly. Diana indignantly answered him, so that Adrias would not ask stupid questions. They told her what a dangerous situation they were in, because the best sorceress of the course was possessed by evil spirits. Diana tried to remember something, but everything was floating like in a fog, and the magician suggested getting out of the building. When they went outside, Diana told him that she had volunteered for the investigation, because it was not every day that one could meet a spirit, and the professor had asked her to help him. These were all tricks of the old scoundrel, the magician immediately realized. Taking advantage of the sorceress's vulnerability, he made her possessed. While she was focused on studying magic, she didn't notice Sharon summoning the spirit. The cowardly necromancer grew bolder once he dared to touch the daughter of the head of the tower. The magician asked the girl if she remembered where the professor went, and as far as she remembered, Sharon went to look for the main spirit. More precisely, the place where it was sealed was figured out by Adrias. His gaze turned to the hills where he felt a clot of magical power. There was little time left and he had to hurry. There, on the top of the mountain, The old necromancer was already in full swing, conducting a ritual of summoning the spirit, laying out sacrifices around the ancient sculpture. It worked, the pathetic sorcerer cried out when he saw the image of the beast emerging into reality. Now all he had to do was get rid of his useless student, Sharon laughed. They ran up the mountain as if a pack of dogs were chasing them. Vivien could barely keep up with him, even though she was a trained swordswoman. Adrias was grateful to the girl for going with him, but he simply had no reason to refuse her, although her presence prevented him from summoning his dream team when the main battle began. Besides, the girl could find out about his connection with Sharon, and then there would be no end to the problems. Perhaps his mind was clouded after a sleepless night. It was worth sending the beauty back. But then they stopped abruptly, almost reaching the top. The sun painted the forest in the colors of an autumn fire, but there was no time to admire it. Their path was blocked by other possessed students. Apparently Sharon took them with him just in case. In their faces he recognized the group that attended the old professor's lectures. "Why is he doing this?" Vivien asked, her lake eyes looking at the students with sympathy. The magician asked her to deal with these students without killing or maiming them. He was in a hurry to stop the professor. Vivien nodded resolutely and grabbed her sword. She promised to catch up with him as soon as she sorted this out. Adrias wanted to tell her that there was no need to rush, but he couldn't. Without wasting any time, he rushed forward, leaving everything to her. But a lightning spell was immediately aimed at him. The girl's eyes flashed and she moved to intercept. And she managed to reflect the magic with her sword in time, gracefully jumping on her long legs like a doe. Adrias turned around and ran on, confident that Vivien would definitely cope. On the other hand, he hoped that the swordswoman wouldn't kill them all. "You just have to believe," the magician thought. And behind him the crackling of discharges was heard again. The sun was setting over the horizon, catching the roofs of the rocky houses with its last rays. And then the surrounding area was filled with a mighty roar. The demon Cushane awakened. Sharon was jubilant. Thanks to Jester's help, everything worked out. All that was left was to take control of the spirit. But then he felt threatened and summoned a wall of bones to protect himself. Something cracked loudly against it and fragments flew into the air. Adrias, the old necromancer, stared at him in amazement, not expecting the student to come to him himself. The magician emerged from the darkness under the shade of golden linden trees. Autumn had begun a little earlier in the mountains. Unfortunately for him, no matter how much he hurried, he did not manage to interrupt the summoning of the demon Cushane. The freak looked at him with 3 eyes on a long, smooth, egg-like muzzle. Such an abnormally fast removal of the seal and the strange magic around the demon indicated that he was being controlled with the help of the Peldaran stone, which Jester had before. "How dare he?" the old and pathetic professor shouted at him smugly. "It's a wonder they got to Diana," Adrias replied. Not to mention that such a worm could deceive her, he added in a tone he had never allowed himself before. But the time had come to tear off all the masks. Sharon gritted his teeth and trembled, and was immediately furious at such impudence. But then he laughed, realizing that the boy was just throwing dust in his eyes and provoking him. It was not for nothing that he took the boy as his apprentice, since he had such arrogance, and told that he once overheard a conversation between his father and Mr. Morn. Cain told Morn that if they raised him, it would change the basis of dark magic, and perhaps the entire world. They spoke quietly, in a conspiratorial tone, but Sharon could hear their words. And since the boy had started behaving so brazenly lately, it meant he had gotten hold of Cain's legacy, the pathetic necromancer had said. And now Adrias understood what Salem had meant when he had said that Sharon had gotten to another Cromwell. Even such an insignificant character and pitiful person knew about the original sin. The professor demanded to see it, and his eyes flashed greedily. "How stupid," the magician laughed. He kept thinking about what the professor would say with his filthy mouth, but it was just an offer to rob the student. Adrias called his loyal warriors. The time of words passed. The dead man and the Tiger King left the vault. Sharon immediately recognized Timur, who was one of the bodies that the careless student received at the meeting. This meant that he was already capable of controlling high-level undead. Another would have been wary in his place, but Sharon was confident in himself, because he possessed a Peldarine crystal. Even though he didn't teach him anything, he still calls himself a teacher, Adrias said contemptuously to the old man. "Cheeky brat," the professor blurted out and laughed. He also used summoning magic, and the entire clearing between them was filled with undead skeleton warriors, corpses of rotting flesh stitched together from different parts by the professor himself, and they kept coming. Adrias had long since become accustomed to the sight of the dead. Death followed him everywhere, so he was not afraid. Among the horde of simple undead were also mighty headless knights and creatures that the bosom of nature would never have given birth to. In addition, the demon Cushane strengthened all summoned undead, so this made the professor a dangerous enemy. The magician involuntarily reached for the soothing warm handle of Galaxir. And then he told him, as if he had uttered a ritual spell, that from now on, here and now, they were burning all bridges, and he drew his blade. Great, the old teacher chuckled. He was going to kill him anyway and take Cain's legacy, and then make his pathetic corpse his slave. There was no greater irony than for a necromancer to become a silent servant after his own death, and Adrias frowned. Meanwhile, with wide movements from the hip, Vivien dealt with one of the possessed, sending him to sleep. From her powerful blow, the guy bounced off the ground several times and flew into the bushes. Vivien wanted to quickly catch up with Mr. Fairy as she promised, but she got stuck with these children. She stopped to catch her breath. The problem was that there were a lot of them, and even after they fell, they rose again and constantly interfered with her. Despite their bloody faces, the possessed pursued the swordswoman. For a second, her lake eyes flashed steel, and she considered just killing them all in a couple of swings. However, the girl remembered that she was asked not to kill the students. Mr. Fairy will definitely not like this. While she stood there hesitating, she was surrounded again, mostly by students of the magic faculty, because they were constantly using spells. A stream of wind burst from the hands of one of the magicians and struck the swordswoman. Vivien turned around as quickly as if she had eyes on her back and blocked the spell. Others were already running towards her, intending to grab her. Then she remembered the word that Adrias had said before he neutralized Diana Alvin. It was like a spell. I remembered, Vivien thought and smiled tenderly, looking at the student's neck in the area where the switch was located. Cushion, the girl blurted out and lightly stroked the possessed guy so that he arched his back in gratitude. She repeated everything exactly as Mr. Fairy did, and was sure that everything worked. However, to her surprise, it didn't work. The fallen student angrily gnashed his teeth, dissatisfied with the quality of the services provided, which meant the password was chosen incorrectly. Another student directed ball lightning at her. Cushion! Vivien shouted, trying the password again, and used a shin kick to the head to enter it. But this was also the wrong password. Vivien tried 10 more times, but she still couldn't find the correct pronunciation. Things were bad because the number of input attempts for each body was limited. At this rate, they could simply die. And then she remembered, Cushane, the girl with emerald hair shouted, and the magicians froze in place, and an ominous aura began to come out of them. Vivien watched. She didn't understand whether it worked or not, but she decided to simply knock out the unfortunate possessed ones again, tightly clenching her fist in a leather glove. Years of shadow took shape. She clearly saw spirits that had grown to the bodies of the possessed. The swordswoman rushed forward. She needed to finish with everyone quickly before something bad happened. The spirits also reached out to her to capture the girl, and she hit them with a good swing. However, her blow simply passed right through and only dispelled the black fog that the spirits were made of. Suddenly, the world before her eyes disappeared, and an ominous voice next to her asked what she was hiding. They'll leave her alone anyway, the spirit whispered, and Vivien's eyes widened in surprise. This is her fate. There is no point in clinging to life with her teeth, the spirit whispered. There was something in that voice that spoke straight to her soul, and the girl trembled, and the eyes of the lake filled with salt water. She was a little girl again, shackled by her parents' high expectations. How could she trust a stranger when her own mother had abandoned her? Evil and darkness surrounded her. The weak girl was abandoned by her parents. No one loved her, and she again found herself on the brink of madness. Her life is a mistake. Everyone around her will die because of her, the spirit whispered. Perhaps Mr. Fairy would be safe if she died, Vivien thought, and touched her thin neck with the sword. The blade kissed her soft skin and left a red mark there, and Vivien's eyes were covered with a veil of obsession. And then she remembered the promise that Mr. Fairy had made to her in the false memories. And then the girl with azure hair and lake-like eyes woke up from the obsession. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the army of the dead was fighting. Unlike the battles of living beings, here one could not hear a battle cry or the sound of a horn, nor the screams and groans of the wounded, only methodical and mutual destruction. Skulls were crushed, bones were shattered. Adrias's elite squad broke through hordes of ordinary skeletons like breakwaters breaking the sea. The young necromancer followed his squad, clearing his way to the enemy king. But Sharon did not stand idle, waiting for his army to be turned into bone meal. The control crystal glowed with a bloody light in his hands. At his command, mana gathered in Kushane's mouth, and the old necromancer grinned smugly, reveling in his power. And then the young necromancer called upon Rudol. He had something to respond to the threats with. And then the Titan's heavy fist came down on the demon's head, causing him to fall to his knees. Sharon turned around in horror. The giant's power made an indelible impression on any creature. It was as if the fist of God himself hung over the earth. Adrias gave a silent order. At that moment, a carcass sewn together from different pieces of the body, too big to handle personally, was coming at him like a meat tank. He then ordered Nickel to get rid of the small stuff and disappear. Timur came face to face with Sharon's fat man. Adrias took a breath, preparing to lunge. Instead of wasting mana to summon a titan, he decided to simply steal the control crystal from Sharon. Using Timur's broad back as a springboard, the magician ran up and jumped, and the demon Kushane growled angrily again, having recovered from the heavy blow. But while the professor was distracted by him, he felt his former student quickly approaching him. Galaxir flashed. But instead of the professor's neck, he hit something large, heavy and hard. The demon protected his master and covered him with his huge paw. "No one can compete with the ancient mythical beast," Sharon shouted maliciously. It was possible to use the deadly sins, but greed had a huge return, and laziness was recharging, the magician thought. Since the old man loved ancient toys so much, he had something for him too, the boy shouted. "You'll forget something like that," Sharon shuddered, fearing the giant's return. And where could he have gotten such a corpse? The professor felt a pang of envy and anger. "Next time this giant will crush his head," said the magician, trying to intimidate the old man as much as possible. "Let it be," the professor answered him, not giving in to a simple provocation. And at that very moment a red seal appeared under the guy's feet, and the echo of the explosion resounded in the mountains, tearing the shaky autumn leaves from the trees ahead of time. A rain of blood fell to the ground, and the pitiful professor let out a triumphant cry, which was interrupted when he saw the naughty boy unharmed and hanging in the air. The old man didn't understand how he survived, looking at how his former student landed. Vampire blood magic, Adrias realized in surprise, looking at the ruby drops that fell on his open palm. She didn't touch him. Apparently because of Valerie's bite, Sharon used her blood for this spell. "How did he survive high-ranking blood magic?" the despised professor screamed hysterically. "Who knows?" the guy answered him mysteriously. "Maybe it's all thanks to Valerie's gift to Lucifer. So she ran away because of him after all." Sharon was numb with rage, realizing that all his troubles were because of the damned boy. "You should have treated your students better," Adrias answered him with a sarcastic chuckle. "Adrias!" the professor yelled at the top of his lungs, and the veins on his face bulged like an enraged bull. The young necromancer patiently waited for the blow. Now that the professor had gone mad, he could make a mistake. Before Kushane could turn him into a pancake, the magician jumped aside. Sharon continued to hurl insults and filthy curses at him. He was choking with rage and injustice at how this young man dared to ruin this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Obeying his orders and forgetting all caution, the demon Kushane pounded his four paws as if he were beating dough, so that the ground beneath their feet shook. And then Adrias saw a gap in the defense and rushed towards the old necromancer. Galaxir flashed. But Sharon managed to protect himself in time with Kushane's paw. The attack made him flinch. The little bastard was too strong. Unexpectedly for the old necromancer, he was attacked again on the other hand. The guy moved so fast. With the back of his paw, Kushane brushed the boy away like a fly. Having received such a blow, Adrias again felt his ribs cracking and flew back. And then Sharon felt his hand that held the control crystal go numb. He suddenly couldn't feel it below the elbow. Nickel attacked with the precision of a surgeon from a blind spot when the old necromancer's attention was focused on the boy. The professor stared at his stump in amazement, as if someone had hit him over the head with a club. Despite his severe wounds, Adrias found the strength to smile. The autumn-painted hill was once again filled with cries of pain. The magician praised Nickel for his good work. His first servant once again proved his usefulness and effectiveness on the battlefield. Sharon grabbed his stump, trying to squeeze the blood vessels. And then he belatedly remembered about the control crystal. After all, the monster behind him broke loose from its leash and let out a deafening roar. Kushane was out of control. Adrias was horrified. The professor reached out to him with his remaining hand, realizing that he himself would become a target for the monster. But with his whole being, he felt that it was already too late, and death, with which he had been flirting all his life, was breathing down his neck. The young necromancer froze in place, quickly thinking about what to do next. Kushane's jaws closed with a dull thud and bit through the former teacher's body like a straw. The monster crouched low as if preparing to jump. He sniffed the remains of his captor, whom he had awakened and placed on a leash. Adrias ordered Nickel to distract the demon so he could obtain the control crystal, but the demon himself decided to deal with the device that was his leash. And then the student of the Faculty of Magic cursed filthily, as decent people should not curse. The old necromancer's army was reduced to what it was, a pile of bones and rotten meat, as his heart beat its last. Kushane began to gather a terrifying amount of mana into his mouth again to fire a volley. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody clot. Adrias shouted to everyone to quickly dodge, and the clearing became as light as night. The mana exploded, and a pillar of flame shot into the sky, shaking the trees nearby. Even in this chaos, the demon's keen eye found the magician and unerringly grabbed him with a huge paw so that his bones cracked. The demon let out a triumphant cry and lifted him to the sky. Timur and Nickel rushed to help their master, but Kushain simply brushed them aside. Another moment, and the magician would have turned into a soft worm. But then the demon's paw, as thick as a centuries-old oak, was cut off by Vivien's sword, which swept past like the wind. The magician was surprised to see her there, but the girl came just in time. He fell to the ground, plowed by their battle, and Vivien rushed towards him. Adrias fell helplessly towards the ground, and the swordswoman stretched with all her might. But the magician already saw how the demon was swinging his paws, wanting to take revenge for his injury. He shouted at her to watch out, but it was too late. A heavy blow overtook the girl. She was swatted like a fly and flew into a rock that stuck out like a cracked tooth. Fortunately, the Tiger King managed to catch the devoted beauty and protect her, taking the blow with his body. The magician sighed with relief. The girl saved his life, and he didn't want her to die like this. And then he looked resolutely at the demon. "There's no time to worry about little things," he said. He would have liked to gather more information first, but there was no time left. The dead man's hands extended the crown to him. The mortal dream of greed was firmly rooted on his head. Each of his fights was on the edge, as if fate itself forced the magician to use cursed items. Vivien opened her eyes weakly, awakening from the blow. And then she saw Adrias standing face to face with the demon Kushain, from whose mouth the next volley was already bursting. Eyes as blue as the sky opened wide in surprise. Adrias absorbed the essence of greed. His eyes turned red as if the devil himself had a malicious grin on his face. Kushain, as if sensing a threat, belched out a haul of bloody fire. But just one swing of the apostle of greed cut him in half. The magician passed through him like Moses who parted the sea. "The pathetic dirty beast will soon become his silent slave," the young necromancer wheezed, and his greed knew no bounds. The magician swung his sword and brought down a heavy blow. The demon covered himself from it with his hand, and then he discarded him like a small fry, with such force that Adrias left 2 deep furrows behind him. "Impeccable defense and reaction only to conscious blows," the magician said to himself. "So the surprise attack will definitely work," he chuckled, remembering Vivien's blow. And again he told Nickel to be the bait. The dead man did just that, immediately jumping towards the enemy. He deliberately circled in front of the giant's face like a stinging wasp. In the moonlight, Vivien saw a bald white skull covered with shreds of rotten meat. The dead man amazed her. And then she took a new look at her furry savior, who periodically emitted a low growl. "Mr. Cat," she looked questioningly into the red eyes of the undead. Meanwhile, while Nickel was doing an excellent job of acting as bait, Adrias went behind the 3-eyed demon. Now that he didn't see him, he poked Galaxier right into the demon's back, from which he arched and let out a cry of pain. The magician was already thinking of finishing off the demon and making him undead. But he received a message from the system. The sword Galaxier sensed the blood of an ancient mythical beast, and to the magician's surprise, he began to absorb it with terrifying speed. At that moment, the effect of greed was interrupted, and the magician's body was pierced by a recoil that was like a hammer blow. Vivien saw that her friend was in danger and screamed at him. The magician, no longer able to hold on to the blade, fell to the ground. The swordswoman and Timur rushed to his aid. Galaxier stuck out of the demon's body like a burning arrow. Kushnir was in agony as his strength was rapidly leaving him. He groaned but was powerless to pull the blade out of himself, and his huge body began to decompose before our eyes. Vivien hugged Adrias tightly and let him lean on her. The system informed him that the blood of an ancient demon had removed the first seal of Galaxier. Who would have thought that this blood would be so important for the sword? The demon melted before our eyes like snow in the spring. "Is this the end?" Vivien asked him worriedly. Unlike the previous times he used sins, Adrias at least remained conscious and able to speak. He apologized for putting her in danger. The girl with azure hair answered him calmly that everything was fine since he was not hurt, and he apologized again for not telling who he really was. But for Vivien it did not matter, because it did not cancel the fact that he was Mr. Fairy. In the light of 3 moons, yellow butterflies of leaves fell onto the plowed and battle-scorched earth, and the light coating came off Galaxier's sword, revealing its true essence. Adrias Cromwell smiled as he recalled both his lives, wondering if there had ever been a time when someone had trusted him so unquestioningly as now. Time flew by, and soon the 11th opening ceremony of the Rodlin Academy began. It took place in the capital's arena and attracted many spectators to the stands. Louis Artman, who had won first place in his class, was called to the podium, and the head of the tower and other professors were also standing there. Only now did the main story begin. Despite the lack of information and the long adaptation to the new world, Adrias was able to live until this moment. He stood in the stands next to Lucia, who chattered incessantly about everything. Now there were more people next to him who needed to be protected. But at the same time it gave him strength. Events will begin to fall on him like an avalanche, but he will no longer run away. And the war for the 7 deadly sins has begun. And who knows how far this might take them. The best students from each year lined up on a platform in the center of the arena. Louis Artman was the representative of the newcomers and gave a ceremonial speech, reading it from a sheet of paper. These were all ordinary and boring oaths of allegiance to truth and skill. But for newly enrolled students, they had a strong influence, as if a ritual of their entry into adulthood was taking place. The first-year representative finished reading and stepped down from the platform. His young face still glowed with enthusiasm and a thirst to prove himself. So he looked closely at the seniors, each of whom looked strong, as if trying to measure himself against them. Even among the mages, he noticed a strong guy in a robe with hair the color of seaweed who had a sword on his belt. And then the spring tournament began in the arena, which was notable for the fact that students from different faculties could compete in it. Naturally, those who were just enrolled got seats in the stands, but starting next year they will compete in exactly the same way and demonstrate their skills. Louis Artman was burning with impatience to see these fights. Even being a spectator is useful, because you can spy on different techniques and see how the magicians use spells. But he was so lost in his dreams that he did not notice another student in front of him and collided with him. "Bastard!" growled the tall student, whose tunic had a disgusting brown stain from the drink spreading across it, and Louis immediately began to apologize fussily. Eyes open, the big guy shouted at him and punched the best first-year student with all his might. The boy, who had not expected such a serve, rolled across the floor and hit the table where the girls were sitting, and the sound of plates and cutlery could be heard. "Blocking a blow from the best knight isn't so bad for a brat," the big guy growled angrily, rubbing his strong fists. Louis regained his balance and prepared to pounce like a wild cat. He didn't enroll in the fencing department to be known as a weakling on the first day. Although he blocked the older man's blow because he wasn't very fast, his power was great and the boy couldn't stay on his feet. "This uniform is expensive," growled the big guy and demanded 100,000 vils for it. "Pure extortion," they shouted back at him from behind. "No honor, and he is not a poor man," said Lucia, who could not stand such impudent injustice towards the younger one. Diana also did not sit silently, and asked Todlin if he was not afraid of being disqualified from the competition since he had caused a stir here. Besides, by his own logic, he also owed her 100,000, the black-haired witch said sternly. And Louis looked at his protector in surprise. Diana Alvin, the young duchess and daughter of the tower's leader, a simple apology would not be enough, Todlin thought anxiously. There was also a stain from the drink on her magic faculty uniform. Before the irreparable happened, the senior student decided to simply leave without any politeness. Everyone looked at the bully with displeasure, but were glad that it didn't happen without some unnecessary noise. Louis sheepishly thanked the girls for saving him. He could have managed somehow on his own, and he felt awkward because the fairer sex stood up for him. Diana responded with a polite bow, and Lucia recognized the guy as the best among the first years. Louis Artman, he introduced himself vividly, honored that his face and name were remembered by such charming ladies. He felt embarrassed again that they had met under such circumstances, but Diana assured him that there was nothing shameful about it. Todlin was the best knight in the faculty, even if he had a bad character. Another girl, who had been observing everything impartially, rose from her seat. But now her face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled with interest, for Adrias's match was about to begin, and she told the others that she was leaving. Louis saw the tall and slender girl wearing a fencing course uniform and extended his hand to her, wanting to get acquainted. True, Vivien did not appreciate this gesture and gloomily glared at the boy, as if assessing whether he was worthy or not. But there was no longer a shadow of the former friendliness left on her face, which was clearly directed towards another person. To somehow ease the strange and tense situation between them, Lucia suggested going and watching the duel, which surprised Diana, who didn't think that the potion master was interested in such things. With the eyes of a sly cat, she winked at Diana and said that she loved looking at things like that. Diana asked her if she would participate, and Lucia immediately darkened at the mere thought of it. Of course she hadn't even thought about it. Then Duchess Alvin asked Louis if he wanted to join them to smooth over the awkwardness, and the boy agreed. Diana nodded with satisfaction. She always knew how to quickly make acquaintances and win people over as the daughter of a noble family. The stone platform in the center of the arena was prepared for the fights, and the podium and ribbons were removed from it. The fights were fast but exciting. The newcomer's mouth was open in surprise and admiration. The Rodlin Academy was on a completely different level of skill, and then they announced the start of the next fight, the very one that the silent beauty next to him was waiting for. Todlin Terry, the best student of the faculty, entered the arena with an arrogant look as if he had already won. Many considered him the favorite of this competition, but his opponent behaved like a dark horse. Adrias Cromwell, the race director, called out his name, and then Vivien's eyes lit up with undisguised interest again. a student who until recently did not stand out in any way and was always at the bottom of the academic list, but he attracted a lot of attention to himself by inventing a new potion, and now he has also entered the tournament. Lewis remembered this student. He saw him at the ceremony, a magician with green hair and a sword on his belt, an unusual combination. A mage who pretends to be a swordsman, Todlin snorted contemptuously, placing his hands on the hilt of his sword. So what? Adrias answered him indifferently, not even deigning to glance at his opponent. He looked at the chest area, defocusing his vision in order to take in the enemy entirely. The knight grinned angrily. Some cockroach dared to be rude to him right before the fight, which meant he wouldn't leave here with his bones intact. Todlin had been the first to rush forward as soon as the signal was given to begin the fight, like a mad dog unleashed, eager to teach the upstart mage some manners. His rapid movements caused a storm in the arena. Lucia looked up from the arena and asked Diana if she had heard what was coming for them soon. After the horizontal bar, they will meet with students from the Milko Academy. The best were selected for her, but she would have been forced to go anyway, Diana lamented. For the head of the tower, all this was part of his policy, and a way to show the superiority of Rodlin over other educational institutions. Lucia sympathized with the black-haired witch. Puska's noble position gives its advantages, but it also obliges a person. Those who take high places in this tournament will also attend this meeting, Lucia added, and returned her gaze to the arena. Adrias easily dodged Todlin's powerful but slow blows. Vivien should definitely succeed, Diana said, looking at the silent swordswoman. She reached the finals in her group, beating Aaron, who had previously been considered the best student. Meanwhile, Todlin was furious because he couldn't catch the fidgety magician and pin him down properly. Tired of running, he took a stance and decided to use his secret technique, although it was disappointing that he had to use it on such a scumbag. Adrias didn't answer, but only gave his opponent a condescending look, which angered Todlin even more. The enemy suddenly accelerated and seemed to disappear from sight with a loud bang. But compared to the speed of Old Man Dishrun or the killer Hassan, all this was child's play. The magician easily dodged with a simple movement of the body, and then Todlin rushed towards him again with a sharp bang. His long sword whistled like a bandit over the head of the mage, who crouched to dodge. The crowd in the stands buzzed excitedly. It seemed to everyone that the upstart magician had gotten into a difficult situation and was about to be wiped out. Lewis watched without looking away, afraid to miss every movement. He had seen something like this before. "Mr. Fairy will win," the strange but beautiful girl with azure hair suddenly declared confidently. Todlin became furious. Was his sword just a decoration? Where was his magic? He shouted to his opponent, but continued to chop the air. And while the stands thought that the magician could only desperately dodge, Adrias seemed to mock his opponent, whose face turned red from the effort. And then a cry of amazement came from the stands, and everyone held their breath. Having finished the games, Adrias Cromwell thrust the head of the best knight of the academy into the stone of the arena, and with such force that cracks and fractures appeared on it. There was a ringing silence as no one expected such a turn of events, with the mage showing complete dominance over the swordsman with brute force. "Against someone like him, he doesn't need magic or a sharp sword," Adrias said imperiously. The winner was announced, and then the crowd let out a joyful cheer. Louis felt a thrill, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the knight being defeated with bare hands. "Who is he?" the boy asked involuntarily. "Mr. Fairy," the slender girl with azure curls answered confidently. Even Lucia, who was far from duels, was impressed by this demonstration. And only Diana understood what was going on. "The magician used the knight's aura to strengthen his body," she said, stunned. She is not far from her father, who immediately realized that the boy had a double core. The head of the tower had known about him for a long time, and realized that Cain's son was no longer hiding his powers, which meant that a storm was coming. Proud and majestic, Adrias walked down from the podium, looking back. No one would have recognized him as that puny weakling with dark bags under his eyes. The last fight of this group was over, and the best 16 students would fight in the final tomorrow. The magician went down into the closed rooms of the arena under the stands. A whole committee had already set out to meet him, and Lucia was waving her hand to him in greeting. A strange-looking group of academy students also went down to the stands to congratulate him on his victory. But the magician was more concerned about how they all managed to gather here. "It just happened that way," Diana Alvin answered him, looking slyly with her black agates. The magician frowned. He could still understand everything about the girls, but how Lewis, one of the characters in the story, got into their company. The younger one stepped forward and bowed politely, introducing himself, and the magician responded in kind. It was quite touching to see in person the first character through whose story he discovered the game, Adrias thought. When they finished greeting, Diana started talking about his duel. It's not every day you meet a mage who can use aura. Didn't he know about his special abilities before and therefore never trained, since he only started using a sword recently? She said, rubbing her sharp chin cutely, like a detective from the Royal Bureau. Adrias simply agreed to be on the safe side. Such close attention to his person was a little embarrassing and worrying to him, because he really did have his own skeletons in the closet. Hearing the words that he had only recently begun to hold a sword in his hands, Louis was amazed and asked the magician how he had achieved such power. At that time, Vivien was only thinking about how Lucia's cat had ended up so close to Mr. Fairy. The newcomer's eyes were burning with fire, as if he had heard about some incredible secret. Did the magician really have methods that were not studied at the academy? Such zeal, although they had just met, spoke volumes. Nothing special, the magician answered the inquisitive newcomer. He simply used aura. It is not even close to the speed that Deshrun developed. Adrias was the only student the old man accepted after Hassan left, and he taught Louis only the basics, wanting to see how his talent would develop without interference. Because of this, the young man didn't know how to use Deshrun's basic method of controlling aura, and now he stared at his hands in surprise. Throwing all decency aside, the boy asked the elder to show him in practice, because he still didn't understand anything. However, the magician couldn't teach this in a day or two, so he politely refused Louis, citing the fact that he still had fights to fight, but promised to do it later when he had time. Adrias praised the boy for his zeal for knowledge, and the cat, Lucia, enviously hit him with her elbow, because in 6 months of studying potions together, the magician had not told her anything. At that time, he simply did not want to stand out. The magician quickly justified himself to the younger one, who pretended to pout. 6 months together, Vivien thought enviously. And why did he decide to play openly now? The girl with peach eyes asked him. Adrias immediately replied that he wanted to attend the exchange meeting, and that it was harder to get through with his talents as a mage. He couldn't tell them that he was simply afraid of being killed if he attracted too much attention. Lucia agreed with his argument that he was not at all brilliant in magic. The guy felt hurt and justified himself by saying that he was working on the fire element. The arena corridors rang with the echo of their voices for a long time. There was no exchange event in history before, and it wasn't like Adrias needed it. But there was a person in that academy that he was looking to meet. Kilun Viole. Vivien supported the mage, dreamily saying that she would try her best to go to this meeting with him. Lucia praised them for such ambition. Diana also succumbed to their mood. It was worth trying to take first place since they all decided to go there, said the black-eyed witch, and took out the tournament table. If they win, Diana could meet Vivien already in the quarterfinals. Lucia noted that she was reading the table with her. Both girls were confident, and there was a competitive spirit in their eyes. Adrias promised to give it his all, too. Diana smiled contentedly and responded in kind, hiding the tablet in her bag. Lucia looked at them all slyly. Right now in this corridor, 2 dangerous contenders have gathered, and the main favorite of tomorrow's tournament. The newcomer should be flattered to have witnessed this meeting, the girl said. 5 days later, all the qualifying matches were completed, and the participants of the final matches were invited to the arena. Once again, Adrias walked down the cold, cobbled corridor that led to the arena, a place that echoed with the sounds of 1,000 battles. And his opponent was Diana Alvin, who interrupted the series of brilliant victories of Vivien Balkan. The proud witch came out to meet him. For the first time in 12 years, 2 magicians faced each other in the final. Despite her defeat, Vivien looked pleased and watched the arena attentively, a dreamy smile never leaving her face. Diana enjoyed universal popularity and attention, so the stands shook with shouts of support for her. The witch with agate eyes touchingly asked him for forgiveness for not giving him first place, as if they were children again and arguing about who would get a toy. Adrias liked her attitude and replied that in that case the girl would have to give it her all right away. As you wish, she answered, and the cold face of the first beauty of the academy was illuminated by the lights of the spells. Let's finish quickly, said the witch, collecting not 1 or 2 but dozens of fireballs, each of which could roast him like on a grill. Adrias grinned. This time he wasn't going to hold back against such an opponent either and grabbed his sword. Since his magic was inferior and he could only use his sword against her, the boy attacked first. He moved in jerks in my direction to avoid being hit by the hail of blows that instantly heated up the arena. As Adrias approached, the witch threw the ball straight at him. It was difficult to dodge, but the magician cut it with his sword. Diana shuddered. She expected a lot from her opponent, but she had never been so nervous in a fight before. Before Adrias's blade could cut through her, she melted into a purple haze, and she appeared immediately behind him. Now Count Cromwell became nervous, because the girl possessed spatial magic like her father. It was beyond his expectations, so Adrias laughed quietly. Having such an opponent was a blessing, because he could test his skills without risk. So turning around, he asked the girl to show him more and entertain him properly. These words could be interpreted in different ways, but the witch with agate eyes understood that the shameless guy was enjoying their fight, which meant he was not afraid of her at all. The girl felt irritated because she was underestimated, and raised a whole whirlwind of flame that began to swirl around her and douse everything around with heat. Her level of skill went far beyond that of an ordinary student, which brought a new wave of applause from the stands. Diana concentrated. She had never been able to finish this spell before, but now she was sure that she would do it. The spell in her hands took the form of long tongues of flame. It seemed like the air itself was burning around her. A fiery spear with an explosive effect. Adrias recognized this magic. It just needed to be dodged. Here's how to dodge a spear that was transported with the help of a space distortion spell right into your blind spot. The flames spread out in a wave, filling the entire arena, melting the stones, and thick smoke rushed like black exhausts into the sky. There were still 5 such charges left in the hands of the sorceress, and yet despite the deadly attack from a blind spot, the mage with the sword in his hand dodged and survived, as if he had some kind of pact with death. Smoke was coming from his body. If he hadn't covered himself with aura, he would have been torn to pieces. The level of her rival is simply insane if she is capable of such a thing. The magician grinned. Diana also frowned, recognizing the inhuman strength of the opponent who resisted her attack. Without wasting any time, the witch launched space-distorting chains, and in each one a spear of flame looked at the magician. The girl grew up monstrously fast, but this only brought Adrias great joy. He knew all the outstanding personalities of this story well, and he liked to watch them grow stronger. The new explosion almost destroyed the entire arena. It was bigger and stronger than the previous one. Diana was breathing heavily. Such high-level magic consumed a lot of her power. She carefully peered into the thick smoke, wondering if it worked or not. Was it really a victory, she thought, while a scarlet blush played on her cheeks at the thought that she had wiped the arrogant guy's nose. And then she almost lost her head from his attack, which cut through the smoke and soot. Only a miracle saved the girl, because the arena stone that her father personally collected and strengthened was deeply cut along its entire length. Sword without ego. It was exciting, so the magician was in a hurry to repay her in kind by showing her something incredible. Diana frowned, trying to figure out what he was up to. His sword was enveloped in a black haze, a combination of magic and aura, a special style that he developed himself. Darkness erupted from the blade and struck the arena. Diana erected a honeycomb barrier to protect herself from this onslaught of unusual force. A strange coal smoke emanated from Adrias's sword, and the magician began to strike many times harder. Moreover, this haze did not go out even after it was reflected, and continued to lick the hem of her cloak. The girl threw off the burning cloak without showing it. All thanks to the guy's double core, she said proudly and charmingly fluttered her short skirt. The mage nodded. That was exactly it. Although technically it was thanks to his new vessel trait. Someone in the stands should have realized by now that this was no ordinary double core, the magician thought. True, the head of the tower was more indignant about the fact that the impudent guy attacked his beloved daughter with the sword that he himself gave him. But another professor was extremely impressed by this strange way of combining magic and aura, which seemed impossible. Anything is possible if there are no boundaries between the two vessels, and if the body is turned into a reservoir for magic, Bard Alvin answered thoughtfully. 3 big spells. That's how much strength she had left for attack and defense, so now the girl was thinking about how to use them. She should have been careful and dodged the sword with the strange fire. In close combat, the enemy had the advantage, which meant she needed to deliver the decisive blow, Diana thought, and clenched her fist. Too many thoughts during a fight, Adrias shouted at her, who was also feeling out his opponent. I'm just looking for a way to win, the girl honestly admitted to him. Just like him, the magician thought, and attacked her from above, raising his sword to strike. But Diana was expecting such a direct attack, and left with a spatial distortion. The magician saw the sparks of the spell. The witch hid the charge under her cloak, which she casually threw off. Adrias barely had time to react. He again felt like he was on the battlefield, like a hunted animal looking for a way to survive. She hunted him while he dodged one spell. Diana prepared the next. The flames were sending up columns of smoke. It was hard to breathe, and her throat was sore from the bitterness when he cut her body again. The girl instantly moved. Even with all his speed, the mage could not outrun the spatial distortion. Once behind him, she gathered a web of lightning in her hands. It was a powerful spell that gave lightning the shape of attacking cobras, which quickly crawled towards the magician as if they were alive. It definitely won't work on him. The magician grinned confidently, because his main element was earth. He raised an earthen shield to repel this homing attack. But completely unexpectedly for him, The shield fell apart as if it were made of sand. And then the guy realized how badly he had miscalculated. He had used the fusion of magic and aura, and also strengthened his body. Because he could no longer maintain his spell for long, the cobras crawled unhindered under his clothes and began to give him an intense massage with a slight tingling sensation. Finally, he let his guard down. Diana grinned. She still had 2 simple spells left in her hands. Adrias gritted his teeth but didn't take his eyes off her. It was already clear that he would lose. Diana clenched her fist, activating the last spell. And then they announced that the match was over. The girl could have simply smeared him across the arena, but she chose to tactfully push him out of the arena so that the magician could save face. And the magician was glad about this. What happened on the snowy mountains apparently left its mark on her character. So having given it her all, Diana became the winner of the tournament, which made her incredibly happy. As a result, the 3 students met by chance in the arena's dungeons and divided the winners' places between them, for which they were generously rewarded with a year's tuition paid for. In addition, the magician received his own laboratory. It was much smaller than the one that Sharon owned, but had the same level of security, which allowed him to conduct experiments and repair the undead without fear of being exposed. Adrias looked around the spacious office, which looked more like a clean living room. The scholarship will allow him to conduct research without having to work. Although, on the other hand, the magician had no problems with money, there was already a huge sum in his accounts. For winning the tournament, Diana received an elixir that increased the mana reserve. The magician would also like one. Now the girl will become stronger. Of course, thanks to the vessel's trait and the original sin, he had so much mana in his body. But given the core of his magic, he needed an ocean of power to fuel the tireless army of the dead. After he pacified the demon Kushain, the original sin consumed the magnanimous greed. The tree literally put out roots and took the crown deep into his body. The sight and sensations were eerie, but no stranger in light of everything else that was happening. Thanks to the original sin, Adrias became the temporary owner of the second chapter of the Codex. This also gave him additional powers related to recovery and sensitivity to mana. Special skills could be used once every 6 days, and his magic had an increasing affinity with darkness. After this, his mana reserves increased many times over. The first time the magician summoned Nickel, he spent almost all of his strength, but now it took 1/100th of it. And besides, the first servant was no longer an ordinary skeleton. In this way, the young necromancer could raise up to 100 ordinary dead people in one go. He could gather an army, defend and attack in close combat, eliminating himself as a weak link, and also use the ultimate abilities of the sins from the Codex. True, his intervention changed the course of events influencing the overall plot. An event with exchange students appeared. Everyone was alarmed to learn that Sharon was a dark magician. Adrias wasn't particularly worried about this, because he still had valuable information, and he just needed to find out who was behind the changes in order to ultimately bring the story to a good ending. "Oh, what people, and without security!" exclaimed the girl with peach eyes, velvety milky skin, and lips pink as sakura petals. Lucia was surprised to see him in a potions class. She herself skipped other lectures and slept peacefully somewhere in a secluded place, but she attended these regularly. The pretty beauty smugly declared that she was doing this solely at the request of the professor, who was flattered by the presence of a genius like her. As usual, not respecting his boundaries, which the magician had so carefully built, the girl leaned towards him and asked in a sly voice what he was doing after lectures. Even though she spoke cheerfully and coquettishly, inviting him to work on a new potion, Adrias knew perfectly well what it was needed for, and did not smile. And yet, for the sake of decency, he asked the coquette what kind of potion it was. Then, with a languid breath, as if telling about her favorite heroes of fairy tales and short stories, she told him how yesterday she mixed flour from a frog's tongue with magic pollen, and then added a little etherium solution and a slug kernel. "And guess what happened?" she intrigued. "The solution has completely disappeared," Lucia said after a short pause. When she spoke of potions, her eyes sparkled like diamonds, and her face was flushed with excitement. The girl waited impatiently for his reaction, but the guy kept a restrained silence. Even though he did not tell her the ingredients, she herself found the recipe for the potion that would cure her illness. Without waiting for his answer, the beauty stretched tiredly. After a night of experiments, she was drawn to sleep. Besides, then the experience just wasn't so good, disappointedly, she said. And Adrias was again amazed by the depth of her talent. He politely asked how he could help, because he didn't have much time now, but he promised to find it later. Lucia hissed in disappointment and fell onto the table, and then began to grumble because this scoundrel dared to refuse such a cutie. So she muttered under her breath, but the mage could not console her, and say that now there were those who were in greater danger. Before the disease broke her, they still had time. Selena and Chris, two newcomers to the academy who become Lewis's classmates. They are his next target. They should have been prepared before the academy went crazy when the first story arc began. These are just the first obstacles, but if you leave the guys unattended, they will simply die. Lucia is not in any danger because she will be working on potions, the magician thought, and looked at her short pearl hair. There is no need to worry about Diana because she is already exceeding all expectations. Lewis, despite the fact that he's a beginner, will become stronger himself, because he is already the best on the course. Adrias wanted to go straight to those two, just skipping class, but he couldn't. When he looked towards the exit, the doors opened and the professor entered the auditorium. He abruptly placed two thick leather-bound volumes on the lectern with a slam. The professor greeted everyone and said that from now on he would be teaching a course in mixing and preparing potions. Kyler Schutzman introduced himself, this man with stern features, without any hint of softness or a smile on his elongated face with a high forehead. "Nice to meet you," said the boss of the first arc, a thin grin appearing on his face. The professor's voice sounded like a metronome. "If you mix the Platris potion with purified keel water, a red color and black bubbles will appear," he said, and demonstrated everything with a visual experiment. Adrias listened with half an ear, and he himself was thinking where he could meet Selena and Chris. Most likely, the young talents were training hard on the Knight's playground to catch up with Lewis, but something else was important. Professor Schutzman should have already realized that the guy was a dark magician after that incident with Lenya, but apparently he didn't have much interest in Adrias. The lecture ended, and Kyler left without even glancing at the young necromancer. Returning to his office laboratory, the professor took out a small intercom, and he contacted Mr. Jester, who had a small mirror in his hands, which is convenient to hide in a pocket and which does not arouse suspicion. "What's the matter, Kyler?" the dark sorcerer in the cloak asked him impatiently. Kyler expressed concerns that Bard Alvin suspects him and that he might soon have to leave the academy. Jester immediately realized that it was because of Sharon's death. The tip on Kyler leaked straight from the old necromancer's office, where the investigators had been. Jester could sense his fear behind the feigned calculation. Ranks and Hosan died mysteriously, the crown disappeared, and Sharon's mistake left Kyler shaking with fear. The Acolyte squad had suffered huge losses in personnel. All of their plans were going down the drain, the dark sorcerer thought, and then asked his minion when he was going to leave. "There will be a meeting of students Milko and Rodlin soon," the professor said, examining the black sediment in the flask. "So before leaving, it would be great to destroy the imperial flower of the nation before it becomes a huge problem for them," he said in a malicious voice. "Good idea," Jester replied after a few moments. Immediately after this confusion, Schutzman was going to disappear from the walls of the academy. He promised to provide details later. The dark sorcerer took a few steps down the corridor and stared at the thick-framed window with his eyes glowing from under his wide hat. There were no more of his people in the academy, which meant he had to lure Hadrias Cromwell to a dark meeting. The old church, once the house of God and now the home of a fallen sorcerer, slept quietly in the moonlight. Selena Erestiel had been training hard, her chest heaving and her short moon-colored hair fluttering wildly in the wind. After a few swings, she became exhausted and stopped to catch her breath, leaning on her heavy sword. Chris continued his exercises next to her. They hadn't stopped training since early morning, so even her swordsman's stamina had come to an end. But Chris refused to stop, continuing to torture himself. This guy just didn't know how to give up. The girl shouted to her friend to take a rest before he fell down dead. And the impudent boy answered her with a growl, so that she would worry about herself. "What a blockhead," she sighed indulgently. He simply didn't see the final fights at the tournament because he was covered in sweat on the court. Then Selena enlightened her unsociable comrade, with fire in her eyes, telling about an incredible swordsman magician who used mana aura and a sword at the same time. But Chris just snorted self-confidently. It was just funny that a moron who was bad at both made it to the final. So he did the right thing by not going anywhere. Selena calmly objected that he was only saying that because he hadn't seen anything. And then she added that Lewis had already acknowledged the skill of that guy. She knew that the impudent boy would not let these words go in one ear and out the other. And as soon as Louis could recognize such a blockhead, the self-confident guy mocked again, not even suspecting that the one he was talking about was right behind his back. It's not nice when first-years talk like that about seniors they've never met. They suddenly heard a voice behind them and turned around nervously. Adrias scratched his chin thoughtfully, glad that he had managed to impress the newcomers. It would make the conversation go faster. Selena immediately recognized the swordsman mage with hair the color of seaweed. Chris immediately stood up and brazenly asked him who he was, and Selena, horrified, didn't know how to tell her friend that he'd better not get into trouble. And then Adrias introduced himself. He was that idiot with a sword dangling from his belt, and Selena shuddered, realizing that the senior student had heard their conversation and Chris's bravado. Before things could get any worse, the girl bowed low and asked for forgiveness for her dim-witted friend who was too proud of his swordsmanship. "So this is his pride," said Adrias and twisted his face in disgust. "But is there any reason for pride here because he looks like a rag who can't fight back?" Needless to say, these words pierced the proud newcomer like a dagger under the ribs. The veins on his face immediately began to pulsate from the tension. This irritated Chris terribly, but there was some truth in the elder's words, and now he was confused how someone had managed to understand him at first glance. The guy restrained himself, but still answered boldly that the magician who pretended to be a knight could know about him. Selena immediately screamed at him. The magician looked at the boastful joker from under his forehead, and answered him that he knew more than he did. "Prove it," Chris blurted out, already well wound up and unable to contain himself any longer. Adrias immediately agreed, as he thought Chris was a real simpleton. Selena stood between them, wanting to separate them, because for fighting they could face expulsion from the academy. "It's just sparring during training," Chris countered, waving off all the warnings. Adrias took the training sword. Fighting with Galaxir wouldn't be too unfair, and agreed with the boaster's words. Sparring wouldn't be a problem. And then he headed straight towards them. "Quite bold for a magician," the arrogant newcomer noted. As a head start, the mage allowed the first year to strike first while he checked the balance of his sword. Chris was already ready, but then Selena intervened in their argument again. Her face was burning with anticipation, and she asked to be given the opportunity to participate in the entertainment, because it is not often that you can meet such an opponent who uses both mana and aura. The magician nodded briefly and told her to get ready, because her turn would soon come. Flattered by such unexpected attention, she blushed and opened her mouth with plump cherry lips in amazement. The boastful Chris immediately asked for forgiveness, telling his friend that there would be no next sparring session. And then he took off so fast that he disappeared from sight. Their blades clashed loudly, Chris pressing on his sword with both hands while the mage stopped it with just one. And then he just as easily threw the swordsman back. Chris barely managed to keep his balance, and again he went on the offensive, not wanting to surrender. He jumped on the mage from above, wanting to split him like a log with an axe, but Adrias didn't even move from his place, but only took a wide stance and again parried this attack. The boy was fast, but his movements were not at all like the style of the Unor clan, one of the 5 great styles. The magician chuckled. Their swords began to sing the song of battle again. The metal groaned and sparks of scale flew in all directions. "This guy will get far by focusing on swordplay." The magician slid to the side and sent the braggart flying with a decent kick to the ribs. Chris rolled head over heels across the court. Now he was not using his traditional sword style at all, which stands out for its speed and constant change of direction of blows. In an attempt to keep up with Lewis, Chris had been practicing everything and was now moving strangely, unbalanced. The arrogant boy immediately rose to his feet and wiped the sweat from his face. Adrias filled his sword with aura and told the boy to stop messing around with nonsense and show what he can do. Chris swung his sword angrily, anger giving him strength. And only now he began to use Unor's native style. His blade moved as if it had turned into a fan, and it was difficult to understand from which direction he would strike. They slid past each other, and the crunch of a breaking blade was heard, all in one movement. "Is this Unor's style?" the mage asked him when they froze, and the stunned braggart did not know what to answer. "He won't get stronger if he uses different styles and forgets about his base," the mage added. Now that the boy had let off steam, it was possible to talk to him. Chris was stunned, still not recovering from the crushing defeat, impressed by the strength of his opponent. Now it was her turn. Adrias turned his attention to the girl, and she nodded obediently. It was one thing to see everything from afar from the stands, another to encounter the skill up close, her cheeks still glowing scarlet with delight. Selena stood at the ready. She was the complete opposite of Chris. Her family's fencing style killed the swordswoman's strengths, as it only suited those gifted with a strong physique. "Attack!" the magician ordered, concentrating on correcting this oversight. She sprang towards him like a doe, holding her Zweihander in her hands. Adrias grinned happily, anticipating the fun. He could teach this girl a lot. And his lesson was not long in coming, as Chris had done before. Selena could not stay on her strong and long legs, and flew comically, doing a somersault over her head, losing her balance. She landed as nimbly as a cat on all fours. Chris, who was watching from the side, immediately realized that the damned magician instantly recognized the weaknesses of her style. Selena was stunned. She put all her strength into her blow, but she was thrown back like a kitten. The heavy sword works against her, the mage explained clearly, and returned the training sword to the stand. The proud girl stated that she had always used Zweihander, and even Chris sided with the senior student. Other people's shortcomings were easier to spot, so he agreed with him. The duel had put his brains back in place, so that now he could easily admit his own shortcomings. The magician asked them why they took the sword in their hands, and the newcomers stared at him in surprise, thinking that the answer was obvious. "Why do they continue to follow the path of fencing?" the elder continued to ask, and Chris was surprised at the purpose of these questions. But Adrias answered them with complete seriousness. He took the sword so as not to die, which was absolutely true. Only that was what mattered, not principles, duty, pride, or family heritage. And they felt the weight of his words firsthand. Although it was embarrassing to admit, he had no talent for magic, the magician declared and threw up his hands. He had almost died once, and now he always carried a sword he could rely on. His hand gently ran over Galaxier's braided wrappings. However, they both spent their entire lives training and still lost to him. Despite the fact that Adrias did not use anything special, this strength was a result of hard training. Selena suggested that they had a difference in talent, but the magician sharply objected to her. "It's not like that at all. They just never had to use a sword for real. They wave it to defeat someone," the magician said, and looked at Chris. "Or out of pride, even if he doesn't suit them," he added, looking at Selena. But Adrias himself always used the sword to live, and suggested that the boys think about why they should study the art of fencing. "And when they think about it, they can come to him, and then he will defeat them again," he said at last, and headed towards the exit. Before leaving, proud Chris promised the magician that he would definitely challenge him again. A week later, Vivien was waiting for him outside the Academy's dean's office. The slender and silent girl with azure hair and playful curls attracted many admiring glances, but people did not interest her. So she didn't even pay attention to their worried faces when she suddenly drew her sword. The blade's mirror-smooth surface held her reflection. Lucia had once advised her to smile when meeting others. The thin lips stretched into an unnatural curve and the eyes sparkled madly. Not cute at all. Vivien assessed the result and was upset. No matter how hard she tried, she could not be as cute as Lucia. But then Adrias came up and tore her away from her thoughts. The girl hid the blade in embarrassment, and the magician asked her in bewilderment what she was doing, because it was about to start. "Nothing like that. I was just waiting for him." The quiet beauty answered him. When he was nearby, she always smiled easily without even thinking about it, and a fire of blush danced on her cheeks. The magician nodded briefly and invited her to join him. As always, he behaved more like a soldier, for whom there are goals and objectives and nothing extra. But Vivien was fine with that. Before they went, she suddenly grabbed him by the cloak and said hello, as she wanted from the very beginning. This brought joy to the girl, and she smiled at him shyly. Even the heart of the seasoned soldier whose life was war missed a beat, and the magician, unable to hold back a smile, nodded in response. "Hello, Vivien." Quite a few students, the best from their year, had already gathered inside the luxurious hall. There were also first-year students here, but only those who had the highest score. All the bright personalities of the academy who deserve attention gathered here today. While they were walking together, someone called them. The young Duchess Diana was beaming with happiness when she met them, and it did not escape her attention that he had come with Vivien. Adrias explained that they simply met at the entrance, and noted that the other students had not yet arrived. But then the doors opened and students in red uniforms entered in a tight group, with a huge guy like a boar walking in front of them, who immediately and unceremoniously began to examine the noble girls. When he saw Diana, he addressed her vulgarly, as if she were a commoner, and asked when she would come to visit him to become his wife. The name of this boar was Grey Malin. For such statements he should have been challenged to a duel. Diana simply brushed aside all the statements, ordered not to even pronounce her name. This pig was disgusting to her. Angrily, Grey said that she would definitely not have any suitors this way, but Diana only grimaced more in her contempt. Vivien was surprised by the words about marriage, and asked the young duchess if they were engaged. To which Diana again went into a fit of nausea, and sharply waved it off, saying that Grey was the son of the director of the Milko Academy, and he had met a couple of times in childhood. A strange pig, Vivien decided, and gave the fat man a cold look. But Grey heard what he wanted to hear. At home, he was used to behaving in a cheeky and defiant manner, so he took her words as a sign of attention. Smoothing his greasy hair, he began to puff next to the tall beauty about this evening. And only the announcement of the beginning of the meeting saved him from death, since the silent girl had already grabbed her sword. The fat man snorted in disappointment at the announcement, as if all his fun had been ruined. And Vivien returned the sword to its sheath with a loud click. The host announced the start of a series of meetings that would take place over the coming weeks, where they would be able to develop and demonstrate their skills by participating in friendly competitions. The first thing they were asked to do was line up according to their houses, knights on the right, mages on the left, and Lake Vivien's eyes widened. She did not hide her disappointment, because she wanted to stay with Mr. Fairy longer. And so the next day their exchange meetings began, of which Adrias knew nothing. The professor drew a complex magic circle on a piece of paper. "If you cast a reverse spell on a magic involving rotation, this will happen," said the balding elderly professor, and a spell bubble appeared on the table. And then he invited the students to try to draw this circle themselves. Adrias was frankly bored. After all, he was a student magician, despite the fact that he got to this meeting thanks to his swordsman skills. But Kilun Viola, who was sitting next to him in his red robe, should be good at this item. This guy was also a game character, and his specialty was support magic. Catching his neighbor's gaze, Kilun asked him in embarrassment what was wrong, ruffling his black hair. Adrias bowed politely and introduced himself courteously. The guy responded to the greeting and introduced himself, and they shook hands. The magician was sure of one thing. From his place he could observe the rivalry between two recognized geniuses, who could possibly inspire each other to new discoveries. And perhaps he himself will inspire them, Adrias thought fleetingly. Although he didn't have any special talents, he was also quite good at creating magic circles, and he began to move his quill across the parchment. He has no equal in this because he had practiced quite a lot before. After a couple of minutes, an intricate magic circle appeared on the sheet. You can't surprise two geniuses with just a couple of changes, so the magician came up with something special that no one had ever seen before, even though it was difficult, because it was connected with life. And then the audience burst into excited exclamations as Diana Alvin finished her work. Her magical weave combined many spells and was distinguished by its beauty and grace. The talent of the witch with agate eyes surpassed all other students. The circle was inverted, and water was running along the outer contour, Adrias noticed as he examined its weaving. As always, Diana made everything she touched bright. Geniuses are scary, the magician thought, looking at the girl who modestly lowered her eyes, although she was clearly pleased with herself. Kilun said that he also finished the work, although he did not have enough sheet. Otherwise, the circle would have turned out more intricate. When he touched it with his palm to fill it with mana, it lit up with a bright purple glow. The entire audience was filled with this glow, which shimmered with all the colors, and many froze with their mouths open in surprise. What a joke, thought Adrias, because he too was deeply impressed. The space became distorted, up became down. The neat rows of tables now faced in all directions, and the students could not understand what was happening. Even the professor was stunned. And then Kilun explained to everyone that it was illusion magic created by turning and rotating. The entire hall turned into a dancing kaleidoscope that made their heads spin, and they felt sick all the time, as if they were in a magic tower. This boy was an even greater genius than he thought, Adrias decided. Luckily, the spell quickly wore off, and Kilun sheepishly said that he had to refine it to make it last longer. Diana, who was sitting next to him, praised the guy for this incredible sight, and he became even more embarrassed. Even the daughter of the tower chief could not compete with Milko's genius. This story always appealed to Adrias because each character had a unique trait and skill. Lucia had superiority in combat magic, and only the curse of a deadly disease held her back. No one could surpass Kilun in magic circles and support spells. And the young duchess had superiority in the magic of space and time, for which many considered her unfairly strong. The professor praised the two geniuses for their amazing performance, and then they proceeded to demonstrate the rest of the circles. And although Adrias tried his best, his circle turned out to be nowhere near as impressive as he thought. But he had nothing to be ashamed of. Having put mana into the leaf, he called to life a thin sprout, which quickly grew in size and opened up. Someone's unpleasant voice with notes of grunting began to mock his creation and called on the others to take a look too. Gray sat higher, and now hung his pig snout, and asked mockingly, "Where is the rotation and turn here? And not even the flower glows." "And how did such an idiot get to the exchange meeting?" Gray said arrogantly. The fat man always bullied everyone he considered weaker than himself. Despite the fact that everyone avoided him anyway, he irritated Adrias too much for him to stop these squeals. However, Kilun, who was sitting nearby, liked the little peony that was growing on the leaf. He had never seen such magic and began to study the fragile plant closely. "Does he really have eyes on his buttocks?" the boar asked rudely, since it was clear that this was an ordinary flower. However, Diana stood up for the magician and sharply answered Gray that he was the blind one. "Although what can you expect from such a fool who would never guess what kind of spell is working here?" the young witch said condescendingly. Adrias nodded. One had to be at the level of Diana or Kilun to understand the essence of his circle. And then the Duchess asked if he would mind if she explained to the others The magician nodded. He did not mind. At first, it might seem that the flower was created using the formula nature, or life. But that was not all, the witch said. The formula of time and rotation was inscribed into the circle to complete the cycle of life. And by adding the inverse formula to it, a flower is obtained that is both alive and withering. Even the professor let out a surprised cry. A frozen grimace of anger appeared on the fat man's face. He had been publicly disgraced, and his inflated ego had been hurt. Some people chuckled when they saw this expression on the boar's face. To put it simply, Diana continued, this flower was both alive and dead, and by improving the formula, Adrias had created a contradiction. The magician nodded. The girl with agate eyes explained everything well. It was partly easy to create such a spell because he was a necromancer, but it was not easy not to resort to dark magic. Killen leaned closer to the flower again. The more he looked at it, the more he wanted to study it, as if there was a riddle in front of him. Adrias modestly noted that he simply wanted to add a contradiction here. And then the young duchess smirked vindictively and asked Fat Grey how about his impressive magic, which made the boar shudder. Grey began to pour power into the sheet. He immediately justified himself by saying that his magic was not as impressive as that of geniuses, although in this way he smugly compared himself to them. A spell appeared in the air that combined gold and purple, which looked familiar. A sigh of alarm went through the audience. True, unlike the original, his spell was not distinguished by beauty and elegance, and it worked unstably. The fat man was sweating and desperately hoping that no one would notice his mistake. But how could anything escape the agate black eyes of the young witch? She contemptuously declared that Grey had simply copied her spell. Grey demanded proof, still denying the obvious to everyone, and Diana immediately noted that with the exception of elemental magic, everything else was like in her circle. Besides, he used the wrong levitation formula. Maybe he didn't notice it because it was far away. "Nonsense!" Grey grunted loudly and jumped up from his seat as if there was a hot frying pan under him. But he immediately encountered his own spell, which scorched his head. "Hopeless!" said the Duchess, looking wearily at the arrogant blockhead. With a heavy sigh, she decided to save him from serious injury and called upon a water spell. Now, the disgraced and burnt pig angrily blamed the girl for his mistakes, saying that it was she who had interfered with his circle. The demonstration degenerated into an altercation, and the bald professor ordered them both to shut up. "How dare she make him look like a fool?" the fat, rude boar shouted and cursed filthily at the noble lady, and a bloody red spell appeared in his hands. But then Adrias looked at the fat man with the eyes of a murderer, and ordered him to lower his hand if he did not want to lose it. He was no longer going to tolerate such crazy behavior, even if he risked being expelled. The mood in the audience instantly changed, and even Kalun was amazed at the change in the mage next to him, who had previously been reserved and friendly, but now radiated a murderous thirst for blood. And even the empty-headed fat man Grey felt with his whole cowardly body that this threat was no joke. Adrias told him to sit still until the end of the meeting, or better yet, to stop showing off forever and start behaving decently when he returned to Milko. Grey had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Father Director always covered up his misdeeds, and for the first time he received such a clear and harsh answer, so that he could only bite his thick lips until they bled. Without waiting for the end of the lecture, Grey rushed headlong out of the auditorium, as if he was being driven by the weight of his intestines. He slammed the door loudly, showing extreme disrespect for the professor. Of course, Adrias understood that after his threats, Grey would hardly become righteous. Such spoiled people understand only one language accessible to them. And he decided that he would talk to him later with the help of a dagger. Another Grey, unremarkable student stood up from his seat and said that he would go after the escaped Grey. The angry professor let him go without thinking, just nodding briefly. But something about the guy with gray hair seemed familiar to the magician. Grey screamed, puffed up with anger like a blacksmith's bellows, and was already completely red. He tore at his burnt hair and blamed everyone for his failures, and of course swore to take revenge on everyone. He was still continuing his hysteria when someone called his name. The guy stopped short, hiccuping loudly from fear that now they would also hang an accusation on him of planning an assassination attempt on a noble person. But the magician in the Rodlin Academy uniform with a slippery gray face smiled ingratiatingly at him and said that he had no bad intentions. And then he introduced himself. His name was Antonia Holt, and he was a final-year student, and also an intern with Professor Kyler in potions. His voice sounded quiet and ingratiating, like that of the serpent who offered gifts to the first maiden. He saw a man in trouble, and he had something to help him with, Antonio said. He turned around several times to check if there were any extra witnesses to their conversation, and then he showed a bottle with a cloudy brew, saying that the professor had created a potion that temporarily increases magical and physical strength, although there are some small side effects like loss of taste, so he needs volunteers for testing. Even a child wouldn't fall for such a blatant lie, because his mother told him not to take anything from strangers. But the boar wanted to get even so much that he was ready to believe any nonsense, and so he boldly took the brew. If he tries it, he will easily defeat those two, Antonio said, continuing to pour honey into the ears of the blockhead. But he didn't care anymore. The fat man grinned maliciously, already anticipating how he would get even with everyone. Without thinking, he drained the flask of a cloudy substance with an indeterminate composition in one gulp, so that even Antonio was amazed. Gray drank it all in one breath. "And how?" the swindler asked him slyly. The fat man's eyes sparkled like a demon's, and the whites turned black as coal. But now he really felt a surge of strength right away, and summoned fire on his palms to manifest it. The fat man got so carried away that Antonio began to worry that the dim-witted student would destroy everything around him. As if reveling in his power, Gray released a volley of flame into the air. Pleased with himself and looking at how far the spell had flown into the air, the boar demanded that they give him all the potion that was available. The next day, Vivien approached Diana with an unusual request and asked her for the flower that Adrias had given her the day before. The young duchess looked at the tall swordswoman in surprise and asked her why she needed it. Besides, the witch wanted to study the controversial peony. She looked thoughtfully at her friend and fell silent, because under the weight of sadness, even the graceful shoulders of the beauty sank to the ground, and so that she would not become even more upset, she immediately promised to give the item back. After all, she could just draw a new circle, and to use this one she just needs to pour mana into it, Diana explained to her friend with azure hair. Their conversation was overheard by Lucia, who was passing by. The poplar slender swordswoman let out a cry of delight as she followed Diana's instructions to grow a flower on a piece of paper. "So that's what this peony is that everyone is talking about." Lucia addressed them with cat-like notes in her voice. "The contradiction that the guy with the seaweed on his head created," she said, and looked at the peony more closely. Her classes had just ended, so she was in no hurry and agreed to study the flower at Diana's request. Although everything was clear at first glance, something about this peony was disconcerting. One part didn't fit into the general idea, Lucius pointed out with her finger, and the young duchess agreed with her. She also thought in this direction. Something was deliberately hidden here, the girl with peach eyes declared, and took out a fountain pen to make corrections. The tall swordswoman shuddered, afraid that the beautiful flower would spoil, but Lucia told her not to move for a couple of seconds, and then added a flow spell. It was the most beautiful magic. 3 charming girls found themselves in the middle of a flower meadow that blossomed and smelled fragrant right under their feet. Diana couldn't believe her eyes, but there really was a double spell. Lucia was also amazed that the eternally gloomy and taciturn magician had created such a picturesque and poetic magic. But then their attention was drawn to another involuntary witness of the flower spell, who touched the green blanket. "A fascinating innovation," said the tall, blond man in the professor's suit, holding a half-opened peony in his hands. "It's amazing that someone could create a contradiction with simple spells," said the dean of the magic faculty, Bellion Costello. Diana politely apologized for the fact that they had thoughtlessly activated the circle in an open place, but the professor was interested in who its author was. And the girl honestly admitted that it was Adrias Cromwell, because the spell itself was not a crime. The one who has been on everyone's lips lately, the professor thought, looking at the peony whose level went far beyond the usual task. This subtle work is rather on the verge of circumventing the stumbling block of immortality and creating the highest contradiction. An ordinary student couldn't do this, Bellius thought, and silence fell between them. Diana interrupted him hesitantly to understand what the professor wanted, but he didn't answer and left the confused girls alone. Lucia grumbled discontentedly behind his back. What kind of strange behavior was this? Leaving like that without saying anything after everything, and the black-haired witch hissed at her friend, fearing that the professor would hear them. However, Bellias would not have heard them, even if they had shouted at the top of their voices. All his thoughts were occupied by the student's amazing work, and now he himself was eager to immerse himself in research, promising himself to closely observe the student. After that mysterious meeting, Vivien practiced with the newcomer Louis at his request. However, no matter how much he showered her with gratitude, the girl did not pay attention to him, and her gaze was directed somewhere into the distance. While the boy himself could not tear his admiring gaze away from the strong beauty with azure, rebellious curls, she always responded with short phrases. But then they heard loud shouts of another training match reaching them. Todlin attacked Chris with powerful blows and tried in every way to hurt him with his barbs. The newcomer held up well, but then quickly gave in under the uncontrollable blows of the older man. Chris grabbed his ribs. With his bad style, it was hard to win now, and the fight itself had ceased to be a regular training session. But the fighter's pride did not allow him to admit defeat. He briefly remembered Adrias's words to follow your path and not doubt. And then he took a fighting stance for the Unor style, which had long since become a part of his body. Whatever he did, the outcome would be the same. Todlin shouted smugly at him and again rushed like a bull. Chris took his powerful blow with both hands. Their blades slid with a disgusting grinding sound. The essence of Unor's style is to confuse his opponent with unexpected movements. The newcomer eased the pressure, and his hand described a strange wave. He parried the blow and knocked the senior off balance, and then quickly moved behind him. Todlin cursed foully. After the fight with the damned magician, he was terribly irritated by the fidgety opponents who did not allow themselves to be beaten. But the fight was over at that very moment, when Chris's sword touched his throat. If this had been a real duel, this blow would have been fatal. "Victory," said Chris. But the senior student did not acknowledge this, and in anger he knocked his sword aside with his hand. Without any pride, Todlin threw his sword to the ground and left the training ground with a dissatisfied grumble. That would have been the end of it. But Chris decided to answer his elder. His fencing was strong, the newcomer said, which meant that defeating a strong opponent was no small achievement. But Todlin rudely cut off his opponent's speech. The last thing he wanted to hear was correct speeches about striving for mastery. A loss is always a loss, and it feels lousy. And then he decided to put an end to these childish games, and threw onto the playground not a blunt training implement, but a real sword. Todlin told the guy to shut up and take it. He really wanted revenge and took a flask with a cloudy brew out of his pocket. Lewis shouted from afar to his friend to simply apologize to his elder, but the boy only focused on his opponent. But then the professor's assistant intervened and asked them what was going on. By this point, the brew had already gone to the proud senior's head, and a beastly growl burst from his chest. The assistant recognized Todlin, who shouldn't have been at the exchange meeting, and also saw that he had a real sword and became angry. He ordered him to immediately lower the sword, and did not expect the blow at all, so he missed it. Chris winced and felt his guts quickly twist into a tight knot. Blood spurted like a living spring from the rocks on the assistant's chest, the sharpened tip of the sword leaving a deep wound. Screams of horror rang out. "Round 2, newbie," demanded Todlin, his face twisted with anger, and his eyes blackened like glass over a candle. At this time, the magicians were working in another wing. Adrias heard his name being called several times and turned around. It was Kilun. He caught up with him in the corridor, and despite his high status as a genius, he addressed him modestly as Mr., although the magician asked him to omit the formalities. This young talent was most interested in spells, and he managed to notice that his deskmate's peony had a double circle. "It would be interesting to add a hidden element," Count Cromwell replied, and they walked down the corridor together. The young genius was the second to solve his riddle, since Lucia had already reported it, and managed to brag about it. Kilun had also heard about the Everlast potion that was developed by Adrias, and was looking forward to the potion-making lesson to see something interesting. The magician smiled modestly because he planned to sit quietly. He couldn't reveal all his secrets, and besides, he didn't want to stand out in Kyler's lesson. Bam! With a deafening crack and roar, the explosion knocked out the doors, breaking them into pieces. A pile of dust and debris instantly filled the corridor. Adrias froze in place, not knowing what was happening. And then, in the thick smoke and dust, they saw Diana hiding behind her honeycomb barrier. Someone forced the young Duchess herself to go into deep defense, so the magician was even more surprised. He glanced at the gap in the doorway to see what kind of monster was chasing the girl, and noticed a huge, swollen palm landing on the doorframe. And then the face of the boar grey appeared, distorted and covered with bulging veins and eyes covered with a veil of darkness, which convulsively ran in all directions. "What has this idiot come up with this time?" Adrias thought, tired of being surprised. The boar's body quickly swelled like the corpse of a dead frog, and it seemed as if it would just fly up like a balloon. No doubt the blockhead was under the influence of Kyler's potion. The mage easily recognized its side effects. But the others did not understand that it was useless to talk to the drugged students. Diana called the fat man crazy. All these events should have happened later, but happened now. This is how excessive trust in the experience of past stories affected. Adrias reproached himself for not keeping a close eye on Kyler from the very beginning. Meanwhile, right in broad daylight, without fear of being caught, the professor, not without regret, left the academy, which was as luxurious as an imperial palace. "Good luck to everyone and have fun at his farewell party," Kyler said maliciously, a grin appearing on his wax-gray face. Borov Gray was talking absolute nonsense, but a flame as hot as a phoenix feather had gathered in his hands, threatening to burn down the academy building at the very least. A dense clot of flame burst from his fingers and flew straight at Diana Alvin. And although the brilliant witch could certainly defend herself, the magician cut the spell with his blade. Gray's plump face stretched out in amazement, because his imaginary power turned out to be a dud. Diana was also surprised that her childhood friend intervened. "They won't let him get away with this so easily," the magician said sternly, and looked sullenly at the troublemaker who dared to attack the Duchess. "What a freak," the fat man blurted out. He recognized Adrias, because of whom his humiliation began, which meant that the murky brew had not yet completely clouded his mind. The fat man shouted excellently, rejoicing that he would be able to kill them both, and at that moment Kilun ran up to them. Adrias calmed the guy down and said that they should move back, Diana agreed, because before her eyes the fat man killed one of Milko's students. While the fat man was tearing at his obsession, which was already bursting at the seams, the magician decided to buy a little time and ask Diana to prepare a powerful spell that would knock out Gray with one blow. The girl nodded in confusion, amazed at how her friend could be so cool in such a situation. It was not without reason that she was afraid of the boar, because under the influence of the cloudy brew, his skin became as strong as steel. But with Kilun's support, she should succeed, Adrias told the Duchess, which puzzled the genius from Milko. The girl called him with her, and they ran to the side. When they began to retreat to a safe distance, the crazy fat man did not take his pig eyes off them. Enraged, he again summoned the fire spell in his paw and swung it threateningly. A fiery spear fell upon the mage, who was only defending himself with the blade of Galaxier. With each passing second, the vile boar squealed louder and louder. "Too loud," grumbled Adrias, and pulled the blade back for a sharp blow. The sword drew a line across Gray's swollen chest, and he stopped. However, instead of cutting through the flesh, even though it was strengthened by the potion, the blade only scratched the shield. Even though the fat man was a spoiled mage, he still knew how to do some things, and the brew gave him extra strength. Seeing that the swordsman's attack did not cause him any harm, Gray laughed, spitting saliva in all directions. It didn't matter, though. Adrias focused his aura on his blade to break through the shield. He made a powerful straight lunge, stretching out his entire body like a shot arrow. Diana looked up from her spell for a moment, and noted that the mage had enveloped his sword in aura even faster than in the tournament. The blade struck the dense barrier with effort, concentrating all the energy in one point. Gray wheezed from the strain. He tried his best not to be pushed around, and their energies collided with increasing vibration and hum. Waves of power emanated from a single point between them where both mages concentrated their mana. Meanwhile, Diana and Kilun drew two spells one on top of the other. The exchange genius sensed something was wrong and shouted at Adrias to be careful. The crazy fat man pressed and crushed him with his mass and threw fiery arrows with his free hand. To somehow delay him, Adrias summoned an earth shield. The arrows pierced him almost completely, but the magician stood firm. The madman got really carried away. He was able to use an attack spell while holding the barrier. Adrias threw the broken earthen slab aside so that it would not get in the way. And then the unbridled boar jumped on him, trying to simply crush him with his disproportionately bloated carcass. The magician was in a hurry. He had to stop the drugged man before he reached the final stage. He jumped from above and slashed his blade straight across the thick neck. However, he was unable to penetrate the thick skin of the boar, who was now angrily glaring at him with his small eyes. Adrias gritted his teeth. The sword didn't even scratch the skin as hard as stone. But then the black-haired witch shouted at him to leave because their preparations were finished. The magician wriggled free before he was grabbed like a mouse by a huge paw, and he jumped to the side, giving Diana space. She was just filling the spell with power. Iron-piercing, the witch sang, and in her agate eyes the magic circle they had drawn was reflected. A powerful spell fired steel stakes that impaled the pig on a spit, piercing its chest. Even Adrias was amazed at how advanced the magic the witch used was. Even with Kilun helping her, Diana was able to break through the thick armor and turn Gray into a hedgehog. "She is such a person that she upsets the balance of this story," Adrias thought, looking at the breathless girl. "Even before they graduate from the academy, she will surely create her own magic. The fact that she turned the director's son Milko into something like a prickly ruff will cause her trouble." The girl innocently rubbed her forehead and admitted that she had overdone it. Although the enemy had turned into a monster, Kilun promised to help her with his testimony. Adrias had no doubt that Bart Alphen had resolved this issue behind closed doors, since his daughter was involved. He asked two geniuses to keep an eye on this place, and if they saw the professors, to tell them what happened here, and he himself wanted to find Professor Schutzmann. But the commotion was not only in the building where the meeting of exchange students was taking place. Adrias already knew that Kyler would go to his hideout taking advantage of the commotion. At the same time, now was a great time to get rid of the dark mage in the academy without asking any questions, especially considering that his brew will cause a lot of problems in the future. While the magician was running, he caught a glimpse of a strange student with the face of a snake and remembered where he had seen him before. Antonio Holt. Right now the swindler was also in a hurry to leave the academy. Too insignificant a character to remember, but it was probably he who gave the brew to the already dead fat man Gray. If this scoundrel was distributing Kyler's murky brew, then by following his trail, the magician expected to find the professor himself. But then he heard screams and heard Lucia's name. The magician stopped chasing the petty swindler and turned around. The girl with pearl hair confronted the immediately maddened student, as well as the fat Gray. She was swollen under the influence of the brew. Lucia held the barrier and shouted at the other girls to run away, but the creepy thing kept pressing towards her. But how did she ask the student who was holding the wounded guy? With her feet firmly planted on the ground, the fragile sorceress desperately held back the onslaught of the mad monster with her spell. But the poisonous purple flame was already curling the edges of her barrier as if it were made of paper. The onslaught was so strong that even those whom Lucius protected flew back. The flames burned her face through the thin cover of the shield. And then Lucia felt that death was near. She would not last long. If she had known that some monster would kill her before the fatal disease, she would not have spent so much time on the medicine, the sorceress thought. But at the very last moment, when she almost dropped her hands, the seaweed-haired mage saved her by kicking the horrible monster with all his might. And then hope returned to the peach-colored eyes. There was also chaos on the fencing faculty grounds. Students, scared like rabbits, ran away calling for their professors. The wide gates of the training grounds swung open and another group of students ran out. Some of them were injured. Lewis asked Selena to look after Chris, who couldn't walk on his own. And he himself decided to go back and help Vivien. He had a bad feeling about her. But then Professor Ivy Clare appeared in front of them. She came here after hearing the noise and thought that the stupid students had started a fight again and was now in a bad mood. Vivien, meanwhile, was warming up with Toddlin, and even pushing him a little. She had no doubt that the drugged blockhead would come after her for Mr. Fairy, and the girl with eyes as blue as the sky could not allow this. The eyes of the senior student, who had once been the best swordsman, sparkled like those of a predatory beast, and he himself growled and ground his teeth incessantly. Finally breaking away from her blade, the madman charged again, throwing his sword and grabbing the girl's arms with a steel grip. Vivien, although she looked slender and graceful, was actually stronger than many of the guys, so she simply jerked her head back as if dodging. And then she hit the possessed man with her beautiful forehead with all her might, so that he broke the grip. But despite his broken nose and lips, Toddlin still grinned devilishly, as if the blow meant nothing to him. And then the girl with azure curls coolly reassessed the enemy's forces. She waited warily, and then Toddlin began to transform, swelling up so much that his clothes couldn't hold up any longer and were torn to shreds. This was becoming dangerous, Vivien realized, a thin stream of red running down her face. Toddlin turned into a demon, his face elongated terribly, and he opened his mouth with overgrown fangs. He was dangerous, and that was why she had to finish him off, Vivien decided, and she jumped like a lithe doe. This sharp swing pushed the drugged man back a little, and he covered himself with his hands. However, the feeling at the tip of her blade told her that the blow was bad, and Vivien cursed silently. And at that very moment she herself received a monstrous blow, barely covering herself with her hands. She rolled head over heels across the cobblestones, trying not to lose all her bones. Breathing heavily, she spat out blood from her broken, tender lips. Even after all her efforts, she lacked strength. But her blue eyes, like a clear lake, were full of determination to stand to the end. She stood up again and assumed a low fighting stance from which it was convenient to defend and attack. The monster at the tip of her blade growled viciously, so loudly that it could be heard throughout the entire wing of swordsmen. And then Vivien Balkan entered into a fighting rage, casting aside her weakness and doubts. She gathered her will into a fist and remained in place when the beast that had lost its human form rushed at her. It would be better to end it here if she didn't want to die young and beautiful, Ivy's mentor told her in a calm tone, suddenly standing next to her. The monster's paw fell with such force that the platform under the professor's feet cracked, but the swordswoman held back the onslaught with one hand. The tiger's eyes sparkled with yellow lights from under fluffy eyelashes the color of autumn grass. Toddlin Terry, how pitiful, the swordswoman whispered, and with one blow carried out a merciful execution, the head of the converted man rolling on the ground along with his severed hand. As strong as ever, Vivien thought, not taking her admiring eyes off the professor. Ivy brushed the blood off the blade and returned it to its double-slinged sheath. And then she thoughtfully looked at the trace left by the paw of the converted one. Before this, Toddlone had never shown such strength. The professor praised Vivien. She held out for quite a long time against such a monster, but the girl clearly understood that she had to become stronger. Meanwhile, grabbing the miniature Lucia in his arms, Adrias quickly ran away from another converted one. He threw out an earthen shield to stop the possessed one, and she hit the stone walls that grew out of the ground with all her might. But most of all, Adrias was worried that Kyler could escape while he was messing around with everyone here. and this would cause a lot of problems in the future war. Moreover, because they fought during the day and in the academy, he couldn't summon his main power, and without it, he would hardly have defeated this monster. The possessed one broke through the wall as if she didn't notice her and didn't slow down. In any case, first he needed to get the Pearl Girl to a safe place, and then pursue Kyler. And then a tall, young blonde man, Professor Belial, stood in his way. He was relaxed, his hands in his pockets, although the academy was in complete chaos. And how could he just stand there, Adrias cursed to himself. The professor's face showed no emotion. The magician, without saying hello, asked the professor to take care of the rest, and simply ran past, hoping that the sociophobe in the suit would take care of the rest. Belial turned around and looked at the guy with disappointment. He hoped that he would show him something interesting while he was fighting the monster. The creepy creature, under the influence of the murky brew, screamed angrily throughout the entire area. And then it evaporated in a raging blue flame, hot as the surface of the sun, without a single wave from Belius. His spell would have blinded anyone who looked at him at that moment. It shone brighter than the sun. Thanks to the professor's care, the magician was able to deliver the injured girl to the hospital wing. She was not in good health to begin with, so this shock took its toll on her fragile body. The doctor felt her pulse and said that the blonde girl was fine. She just experienced shock from the depletion of mana, so she would be fine after resting. The peach eyes opened slowly and weakly, but the velvety-skinned face remained pale. Seeing that the patient had woken up, the doctor left her to rest. Feeling a soft pillow under her head, Lucia realized that she had not dreamed at all. The magician asked her why she got into all this. Because she was on the edge. The wayward girl snorted weakly, as if she wanted to end up in the hospital. She was indignant. But there were people there who couldn't run away, so she had no choice. The heroine's words, Adrias answered her and smiled. If the story had developed according to plan, the girl would not have suffered so. And this was partly his fault. Hearing his words, Lucia hissed like a cat. This guy dares to tease her if she almost died there. But the magician only smiled, since she so zealously denies everything is fine with her. After such a horror, Lucia could have locked herself in her room and only done research. Having made sure that she was okay, the magician left the girl. He ignored her indignation and suggested that they work on her potions after everything had calmed down. Surprised by such a promise, the wild girl calmed down, opening her peach eyes wide. Just recently he saved her like a real knight. It was only when she saw him that she gave in and fell to the ground, no longer able to stand. Adrias, who was rushing towards her in the middle of the battlefield, left a deep mark on the girl's heart, which was now beating furiously in her chest. She smiled softly with only the corners of her small lips, and for a long time she could not come to her senses from his words, so she continued to sit on her bed. When night came and only the owls were its witnesses, he came into the forest. Fortunately, Adrias knew where Kyler's hideout was, but he wasn't sure if he was still there because history had changed. Besides, to defeat a dark magician, you need several assistants. Someone else in his place would have called his friends, but the Necromancer's friends have always been and will be with him until his death. Nickel and Timur rushed to the lonely forester's hut, which looked empty. Without any ceremony, they simply demolished the small house, which looked more like a warehouse. They acted with enviable zeal. Their appearance showed a partial awakening of the ego, but still it was not worth going so far, thought Adrias. Timur grabbed the possessed student, apparently sensing surveillance. Antonio Holt took Kyler's brew. And that means the professor himself is here, the magician realized. Nickel, with a surgical stroke, cut the possessed man in half and cut off his senseless fluttering. After completing the evolution, Timur became much stronger, so he was able to hold the monster at the peak of his strength like a kitten. Now he had the status of a dead berserker and had impressive stats. In turn, Nickel was strengthened by the deadly sins, so Professor Kyler shouldn't be a serious problem. The young necromancer knelt down and examined the remains of the house. The forester's house was only a cover for the real shelter, the entrance to which was guarded by a gatekeeper. The magician placed his hand on the ground and a blue spell circle appeared there. And then the heavy stone slab opened, revealing a dark descent into the basement. "Let's go in for a cup of tea," said the magician to his faithful friends. But as soon as he stood on the steps, he felt something deep there, and he jerked back before the inky black substance could touch him. And how did he know about this place? The professor asked him in an irritated voice. The clots of darkness that had been released now returned to Kyler and became his clothing. Confident and powerful, he left his hideout to find out what all the noise was about, and now he recognized Sharon's student. And then the young necromancer extended his hand to the Titan Rudol in a polite greeting. The huge paw smashed the wreckage of the unfortunate forester's house. But before he was caught, the nimble professor jumped up under the roar of a rockfall and other debris. He stared in amazement, not understanding what they were trying to use to comb his hair. And at that very moment he was punished for his slowness, An invisible blow whistled past him like a wave and cut off his hand with surgical precision. The dead, obeying the single will of the master, acted in a coordinated and calculating manner. Kyler groaned and covered the stump with darkness that surrounded it and supported it in the air. "It's a pity it's not the head," the magician said lamentingly. The dark sorcerer gritted his teeth and said in a choked voice that now he knew how Sharon died. As if to confirm his words, the Tiger King fell upon him with all his might. The echo of the blow resounded through the air as the sorcerer was hit like a leather ball. He hit the ground with such force that he raised another cloud of dust and debris. Adrias ordered Timur to finish off the enemy with one blow, and the tiger let out a battle cry, falling to the ground. He again dealt a crushing blow to the shroud of darkness that surrounded the sorcerer. The magician watched patiently. However, once the dust cleared, he saw that Kyler's strong shell had withstood the blow. The veil of darkness immediately fell apart into shreds and rushed towards the tiger. They wrapped him in ribbons and made him unable to move freely. Now the professor was completely covered in dark clothes, and even restored his hand. It was as if he had turned into a demon. "There are many egoists among the dark magicians, but how could one kill the one who raised him?" asked Kyler arrogantly, wrapped in black rags from head to toe. "The latest form of shadow armor can even restore lost limbs," Adrias thought as he looked at his opponent. "Shadow armor," he asked the professor to confirm his suspicions, which surprised him. Kyler became nervous. No one except Mr. Jester was supposed to know about this experiment. The magician stood far away but still swung his sword, sending out an invisible wave. The blow cut through the dark patches, and now the Tiger King was free again. He landed on his feet and looked at Kyler with a predatory expression. "A good item, good for both defense and attack," said the magician, and demonstrated his knowledge. "So he must understand that he will lose," the professor stated confidently. "But this armor has its weaknesses, for example, flame." Adrias continued to share his erudition, and covered Galaxir with mana with the element of fire. A black ribbon rose up from beneath his feet, trying to hit him in the face, but Adrias dodged it. What did the professor shout? He simply shouldn't let him use the spell, he said, and bristled with sharp appendages. And then he pointed them at the nimble guy who was not letting them hit him. Only Kyler forgot that he was fighting alone, and at that very moment, Timur punished him for this mistake by hitting him in the shoulder with his paw. The professor lost his footing and plowed the ground with his back. Even though he was protected by armor, he still took damage. The young necromancer ordered his friends to hold the nervous professor for a bit. "The common undead wouldn't buy him time," Kyler declared, quickly rising to his feet and once again bristling with sharp rags. The darkness around him seemed to become denser, and he rushed straight at the guy. Timur and Nickel jumped towards each other, and they collided, raising a large cloud of dust. The preparations took longer than he thought. Adrias ran his hand along Galaxir's blade, and it changed shape. The blade began to resemble a section of a spine, with its sharp segments. Meanwhile, Timur again fell into the dark ribbons and became entangled in them. Nickel swung his arm to attack, but he himself ended up in ink rags. The shadow armor could move very quickly. Even if it were a crowd of crazy undead, they still wouldn't be able to do anything, Kyler said smugly, and then stopped short, because the giant tiger was tearing the black rags with his mouth and approaching him. What's worse, the damned dead man with the sword also broke free. The armor's strength was not enough for two such dangerous fighters. For a simple undead to cope with the shackles of shadows, Kyler was indignant. It was simply absurd. He was completely at a loss when the necromancer's best friends attacked him again. Kyler covered himself with his hands to withstand their attack. But he was still thrown back. So this is the power of the corpses from the meeting, he realized belatedly. And then, already in flight, he remembered that the young necromancer had been ignored and looked at him. Galaxir's vertebrae stretched out as if strung on a long rod. Together they resembled a thorny branch of a rose, and promised nothing other than pain. The professor was surprised to see the whip. He landed on his feet, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Nickel pursued him again with the relentlessness and indifference of a dead man. The dark shroud parted into shreds as it met the enemy. And then Adrias swung his bone whip, which rose up like a white snake. She wrapped herself around the armored body several times. Kyler tried to break free, but he was unsuccessful. The whip, with sharp teeth, wrapped tightly around the armored body and dug into it to immobilize the enemy. "And where is the flame?" the professor asked sarcastically. "Or maybe it was all empty talk and he just doesn't know how to summon it, like a half-educated student," Kyler mocked. At that moment, Timur prudently jumped back. A red liquid started to flow from the mage's nose, foreshadowing an alarming symptom of mana depletion. This trick could cost him his life, the professor laughed. And then the mage whispered, an explosion of bones, and Kaylee realized that he was wrapped in a double spell. The bone whip heated up as if it had been in a forge, and there was such a loud explosion that Adrias almost burst his eardrums. Its echo reflected several times from the nearby hills. He barely pulled off this trick. Compared to him, Diana was a real monster. The witch easily used high magic and double spells. But after assessing the result, the magician was satisfied that this technique was successful, except for the fact that Kyler's corpse turned to ashes because he put too much mana into the blow. Now the Dark Assembly will definitely make its move. Adrias decided to quickly collect everything that was in the sorcerer's shelter and return to the academy, and it was no wonder that there was real chaos there. Bart Alphen slammed his fist on the table in a rage and ordered the secretary to repeat what he had said. 15 students died, 4 of them from Milko. According to witnesses, the potions were distributed by Antonio Holt, who soon disappeared. It is known that he was Professor Kyler's assistant. The head of the tower interrupted him, and it was clear that the potions professor was involved in this. He ordered that all activities be postponed until the investigation was completed, and that they would make an official statement after a closed meeting with Director Zeos. The secretary nodded and left the office, and then the head of the tower, Duke Bart Alvin, wondered what was happening in Rodlin. The dust from the heated battle has not yet settled, but the young necromancer has already climbed into the sorcerer's quiet cache, because there is nothing more pleasant than assessing the trophies obtained after the battle. Inside there was a whole dungeon like in a castle, on the walls of which torches were smoldering, quite conveniently. Here Kyler conducted his personal research into dark magic, so his notes on shadow magic were found in the closet. Most of the other things were unfamiliar to Adrias. He pulled out a book from the shelf and told Nickel to pack it up too. And then a tempting chest made of mahogany and covered with copper caught my eye. Adrias was surprised that he could get so close to the chest of chaos and not feel anything. This means that someone separated the chest and the mimic's body, the magician thought with alarm. At least he could safely open the chest and take what was in there, unless of course Kaylee himself took all the goods from there. After he gets 3 items, the chaos chest will become a normal box, so all the artifacts are very valuable. The magician plunged his hand into an impenetrable mirror stretched across the surface. First, he took out the golden key, the mimic core, and plunged it back into the mirror, and then he took out from there an old jagged sword covered in rust. Faceless blade, Adrias read the description. It changed shape and properties depending on who used it. I was curious how it worked, but the magician already had Galaxir. Then he heard an impatient scraping sound and turned around, puzzled. The silent swordmaster nodded vigorously with his scalped bald head and extended his hands in a demanding gesture. Since Adrias didn't need the blade anyway and was going to buy a new one for the dead man, he gave the faceless sword to Nickel. And then the room was filled with a blue aura glow. The rusty sword turned into a well-sharpened katana with a black blade. It increased mana conductivity, the speed of the blow by 2 times, and also increased the damage if the owner took a fighting stance for a while. Nickel was clearly pleased with the new thing, so his empty eye sockets sparkled with red rubies. The blade perfectly adapted its shape and balance to its owner, and now both the first servant and teacher also acquired a personalized weapon. Having finished with this, Adrias ordered the skeleton to take the things, and he nodded obediently, since even after death he was not allowed to rest. 5 days later, the train was noisily emitting smoke at a small station. Adrias exited the carriage with the other passengers, and immediately heard his name being called. Hair as beautiful as cherry blossoms, gentle peach eyes, and a sweet smile, in loose home clothes that did not hide the softness of her forms, she looked especially charming. Lucia waved her hand affably. There was no need to meet him, the magician muttered as the girl happily jumped up to him. Her father had an important guest, so she decided to entertain him for now, so that it wouldn't be boring to wait. As usual, the seaweed green-haired mage preferred to get down to business, so he insisted that they work on the potion while the academy was closed. "We need to get as much done as possible," Lucia mimicked him in a monotonous voice, whose lively and elusive Mercury-like character could not stand any seriousness. And then the girl again coquettishly pressed her shoulder to him and suggested having fun, because such a charming friend as she could show him the city and much more. But the magician only muttered that they had little time. He walked forward, making the cutie sniffle and puff out her cute cheeks in displeasure, but he himself involuntarily smiled at the corners of his lips. Since Lucia was the daughter of a wealthy family, they traveled to Lord Everlast's estate in a luxurious carriage and discussed the latest events at the academy. Among those killed was Director Milko's son, the girl heard. But since Diana Alvin dealt with him, she did not bear any responsibility. Lucia told him the latest gossip, which is not surprising, because Bart Alvin was one of the 10 strongest people on the continent even before he became the head of the tower, agreed with his friend Adrias while reading the book. However, this event still cast a shadow on their family. Diana had someone to support her, Lucia said confidently, and she also confided in him that Professor Kyler was dead, killed by the monster he had created. The mage barely restrained himself from laughing. What a fool, creating a monster he couldn't defeat. The girl chirped dreamily, looking out the window. Being alive is a real blessing. Adrias knew perfectly well what was hidden behind her ease, naivety, and cheerful character, so he kept silent. He had arranged everything in Kyler's hideout to make the story seem truthful, but the detectives would take a good look anyway, so he would have to be careful for a while. When the coachman reported to them that they had arrived, the carriage stopped at a large colonial-style house, much larger than the Applewood estate owned by the young Earl Cromwell. When they left the luxurious carriage, Lucia again asked him playfully why he decided to help her, since he was always busy. And the magician answered, remaining true to his pragmatism, in his case it was convenient to combine the creation of the potion and the signing of a new contract with her father. The romantically inclined young girl expected to hear something more playful and affectionate, and sighed in displeasure. And then they heard the voices of Mr. Everlast's guests, a woman with a stern and commanding voice scolding Sir Hollington, and he justified himself by saying that the orc of the great forest was dangerous, and therefore collecting the ingredients would be more difficult. Holding their breath, the couple approached, listening attentively to the conversation between Lucia's father and the tall woman with sunny hair. "Is he really more afraid of some orcs than her?" she asked discontentedly. Lucia did not wait to the side, but boldly approached, which interrupted their conversation, and the woman with sharp features turned around. "Beloved daughter?" the guest asked, pointing her finger at Lucia and smiling slyly. Before they knew it, the woman instantly moved behind the fragile girl and hugged her by the shoulders, pulling her along with her. Lucia asked in a calm voice where they were dragging her, and the blonde replied that it was all because Sir Hollington had not kept his promise, without going into much detail. Adrias could still feel the terrifying power emanating from this woman with his skin, but he had no idea who she was. The worried father ran in panic to save his child. Even though he was a simple man, he could only beg Lady Hagenthal not to do anything to her. But before Sir Hollington could finish speaking, both girls disappeared in a cloud of green smoke. Just before appearing on the roof of the house, Lady Hagenthal shouted to the father of the girl who was floundering under her arm that she would return his daughter the next time she came back for the neutralizer, and he had better get it. At this, the tall woman wished them both good luck, and Adrias somehow saw through her thin dress the black seals on her hand. And then it dawned on him. Masquerade and acting could fool anyone, but these tattoos could only belong to one person. "Salem!" the maid shouted the name, and the tall woman who called herself Lady Hagenthal froze with a displeased look. "Long time no see, Adrias," the beauty replied with the signature smile of a powerful wizard. The only thing missing was a mustache and a goatee. And then the magician made up his mind and asked Salem to leave the girl he was holding in his hands. Salem's face in the form of Lady Hagenthal twisted in contempt. It was worth showing kindness to the boy just once, and he was already giving orders. Adrias quickly clarified that this was not an order at all, but a request, even a deal, since in return he would give him equivalent information. However, Salem couldn't just take his word for it and demanded confirmation. "A book written by a god of the mythical era, or rather its location," said Adrias, and watched Salem's reaction. He should definitely be interested in something like that. To confirm his suspicions, the wizard jumped from the roof, slowing his fall with the wind. "And where is she?" Salem asked impatiently. However, this was not the kind of information that could be said in front of everyone, the magician reminded. Lucia and Sir Everlast turned away and pointedly covered their ears, and Salem warned that if the book was not there, he would kill them all on the spot. The Irva River on the southwestern border of the empire, deep in an underground cave. The wizard thoughtfully rubbed his chin and asked incredulously whether the boy had made all this up to buy time. Purple-veined eyes stared into his face predatorily, and Salem demanded to know the source of this information. But Adrias bowed politely and said that he could not give out more, leaving him the choice to check everything himself without additional information. After thinking for a bit, the powerful magician decided to trust the guy. He could kill him at any moment anyway, and told Sir Everlast that he forgave him this time, but there won't be a next time. Hollington bowed and promised to keep his word and obtain the materials at any cost. Salem chuckled at this. "A merchant lives and dies by his self-confidence," he said. Then he asked the boy how he saw through his false appearance. And Adrias admitted that he had been seeing the flow of mana for some time now. He himself had not thought that his talent for mana sensitivity would be so useful after acquiring the trait of a vessel. Salem waved goodbye. This powerful sorcerer cast many magic circles on his body to strengthen his magic, but in the end, it causes his body to disintegrate. That's why he's cursed just like Lucia. The girl sighed with relief when the troublesome woman her father called Lady Hagenthal and Adrias called Salem left them. The book that the young necromancer told about contains knowledge about harmony. If Salem reads it, he will be able to maintain harmony between his body and the spell circles and survive. Sir Everlast began to warmly thank the guy for saving him from sleepless nights of worry and possibly a stomach ulcer, and the magician modestly brushed them aside, saying that it was not worth it. When he had time to meet Salamedida, Lucia asked him suspiciously. He answered accidentally, and the magician said that it was more important to go to her laboratory now. No. The sweet girl refused him and began to twist her little nose. How could she let into her shrine someone who collaborates with the most wanted criminal of the Empire? In that case, she shouldn't let her father into the house either. Adrias found an answer to that. Lucia nodded and agreed. She wouldn't let him into the lab either, and the mage would be better off signing the contract he came for, rather than making his father cough. The magician asked the girl not to frown like a cloud. Things could be settled later, but she was still grumbling with displeasure that the guy was constantly hiding something from her when several ruby drops fell from her nose to the ground. Adrias was dumbfounded, although he knew the reason perfectly well. She herself was terribly embarrassed, because she was usually not used to showing her weakness, and she felt awkward appearing in such an unsightly form. So she quickly turned around to leave, holding her nose with her hand, from which a fountain was gushing. And then he saw how the girl's slender legs failed her and she staggered. And before the magician could catch her, the small and cursed beauty found herself on the cold stone. She began studying potion-making, alchemy, and medicinal herbs. As soon as she learned to read, her father always brought her new books, rejoicing at his daughter's hobbies. But soon, from a simple distraction and consolation, they turned into a serious matter, and her room became a laboratory. Day after day, she tirelessly conducted experiments and carefully recorded the results with all the precision of a true researcher. Experiment 1112, failure, oxidation of the mucus of the frog's tongue. Polak does not stop change the heating environment, but the configuration was unsuccessful. The next 3 experiments also failed, she wrote in her diary. The research continued, since her father could provide her with an unlimited budget, and the laboratory was full of expensive and rare materials. The seasons of the year changed one another, but the girl did not quit her work. Anyone else would have given up and despaired long ago. But she consoled herself with the fact that she was making a contribution to science, and her failures would become a help to someone, even if death eventually knocked on the door. Thousands of experiments, hundreds of written pages. And then a ray of hope appeared, a strange guy with hair the color of seaweed. He was gifted with a special intuition, as if he knew where to look for the right answer, and he helped her solve problem after problem. Take the root of Yubin. It neutralizes the mucus of frog's Polak, he said, and everything worked. For a while she made progress towards the desired elixir, but then she reached a dead end again. He spoke so easily to her that he would help her when there was time, but Lucia still waited patiently. The last thing she wanted was to look weak and pathetic, and also become a burden to someone, even if evil fate pursued her. She had pride and dignity, and also the passion of an explorer. Adrias looked at the office that he had once seen through the monitor screen, but at that time he had not been very impressed by this moment. This is what the battlefield of a man looks like when he is being chased by the most terrible beast in the universe. Hundreds of reports on the wall about failures and the outlines of new methods grown from these remains. The laboratory doors creaked, and the magician looked in that direction. The young maid informed him that the young lady had woken up and could be visited. It was the first time that the mistress had brought a boyfriend into the house, so she looked at him with interest. Adrias asked if the girl had lost consciousness before and closed the laboratory doors. This had never happened before, according to the doctor. The girl's condition worsened after she suffered mana exhaustion, and the mage felt a pang of conscience. Partly it was his fault. If he had followed the game's plot, no one would have been drawn into this showdown. But he was too greedy and wanted to become stronger, and now the girl with pearl hair has too little time left. Lucia herself understood this perfectly well. Her mana flow was disrupted, her head was constantly spinning, and her body was overcome with weakness. Her bright hair seemed to fade, and her skin became white as marble. But she wanted to spend the rest of her time in the place, the fragile girl thought bitterly. She remembered his face when he ran up to her and screamed. He screamed in panic. At least he cared about her. The peach-haired beauty smiled, and hoped that he would at least remember her for a long time. When she heard footsteps outside the door, she pretended to close her eyes, pretending to doze, but he still entered. Lucia was surprised at first, but then she remembered that she was wearing night pajamas and blushed, and then screamed, asking who was entering the lady's chambers without knocking. She grumbled and chased him away, hiding her face because she looked terrible, but Adrias did not leave, because he came to make sure that everything was okay with her and did not pay attention to her caustic character. The magician did not make a tragedy out of it, and asked her to find him in the hall when the doctor allowed her to move, and she felt better. He still wanted to sign the contract with the Viscount, and then help her with her research. And his voice sounded so convincing that for a second, she believed that everything was fine. The Viscount folded the signed contract into an envelope and sealed it. He did this energetically, as if he was afraid that the successful deal would suddenly evaporate from the envelope. For Adrias, this deal was also profitable, because Sir Everlast did not want his goose with golden eggs to go to competitors. Taking advantage of the moment, the magician asked the merchant what his terms were with Salem. The Viscount was still hesitant about whether to talk about it, but he still told her that he had to make one potion according to Salem's recipe once every 3 months. It was probably an elixir to hold back the decay, the magician realized, and he had no idea that the Everlast Company was doing this and that the Viscount had so many worries. When they finished, Lucia came down to the office. She invited him to come with her, without the previous barbs and embarrassment. Adrias bowed politely to Sir Everlast, who thanked him for looking after his daughter. Together they headed to her laboratory. Although the girl felt better, she felt weak. The magician understood that without his intervention, Lucia would hardly be able to create the necessary healing elixir. He looked at her concentrated face. The girl looked peaceful, as if she didn't expect anything from his help. Adrias knew all the necessary ingredients, but since the potions were created by hand and not using the game system, he had to find all the proportions himself. At the same time, he almost ran out of the Yuban root that the magician received at the meeting. The girl with pearly hair asked him what he was thinking about so intensely while she was around. Was it about Vivien Belkin? The cute cat slyly asked. And the magician immediately dismissed this nonsense. Now he was only interested in the case and her latest results. After Lucia opened the last reaction, she had no more progress, and there was little Yuban root left. She replied in a sad voice. Adrias was impressed by how far she had come. He could now directly assume that she was making the medicine for herself. It will all be over soon, Lucia said, but not a muscle moved on his face. She was initially given a year to live, but after a fight with a possessed student, she was given no more than 2 months to live. This will not happen, the magician confidently stated. She took his words for bravado and blurted out irritably that he was not joking. But the magician wasn't joking either. With his cold-blooded businessman's voice, he urged her on. There was little time left. The girl nodded, and despite the late night, they sat down in the laboratory. The magician took her chair and carefully studied all her recent reports to understand what stage she was at. After he got to the bottom of the matter, he let the girl go to bed. But Lucia wanted to stay with him a little longer. She liked working together, which did not happen often. She'll remain short if she doesn't sleep, he joked without looking up from his papers. And yet she didn't have much hope, or was in no hurry to get her hopes up ahead of time, so she suggested having some fun tomorrow afternoon. But the endlessly boring guy kept saying, "No time." "Bore," grumbled the cutie and puffed out her little porcelain cheeks again. She had spent her whole life in this dusty laboratory and was already tired of it. She wanted to leave memories that would live for a long time. Then the boy realized the depth of her despair, and for a second he tore his gaze away from the reports. He agreed, but on the condition that he would only be distracted for a couple of hours. The house was filled with joyful cries. Lucia wanted to try so many things, including forbidden drinks. Hearing about this, the magician immediately took his words back. The next morning they went out into town together, walked around the shops and the local market. Lucia blossomed like a spring flower, and during these days the illness seemed to have retreated, and a smile and a slight blush never left her face. Afterwards they returned to the laboratory and conducted research together. Often her dreamy gaze would freeze on the concentrated face of the guy, who saw nothing but his goal. At such moments the girl wanted to live forever, and for this time to never end. 3 days later, Adrias politely took his leave. He was in a hurry, although Lucia offered to leave together the next day. He waved goodbye and smiled softly. The girl with pearl hair, beautiful like a blooming sakura, smiled softly as she looked after him, and her eyes involuntarily became important. The last few days hadn't been so bad, she thought bitterly. Adrias returned to his laboratory, classes resumed at the academy, and for obvious reasons Kyler no longer lectured, so the mage instead did his research. There were no prying eyes to disturb him, and he could concentrate on his work. Another attempt failed, and he helplessly summoned the status window. Lately he had been using dark magic a lot, so they had grown, but his potion-making skills were far from their level, and the magician could not improve his talents yet. The real deadline was in 2 months. He had to find a new recipe to increase the chance of evolution. He was again overcome with anger at himself. Like a complete idiot, he thought he still had plenty of time. It's all because he wanted to follow the plot of the story and not rush things too much. The magician pulled himself together, and again threw his emotions aside. Now he had to look for new paths. And he had already ordered the necessary materials from the Everlast house. There was an unexpected knock on the door, and Adrias opened the laboratory. "Finally," said the tall blond man in a business suit of all people. The last person the magician expected to see on his doorstep was Professor Belial. "I had to wait the whole lunch," the professor complained instead of greeting me. It seemed that in his thoughtfulness the guy simply didn't hear the knock. And then Belial's piercing, poisonous green eyes glared at him predatorily, and he asked if Adrias could use dark magic. There was a deathly silence, and for a few moments the young necromancer was simply stunned. He had to use self-control techniques to avoid giving himself away and to control his voice and facial expressions. "Only a madman would use dark magic in the academy," he replied in an indifferent voice. "Who knows?" Belial answered thoughtfully. Professor Kyler looked like a soft, sensitive person, but under that mask he was hiding a necromancer. And then there was Sharon, but the blonde himself did not think that everyone who uses dark magic is a bad person. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about dark magic with the professor, so Adrias tried to leave politely, saying that he still had a lot to do. And then Belial said directly that he saw his peony. Hearing this, the magician became wary. The professor was amazed by his understanding of contradictions, and therefore thought that the boy would certainly be able to use it, because dark magic is based on contradictions. Overall, Belial didn't care what kind of mage he really was, although perhaps it would be even better that way, because then he would be able to show something more interesting, he added, and a strange grin appeared on his face. "What was he getting at?" Adrias asked him directly, and the professor replied that he just wanted to give him a private lesson. "And if he accepts his offer, he will soon become a sorcerer," said Belial, and stunned the guy even more. His proposal sounded tempting. This way he could create his own unique magic, like becoming an aura master among swordsmen. Among others, Belial has the status of the youngest sorcerer. Under other circumstances, Adrias would not even consider this offer. But it was too dangerous to contact the professor, and besides, Lucia's medicine was more important, so he bowed politely and said that it was an honor for him to receive such an offer. The mage thought of refusing, but Belial took his words as a sign of consent and had already sketched out a curriculum. First, they would study elemental magic, and then the magic of Mother's fusion. Perhaps he misunderstood, or perhaps he simply heard what he wanted. Adrias wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but the professor said that they would start tomorrow and left in a hurry. Before the boy could reach him, Belial disappeared in a green flame as suddenly as he had appeared on the threshold of his laboratory. Adrias had no choice but to rant into the void. This man always did whatever he wanted, which meant the necromancer was now under close surveillance. 6 weeks later, the mage returned to his laboratory where he left Lucia. He suggested that she take a break for some delicious sandwiches with fresh herbs and ham, and the girl immediately greedily tasted the food, because the best fast food was made in the vicinity of the academy, and such sauce with mustard was not available anywhere else. Looking at the girl monotonously working her teeth, the magician was glad that she had a good appetite. Things weren't going well for them. He still couldn't get the necessary materials from Everlast. He evaporated the mixture, tried different compositions, but the probability still remained at the level of a coin toss. One day he would definitely find the answer. The problem was that he needed it now. With her mouth full of bread and ham, Lucia reported that while he was gone, she had changed the formula a little. Having washed it all down with a milkshake, the girl beckoned the guy with her hand, and she showed her results. It was important for her to know whether the toxins would partially disappear if the extracts were heated before mixing, and after several calculations, the probability of success rose to 74%. The magician leaned over the papers on the table and began to check everything himself. She was so close that his nose immediately caught the delicate citrus scent of perfume. Encouraged by her idea, Lucia suggested trying this method. But Adrias countered, they didn't have that many ingredients for the final mix. Even if they succeeded, there might not be enough materials for the final elixir, so they needed a better formula. And then the beauty with peach eyes slyly declared that she had a better idea. She paused to finish her sandwich and add more intrigue. And then she loudly finished off the rest of the cocktail by sucking it up through a straw. "If she eats all the ingredients, they will mix inside her," the girl said, and laughed cheerfully. And the magician muttered in response that now was not the time for jokes. And then the cheeky girl again imitated him with a boring and nasal voice. There was silence because he couldn't find the strength to laugh, and he couldn't scold her, realizing what kind of curse hung over the girl. The magician complained of fatigue and said that he needed rest. Lucia froze from his words. His words sounded so sharply as if she had received a slap in the face. He didn't say anything else and simply left the lab. At such moments, her mask of cheerfulness would crack and she would again become a weak, sick girl. This guy took everything so seriously that he didn't let her just not think about the future and enjoy the little bits of time that were left. And then Lucia herself began to be afraid under his stern gaze. Adrias felt so exhausted that he simply collapsed on the bench. He was tired of pretending that everything was fine and playing along with her in this carelessness. A catastrophe was approaching, and he could not remain indifferent to it. He wanted to grab the problem by the throat and rip out its heart, tear this curse apart with his hands and teeth. If she died, there would be no second chance. And then the magician returned to research again. When Lucia left, he started all over again. In the worst case, they just used the formula that the girl suggested with the highest possible probability of success. And so he pored over books and formulas without looking up, even when there was a knock at the door. The magician shouted that openly without raising his head. And then a worried Diana Alvin looked into the laboratory. Her whole face was flushed as if from running, and the sorceress had been looking for him for a long time. Then he asked her what happened, and the girl couldn't answer right away because she was out of breath. Finally, taking a deep breath, Diana blurted out that Lucia had fainted and coughed up blood. It's easy to imagine how worried the girl was, because she didn't know everything. They found her in the hospital, where Lucia was simply sleeping with her short, pearly hair spread across the pillow. Diana heard about her friend's deadly curse for the first time, and now she didn't even know how to react. The doctors promised her a couple more stable weeks, but now there was no way to know for sure. Diana wanted to ask her father to assemble a team of the best doctors, but the magician interrupted her. For the first time in a long time, this guy asked her for a favor. They came to the laboratory, and the magician quickly introduced the brilliant sorceress to their research. Theoretically, after the synthesis, nothing should remain except a lethal dose of toxins, he said. He could not say at what moment they appeared, because he did not know the necessary proportions. Diana understood this too. They needed to turn the remaining toxins into water, and then it dawned on him. Turn into water. These words thundered like thunder from a clear sky. The toxic residue could be converted into water, and why didn't he think of that right away? Thoughts were quickly swarming in his head like a beehive. Just recently, Belial came to him and offered to start training in elemental magic and matter fusion, but it was too late to master this voluminous section himself. So Adrias abruptly asked the agate-eyed witch if she possessed fusion magic. At first she didn't understand why he was asking such a question, but then the sorceress exclaimed that they could succeed by running a thought experiment. Diana slammed the table and suggested that they begin immediately. And they began to prepare the potion together, the magician supervising the main process of mixing and the formula, and the witch controlling the process of merging matter. Afterwards, the magician made the final touches. Late at night in the Everlast mansion, doctors fought for the life of a fragile girl and could not stop the bleeding. The mana circulating in her body lost stability as if a storm was raging inside her. The girl's body was constantly shaking in convulsions. The father was eager to get to his daughter, but the maid wouldn't let him in so that he wouldn't interfere with the doctors. The attending physician understood that this was the last flash of mana, the body that was tired of fighting the remaining forces in the flow of agony and euphoria. And then the doors opened wide with such force that it hit the other side, and a magician with hair green as algae burst inside. Catching his breath, he apologized for being late. And the next morning after the rain, when fresh and humid air filled the room, and the sun played with a warm ray on her face, the girl with peach eyes woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a bed in a hospital room. A seaweed-headed man was dozing in a chair nearby. Even in his sleep, he sat as if a stake had been driven into his back. The girl sat up with difficulty, trying not to wake him. She didn't even know when he arrived. Surprisingly, she felt better after the nightmarish night. The mana that was tearing her apart from within had subsided, like a lull just before the end, Lucia thought. And how long has this shameless fellow been here in the young lady's room? The girl wondered, carefully studying the face of the dozing magician. She slowly approached him. Such an opportunity when the victim was defenseless rarely came. Lucia thought that she would be able to say goodbye properly, and smiled with dry lips. Thanks to this boring rascal, she had a good time. He gave her hope that the disease could be cured, and he showed as much care as no one else did during her short, lonely life. Sometimes when she was with him, she forgot about everything in the world, Lucia admitted. If he had not been there, her heart would have hardened and become covered with cobwebs, and then died before her exhausted body. And then she would have simply languished in a cage for the last few days, like a criminal sentenced to death. When words of gratitude came from her lips, the magician could not bear his pretense, and smiled with the corner of his lips. "Goodbye, boar with a bush of seaweed on your head," the girl said in a peaceful voice. "And who will pay for the treatment?" the magician asked in his usual boring tone. And at that very moment, the cute, cat-like girl screamed and recoiled, embarrassed by her frankness. "How long ago?" she asked, breathless with excitement, her face burning. From the words about farewell, the guy honestly admitted, and the cute cat understood that he heard everything and was shamelessly silent. She immediately asked to be left alone, but the magician mercilessly ignored her request. All this time she held on well, knowing what awaited her. It was amazing that the girl managed alone. Adrias praised her and rose from his chair. Usually caustic and impudent, Lucia remained quietly silent. The magician warned that since they had not conducted any tests, and there were not many patients with such a disease, they would have to wait a couple more days and observe the results. And the girl's eyes widened. Without really saying anything, he wished her to rest and turned towards the door, and then Lucia stopped him. "Won't she die?" the girl with peach eyes asked him, believing her words, and stopped breathing. The magician smiled and replied that he was not going to say goodbye for the next 60 years. And then salty streams ran down her face, as if from the mountains in the spring. "In fact, she never wanted to die," said the fragile girl, breaking down from crying and the overwhelming feeling. And the magician thought again about how much Lucia Everlast had to endure throughout her life. He stood next to her for a long time, letting her spill out everything she had kept inside and hoped to take to the next world. And then he returned to the academy, and everything returned to normal. Bellow's lectures were difficult to master, and the magician could barely keep up with the instructions of the youngest sorcerer. Looking at the professor's gloomy face, Adrias had no doubt that he categorically condemned such delays. But whatever the professor's intentions, his mentorship was a useful experience for the young necromancer. And then very quickly the midterm exam came and the students gathered at the entrance to the magic tower. They were asked to line up regardless of their faculty. Vivien crept up quietly from behind and called him. As always in his presence, a light blush danced on her cheeks. The magician bowed politely, rejoicing at their meeting. The girl had already heard that he had cured Lucia. "I just helped," Adrias agreed modestly. "So he became a fairy for her too," Vivien said a little sadly, and lowered her sky-blue eyes. Now she was not the only one. The magician couldn't find what to say to this, and thought that it would be better if he were called algae-headed. The exam matron once again attracted everyone's attention. "The grade will be based on the number of floors climbed in a building as tall as the Tower of Babel. With each floor, the difficulty of the monsters and traps will increase." And she also warned that the progress of the exam will be broadcast to the academic committee and the audience. The Tower of Mordassa, that was the name of this mysterious and complex structure. The first head of the house, Mordas Alvin, built a 30-level building with his magic, and because of its complexity, not a single student has reached the top since its founding. Only students could enter, as the enchantment of the tower prevented anyone over 25 from entering, which meant that this was how one could judge who was the strongest student at Rodlin Academy. At first, they wanted to cancel the exam due to Kyler's intervention, but since the issue was quickly closed, they decided to hold the exam. Only 20 people could enter the tower at a time. If their lives were at risk, they would be automatically teleported back, the manager warned. They were given numbers according to their place in line. Vivien was supposed to go among the first and before Adrias. The girl regretted that they did not go together, but even if that was the case, the starting point for each was determined randomly, Adrias explained to her. And then Diana came up to him and also asked about the number. Agatha's eyes sparkled in anticipation of the test. The black-haired witch was number 3, so she was also in the top 20, just like the swordswoman. And then her coals flashed slyly. She saw them together too often, Diana noted, rubbing her chin. Vivien flared up like a fire into which someone had suddenly splashed oil. And then she turned away abruptly, so as not to give away her reactions, which the black-haired sorceress was closely watching. At this time, the magician was seriously thinking about who Vivien was, which said a lot. To begin with, they saved each other's lives, and they shared secrets that few people would tell. So it couldn't be called a normal friendship. But Adrias couldn't find the right word, remembering everything that had happened between them. After some thought, he finally blurted out that Vivien was a friend he deeply trusted, and Diana looked suspiciously at the guy. The witch still didn't understand whether the guy was pretending or was really a fool, so she was extremely discouraged. That's why she attacked the silent and slender swordswoman who stood there as if she had taken water in her mouth and was afraid to give herself away. "They are perfect for each other," Diana said, and looked at the girl inquisitively. Adrias told the witch not to be rude, but Vivien suddenly objected in a quiet and embarrassed voice. The girl blurted out this not at all rudely and ran away like an arrow to the entrance of the tower. The black-haired witch's face flared with even more curiosity. "Was this really one-sided love?" she suggested. Adrias sighed heavily and said that the girl was lucky, and she looked at him in surprise. "Vivien has a bigger heart and will forgive her rudeness," said Adrias, which discouraged the witch even more, because she didn't even know how to explain to him that he was an impenetrable blockhead. She was about to teach the callous blockhead some sense, but then the manager's voice was heard, and the first group was called to the entrance, and the girl fell silent. They agreed to chat later, and the mage wished her luck in the test. She promised to give it her all and warned him not to slack off either, thus turning everything into their personal competition, and she cheekily waved her finger. "She'll have to climb higher," the magician replied with a grin. After all, he was aiming for the very top, and his finger also pointed towards the sky. Diana didn't immediately understand whether he was bragging or speaking seriously, but these words definitely made her think and get into a serious mood. Their conversation attracted a lot of attention. The students turned to look at the self-confident guy, but looking into the gray eyes of the magician, Diana did not doubt for a second that he was telling the truth. The witch nodded briefly and said that she would wait. The first group approached the transition gates, which were a series of teleports. Vivien was determined to prove that she was stronger than the others, and also that she was worthy of being his sword. Her lake blue eyes shone with steel. The girl was completely focused on her goal. In all of history, only one person has ever reached the 25th floor. Maximilian Kronel set a record that no one has yet broken. After graduating from Rodlin, he became known as a walking disaster, and soon became the strongest aura master on the continent. And even such an outstanding and talented person did not pass the test to the end. Less than 10 minutes had passed before the first students conquered the first floor. Diana Alvin and Vivien Belkin. Their names appeared on the board. But the next levels were not so easy. Only after 4 days, the witch with agate eyes reached the 20th floor. Having defeated the boss of this level, they let out a triumphant cry. The 6-legged horse the size of a leviathan fell, its body slowly decomposing, emitting black smoke. There were enthusiastic cries among the Higher Education Commission. The observers who sat next to the head of the tower congratulated him on his success. His daughter became the first magician to achieve such success. But the stern and demanding father only muttered in response that they shouldn't get so worked up. Their training tower was nothing compared to the one in the Imperial Palace. But it wasn't just Diana Alvin who had achieved such heights. The azure-haired swordswoman was also advancing behind her. And now she had to fight with a 6-legged horse that made a deafening cry. And when he rushed towards Vivien, she deftly pushed the monster from above, so that he lost his balance and hit the ground. The sword maiden herself landed a little behind. The monster was fast, which belied its awkward proportions. He quickly rose to his paws and looked at her with fury like burning coals. Everything is just like last time, Vivien thought, remembering the fight with the possessed student. But since that day, the swordswoman trained without rest, and now she had no intention of retreating. She filled her body with strength and determination. The ugly monster, spreading its paws, attacked her from above, wanting to trample the girl, who was small compared to him. Before jumping aside, Vivien managed to land several blows on him, and then her claws dug into the stone of the platform and knocked out a hail of debris. The monster slowed down, and the swordswoman began to tirelessly chop it up with quick blows. A strange beast resembling a cross between a griffin and a 6-legged horse froze in place. And then, gathering all her will into one blow, the swordswoman with a mad face cut off the ugly beak from the monster's head. A gasp of delight ran through the ranks of the spectators. Vivien Belkin completed the 20th floor immediately after Diana. Many were amazed by her success, because they knew the Belkin family, but had not heard that their daughter was so talented. But at the same time, they were frightened by the girl's expression, as if she was fighting in anger. But then another observer spoke up next to them, sitting proudly in a chair with her arms folded across her chest. "It's not for nothing that beautiful roses grow thorns," she said. "But if the girl can tame the monster inside her, she will rise above the rest." Duchess Mineas Morahaim enjoyed the spectacle. She was a burning blonde with a powerful, refined face to match her high position. Even the thin scar that drew a rough line cutting her eyebrow, and almost depriving her of an eye, gave her the special charm of a beautiful warrior. And then both champions climbed to the 21st floor, but were forced to retreat, unable to cope with it. Despite this, when the girls left the tower, they were met with thunderous applause and congratulations. Surprised, they walked out to the crowd of students standing at the entrance. Upon learning that Vivien had also reached the 21st floor, Diana congratulated her in a friendly manner. But the proud swordswoman sharply replied that she had gone further than the sorceress. "And that means it's her victory," Vivien added, not doubting at all that she had won this competition, which the black-eyed witch had not even suspected. But she was still very proud, so she replied that she was the first to pass the 20th floor, so her achievements were more important. But Vivien only indifferently repeated that victory was hers, without even looking at her opponent. After all, a green-haired magician approached them and congratulated them both on their brilliant success. Diana modestly asked, not to embarrass her, since they had only reached the 21st floor. Adrias nodded. After the 20th floor, the difficulty changes dramatically, and you can't just get there, he said, forgetting that he knows more than others. And then Diana asked in surprise if he had been there before since he knew about it, and the magician hastened to justify himself by saying that he was simply reading notes in the library. The voice of the manager who called the second group to participate deprived the girls of the opportunity for further questioning, and the magician headed to the launch pad. Diana promised to look forward to his ascent to the top, and the magician nodded briefly, and that was what he was about to do. But then Vivien stopped him. She also wanted to give him some parting words before the test. In an embarrassed and quiet voice, the tall and slender girl meekly wished him to try there. Such sweetness made even the soldier's hardened heart skip a beat, and he bowed politely. It was ironic that when they first met, the mage had tried to avoid the girl more than anyone else. But now, she was the one he trusted the most. And then Adrias stepped into the summoning portal, which resembled a blue mirror. He took a deep breath and concentrated, pushing away all unnecessary thoughts. The first level was a corridor studded with spikes and blades and full of traps. Vivien still remembered that unexpected question from Diana. She was confused, but secretly glad that others could accept her and the mage as a couple, or at least think of them in that way. At another time, Vivien would have denied everything, but the languid feeling in her chest was bursting to get out. And unable to control herself, the girl ran away to the exam. She practically confessed her feelings to Mr. Fairy, and now she was thinking about whether he understood or not, and if he understood what he would say. From these thoughts, the girl with azure hair felt dizzy, and her heart pounded wildly in her chest, perhaps more than during the battle with the beak-spinner horse. Meanwhile, Adrias completed the first floor in 10 minutes. The third one took more than 3 hours, but they were simple goblins that he burned with a recently acquired fire spell. The sixth floor, with huge trolls that had to be cut down with a sword, the mage completed it in a record 6 hours. On the 9th floor, he made a stop by the fire after a whole day of continuous racing and fighting. Now his talent for black magic has turned into a whole system of skills, and not just necromancy. And thanks to Lucia's treatment, his talent for potions has also improved. He had gained another talent for elemental magic thanks to Belial's training, but it was still of a mediocre level. The professor was still dissatisfied with the progress of a guy who had no natural talent for development, but his instructions were still useful. Thanks to passing the training tower, the new skill developed quickly and already had a good chance to improve through evolution, so the mage decided to further use it to the maximum in order to develop it properly. By the 9th floor, his potion supply was depleted, with only a couple of bottles of jamming remaining. Having laid everything out and checked it properly, the magician stretched out on his warm cloak, rested his head on the stone, and decided to rest. From the 10th floor onwards, things started to get really tough, and the arena shook with powerful blows. His opponent was a house-sized iron golem with runes on its steel armor. After exchanging blows, the mage managed to get rid of the shield. The eye-shaped crystal on the golem's head glowed red, and he shot a beam of fire that melted even stones, so that Adrias had to quickly dodge. After the golem lost its shield, it would randomly move its core to one of its 4 limbs, its head or its chest. The magician moved quickly, spinning the iron block, and approached his right hand. He immediately started with the flame of Amaterasu, a special technique that he used by combining magic and aura. The fire easily cut through the steel, but there was no core in the limb, so Adrias took out a jamming potion. He threw the bubbles first into the golem's head and then into its chest, and it froze in place. Then the magician aimed at his left hand. The golem did not give up so easily and fired another beam of fire, which almost took off the guy's head. But he still achieved his goal and cut off the limb. The severed part exploded because it contained the golem's core. The metal screeched and the 10th level boss stopped. The magician returned Galaxir to its sheath. Today promised to be hot from the very morning. This success did not go unnoticed by observers and spectators. The magician broke the ancient record set by Maximian, defeating the golem in 7 minutes. "This guy is incredible," said the balding professor sitting next to Bard Alphen. The old man was impressed by the thoughtful strategy, as well as the fact that the boy used his best potion skills and acted as if he was already in the tower. If the guy keeps this up, he could break Maximian's record of 25 floors. Bard Alphen only became more wary. Like no one else, he knew the reasons for such a rapid increase in strength, and he could say for sure that now the guy was being closely watched, not only by the richest and most influential people in the Empire, but also by members of the Imperial Court. Duchess Morahaim chuckled. There is another monster in this academy, she thought. From now on, the entire Empire will be keeping a close eye on the green-haired mage. Another explosion shook the walls of the Eternal Tower, which was created by magic. Adrias fought with a huge bull, the Minotaur, whose horns could break rocks. The bull gnashed his teeth and stared at his opponent with bloodshot eyes. His uncontrollable rage alone was terrifying. But Adrias bravely attacked the monster. He filled Galaxir with aura and cut off the bull's head with a clean surgical strike. The blade neatly separated the thick vertebrae, tendons, muscles, and veins, and the heavy bull's head fell to the ground. So the magician got very close to the 30th floor. He had no information about the last three, since they were absent from the game. There was a staircase leading to the top floor. Adrias didn't know what awaited him, but he couldn't wait to test the strength of this boss. Below, everyone looked with bated breath. None of the students had yet seen anything higher than the 12th floor, and even less did they know what was up there. Diana Alvin couldn't believe her eyes. The guy really did it. He broke Maximian's record and reached the end. They are still far from him. The slender as a pine tree beauty stated the obvious fact, and then she turned to leave. Diana was surprised by this and asked where the girl was heading since nothing was over yet. Vivien went to train, because it was obvious to her that the magician would win. And then the witch with agate eyes was amazed by this unshakable faith. It was raining on the 30th floor, as if the tower was touching the sky with its roof, and that was why the weather was like that all the time. Cold drops quickly soaked the mage's clothes, and they stuck unpleasantly to his body. He had already gone far, but still hadn't met the weak mobs that usually surround the boss. There was only one path in the dense forest, which led him to a wide clearing overgrown with gnarled roots. There was no way the 30th floor was empty, the guy thought as he tripped over one of the appendages. And then they began to move like snakes and crawl in the boggy, rain-soaked soil. From under the green carpet, as if from the sea, a tree-like monster slowly rose. When its trunk straightened up to its full height, the magician was able to appreciate how huge the monster Gracile was. Its legs were deeply rooted in the ground, and its eyes sparkled with conscious malice. Right away the boss fight, Adrias grinned, full of anticipation of a fun battle. Velika turned towards him and crackled all his appendages. He had no joints or bones, just dense wood tissue, so the shoot struck like a whip with great force. The magician had to dart to the side like a mouse. Fire magic should have definitely worked against a creature whose body was made of wood, but a wet log burns poorly, and in such rain a weak spell could hardly cause much damage. The monster reached out to him with its second paw again. But two sharp swings of Galaxir cut off the raking stalks, and the monster howled in displeasure. However, in place of the severed ones, young shoots immediately grew. With such a speed of regeneration, the monster could not be cut down even with fast attacks, Adrias realized. Right now he did not have the skills to inflict damage on the ancient. The soft, marshy ground also hid roots, and one of these shoots tightly wrapped around the boy's leg. Caught by this whip, he hung limply in the air. However, he quickly freed himself by using an aura attack and cut the vine before Gracile devoured him. He quickly landed on his feet and regained his balance. But the ancient one in the meantime stretched out and its trunk opened its mouth in the middle of its body. He began to spit out some balls of green light, a whole heap of strange acorns covered in moss. Adrias had no knowledge, so he didn't even know how to deal with this misfortune. He raised an earthen shield. A clay slab protected him from the acorns. But then they exploded into green flames and destroyed that weak defense, and the mage had to quickly dodge. His man-made hill turned into a picturesque flower bed overgrown with young grass. If the acorns that exploded like popcorn hit him, it would definitely be the end for him, Adrias realized with alarm. The ancient one released its roots and attacked the magician again. The entire clearing was in its attack zone, and the guy had no safe place left. Thus the ancient could combine different attacks, both at close and long range. Coupled with his insane regeneration and explosive spore attacks, he had no weak points. The monster did not give time either to search for the core or to prepare serious magic, which meant that it had to be finished with one blow. One blow, thought Adrias as a thought came to his mind. At the bottom of the tower, the students watched in complete silence as the actions of the once pitiful and insignificant student took place. But then a whisper went through their ranks. The guy had been running for half an hour already, and some smug students began to say that Adrias had already reached his limit. In any case, they acknowledged that the magician had set a new record, although they were disappointed that it would all end without reaching the final. But now Diana continued to believe in the magician no matter what, understanding like no one else what kind of effort the ascent takes. And then they saw how the magician dropped the sword into the soft and loose soil. The chatterboxes immediately saw in this the first signs of weakness and imminent defeat. The brilliant witch with agate eyes was the first among them to understand that this was not just a senseless run. The mage described a perfect circle, despite the constant barrage of exploding spores. Even Bard Alvin chuckled, realizing what this interesting guy was up to. How huge, thought Duchess Mina, and she also smiled with the corners of her lips. Having put together all the chaotic movements, the witch realized that this was a pattern, similar to the circles she drew with Kilun to defeat the possessed monster. Only this one is much bigger. It filled the entire clearing. When everything was ready, Adrias lit Galaxir's blade like a torch. "That was the end of the piece of wood," he said with a satisfied grin. The Ancient One growled as if he had a premonition of something. Or perhaps he was reacting to the fact that the magician poured a huge amount of mana into the spell on the ground. He spat spores at him, and then he began to thrash the ground with all his branches. Adrias timed the moment and ran up the long arm as if on a springboard. He ran behind the Ancient and thrust Galaxir with a fiery blade into him. Now the guy was in the very center of the drawn circle and could activate the wall of fire. A pillar of fire pierced the sky. It was so hot that it evaporated even the rain that was pouring from the sky. The tree writhed and dried up before our eyes. A stunned murmur went through the crowd of spectators. After a protracted preparation, when it seemed that everything was useless, the magician won a brilliant victory. Now it became obvious to everyone that the guy had masterfully drawn a huge spell circle right under the nose of the strongest boss and without stopping fighting him. But what stunned the black-eyed witch even more was that the magician had enough of his reservoir to create such a circle and fill it. Adrias breathed heavily, the cold that was falling from the sky again now pleasantly cooling him. Most of the ancient tree burned in the hellish flames, and a miserable stump stuck out above the ground. After such a blow, it could no longer quickly regenerate. "Adrias Cromwell, what a curious boy," said Duchess Mina, and her voice rang with notes of steel, as if she herself were the blade. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, so she asked her vice-commander, Dennard Slay, what he thought of the guy. The black-haired, middle-aged man twitched his mustache and admitted that Adrias was good. The vice-captain immediately figured out that the boy had not yet managed to become famous, and therefore there should be no problems with hiring him. And Mina agreed with him. "He must be taken," she commanded imperiously. Captain Dennard nodded. It was time for them to make their move, and he noted that the third princess had decided to do it earlier. They looked at the elegant girl in a luxurious dress made of silk green like spring grass. The Duchess also rose from her seat and told the captain not to worry. After all, she was about to make him the most desired proposal. This strong young woman straightened her hair, and her business suit did not hide the attractive contours of her figure in the least. After the magician destroyed the stump, a rune stone appeared in his hands, a reward for the first one to clear the 30th floor. When used inside the tower, the reward was doubled. This was something that was worth using in a real tower of the Imperial Palace, so it could be useful to him in the future, Adrias thought. And then a strange portal opened behind him, as if covered in interference. Adrias thought he would be forcibly sent to the exit, but he still stepped inside. The third princess, accompanied by her personal guard, waited for the best student to come out, but for some reason he was delayed. The image had already ended, so they couldn't see the guy anymore. What impudence to test a woman's patience, thought this fiery, beautiful woman with hair the color of the sun. But when the magician passed through the portal, he saw there was not an exit at all. And the new entrance is at the top of a high staircase with fiery wings. No matter how many times Adrias went through this story, he never came across a hidden level here. Since he was not returned home, he walked forward and placed his hands on the heavy carved doors. And he was dumbfounded when he looked inside. Because I was transported to a level where all the magic circles of the tower were concentrated, which were amazing in their sophisticated complexity and scale. It was like finding myself in a strange temple. The circles overlapped and grew stronger, forming the Madras Tower. A fireball appeared in the center, and a loud voice congratulated student Rodlin on completing the test. And then the ball turned into a wizard who wore white clothes and a white high hat. Only the first person to reach the end was granted the privilege of falling here, he explained. Because of the many layers of magic, no one outside could see what was happening inside. It was still a physical projection, but a whole sea of mana had been invested into it, the mage realized. The image of the wizard introduced himself with the name of the creator, Modras Alvin, and he was happy to greet the first and last who entered here. This man had died hundreds of years ago. Even though this was his tower, Adrias did not expect to see him here even though it was only a projection. The sorcerer's image assessed it and found it quite unusual. Of course, he hoped that one of his descendants would come here first, and was upset to realize that they might not have inherited his talents for magic. What a talkative image, thought the magician, and the sorcerer moved on to the most interesting part, the conversation about rewards. Adrias even pretended to be a meek and modest lamb and depicted surprise on his face. The sorcerer Modras laughed like Santa Claus on holidays, but warned that it was not free. The guy was faced with the final test. "Overcome it," the creator of the tower shouted loudly. He barely stomped his foot before Adrias was blown away like a flea by the wind, by a stream of ordinary mana. He barely managed to cling to the surface to keep from flying off the edge of the level. The old geezer attacked without any warning or ceremony, and it really hurt the guy. And the old man kept urging him on and teasing him, shouting for the boy to show what a person is capable of, to shake up a new era. Adrias could not boast of any special talents for magic. Even though there was a projection in front of him, he still had to defeat the legendary sorcerer. So, grabbing the hilt of Galaxir, the young necromancer warned the old man not to expect nobility from him. But this only amused the sorcerer even more, and he laughed loudly. The sorcerer was definitely weaker than his original, and Adrias took a deep breath, preparing himself for the fight. If Modras's words are true, then no one can see them from the outside, which means the young necromancer still had a chance to win. The sorcerer did not stand idle, and with a wave of his hand he called upon several circles of spells, creating a Giga cyclone. The mana around him swirled wildly as Adrias leapt straight towards him. He was able to break through the curtain that the sorcerer had surrounded himself with, and was quickly approaching him. Once at the required distance, the mage released a cutting wind and a stream of aura slid off the sword. The old man in the white hat liked the magician who swung the sword, and deep within his being, the magic gears rebuilt his program. And as soon as the sorcerer began to act, the first servant and best friend of the necromancer appeared behind him, his empty eye sockets flashing. Nickel slid to the side like lightning and swung his formless sword, neatly cutting the old man's image in half. A look of surprise appeared on Modras's face when he realized that the boy had summoned the undead. Nickel turned around sharply and, having regained his balance, was again ready to attack. A good move, the sorcerer agreed. The guy managed to catch him, but his image was quickly restored. To prevent this, Adrias called another friend, and the Tiger King struck from above with his powerful paws. The onslaught split the arena and raised a cloud of dust, so they waited for it to clear. But then they heard the annoying Santa Claus voice again. Timur bared his teeth angrily and growled. He also didn't like this transitory and inglorious battle with an unreal enemy. The use of a sword in magic is already rare, but the fact that he is also a necromancer is completely unexpected. The old man chattered and again raised the curtain of mana. Adrias cursed when he saw the image of the pensioner again. He flew up into the sky and, laughing, reminded the guy that he didn't have a real body. And constantly beating up an empty shell won't lead to anything good, Modras hinted. He threw wind spears at the necromancer's team, and they quickly scattered like mice. The spells poured out in an endless stream, giving no time to stop or rest. As the sorcerer said, it was useless to chase his projection. But there was clearly something wrong with the clock that was hanging on the ceiling, among the other small ones. Only it worked. He runs like a squirrel in a wheel, the old sorcerer grumbled. They will never finish like this. He snapped his fingers, and another small clock next to the big one started working, and the young necromancer's Santa Claus laughed. A dark, thick blanket of smoke stretched out under the very roof of the tower. The clouds became even thicker, and then they were cut by the webs of dragon veins. Mordas used a heartless thunderstorm. Adrias covered himself with a barrier, but he could hardly hold it for long, so he ordered Nickel to interrupt this magic. The dead swordmaster rushed towards the sorcerer. Unlike his master, he did not contain pain receptors in his flesh, so he could move through the thunderstorm field. But his blade only cut through the bluish glow in which the old sorcerer dissolved, only to appear behind the dead man and with lightning in his hands. Nickel was unable to dodge and took the blow himself. And then he counterattacked anyway, forcing the mage to move. The dead man did not lag behind, so Modras decided to stop him with pure flame. Nickel jumped high, but the sorcerer disappeared again, and the whole sky was streaked with blinding lightning. No matter how resistant the undead are to electricity, if exposed for a long time, they will be destroyed. The sorcerer once again gathered a cloud of charges in his hands. And Adrias prudently recalled his first servant. A shower of thunderous attacks loosened the arena before him. Modras couldn't have been unaware of the undead's high resistance to lightning spells, Adrias suddenly thought. However, the sorcerer continued to do this anyway, and the necromancer smiled. He had already realized that Modras could only control one element that was controlled by the clock, with the exception of spatial magic. The sorcerer praised him for his correct guess. His past incarnation had imposed such a limitation. If he had not had the restraining chains, no matter how outstanding the student was, he would never have defeated him, explained the sorcerer, gathering Zeus's sheaves in his hand again. But even so, he was too strong for the guy to hit even once. Old Santa Claus laughed and hit with a charge. With all his strength, Adrias ran away from the chains of explosions pursuing him. In the endless flashes of lightning, the boy thought about his strategy on the go, to use a powerful spell or to start a war of attrition. After the projection runs out of mana, the old man will disappear. And using a scattering of lightning, which only happens in a summer thunderstorm, consumes oceans of mana. Adrias turned to his intuition and, closing his eyes, saw the internal currents. And now he understood how the mechanism of the tower was arranged, which fed the image of the old man. The columns that stood in the center of the arena fed Modras with their power. And then Adrias realized what to do, escaping from the next discharge. And then he immediately summoned an earthen shield to help him. The sorcerer used limited elements, and it was easy to resist him with elements that were opposite in nature. But as Adrias had understood earlier, the old sorcerer had no restrictions on spatial magic, so he appeared behind the guy's back. Although this attack was fast and sudden, the Necromancer defended himself. Like Kyler, he used the shadow armor, and it absorbed the lightning damage. And the old sorcerer praised him. The use of simple and dark magic, double spell, he was full of surprises. But who could talk about hidden skills, the magician objected and grinned. And the old man also chuckled, enjoying the fight and his audacity as a boy. However, now his advantage in elemental magic will disappear, the sorcerer warned, and another spell appeared in his hand. Adrias became alarmed. A stream of water splashed from the sorcerer in all directions, as if the floor had become a lake. The young necromancer found himself waist-deep in water and could no longer move as quickly. Looking at Timur, he gave the order, and together they rushed in different directions, cutting through the water surface. If you can't run away, you need to confuse. The sorcerer was the first to react, but the Tiger King came in front of him. Two dragon heads on long necks appeared from the surface of the lake, and while the sorcerer was distracted by the dead man, the guy aimed at the column. However, before he could approach her, the nasty old man used a water prison, and the flow of water formed a dense dome from which it was impossible to escape. The magician was completely submerged in water and could no longer breathe. "Checkmate," said the old sorcerer. In just 1 second he had turned the tide of battle, but the necromancer had not yet shown all his trump cards. "One thing after another and never get bored," grumbled Modras. The giant Rudol threw his entire weight onto the column and broke it. Even in the years of the ancient wizard, there were no giants anymore, so to encounter something like this was doubly surprising. The huge warrior stood up to his full height in front of Modras, and then he struck with his ugly cleaver, as tall as the rider on the horse, and the blow rang out and the whole arena shook. At the last second, the sorcerer managed to disappear, but the stream of water that Rudol caused freed the necromancer. Adrias stood up and coughed. Once again the dead proved their usefulness, and that they were the best team in the world. The sorcerer nodded. It would be boring to end everything quickly. The magician chuckled in response and warned the sorcerer that he had better be careful because he had already lost one of his precious lives. Impatience grew among those waiting below the tower. Several hours passed, and the magician still did not appear. Diana was worried that it would be difficult for her father to explain everything to the impatient nobles, because now, as the head of the tower, he was responsible for everything. She was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice Vivien coming up to her and calling out to her, and then the witch shuddered in surprise. Diana asked the slender swordswoman when she returned, but the girl ignored her question and asked what was wrong with Adrias. The young duchess then briefly explained that the professors were looking into it, but nothing was known yet. Then she turned her attention to the shabby appearance of the azure-haired swordswoman. It's beyond comprehension what the girl was doing all this time, because her clothes looked as if they had been washed on a long hike. The witch remembered that the slender swordswoman said that she would train. Her clear blue eyes were clouded and there were heavy dark circles under them. She clearly hadn't even slept and was unable to calm her zeal. But what's even worse is that the girl most likely didn't take a shower, and Diana's nostrils were tickled by the persistent smell of sweat. But then Vivien came out of her stupor and remembered that the black-eyed witch's father was the head of the tower. And then she told her to do something about it, and looked at the tower. If Diana did not understand the reason for the concern, she would have taken such a cold tone for rudeness. But instead, she only gently justified herself that she was just a student. The indestructible giant successfully destroyed another column, and now only 2 remained that supported the image and power of the old sorcerer. Timur covered his back and fought with the water dragons that kept jumping out of the surface of the artificial lake. But despite the fact that the young necromancer had numerical superiority over the enemy, he still did not see the path to complete victory. After all, the old fox at the first opportunity attacked the giant Rudol, or held back the necromancer. He kept disappearing when they tried to counterattack and was generally a very annoying opponent. Once again, the sorcerer Modras moved and used a water prison on Timur. The water dome immediately enclosed the Tiger King in its drop. Since the sorcerer switched to Timur, it meant he had to attack the column, Adrias realized. He quickly jumped up to her and swung Galaxir. But at that very moment, the column was surrounded by a water shield that began to rise in a spiral towards its top. Because of this obstacle, the magician was unable to attack, and the old sorcerer grinned triumphantly, teasing him. But the necromancer had one more fighter in reserve, and he called on Nickel again. He appeared and at the same second delivered a lightning-fast, accurate blow. The column that the dead master attacked collapsed like a felled tree, and the giant fell with his might on the last of the remaining ones. And then the annoying sorcerer praised him again. He liked the trick with the reverse prize. Despite his success, Adrias only became more wary, because the image of the sorcerer remained completely calm. There was a feeling that with the destruction of all the monoliths, the battle would not end. Does it really give up? Madras was surprised, although the guy had a chance. Not at all, the young necromancer replied, not taking his eyes off the sorcerer. More precisely, he was interested in the huge clock on the ceiling that was visible behind him. And only now the old sorcerer's face lengthened in amazement. All this time, Nickel was gathering strength for his ultimate strike. Adrias struck with the wind blade, leaving the main target, the clock, to the dead master. However, at that very moment he saw that no one was stopping him. The wind blade struck the purple barrier without causing any damage. The empty eye sockets of the peeling skull stared at this barrier, as if challenging him. And he struck a blow into which he put all his skill and strength. A fiery line divided the arena into two parts. The purple dome trembled, waves ran across it, and it became covered with honeycombs. But this armor withstood even the ultimate blow. The magician was surprised. When the mana waves died down, it seemed like he was not hurt at all. "Could Modras leave a weak spot unprotected?" said the annoying sorcerer when he appeared next to him, and the young necromancer cursed foully. The self-confident old man, as if mocking him, promised not to do anything else, so that the boy would fully feel his own powerlessness. The young necromancer looked menacingly at the sorcerer and told him not to take those words back. And then the face of the founder of the training tower stretched out in amazement again. The apostle of laziness led in diligent laziness, and an alarming ripple began to form on the water around him. The dead master gathered all his powers into one point as he had done all his life. A fiery line wider than the previous one again divided the entire arena into two halves. But the force that was released caused a devastating explosion. It was so powerful that the entire tower shook to its foundations. And even the spectators outside, tired of waiting, shuddered in surprise. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen next, because for the first time in several hours, something had happened. Vivien's sky-blue eyes brightened again, and a ray of hope lit up in them. But even after this crushing blow, the watch remained unharmed, because it was surrounded by another shield of ice, skillfully woven by the sorcerer. "But he won't interfere," Adrias muttered indignantly and looked at the scoundrel. Now Modras's image looked truly serious, as if something irreparable had just almost happened. He studied the student long and sternly, the first in several centuries to arrive in this place, and had long since surpassed all conceivable limits for an ordinary student. In an apologetic tone, the old man explained that he still needed the tower, because next year the children would have to take exams again, and without the clock, the whole building would collapse. The old man admitted that he was ready to count the victory after the guy destroyed the last column, but he was curious about what else he was capable of. So he didn't expect the young necromancer to have enough strength to even scratch the protective barrier. Adrias immediately scolded the carefree image of the ancient sorcerer, because something irreparable could happen. Modras scratched his beard. The boy's fighting style was quite dangerous, but the tower was not created to kill students. Adrias could only mentally curse the arrogance of the man who remained in such a position to watch over the exam tower. To at least soften him up a little, Modras handed over the promised reward, a small pendant on a chain. The magician asked what it was, holding out his hands, and the sorcerer explained that it was a necklace that had the effect of strengthening the mind of the one who wears it. It also helps to use mana or aura. Adrias looked closely at the blue gem in the white gold frame, which shimmered with sparks. Even though the magician had no intention of wearing this item, he still thanked him for the reward. And yet the sorcerer was intrigued, even after what he saw. The guy had a cat under his command that had achieved the perfect life form, creation of the mythical era, the giant Rudol. And even a dead man can carry the power of a god. All of them could be considered research material, which would drive the sorcerer crazy if he met them in life. But the most interesting thing is the body of the youngest necromancer. Something as if created in an ancient mythical era, and perhaps an even more ancient and dangerous time, lives inside his body, said the sorcerer. And unexpectedly for himself, the magician felt an ominous, oppressive feeling in his chest. He didn't know what to answer to this, so there was an awkward silence. It was time to say goodbye, the magician reminded the old man. Modras nodded in agreement. Before disappearing in a golden flame, he admonished the boy not to put too much faith in God anyway, and he asked to lead this world in the right direction, and then disappeared, leaving more questions than answers. It was amazing that even as a projection the sorcerer understood so much, thought Adrias, and frowned. But then he got the achievement of being the only one summoned by Modras, and his mood improved because this tower was cleared. And then the guy finally left the tower and was taken aback by the number of interested people outside. People quickly pushed each other aside and stared at him with their eyes. There were many reporters and the most influential people in the empire standing at the very entrance, so the magician involuntarily felt embarrassed. He was not used to being in the public eye. The third princess wanted to speak first, but before she could, she was addressed. This quiet confrontation among the aristocrats did not escape the watchful eyes of Adrias. Mina Morheim bowed politely and stated that as the head of the house, she would like to propose to Earl Cromwell, and therefore asked to be given such an opportunity. But her voice with its steely notes did not have a shadow of politeness. The fiery blonde with sharp features and a scar that only adds to her aura of a formidable rival was like a battering ram, so the meek princess gave in, despite her more privileged position. The Duchess looked around at everyone present, asking them to speak, but no one dared. And her vice-captain quietly asked the lady to speak more gracefully. With the Duchess openly challenging even the third heir to the throne, Diana could only wait like everyone else. The girl with azure curls who stood next to her was only glad that Mr. Fairy had emerged from the tower unharmed. Mina approached the guy proudly and confidently and congratulated him on his success. Without unnecessary preludes and ceremonies, she openly and directly stated that she wanted to take the man who not only broke Maximian's record, but was also the first to clear the tower under his protection, and extended her hand to him. By an effort of will, the magician kept his face impassive. Although he was flattered, he expected that they would immediately try to hire him. But he did not think that it would be the first persons of the empire. Before him stood one of the four great duchesses, Minas Morheim, regal and imperious. She was as dazzling as the sun, and just as attractive. As a few steps younger in status, Adrias did not accept her handshake and bowed politely in greeting his mistress. In his defense, he said that he did not dare to shake her hand because he had not cleaned it properly after the battle. The menacing captain behind the fair-faced duchess immediately pulled the guy up, saying that it was disrespectful. But Mina did not feel insulted at all, so she stopped Dennard. The cold gray eyes did not waver, even under such pressure, and the guy waited for what she would do. Then the Duchess asked him about his plans after graduation, but the magician had none. She suddenly approached him, as if he were a fortress wall that Mina was storming, and asked if he had a lover. Without flinching, Adrias answered again that he did not, but was surprised by the suddenness of the question. For some mysterious reason, the Duchess was pleased with this answer, although it was unlikely that any other answer would have changed anything. And then she proposed an alliance between their houses, and her diamond eyes burned him with their intent gaze. If he agreed, the Duchess guaranteed him full support and patronage, influence, money, anything until the House of Cromwell returned to its former glory. Adrias answered cautiously, "In the world of magic, nothing happens for free. The law of equal exchange assumed that for a generous service, they would demand an equally valuable payment." The corners of her thin, graceful lips rose up predatorily. "This will not be just a union on paper, but a bond sealed with their blood," the Duchess said imperiously. "They will become lawful husband and wife." This news made everyone hold their breath. It was too sharp a turn, even for the eccentric Duchess Morheim. But the one who was most shocked by this news was the sword maiden with eyes as blue as the sky. But at that moment a cloud came over them and they acquired a steel hue. The girl froze as if she had been struck by lightning, and continued to listen with bated breath to what Mr. Fairy would say in response to an offer that no sane person would refuse. There was an awkward silence, and the Duchess sighed in disappointment. The guy hesitated too long. For him it was a wonderful offer. He could be worried about the age difference, but Mina was confident in herself and her appearance. She even critically felt her beautiful figure. In order not to offend her even more with his thoughts, Adrias immediately assured the Duchess that there was no doubt about her beauty. She was certainly the best of women. Of course, agreeing to marriage a minute after meeting would be madness. His words made Vivien clench her fists so hard that she felt her nails even through her gloves. She wanted to scream, and so she bit her lips until they bled. But in the end, she decided to save herself by running away. Since childhood, she lived with the thought that whoever gets out according to the position gets everything. She already knew what would happen next. The black-eyed witch sympathized with her friend, but Vivien herself would hardly have refused such a marriage in Adrias's place, given the state of his house. As politely as possible, and without a shadow of vanity or boasting, the humble magician refused to give an immediate answer, and asked for time to think, and also that he had to listen to other proposals. Although it hurt her pride, the Duchess did not show it, and thoughtfully touched her face. The impudent boy decided to compare her with others. But the magician understood, that if he accepted this offer in front of everyone, there would be trouble. However, even though she didn't like it, she retreated from the walls of the fortress, confident that no one had a better offer than hers, and the guy would soon see for himself. There was a metallic ring in her voice, and it was clear that the Duchess would remember this again. Adrias again politely asked for forgiveness, and Mine took him at his word, saying that she would forgive him at their dinner together. So, although she was letting him go now, it was not far. Since the mage had gotten off with little bloodshed from this unexpected assault, he bowed and accepted the offer. And he briefly thought that no matter what he said today, it would have ended exactly like this. And then another noble person approached him, thus showing the magician an unprecedented honor for a simple student with the title of Count. The servants introduced their mistress, the third princess of the empire, Michaela Rodlin, putting her hand on her chest. The girl said that she was glad of this meeting and had been waiting for her for a long time. Unlike the sharp as a whip Mine, she gave the impression of a sweet and meek creature. The next day, when the commotion had died down, Adrias was walking down the corridor of the Knights' faculty. Yesterday he had found himself between two fires. A refusal to one great house would offend another, and he really wanted to not find himself in such a situation again. And then someone tore Senor Adrias away from his heavy thoughts, and he turned around. Selena beamed with happiness when she met him, and asked if he was there for training. She dreamed of fighting the magician again, and did not demonstrate it with sparkling eyes. And then, unable to bear it, she bowed low to the elder and asked him to give her a couple of lessons. But this time the magician could afford to firmly refuse, because he had come to see Vivien. When the conversation turned to the swordswoman with azure curls, Selena quickly suggested where she was. This training ground was closed for repairs after an incident with possessed students, and from Selena's appearance and words, Adrias understood that the situation there was not the best. Worried about Vivien, he hurried to the site, fearing that she had gone crazy. And then a bright flash of light and a quiet hum burst into the dark corridors of the castle. The magician froze in place, amazed by this phenomenon. And so he saw the swordswoman standing in the blinding glow of a flawless aura, her tattered cloak fluttering in the wind from her power, as did her tangled azure curls. The girl's eyes looked somewhere into the distance, as if she was focused on one goal and was not thinking about anything else. This meant that the girl had not gone crazy, and the magician sighed with relief. Just when he thought they were on par in skill, this incredible girl was once again one step ahead. The guy spoke up and made his presence known. The girl turned around abruptly, not expecting anyone to find her here, and even less expecting Mr. Fairy. Adrias admitted that he was looking for her. And then Vivien remembered how awful she looked at the moment. All this time he was pushing his limits, and she had no time to take care of herself. In horror, she turned away and began to run, embarrassed by his presence. The magician did not understand her worries and asked if she was okay and came closer, and Vivien only shrank even more and replied that she smelled bad now. However, he violated her boundaries, immediately apologizing for it. The guy's hand slid down her neck, and the girl froze, unable to contain her trembling. His face was so close that she felt his ticklish breath on her cheek and blushed. And when he pulled away, he said that it suited her even better than he thought, and Vivien discovered on her neck an elegant necklace in a white gold frame that glowed with a dim blue light. It was the first time she had received such a luxurious gift, and she asked what it was for, admiring the decoration. And Adrias calmly replied that it was a small thank you for her repeated help. He told her that he had received this item at the top of the tower, and it was to help her be in harmony with her thoughts. Vivien was so embarrassed that she pressed her plump cherry lips tightly together and did not know what to answer, and her whole face was burning with flame. But the callous soldier had no idea what was going on in the heart of the young maiden of the sword, and what kind of excitement he was subjecting her to. She looked exhausted, so Adrias suggested that she drink a restoration potion and rest, completely missing the prevailing mood. This was the last straw for the quiet girl, who was not used to such communication, so she ran out of the training ground like a bullet. And the magician wondered if this necklace had any effect. Otherwise it would turn out that the old rogue Madras had lied to him. After that, the guy returned to his personal laboratory, where he began to receive a reward for the title of the only one recognized by Madras. He was given a random talent related to magic. In one fell swoop, the magician acquired the power of fire at a genius level, although his knowledge was still not enough to use it at the moment. But since that was the case, it was necessary to study the power of light in order to use the acquisition. Afterwards, Adrias called upon his faithful friend and teacher, who never parted with his sword, and in his other hand he held a small dead body. This corpse lay in storage for half a year, waiting for the mage to improve his necromantic skills. Adrias ordered it to be placed in the center of the summoning circle. Theoretically, with his current level, he could do it, and was determined to have another servant. The fairy queen was tiny, no more than a palm in height, and dark as an eggplant. Her name was Melina, and up close she looked like a graceful swallowtail butterfly. As soon as he activated the summoning circle, the laboratory began to shake, even despite the silence spells cast. The entire office was filled with thick black smoke, which made the magician cough. He did not understand where such a shockwave came from, and was afraid that he had ruined the beautiful material. But when the smoke cleared, he saw that the legendary shadow banshee had been summoned, and a purple, graceful, butterfly-like fairy was fluttering before him. As before, due to her initially high level, she immediately gained high status and skills. The shadow fairy regained part of her mind, reaching the transcendental realm. For the first time, the creature went beyond all conceivable limits. A few days after his success, they met for dinner in the port town of Muriel, on the Duchess's luxurious flagship, the Swift, a four-masted frigate with a wide deck and all gilded with wooden monograms. Their dinner could safely be called a feast. Wild boar, appetizers, fresh white bread, vegetables, and the best aged wine of the empire. Today no one will disturb them, so they can chat in peace, the Duchess told him in an imperious tone, and ordered him to talk to her freely about whatever he wished. She sipped the glass with her thin scarlet lips and smiled slightly. This mature woman had a special charm. The mark on her face and her age only added to her attractiveness, and she knew it. Adrias recalled all his training as a special forces soldier to control himself and not succumb to this charm. He politely thanked her for inviting him here, although he should have done it himself. The Duchess immediately set all the dogs on him, and declared that since he was her future husband, he should not apologize and worry so much on the first date, and her sunny eyes pierced him like crossbow arrows. The boy immediately felt like a deer being hunted, and asked the Duchess to explain her words. But Mine just laughed, not at all embarrassed by her free manners, and declared that it was a joke. She already understood that he could not be taken by storm. Only the magician understood that these words did not sound like a joke at all. People like her would never stop before achieving their goal. The entire Morheim family earned their title in the service of the Empire, carrying out those tasks for the imperial family that other nobles did not dare to undertake. Mine would rather destroy him than let him go from her clutches. Therefore, putting the glass down sharply on the table, she demanded a clear and unambiguous answer from him, because he had enough time to think, and the Duchess herself was not distinguished by great patience. Without flinching under her pressure, the mage replied that he was still considering her offer, as his house was in decline, and he had a lot to do after graduating from the academy. The Duchess's light eyelashes lowered into a squint, and she wondered if he was leading her on like a fox by the nose. Mine lowered her face slightly and lowered her voice, which made him even more seductive. She understood his fears, because the Emperor hated Count Cromwell without good reason. However, Adrias responded to this carelessly, since the Emperor had reasons to demote him. Mine was surprised by his calm response, since the Emperor's goal was obvious to everyone who knew about it. Then the Duchess asked him directly why he had not decided to enter into an alliance with her, and broke a loaf of bread. This time there was a long silence. The magician was thinking about how much he could tell this charming woman. He knew her pragmatic nature well. In her thoughts, there were only benefits and risks. If the conditions changed, she would easily exchange their union. And he is very wary by nature, Mine noticed while eating the bread. She assured him that on this ship even rats did not dare to speak without her permission, and he could speak boldly. But if he still kept silent and didn't trust her, she decided to deliberately call the Emperor a pig. Having said this, the young Duchess closed her scarlet lips, and not a muscle moved on her refined face. A direct insult to the imperial person, or his family, was a sure path to the gallows through the torturer's office. So Adrias coughed for a long time from the unexpectedness of these words. Mine hoped that maybe this would make him talk, and offered to write his words on paper with his own hand if he felt that what he had said was not enough. And then the magician realized that he was dealing with a madman who was ready to burn the whole world to the ground on principle. He called the further proposal excessive. And now he spoke openly. The Emperor wants to destroy the Cromwell family, so the guy was in dire need of strength and allies. However, the Duchess immediately caught him in a contradiction. His words and actions did not correspond to each other. And Adrias replied to this that if he accepted her offer, one problem would arise. Mine leaned back in her chair. She understood his concerns. The alliance with her house made the guy an obvious target. The Cromwells were mere dust in the eyes of the imperial house, and so he and his sister were safe as long as they kept a low profile. And if he becomes noticeable, he will be immediately ground into dust, the Duchess finished for him. The mage agreed. Even her title of Duchess would not save her if the full might of the imperial house fell upon them. And yet the guy was interested in her motive for getting closer, since Mina was willing to become an enemy of the state. Now that they were speaking frankly, the Duchess relaxed, and the Dornish wine added a scarlet tint to her face. She admitted that she had planned to have a child with his incredible blood right away, and make the guy the future head of the house. But it turned out to be not so simple. Hearing this, the magician choked again. House Morheim had great power and influence, a huge treasury, a powerful army of mercenaries under their command, but in their main line there was never a master of aura or a high-level sorcerer. Mine asked him why the Emperor was so determined to destroy such an insignificant house. Could he tell her about original sin, because the magician thought under the measured rocking of the ship? Now that their revelations have gone so far, he too must win her trust. Let them do without marriage. There is nothing wrong with remaining on good terms. And then he told her the story of days long past, how his father had fallen victim to the Emperor's ambitions. The Emperor desires to recreate the age of the gods and rule the world as an absolute monarch. And the only way to do this is to collect together the greatest treasure of all time, the deadly sins. And Adrias had to stop him by any means necessary. And in some sense, the Emperor was the very embodiment of greed. This responsibility was placed on him by his long-dead father, and it is the son's duty to fulfill his last wish. The Duchess returned to her food again. Revenge for her father. He understood his simple and honest motive. But the guy warned her that the Emperor's goals could affect the whole world, so this was far from a personal matter. Mine nodded. She heard that recently His Highness became very interested in something in the north. Adrias already knew what it was. A member of the barbarian family who was to be kidnapped by the mercenary Den who gave him the mask. This was another mortal sin. And so, despite the death of the spy, the search continued. Now the mage knew that it was the Emperor who had hired Bloody Dan. The Duchess saw a glimmer of understanding on his face and asked what he knew. War with the North would soon begin, he declared, causing Mine to freeze and stare at him with her sunny eyes. So say the seers, she said, returning her fork to her mouth. The mage patiently explained that there were many hostile tribes in the lands of Baron, and they could easily be provoked into war, and judging by the Emperor's actions, it looked like that was what he was trying to achieve. Mine nodded. The fat pig could very well do such a mean thing. The more she looked at this guy, the more he aroused her interest not only with his talents as a warrior, but also with his mind as a strategist. When the war begins, the lords who are unprepared for it will panic, and this will strengthen the position of the Emperor. But those who wait for the war will retain their positions, said Adrias. As she plunged her fork into the tender meat, generously seasoned with lingonberry sauce, Mine realized that she should save her resources for the war. It was very generous of him to share such information, Mine said. As head of the house, she had to think many moves ahead. Will this be enough? The magician asked her then, and the Duchess again looked at the young count in surprise. After some time, the pig that keeps everyone in fear and tyranny will fatten up and be ready for slaughter, he continued. These words pierced her like a knife, and for the first time in all this time, the Duchess felt what a terrible person she had encountered. She was glad that she had been the first to offer him friendship, because having him as an enemy meant a curse. The imperial palace was drowning in its luxury, open-work turrets with pointed roofs, gazebos, countless columns and arches, and everything was decorated with green hedges and neatly trimmed trees and bushes. But neither the external luxury of the palace nor the interior decoration of the palace in red silk and velvet pleased the Emperor, who sat in yellow robes on the throne and received the servant. Lazily sprawled on the throne, he ordered the servant to come closer. The Prime Minister and Duke Hector Kazaf himself came in person with a special report, without prying ears, and told the Emperor about the achievements of Hadrius Cromwell in the Tower, and his potential alliance with Mineas Morheim. Although the Count had publicly refused her, it could all have been a distraction, so the minister feared the worst. But the Emperor abruptly interrupted him. He's just trash that shouldn't be feared, the Emperor said with contempt, as if he spat out these words. The minister immediately fell on his face, fearing to anger His Majesty even more. The Emperor was most concerned about the north. He ordered that all forces be sent there, because he received a report from Lord Jester that there was a mortal sin there, and they must certainly take possession of it. His carriage was black to match the dark magician, and luxurious as if it belonged to a prince of the blood, it moved without a coachman, harnessed by a black, heavy draft horse that broke through the deep snow with its hooves. The inside of the carriage was as luxurious as the outside, and had royal red velvet drapery. Jester sat comfortably in the chair and looked at the photograph in his hands. This time, to gain the wrath he needed to fight the great leader. The photograph showed a child with someone protectively placing a hand on his head, which was covered with a bonnet. The intercom that rested on the other armrest emitted a nasty screeching noise. The dark sorcerer took the device and opened it like a box, and from there came the childishly squeaky voice of Luna. The witch, burning with impatience and delight, said that she knew who killed Kyler. Adrias Cromwell, she blurted out the name as if she had just solved a charade and was expecting praise. The witch stood on the ruins of the forester's cottage, and green ectoplasm spread before her. That boy again, Jester grumbled wearily, and Luna danced on the spot, confirming that it was definitely him. Luna grabbed her face, crimson as a blacksmith's crucible, and flashing her precious sapphires in her eyes, asked the master sorcerer for permission to make Adrias Cromwell her plaything. After a hearty dinner and fruitful conversation they parted. The young count could well count on information about the emperor obtained by the House of Morheim in exchange for his own. The war will start soon and he needs even more power, the magician thought as he left the ship. After his talent for necromancy evolved, he should have focused on the research books of Kyler and Morn. And then during the holidays he will deal with the great dragon Kravmak, whose evil, toothy mouth and armor alone can plunge the whole world into horror. A week later, Adrias arrived at the station where he boarded a train heading to the kingdom of Grandis. After all, that was where the dragon's tomb was supposed to be, according to the map he had bought at the auction with Carlos. The tomb was hidden somewhere in the great Bayatra forest. Fortunately, the train would shorten the distance to the small kingdom on the outskirts of this forest considerably. However, he would have to walk the rest of the way through a region where the laws of the empire did not apply. The magician was thinking hard about everything when he felt a finger on his back, demanding his attention. Turning around, he was surprised to find a prettier Vivien standing behind him, who quietly greeted him. Amid the noise of trains departing and arriving, she told him that she was also going home. This was quite unexpected, because the magician saw what kind of relationship they had when he was in her memories, and the girl said that her father asked her to return. She would hardly be comfortable there. The sword maiden understood that herself. She did not want to go, and would have preferred to spend more time with him. Having said this, Vivien involuntarily looked away from the blue lakes. As a true soldier, he did not understand the reasons for such a desire at all, and thought that in the current adventure she would rather be a hindrance to him. But at the same time, this gave her more reasons to return to her hometown, the sword maiden quietly admitted, and she looked at him full of determination. Now he can manage on his own without the help of fairies, he thought, and wished the girl a good journey. They agreed to meet after the holidays and parted ways. The magician was glad that little Vivien would finally stand firmly on her own feet. Throwing out clouds of smoke and steam, the train rushed into the royal station, whistling like a boiling kettle. The journey flew by unnoticed. For the first time in a long time, he was walking along the familiar narrow streets of the city of Grandis Castle, overcome with nostalgia, because he had often been here in previous playthroughs. Drawbridges, towers, houses that huddled together like sheep in front of wolves. And yet there was a sense of hustle and bustle in the city, more than usual. Listening to the conversations, Adrias learned that they were alarmed by the attacks of the orcs, who had become so bold that they were already appearing on the outskirts of the castle, which undermined trade. Having heard about the orcs, the magician was overcome by a bad feeling, and he decided to find out more. He rented a room at the hotel, paid a couple of gold coins, and received his key. Then he asked the hostess what the townspeople were so worried about, and what they had heard. The hostess turned away to pour some heady beer into a mug and said that nothing of the sort had happened, just unrest at the border. But one guard told her last night that for the first time in 40 years, an orc lord had appeared in the great forest. Now this was truly alarming news. Since the orc lord had appeared, it meant he had already finished uniting all the tribes. Finding a grave in the forest was already a difficult task, and running with a horde of orcs in the rear would be even more difficult. She put the mug on the table and explained to the slow-witted guest that the road to the forest was currently blocked for city residents. But Adrias continued to ask questions and wanted to know if there was another way to get to this road. The simple-minded hostess looked at him critically and said that he could become a mercenary, but she did not advise doing so. After all, he is such a weakling, that is, of such a build that an orc would break him like a reed. He, as a man and a warrior, should have gained some weight, the hostess said with knowledge of the matter. But she was so charming that Adrias was not offended. On the other hand, they are currently short of supplies, so they might as well take him in, said the sweet woman, still casting skeptical glances at the guy. The mercenaries' movements were restricted, but it was better than just being stuck in an inn for the entire vacation. After a hearty dinner, the magician went up to his room. Now he understood why Sir Hollington had not obtained the material for his potion for Salem, because the supplies had been interrupted, and tomorrow the magician had decided to register as a mercenary. When he heard a childishly thin voice behind him, the bat with a huge scythe hanging from the ceiling asked him, "Will he really kill the Orc Lord?" Silently, like a cat, she jumped down from the wooden beam she was hanging on and spoke of herself in the third person. Luna had waited so long for him to leave the academy. Reddish skin, ash-white hair like coffee with milk, and sapphire eyes sparkling with all the colors of madness. This was the youngest sorceress of the Dark Assembly. Adrias recognized her, but his reaction to the events was clearly delayed, because at that very moment she disappeared from the place where she stood, only to appear behind him and swing his scythe to reap. Only his innate sense of battle saved the boy, and he deftly dodged using all his flexibility when the blade whistled past with a terrible howl. The moon moved as if gravity did not exist for it and easily bounced off the wall. The witch pinned him to the floor with her sharp heel and swung her monstrous scythe again, saying that it would hurt a little in her squeaky, childish voice. However, the sharp spike at the base of the scythe struck the shadow armor and got stuck in it as if in torn rags. Thanks to this, he survived, but the witch still walked across his chest as if it were a platform. The shadows rose up to her face, and she stared at them with her childishly sweet face, and blinked her white, fluffy eyelashes like snow. To avoid being caught, the witch had to quickly jump from her perch. She easily recognized Kyler's shadow magic, and this only made her more curious about how the guy was able to kill the sorcerer professor and take his magic. Adrias cursed silently. Even after he got rid of all the witnesses, the sorcerers somehow found out about his guilt. And now, looking at the graceful and fit miniature figure of the sorceress, he remembered her nickname, the spiritual medium who calls upon the dead to communicate with them, the Fury of Eve Luna Pendragon. She cheerfully chirped to him, openly amused by their fight. The magician's hand fell on the rough and soothing handle of Galaxir. He asked the witch if she had come for his head, and she, making a slightly stupid face, answered that not at all. The magician wanted to sneak up on her from behind using shadows, but with a sharp swing of her scythe, the witch pinned her to the wall, and this plan failed. Of course Luna might want to kill him, the witch squeaked, clutching her face in delight, as if they were talking about an insanely fun game. Adrias frowned. Although Luna behaved easily and playfully, it was necessary to be careful, because despite her age, she was a powerful sorceress. Without removing his hand from the sword, he asked why she was here. And then she screamed, as if she had forgotten something important, and removed her hands from her deadly weapon. From a deep pocket, the witch took out a tiny golden box of a communication device and called Lord Jester. Inside the box was a round, pearl-like stone, and then Jester's creaky and dispassionate voice rang out, asking in a businesslike manner if she had made a contract with the target. Luna replied that she was in the middle of negotiations, and Jester decided that it would be faster if he talked to the guy himself. The witch nodded and carelessly threw the box with the pearl. Adrias didn't understand what was happening, because he thought that they had come to eliminate him after killing Kyler. Jester started right there, his voice dark and stern like a cardinal's. Since he had touched his agent, the guy had guts, he noted. It was annoying to hear generous compliments from someone who had tried to kill him twice, so Adrias pretended to be ignorant, because his teacher had died, and he didn't know that Kyler was an agent of the sorcerer. Jester only snorted contemptuously. The guy was good at wagging his tongue, but what he said did not cancel his guilt. At that moment, Adrias really wanted to hit the impudent mug that was hiding under the wide-brimmed hat. The magician decided to endure for now and pretend to be a fool, and reluctantly admitted that he had caused harm to the sorcerer, albeit unintentionally, justifying it by saying that he was fighting for his life. Cold blue eyes flashed with malice, and Lord Jester said that since the boy admitted his guilt, this time everything would be forgiven him. Jester stood by the wide window, in the silver glow of 3 moons. He declared that he held no personal grudges, but as the head of the dark congregation he must act in the interests of his parishioners. Adrias wondered in amazement what the dark sorcerer meant. The head of the assembly continued to explain his benefits. He still needed his man in Rodland to watch over the heart of the country. The young necromancer already understood why Jester had been leading up to this for so long and so intricately. He stubbornly wanted to take possession of him. When the sorcerer offered the guy to become a member of the assembly, even the magician was taken aback, not expecting such a thing, and his eyes widened. When the deal was completed, the magician handed the intercom to Luna. Now they had no more reasons for enmity, he told the sorceress. However, there was a strange expression on her face, as if it was about to explode from the strain. And then, like a tiger in the jungle, the small but strong brat threw herself on his chest out of unbridled joy. For the first time, someone her age had shown up at the meeting, and not an old geezer with tendencies and approaching dementia, like most dark mages. And just a few minutes ago, this thorn had tried to kill him, Adrias thought. And then the white-haired witch suddenly assumed a feigned serious look and declared that membership in the assembly would not make the guy busier, and shook her finger. And then he realized that he would only have to tell them about what was happening at the Rodlin Academy. Then Luna patted him on the shoulder like a good boy, and confidentially suggested that he come to her with questions. The magician bowed politely and promised to definitely ask her in the future if they met, and was already thinking of getting rid of the witch, but she diligently clung to staying. Adrias explained to her, in the hope that she would change her mind, that he was not busy here with the affairs of the meeting. But Luna did not care. She still spoke about herself in the third person, like Caesar. The magician frowned, seriously wondering what kind of useless substance filled the space in this witch's head. He made another approach, but to float her down the river like a felled tree, because they had barely met. Why should she go with him? But the girl stood firm, saying that she simply had nothing to do at home. The magician stated that this was not a particularly weighty reason for him, and the witch thought about it, returning her scythe to the storage. Then the crazy girl remembered their first meeting and squealed joyfully. That was the first time she saw his antics at the meeting, and it was bright, so Luna hoped to become cool and strong next to him. The crazy little girl with sparkling eyes chirped. She depicted a punctured lung and a sword sticking out of her chest and distorted his ultimatum to the assembly. Not paying attention to this crazy witch, the magician simply walked past, but Luna still grabbed his cloak and began tearfully asking him to take her with him. She tried to persuade him by promising her help, because the witch was really devilishly strong, and these words made the magician stop. Having a strong ally at hand was very useful where a horde of orcs with a leader roamed, and in this kingdom there were no restrictions on dark magic like in the Empire. The magician stopped abruptly so that they almost collided. He agreed to take her, but on one condition. "Soul engraving," the boy said, and the witch's sapphire gems flashed in confusion. She grimaced, looked away, and grumbled, saying that it was very problematic. But Adrias immediately reminded her that taking her with him was also problematic. "Soul engraving is a skill that gives enhancements to a permanent spiritual session." The magician waited patiently, frowning at the witch. "Luna is the only one who can have this skill, and it is quite profitable to get it." The sorceress weighed all the pros and cons for a long time, and she responded with a counter-condition, suddenly screaming and pointing her finger at his face. She slapped her chest passionately and declared that they should become friends. If they became friends, then being around each other wouldn't be a problem, and in return, Lun promised to engrave his soul. It sounded weird and stupid, but the guy was willing to do anything for the sake of improvement. So he agreed and accepted her conditions. The girl immediately opened her ash-colored eyelashes wide in delight. And then she started jumping up and down with joy. Even though they were outside the Empire, it would be a problem if they were seen together, Adrias thought. He asked her to call him friend instead of calling him by his name, and the surprised witch asked why. The magician didn't know what to come up with to trick her, so he simply muttered that this way they would become closer to each other. But the empty-headed witch fell for this childish trick and immediately began to call him friend, to the great joy of Adrias. 3 days later, a battle took place at the Fortress of Endeavor. The orcs were dragging siege towers to the walls of the fortress, but a detachment of knight defenders made a sortie and a bloody brawl ensued. The orcs were larger in build and attacked with ferocity, but the knights were superior in coordination and weapons, and they had a powerful captain with them. Lord Dawson Envor, who defended his fortress in the front ranks, chopped down the Green Plague without any mercy with his axe. At the sight of his monstrous axe, the greenskins wavered and weakened their onslaught. That's why their captains quickly sounded the retreat so as not to increase losses, leaving the dead and wounded to their fate. The green wave ebbed away as quickly as it had rolled in, with a stomp and a squeal. Lord Dawson wiped the sweat from his face. This was not the first attack and not the last. They could have been taken by attrition because the orcs had a numerical superiority over the fortress garrison. A messenger came running and reported that reinforcements had arrived from Pyatra. This was good news, and Dawson's mustache twitched with satisfaction as he asked how many people had come. But then he heard that there were only 2 of them, and the Lord's square face twisted in displeasure. Here even a couple of thousand would not have been enough for reinforcement, and sending 2 would have been the same as mocking. Dawson was indignant and growled like a bear. But then he was informed that one of the arrivals was none other than Luna Pendragon. The black sorceress was known even outside the Empire, so Dawson was surprised that she was here now, and came to their aid. It would have been better if they had sent a necromancer, Dawson thought. After all, the sorceress was only good at close combat. So he asked about the second one, and was told that it was the wandering mercenary Barry Sanders. The captain scratched his massive, square, orc-like jaw. The name meant nothing to him. He ordered his servants to prepare dinner and call the guests, and the knights hastily returned to the walls of the fortress. Night fell, but lights were burning on the wall so that no one could approach the fortress unnoticed. Adrias reminded the sorceress that now he is Barry Sanders. He did not want anyone to know that the imperial nobleman is a dark magician and was forced to wear a mask. They were invited to the Lord's castle, so they came there and entered the great hall. Luna immediately greeted everyone in a childish manner and said that they were here to kill the orc leader, and the magician bowed politely and introduced himself. The bear-like lord was also glad to meet them and promised to present them for a reward before the king if they showed themselves well. His massive orc-like jaw was moving. Next to the lord stood his gray-haired relative. He introduced himself as Philip Endeavor, and then Dawson invited everyone to the table. The meal was nightly modest. Because the fortress could not replenish supplies as before, Adrias asked the lord how things were going. In general, the situation was hopeless, Dawson told them. They had too few people to hold back the onslaught of the orcs, much less to counterattack. And besides, the enemy had not yet used the power of the orc chieftain, and then they would certainly be finished. Without the support of the kingdom, it was only a matter of time before the fortress fell, the lord concluded. Things were even worse than he thought, Adrias said, while Luna munched on a chicken leg without a care in the world. Dawson nodded. The threat was real. Because the orc leader who gathered them all is a terrifying master of aura. Adrias became wary, but the stupid witch shouted that it would be fun. The magician glanced at her. Would he be able to defeat the orc leader at all? If he helped her, then maybe they would succeed. But war is never easy. The smug sorceress promised to deal with the leader. And then she returned to eating juicy meat. Her fickle, unpredictable nature could alarm anyone. They had barely finished their modest supper when the Lord's squire burst into the room. Vivien asked what happened, and the knight reported that the leader of the orcs had been spotted behind the walls. All the defenders were again ready for battle and climbed up the wall. Only a small detachment of warriors approached the fortress itself. But despite this, Dawson ordered everyone to be on guard. All the orcs were larger than each other, and had bloodshot, furious eyes that could see perfectly in the dark. The largest of them growled in human language, addressing the garrison, and flashed his white fangs. It was the first time people had heard an orc speak their language, and many were alarmed, so they immediately crossed themselves. The orc growled that all the attacks so far had been carried out by young and inexperienced fighters so that they could taste real combat, and tomorrow at dawn they would begin the decisive attack. Even the steadfast knights shuddered at this threat, realizing what might await them. But ending the battle like this would be boring, the leader said. So he suggested that they fight with the 6 best warriors of their tribe. If people win, he will grant them another day of life. The lord gnashed his teeth in anger. The damned orc was simply mocking them and starting some kind of game. Dawson's advisors immediately declared that the orcs were not familiar with honor. They simply planned treachery and meanness, so it would be better to attack them all at once and kill them while the main forces were far away, they suggested. The lord answered them too risky. They were dealing with a master of aura. Even if they jump out of the gates, it will be difficult to defeat the enemy before the main forces arrive. On the other hand, by accepting the deal, the defenders could buy themselves a day before reinforcements arrived. And then Adrias volunteered to go, because besides him and Luna, no one could cope with the orcs anyway. The lord and the other knights were surprised by the courage of the unknown mercenary. The gate mechanisms raised the grate, and the magician walked out in proud solitude to the orcs. The orcs waited patiently. The gate clanged with metal as it closed behind the mercenary. The first warrior came out to meet the magician, holding in his hands a strange sickle-shaped weapon, good only for shepherd work. The essence of the duel is simple, one fight after another. In order to survive, the mercenary had to commit madness and kill all the enemy warriors. Before the spectators on the walls could figure it out, the first fight was over before it even began, the mage simply slipping past his opponent. And then his head separated from his body, as if it were an add-on. This was not enough even for warming up, so Adrias confidently called the next enemy. The second warrior did not keep us waiting, and immediately attacked, grinning viciously with his toothy mouth. But his axe whistled past the target. The magician made a dizzying leap and found himself above his enemy. And then he thrust Galaxier right into the mouth of the astonished orc to its full depth. The orcs were quickly ending. One by one, the mage cut them down like newbies. The last one, except for the leader, was trembling with fear and was in no hurry to attack. It was the only orc woman with a blunt cleaver in her hands. Giving in to her emotions, the warrior jumped first at the terrible man, and the magician took her blow with his sword. Lord Dawson was amazed at the mercenary's strength, and Luna loudly supported her new friend, or maybe she just enjoyed the carnage. Vivien asked in amazement who this warrior was who easily defeated orcs equal in strength to the captain of the knights. Meanwhile, the magician continued his dance of death. He surpassed the orc warrior in speed and had already inflicted several wounds on her. And then when she weakened and slowed down, One blow pierced the heart. When she fell and became silent, the magician caught his breath. 6 elite orcs were killed in a one-on-one duel, and if Barry Sanders was unknown to anyone before that night, he would certainly be the stuff of legends now. The defenders of the fortress immediately cheered up, rejoicing that such an outstanding warrior was fighting for them. The orc laughed and spoke in human language again. He was pleased with this fight, and did not regret at all the fallen who died with honor in battle, and then asked the name of the brave man, and threateningly hung over him with his enormous height. This opponent was strong, and Adrias was wary. The orc was almost twice his height, but he still told him his false name. The orc's heavy, ugly sword hit the ground, and then the leader roared deafeningly so that everyone could hear him. The orcs must remember the bravery of this man. After all, he gave their best warriors the best and most glorious death in battle. The leader's sharp cries were alarming, and the magician prudently did not remove his hand from his sword, although the orc himself looked calm, and it did not seem like he would get angry and take revenge. One day, as promised, while they honor their dead, he growled at the magician as he left. And then he turned to leave, and told the people to prepare to die the next time they met. Anyone who didn't know how to use aura would have already lost consciousness from the strength of spirit alone that emanated from the orc leader, and Adrias himself felt with his own skin what it meant to stand in front of a master of aura. Therefore, if he wants to defeat this monster, he must wait for the right moment, the magician thought, looking after the orc. That same night, having descended from the walls, the lord of the fortress held a small meeting. Despite the fact that they still had a day, the kingdom of Grandis still did not send them reinforcements. The mood was gloomy, although everyone had just been encouraged by the mercenaries' victory. Many thought that they had simply been abandoned here to die, but they had guarded this border their entire lives. And then Lord Dawson quickly put everyone in their place, and calmed their disarray and staggering. He ordered them to stop disgracing the kingdom. Their duty to protect people remains the same. No matter who comes to them, they are obliged to fulfill it, the commander shouted. He felt ashamed in front of the skilled warrior that with his personal bravery he had bought them time, but they had wasted it. Adrias liked this commander. Even in a desperate situation, he kept everyone in check and did his duty, despite the fact that the authorities of Grandis must have written him off by now. Then the magician politely replied that he held no grudges, because they were at war and anything could happen. Even one day of respite would not be superfluous. The Lord answered him in the same noble manner and asked him to fight on his side tomorrow as well. During tomorrow's assault, the commander wanted to gather all the defenders on the western wall and meet the onslaught of orcs there face to face. But in this case, the northern gates will remain without strong protection, and may become vulnerable to a surprise attack that ordinary soldiers cannot cope with. The magician nodded and agreed to guard the rear of the fortress, which caused Luna to grumble in confusion, because she was thirsty for fun. The knights winced at her childishly squeaky voice. She was always making jokes, while for mere mortals, the question was whether they would live to see the next day or not. And then Lord Dawson asked Luna Pendragon to defeat the orc leader. This task appealed to her, and the witch cried out in delight, promising to do everything. Commander Dawson asked her for forgiveness for leaving the most terrible enemy to the girl, but she did not listen to him, anticipating a fun battle. And then he added that, although he was ashamed to admit that their strength was insufficient, they would still have to fight. This place was still their homeland, and no matter what they thought at the top, they were obliged to defend it. And if God willed that they remained alive, a reward would await everyone. Adrias told him that there was no need to bother. He helped them, because the orcs killed his family when he was little. Silly Luna immediately fell for this lie. The magician was in a hurry to get to the great forest, and he did not need the kingdom's rewards. At this point, the meeting was over, and they decided to gather strength before the battle. But the magician could not sleep, so he met the moon on the watchtower, and he asked for something. The witch didn't know whether she could handle it or not, but she promised to try. She asked the magician if the enemy was really that strong, and her childish face was ablaze with delight and curiosity. Sure, Adrias answered her. He was convinced of this while he stood next to the leader. If the enemy is at the peak of his strength, the magician himself will not defeat him. The crazy witch just started dancing on the parapet, all in anticipation of the battle. But the guy called out to her again, and the girl blinked her snow-white eyelashes in surprise. He warned her that if the fight didn't go according to plan, she needed to hide and wait until the corpses formed a mountain. The sorceress nodded, promising to create a lot of material on the battlefield, because when that happens, it will turn the tide of this war. The morning sun called the crows to a lavish feast. The orcs who died ingloriously were not honored, and were simply left to rot. The defenders of the fortress were already ready to throw fresh meat to the crows and dogs, and were taking up their positions. Before Adrias headed towards the northern gate, Luna stopped him, because just before the fight, she decided to conduct a spiritual session with him as she promised, and green balls of light rose up around the witch. The spiritual session allowed Luna to summon any soul with the necessary abilities, so Adrias was glad about that. The witch gathered the green clots into one ball in her hands and read a spell in an ancient language. And then she directed this glow straight into the chest of the young necromancer. "This should make the fight easier," Luna said as a green shroud enveloped the boy. The system helpfully informed him that the soul of the warhound Dvar had been summoned. Now the magician could see everything that was happening on the battlefield, and his eyes glowed green. This ability allowed him to see much further than his sense of mana. In addition to the strengthening, the magician received the abilities of the summoned soul. These skills made the sorceress a real destroyer of balance and common sense, Adrias thought. With renewed vision, he saw through the thick stone of the walls that the enemies were advancing. And then they heard the beating of drums and the noise of the siege towers being dragged towards the walls of the fortress. The lookouts also reported to Lord Dawson that the enemy troops had left the camp. He roared in a bear-like voice and ordered everyone to get back to their places. "The archers should be the first to meet the attackers and treat the enemy with arrows," his voice carried. And the moon again danced with happiness in anticipation of the battle. The magician called the witch with shining gem eyes and asked her to be careful in this fight. The greenskins moved quickly but maintained order. They skillfully dragged heavy wooden towers that were higher than the walls of the fortress. The archers knocked their arrows and waited for the order. And the leader of the orcs inspired his army with his menacing appearance alone. The arrows whistled into the green sea, wave after wave, like a steely, prickly downpour. Each archer fired them without aiming, just one after another, and the air was filled with whistling and death. But the orcs also had something to respond to this with. During the night, they set up siege machines, heavy catapults that fired pots with a flaming mixture and polished stones. The catapults fired a volley, discharging with a terrible creak, and fiery streaks crossed the sky. The orcs aimed at the gates, wanting to quickly enter the fortress. The shells hit the wall and exploded into fire. The moon, which stood on the wall directly above the gate, took some of the blows on itself, covering them with a barrier. Lord Dawson was again amazed at the strength of the sorceress, who effortlessly held back the power of the throwing machines and the heat. All this time the witch was laughing madly, enjoying the battle. She tore apart another projectile that didn't reach her and turned it into small gravel. And although the Lord had already managed to rejoice at her success, the witch herself looked worried and looked down. The orcs, having come under fire from archers, rushed headlong towards the walls, because they did not have wide shields to hide behind, and could only quickly engage the defenders in battle. Moreover, the orcish artillery fire was accurate, and they made a breach in the forged iron grating that protected the gate. Then Lord Dawson took with him 2 squads of men-at-arms and led them to defend the breach. But the witch told him that she would play a little first and smiled mysteriously. Dawson just opened his mouth with a massive square jaw in surprise. And then I saw how the crazy witch jumped down without any fear, and in her hands appeared a scythe worthy of the Reaper of Death. The orcs not only used machines, they also had their own shamans who covered the troops with a barrier and attacked with fire volleys. Others stood on top of wooden towers and recited spells. It was a magic that affected the minds of the orcs that splashed like a red mist. The warriors, intoxicated by it, forgot about fear and fell into a battle frenzy, which only gave them strength and fury. There was no more terrible picture than the green, furious, and endless sea in which the storm had broken out. Vivien shuddered. A small detachment of orcs headed towards the northern wall, but there they were met by Adrias. The orcs roared madly and let out deafening screams, but these could only affect the faint-hearted and simple soldiers. The magician saved his strength and easily jumped aside from the powerful blow. The orcs had become stronger under the influence of the shaman's chants, so one had to be careful with them. And yet the magician realized the shamans needed to be gotten rid of, and as quickly as possible. At the western gates, a bloodbath began. Despite her fragile frame, the sorceress mowed down the greenskins like grass in a mad whirlwind of death. She spun like a top, and everyone who was nearby fell down cut into pieces, and no one could get close to her. Dawson was glad that this seemingly innocent girl was on their side. In terms of strength, she was akin to a squad of royal knights. Meanwhile, the witch gave herself over completely to unbridled fun. But then there was a loud bang, like a bell, and the witch rolled back. Even though the attack was unexpected, she easily blocked it and was pleased with herself. The orc leader personally came to fight her and ordered everyone to get out of the way. His crazy red eyes, like coals, terrified everyone around him, people and orcs, and no one dared to contradict him. Even Lord Dawson's face darkened as he felt the pressure coming from the green-skinned leader. Realizing who was in front of her, the girl grinned madly. Luna was already tired of waiting, as she usually spoke about herself in the third person. The orc greeted her in human language and even praised her for her bravery. And the sorceress promised to engrave the orc's soul on her dear comrade. Without warning, she got down to business, scythe flashing, and struck from above. The orc blocked her attack by simply raising his ugly cleaver above his head. The witch promised to kill him without scratching his precious soul and laughed madly. And then she attacked him again with a devastating whirlwind of wide blows that mowed down all the warriors near the leader. But he only laughed louder and again parried her blow with his sword. The steel clanged and the little sorceress's onslaught was stopped. All the while the orc continued to praise her skill. She used flexibility and mana to hide her lack of weight and size. But despite this, the leader threw her back against the walls like a kitten. The sorceress landed right in the middle of the orc horde and gave them a slaughter with her scythe. The witch with sapphire eyes demanded more praise from her opponent and quickly broke through to him. "It's a wonderful day today," the orc leader roared with delight. "However, this is a battlefield, so they must continue in Valhalla," he roared, and a powerful force surrounded him, which grew all the time. Luna was surprised and made a silly face, asking where the orc was going. And then she saw his power that erupted like a volcano, scorching the arena with its heat. His aura was so thick and dense as if it could be cut with a knife, and the leader himself stood majestic and powerful. Luna's eyes sparkled with wild delight and admiration, as if she had seen something beautiful. Without thinking, the tiny sorceress rushed towards an enemy that you don't often meet on the battlefield. Lord Dawson brought his warriors back to their senses with shouts and led them into a decisive attack while the sorceress occupied their most terrible enemy. They went beyond the walls and attacked the orcs who had lost their order. The knights gathered in a tight formation and bristled with halberds. A bloody battle ensued in which it was difficult to understand who was winning and who was losing. Both sides suffered losses. Luna rushed towards the orc leader, and then he struck with his monstrously huge aura. However, his target was not the tiny witch, who turned around in amazement, batting her ashen eyelashes. This blow split the ground and brought down part of the fortress wall. With just one aura, it knocked the witch off her feet. Dawson gritted his teeth, his ears still ringing from the noise. The crushing force was such that the moon collapsed onto the rubble of the walls. The witch with the gem eyes no longer smiled, and a dark crimson stream flowed down her childish face. And the strength and power of the orc leader continued to grow and rolled towards her like a pillar of fire. The second blow smashed the remains of the gate and opened the way for the orcs. The leader let out a triumphant cry of victory that echoed throughout the entire area. It was so loud that it even reached the north gate, where Barry Sanders had just finished fighting off an attack. Having examined the wall, which was covered with a thick carpet of bodies of defenders and attackers, the magician was convinced that the battle here was over. With the help of the Hound Devourer, he looked around at what was happening in another part of the fortress. Things were clearly not going smoothly for Luna. And then the system helpfully counted the number of bodies available for conscription. Almost 1,000 came up. The knights were dumbfounded when the mercenary was enveloped in a grave-like bluish glow. With a flash of green eyes, the young necromancer ordered that all remaining men in the ranks be sent to the western gate, where Commander Dawson was fighting. And then people saw a chilling picture that they could only hear about in church sermons. The dead began to move again. "This battlefield now belongs to him," the necromancer said confidently. The mana reached the very edges of the battlefield. It spread around like water, and filled every crack, every house and walls with towers. Now everyone who died here belonged to him. Even the furious orcs froze in amazement at this picture. They had just taken the wall, killing all the defenders and laying down many of their fighters, and now before their eyes all the dead were rising, as if they refused to die. The knights began to huddle behind each other and cross themselves furiously at the sight of the evil spirits. "Dance of death," they cried, "their fighting spirit already broken, so they took this magic as a harbinger of doom." The dead gnashed their teeth, no matter how much they suffered in battle. If they could move, they rose from the other world. "Necromancer!" Screams rang out across the battlefield when they realized that this was not the second coming or the day of judgment. And then he gave a silent order to destroy all enemies. And then a massacre began, more terrible than before, because everything was mixed up, and it was no longer possible to understand where friends were and where enemies were. Only bodies that tore each other apart in disarray. Lord Dawson did not see this. He was busy with the enemy in front of him, and spat out blood from his broken mouth. "It's amazing and stupid," the orc leader growled. "We should have attacked him, not protected the sorceress." The blow had torn off the plate pauldron, and a red spring was gushing from the wound, but the proud knight still held the witch's fragile body in his arms. The orc raised his sword over him, and his aura, which took the form of a giant, repeated his movements exactly. Dawson realized that these were his last moments, and he asked the little witch for forgiveness. He did everything he could. But then the leader saw a new enemy, Barry, he recognized as a skilled warrior. Adrias stood in front of him, leaving Dawson and Luna behind him, and raising all the dead that were nearby. Magic flowed from his hands in a continuous stream, and corpses stood before the magician. What a surprise, the orc growled. Now he was surrounded by enemies. He was surprised that a man with the strength of a swordsman would also turn out to be a necromancer. And then, in one fell swoop, he vaporized dozens of corpses with his crushing aura. Dawson called the mercenary while they had a minute to talk. "It's too late to save him," said the brave captain, who sacrificed himself to save the witch. Adrias agreed with his words, and unlike Luna's wounds, Dawson's could no longer be cured by means. But even so, the brave knight refused to give up. He asked to use his body so that he could continue to defend his homeland even after his death. The young necromancer nodded humbly, respecting the last will of this courageous man he liked. The best die first, the magician thought with regret. The panicking knights ran up to the lord. They fussed and called for doctors with potions. But Dawson cut off the sergeant's cries. He ordered to tell Vivien and Dever that from now on he was the lord commander of the fortress, and the knight, with difficulty holding back his sobs, bit his tongue. The army of dead flesh advanced on the orc lord, but he only mocked their efforts. Every swing of his sword ground the remains into dust and raised a storm, but there were more dead than living nearby. The common undead were nothing compared to the orc chieftain, the necromancer concluded as he studied him indifferently. And behind him, Dawson breathed his last. While the still-living orcs came to their senses, the battle madness that the shamans had sent upon them brought them back to the battlefield, and a furious slaughter began again. Since the ordinary undead couldn't cope, it was time to call on the guard of the dead, Adrias decided, and a spatial gate opened next to him while the orc leader was busy. This time, he summoned the entire team at once, including the giant Rudol and the fairy queen Millen. The necromancer ordered Nickel and Timur to occupy the orc lord, and the dead swordmaster nodded obediently. "Forward," Adrias ordered everyone. "The real battle has only just begun." Smoke and ash from the explosions covered the entire battlefield and devoured the fortress. Vivien watched the battle from the wall through a telescope. Of course, he knew that necromancers were the kings of the battlefield. Their army was growing all the time, but for just one person to be able to turn the tide of battle was incredible. With the help of a pipe, the new commander of the fortress saw what was hidden by the ashes. The terrifying dead that the necromancer took with him crushed the enemy army. Each summoned one was strong, as if they had entered a mythical era from fairy tales and legends. The Tiger King and the Dead Master pressed the orc leader, working together as a team. A messenger burst onto the wall to see the deputy commander. The knight carried the now unconscious miniature sorceress on his back, and reported the sad news that Commander Dawson had fallen bravely in battle. These words made the hearts of his loyal knights clench with pain. Timur delivered a powerful blow, putting all his strength into it, and threw the orc back. He flew back, scattering the ranks of his warriors who were crowding behind him. The blow was strong, but the orc stood firm, still enjoying the fight. There were only 2 pathetic corpses in front of him, but they managed to hold him back. Having looked around, he saw that there were no more of his warriors left next to him. Now they looked at him with the empty eye sockets of the dead, and so the orc leader realized that he had failed as their leader. He again surrounded himself with a fighting aura. The army of the undead stopped, and turning around, the orc saw their master approaching him. The same warrior and swordmaster who had been hiding his true strength until now. The leader already understood that this battle would be legendary, but also his last, and asked to honor him, because he wanted to die at the hands of a great warrior. And Adrias agreed. Since he was a worthy warrior, they should fight like true knights with honor. The sword galaxer left its scabbard and began to writhe like a snake and disintegrate into links as the necromancer walked straight towards the orc whose spirit was unyielding. "May their souls reach the long hall," the orc growled, and the opponents ran towards each other. The necromancer swung his sword like a whip, but the orc caught it with his aura. He struck straight in mid-jump and cut through the bone whip and the magician himself. And only then did I see that it was an ephemeral double. Realizing that it was a trick, the orc quickly struck himself behind the back from where the real necromancer was moving. Their blades collided with a deafening screech and explosion, and then the orc's ugly cleaver got stuck in the white, dense bones. A mountain of bones appeared on his way, a skill that Adrias stole from Sharon. Even after his death, the teacher helped him, which warmed the soul of the necromancer. Fighting the orc in close combat was too dangerous. One wrong move, and this master would simply cut him down, so Adrias summoned a bone weapon. "There are still aces up his sleeve," the formidable orc growled. "What can you do, since he is faced with such a formidable opponent?" the magician answered him, while a strong and dense bone shell closed on his chest. This light armor covered his body without restricting his movements and protected his vital organs. In this battle, the necromancer had to use everything. "Forward, great warrior who will change the world!" growled the orc, gathering all his strength. And the necromancer attacked head-on, clutching Galaxir tightly in his hands, his skull-shaped shoulder pads flashing. The swords clashed, and the sound of bells ringing from the blow echoed throughout the fortress. The warriors moved quickly, and their blades clashed again and again. It was a dance of death for two, and neither wanted to give in. Adrias returned the blade to his back again, hiding it from the enemy's sight. He used the techniques of the academy, while the ferocious orc fought with pure and brute force. The very air was ablaze with their heated battle. While this battle was raging, the new commander asked the knight where Dawson's body was. And then his squire could not hold back his tears. After all, as the Lord wanted, his body continued to serve for the good of his homeland. He took the orc's last monstrous blow and stopped him. And this time Dawson stood his ground, defending himself with his axe. The orc spat out blood. He thought about how huge the world was. As soon as he left the great forest to write his name in history, he was stopped at the first obstacle. Even though he was a little sorry that it all ended so quickly, it was a good fight, the orc said, and a fountain gushed from his shoulder wound. Adrias politely apologized for not being able to personally finish their battle, but such was the Lord Commander's final will. Having given up all his strength, the orc leader collapsed onto the battle-heated ground. As Dawson wanted, he stopped the enemy with his own hands, and with this the Necromancer fulfilled his promise. The hero of Endvor stood as if a monument to himself. Here he had truly ended the war and the great march of the orcs. News of the Greenskins' crushing defeat quickly reached headquarters in Bayat Fortress. The commander was shocked to learn that the Orc Lord was dead, and asked how much damage Endvor had suffered. The civilian population did not suffer much. Since the enemies were unable to break into the fortress, they only started a fire, but the garrison lost half of its people. But the hardest news that hit the commander was that Lord Dawson had fallen in battle. The loss of such a knight was a strong blow to the country's defense, and the commander was distressed. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he would have gone to Endvor without listening to the king's orders. But then another lord approached him and asked what had happened. The staff officer repeated the messenger's report. The orcs had been routed, making Sir Evan's call for reinforcements pointless. "So there will be no more casualties," the knight in polished white armor answered calmly. But how did they manage to defeat the Orc Lord? Was Lord Dawson a master of aura? He asked. However, the knight objected, as he was told. The orcs were dealt with by a pair of mercenaries, one of whom was a necromancer, and the other a spiritual medium. And he added that the Lord must be personally acquainted with the medium. Daughter of the Millennium Eve, Luna Pendragon named the knight one of the 10 greatest on the continent. Who would have thought that in such a place he would find the abode of evil? But apparently such is the will of God, said the White Knight Paladin Evan von Orleans. He was a tall and stately knight, with jet-black hair and bright blue eyes that shone piercingly with northern ice. And then the commander remembered that Sir Evan was an inquisitor and paladin who pursued dark magicians and caught and judged them. The Lord Commander learned of this too late, and regretfully realized that he had betrayed the heroes of Endvor who had defended his country. And Sir Evan said that he should hurry. Luna drew a circle with her stick for a long time and was indignant that they left so quickly. After all, the grateful inhabitants of Endvor prepared a ton of meat for them, but the magician was in a hurry. He promised the sorceress, who had already recovered from her wounds in battle, to feed her to her fill when they left the great forest. And then he asked if everything was ready. On the clearing lay the corpse of a great orc, around which the sorceress had drawn a complex circle. It was the same soul engraving session, only this time the effect would be permanent, she explained. Of course, all the life force that he had during life will not be transferred to him, but since the orc was a strong guy, even one of his abilities will be very useful. The witch told him to stand in the center of the circle, but be careful not to spoil it. The leader could have been a great addition to his pocket guard of elite fighters, but the necromancer could not use them very often, so this time he decided to strengthen himself, especially since who knows when he will meet Luna again. Then the witch took off her hood and said that she would not be the one doing the engraving. The magician was surprised, although when dealing with this crazy sorceress, he always had to be surprised. She raised her hands to the sky and whispered the words of the ancient spell like a prayer. The force that was released threw the body of the tiny dark sorceress upward. The necromancer froze in amazement. Outwardly nothing had changed, but now he felt the presence of someone strong, and the witch's voice had changed. For the first time, her daughter called her not to kill her, but to help someone, said the ash-haired witch, who hung in the air in the streams of power. Millennium Eve, that was the name of the legendary witch, Adrias remembered. Luna stopped speaking in a childish, squeaky, playful voice. Now in front of him was an adult witch who wanted to know who he was to her daughter. The magician chose his words carefully. Before him was the spirit of the great dark witch, who had made her daughter so strong by giving her only a fraction of her powers. He called himself her friend. Another surprise, the witch was surprised. Adrias sheepishly admitted that it had happened recently, but they had managed to be in battle, and he had even saved her life once, even though the witch had forced the friendship on him against his will. But her mother apparently had enough of this, so she extended her hand to the magician and began. The words of prayer in the language of souls were spoken, and power surrounded the fallen orc. Under the influence of an ancient spell, the body of a powerful sage began to decompose. The magician swallowed nervously as he watched her art, because his mother's skills were very different from what Luna herself could do. Another poor child who found meaning in his existence only on the battlefield. Perhaps in his company he would be a little happier, the great witch said to Adrias. And the magician realized that the witch was talking to the soul of the deceased. The witch touched his high forehead and warned that it would hurt a little, and Adrias winced, because doctors always say that before they hurt. And of course it hurt. So much so that it was as if someone had driven a red-hot rod into his skull and twisted it. Adrias began to tap dance with his teeth like one of his skeletons. The witch was amazed that the boy was still conscious. Usually everyone passes out the first time, no matter how strong they are. And then he awakened the aura of the orc chieftain within himself, and let out his battle cry, which echoed widely across the forest. And then Luna nodded in satisfaction. The magician fell to his knees, exhausted. You can't train your mind no matter how hard you try. Such manipulations don't happen easily. The witch praised him for his fortitude, but it would have been easier for him to sleep for a little while. Adrias was breathing heavily. He thought he was about to die. And then he looked at his rewards. The ability of the common enemy, which gave mana restoration for killing an enemy, regeneration speed in battle, increased fighting spirit. Now his mana in battle was not limited by anything. The witch realized from his astonished face that the soul engraving had been successful. And then she touched his chest in surprise, and realized that there was room in his mind for another soul. An ordinary person could only accept one engraving, but there was room for a second one. Adrias wondered if it was because of his double core. The witch was also surprised by the incredible structure of his soul. The magician frowned because the witch was looking at him in the same way as Modras, as if he were not a person but an object of research. At this point they said goodbye, and the boy bowed politely and thanked him for his help. The dark witch asked the guy to take care of her stupid daughter, who always suffered from loneliness because she was unlucky with her mother. And Adrias nodded in agreement because that silly girl was now his friend. In the light of 3 moons, Millennium Eve left her daughter's body, and the tiny witch fell into the strong arms of the mage. The great forest of Bayatra was comparable in area to an empire, and resembled more an endless emerald sea. And people were not welcome in this forest. The moon constantly pulled him into the thicket, obeying wild instincts, but the magician preferred to use a map and compass. So he easily found the place marked on the map and dragged the crazy witch there. They walked all day, and stopped only when twilight descended on the forest, and the sun was still licking the crowns of the centuries-old oaks with its rays of sunset. And the next day they found a crevice in the rock, which was densely overgrown with wild ivy, and the entrance was closed by some kind of thick veil like fog. Luna was puzzled by this find. Even though they were looking for a dragon's tomb, there was a lot inside, she felt. Adrias was surprised because he thought that there was only the corpse of the dragon there. It was worth looking around first. But then he saw how the crazy sorceress simply walked inside. Casting aside all doubts, the magician followed her before something even worse happened. He appeared in a strange place, and the system reported that this was the place of death of the dragon Kravmak, and he entered the dungeon, a repeating nightmare. The emptiness disappeared and was filled with the sounds and noise of the city. Behind him, water gurgled in the city fountain, next to which sat a magician, and children ran around and played tag. He sat in the middle of an ordinary little town with neat half-timbered houses. It didn't look like the dungeon the system message was talking about at all. It looked hyper-realistic, as if the mage had simply returned to the Empire. And then he heard a familiar squeaky child's voice. Luna was having fun dancing on the roof of the house, because usually the dungeons were dark and gloomy, but here everything looked cheerful. Adrias asked her if she found anything unusual, and the witch jumped straight down. In the tone of a conspirator who has learned a secret, she told him that all the people in this city are ghosts, and the magician was amazed. All these people are dead, he realized, looking at the merry children. They came looking for a dragon and ended up in a ghost town. It was hard to see the connection between all this and the dragon's grave, and the magician suggested looking around. Luna, who loved this kind of adventure, cheerfully suggested conducting an investigation. Usually the dungeons were closed after their core was destroyed, but it was not clear what to do in this one, the guy thought, and the witch told him to rely on her. Together they walked around the city, looked into the market, and chatted a little with the residents, who seemed to be living in their own reality. The city could not be left, as it was surrounded by a barrier that no one seemed to notice or be surprised by. Adrias suggested returning to the center again, since the answers were most likely there anyway. They knew nothing about this place. It was nowhere, nor from any era. When the guy wanted to ask the witch a question, he suddenly discovered that she was not around. Of course, the restless witch was distracted and looked somewhere along with another crowd of onlookers. The traveling performers were putting on their usual show, and now the story of the knight and the dragon was being played out on stage. Luna, who still lives with her mother, was delighted with such entertainment. Someone from behind called out to the magician and asked if he was a mercenary, since he had never been seen in this city, and Adrias nodded in response. Then a local townsman, who had already had a drink from a street vendor, told him that things were bad, because the team to destroy the fire dragon had left several days ago. The magician had not heard anything about this team and asked about it. He justified himself by saying that he was still a newbie, and the townsman nodded, saying that this was even good, because for him, this trip could have been fatal. The townsman pointed to the artists and said that they were just acting out a story about this team. Not far from their town, a fire dragon dug a nest for itself, and the archbishop of the goddess Lete sent an expedition there to kill the dragon. Lord Lete, like an ancient god, the magician said thoughtfully, and the townsman was surprised by the word ancient. Lord Let is a deity and guardian of their city, so the team received his blessing before setting off. This ancient legend seemed familiar to the guy. This means that the city itself was from an ancient era, since the dungeons were often associated with some kind of ruins. A couple more days and they will definitely hear something about the expedition, said the townsman. No matter how terrible the dragon was, there were 3 great knights in the hunting team. On stage, jugglers spectacularly slew the dragon, and his death was full of drama. Luna clapped her hands in delight, tears in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen a performance, and Adrias was amazed at the closet under the stairs she had grown up in. The talkative townsman wished the boy a good time in the city, since he hadn't made it to the hike anyway. Dragons usually choose a place where they will live until their death, and it is called a mound, the magician remembered. But it was strange that after they got to this city, the system called it the place where the dragon died, which made sense if the expedition was really successful. Luna remembered that they were there on business, but the magician suggested ending the search and stopping for the night, since it was already late. On the way, Adrias asked her if it was really the first time the witch had seen a street performance, and the girl said that she had been chased all her life, so she had not had time for this. And then someone called them by name, Luna Pendragon and Barry Sanders, which made the dark wizards flinch. Before them stood a tall and stately knight in clean white armor, with a cross on his chest and a piercingly cold look in his blue eyes. Adrias was very surprised, because the knight clearly did not belong here since he knew their names, which meant that someone else entered the dragon's dungeon after them. But Luna knew this man, and perhaps too well because she bristled like a cat and hissed, asking what he was doing here. Evan von Orleans, the enemy of the greatest dark witch in the history of the eve of the millennium, and also the mother of the moon. So the magician became wary, and in the hands of the sorceress, her scythe appeared. And she has grown, the paladin noted in a serene voice. The witch told him not to speak to her in that tone because she hated him. Adrias also placed his hand on the hilt of Galaxir, waiting to see what would happen next. But Evan only reproached the sorceress that he had a lot of problems when he heard about them in Envor. The magician got angry. He thought that there would be no problems if only he hid his identity, but every dark magician has his own skeleton in the closet, and now someone extremely dangerous appeared in front of them. But the paladin did not attack. He asked them what was happening, because with the last rays of the sun that left the false sky, all the ghosts of the townspeople turned to dust. They dissolved like ink in water. Blue inky smoke filled the streets of the small town. All this is a special kind of black magic, the paladin concluded and drew his blade. But he came here only to burn out all the dark magicians with hot steel, said Evan, and his sword sparkled brightly with golden light. The light cleared away all the smoke that was around the paladin as he rushed towards them with his eyes burning. Adrias also drew Galaxir and began to move. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even understand how. His hand became lighter and no longer clutched the hilt of the sword, and the paladin was already moving towards the moon. The hand, severed by a clean blow, still clutched Galaxir. Luna screamed in horror when she saw him injured, and involuntarily shouted out his real name. But a lightning-fast punch from the paladin to the stomach folded the fragile sorceress in half like a butterfly. She flew away like a fly into thick smoke. The magician clutched the stump of his arm so as not to bleed out quickly, and looked where the witch had fallen. However, the next moment, a sharp blade painfully stung him in the back, and broke through like a sprout from the ground. He did not even feel the paladin's movements. So Barry is a pseudonym, Evan concluded coolly, and everything went dark in the boy's eyes. And then he heard the voice of a strange and familiar entity. It mocked him with a laugh that was as creaky as sand. A pathetic follower of a false god had killed him. Someone with an upside-down face laughed. Adrias stood frozen in the void, upside down, towards this strange creature. And then he asked him who he was, and surprised the stranger with his steadfastness. But the guy with the upside-down face just laughed again. He was wondering if the guy would be able to get out of this place. And he also picked up the lost thing. And then the sharp, piercing pain returned to the magician again, and he screamed. When Adrias woke up, he was breathing heavily, and his chest was burning like fire. The feeling of a pierced heart and lungs is not something that can be forgotten, but now he was all right. The magician was convinced by quickly feeling himself. The midday bell rang again in the church, and his ears caught the serene babble of children playing. He was sitting by the fountain again, and the cold splashes of fresh water from the aqueduct were flying down his collar. The boys were playing exactly the same as yesterday when he appeared in this place. The city, frozen in an endless loop of time, lived its own life, as if nothing had happened. And then the magician realized what kind of recurring nightmare the system had in mind when it locked him here. And then the tiny witch threw herself on his chest, beside herself with joy that her first and only friend was with her again. The magician gently pushed her away from him and asked if she remembered what happened, but the girl with ash-colored hair also did not understand what happened. After she was carried off the battlefield, a fog covered her and everything disappeared. So she didn't die and wasn't reborn, the magician concluded, and simply woke up at the starting point. The strange fog, the strange entity that appeared after Evan's attack, it was all suspicious, the guy thought. Demon with an upside-down face. They live in one looped day, Adrias explained to the witch. But the locals themselves did not realize anything due to the action of dark magic. They, as aliens, were the only ones who retained their memories. The cycle ended when the bell struck midnight or someone died. Besides, Evan didn't go anywhere. Although he didn't die, the magician said, and the witch also turned around following his gaze. A knight paladin in shining armor approached them. This place is hidden from God's sight and needs to be cleared as soon as possible, the paladin said, his blue eyes flashing like a white walker. The magician and the witch bristled with weapons. Their last meeting had somehow not gone well, but Evan calmly told them not to do anything stupid. If he wanted to kill them, he would have done it already. Luna was indignant because he himself attacked them last time without any warning, but Adrias calmly put Galaxir back in its sheath. But he still asked if the paladin wanted to conclude a temporary truce, and he sharply replied that for an unholy man, the guy was quick-witted. Then the magician suggested that they split up and look for answers, and when the day began anew, they would meet here again and exchange information, despite Luna's objections. The paladin twitched his straight mustache and said that the guy was good at planning. But the magician didn't like his tone, and he asked what was wrong. The paladin couldn't be sure that they wouldn't run away as soon as they learned about the exit. In other words, they couldn't trust each other. And then Adrias boldly stated that they should have behaved more friendly at the first meeting, but now they could not feel relaxed next to the paladin. "Oh, Jesus Christ," the paladin grumbled discontentedly, because they still didn't understand anything. If he had his way, he would hack and kill them every time they were reborn, Evan said with complete indifference to their suffering. This only made the couple of dark mages shudder even more. "Well then, let's work together," the magician agreed, since no one could convince the stubborn knight that he only thought with his muscles, which made Luna truly tremble. According to the impudent guy, the knight could not understand whether he was mocking or joking, and therefore a vein began to pulse on his face. But the guy continued to speak because if the knight doubted them, he could just secretly follow them. He would have enough skill for that. These words sounded like a real mockery, and Evan's eyes lit up with blue ice. The proud paladin replied that since nothing could be decided quickly, he would watch and wait, and then turned around and left them. Thus the magician achieved his goal, and at least for a short time got rid of the annoying paladin. However, the guy himself was surprised by his luck, thinking that Evan would attack them again, but apparently the paladin had his own concept of dignity. And then he told Luna that they had to find a way out faster than Evan. The witch said discontentedly that she hated the knight, but the magician answered her that now they had no other choice. They quickly walked along the streets to the other side of the city. Yesterday they had already passed here, and the guy remembered the words about the archbishop's blessing for the summer. And so they found themselves together at the building of a Gothic church, which seemed suspiciously similar to the one Jester lived in. At this time, the paladin appeared behind them again. First, it was worth agreeing on who was going where, he told them, because he himself, as a priest, wanted to visit the church. Now their separation made no sense. Evan twitched his mustache with displeasure. Adrias replied to him that they also considered this place the most suspicious. Luna intervened again and boldly ordered the knight to go away, in her childish, squeaky voice since they had come here earlier. The doors of the church were open, and the gatekeeper at the entrance suddenly asked Luna if she was St. Nick's. And before the idiot could ask a stupid question, the magician shut her mouth and said that it was she. And then the gatekeeper asked them if they wanted to meet the archbishop, and his eyes shimmered like gems. Then Adrias wanted to know if they could do it now, but the gatekeeper objected to him that only the saint could go, and the escorts should wait outside. Luna grimaced and told the guy that she didn't understand anything, only that she had to play along with these people, and the magician told her to go inside and find out what kind of person the archbishop was. Adrias watched as the sorceress ran to the entrance, which was guarded by monks with eyes like the moon, and he wondered what they had in common with the sorceress and the goddess Nyx. All dark magicians are masters of lies, Evan stated in his arrogant, cold voice. Adrias asked him not to start a fight, and the paladin suddenly asked for forgiveness. He only wanted to compliment him, and promised to choose his words more carefully. And then he added that as soon as they got out of here, he would fulfill his duty as an inquisitor. And he also regretted that he could not personally take the soul of Luna and her mother. Adrias looked at the troublesome inquisitor paladin with disdain. Even though he didn't want to argue about his duties, a dark magician who sometimes stooped to lying looked much better than a maniac who desperately pursued a child and wanted to kill him. Blasphemy, Evan said indignantly, and looked angrily at the impudent boy who dared to argue with him. Then a strange noise came from the depths of the church, and the magician turned around in alarm. After all, the moon just went there. Without thinking, Adrias rushed to the entrance. The monks with gem eyes took out short knives and shouted at him that he couldn't go inside. And then the magician used the recently acquired orc trait on them and ordered them to go away. His battle cry stunned the sensitive monks so much that they immediately wet their underwear and foamed at the mouth with fear, and the magician was able to enter inside without hindrance. The bishop's staff collected black smoke around itself, and Adrias was amazed to see dark magic in the church. This captivity threw the moon back and whirled like a whirlwind all the way to the vault. The tiny witch took out her scythe and fought off the incomprehensible darkness. Adrias touched her back, and the girl was glad to see her friend. There was definitely something wrong with this place, she said. Dirty unbelievers, the bishop hissed at them. And poking his staff at them, he asked how they dared to invade this place that was under the protection of the Holy Lady Letta, and then ordered them to leave immediately. This is a living person, suggested Luna, whose specialty was the souls of people. Now the magician understood who started this game and locked the entire city in a time loop. However, the frightened bishop denied everything. He did not have such strength. And all this happens thanks to the power of Lady Lette. They must bow to her because she gave everyone eternal life, the obsequiously mad fanatic shouted. And then the paladin of faith entered the church. The black fog is the work of a deity, he asked. This is a sign of her holiness, which is manifested in true believers, the fanatic said in response. However, it was the paladin inquisitor's job to figure out what was a miracle of God and what was not, and he said that God would never have created something so sinister and dark. Blasphemy! The fanatic screamed and spat, and they entered into a deep theological dispute. But the magician was forced to interrupt him, reminding him that first it was necessary to beat information out of the bishop. The fanatic stepped back and said that he would never give them the city, even if it all started because of his mistakes. In the end, everyone remained alive, only because of him. 3 people listened attentively to the madman, trying to understand what he was talking about. And then the bishop pressed the shepherd's staff to himself. There is nothing more they can do, he said, and the stone in the staff glowed red. The bishop's blood splashed onto the statue of Saint Letta, and he fell on his back. Luna examined the body. It was too late to save him now, so they again found out nothing. The soul has already returned in time, Adrias realized. The paladin concluded the obvious. The priest was involved in the fact that time moves cyclically in this city. And Luna snorted discontentedly, because everyone already understood it. However, the proud paladin added, they had no idea how the bishop did it. Although it was strange to call this phenomenon divine, time travel was a transcendental thing, so Evan had no idea how one person could do such a thing. There must definitely be a special substance or object involved here, the Inquisitor suggested. The core of the dungeon, but they didn't have enough information to find it, the mage explained. So what now? The witch asked, grumbling discontentedly, and suggested looking in other places. However, the paladin objected to her that this was a waste of time, and it would be much faster to go back in time and extract information from the bishop. And then, with unwavering determination, he put his blade to the neck. Until we meet again, the Inquisitor wished them. And before the eyes of the astonished dark magicians, he cut his throat and collapsed onto the church floor. Adrias shuddered at the sight. Of course, there was no point in waiting until night, but the method was too radical, although Luna liked it. The witch took out a hellish scythe and suggested doing the same, with a strange, joyful grin on her face. After all, her difficult childhood had affected her inclinations. The magician suggested that they take a good look around, because they needed to find more information than Evan had when the witch was already preparing to strike herself with her scythe. "How smart he is," the empty-headed witch admired. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything, and Adrias suggested looking tomorrow after the death of the impatient paladin. However, this could not go on forever, Adrias warned, despite the fact that time was turning back. They didn't know how time moved outside the dungeon, the mage said, but the moon still didn't understand why it was so important. But the guy had people outside the dungeon he needed to protect. And then Luna realized the terrible truth of life. You're not your best friend's best friend. The black fog that appeared again on the streets at the end of the day tore her away from her gloomy thoughts. When they returned to the starting position, they immediately rushed to the church, and Luna really wanted to catch the bishop personally. But when they reached the place, they saw dead gatekeeper monks there. It became clear that Evan was ahead of them, and the dark magicians cautiously entered inside. Luna indignantly asked the paladin why he killed the priest without finding out anything from him. But Adrias thought that the bishop might have killed himself before they got to the church, because he already knew about their arrival. The witch began to scold the knight again in her squeaky, childish voice. But the magician stopped her. Evan wasn't to blame. "This is a fight with an eternal draw," the Inquisitor concluded and grabbed his sword sharply as always. He said goodbye and again amazed them with his inflexibility. Adrias realized that the paladin planned to do this until someone gave up. This method was the easiest, but the guy did not have that much time to hang around in this cycle. However, then he himself grabbed Galaxier. Even though he wanted to find a more cunning way, now they had to use a quick one, and the dark magicians sprinkled the walls of the church with their blood. And so began the race within the endless loop. Death chase, death dozens of times in a row, and then the dozens turned into hundreds, each time hoping to catch the bishop. After it passed 120, Adrias stopped counting. No matter how many times they did it, they couldn't get rid of the unpleasant feeling of suicide. And repeating the same cycle didn't add any joy. Everything was made worse by the fact that the magician did not know how much time had passed outside the dungeon. But Morn and Jester are not sitting idle and are looking for the remaining pages of the Codex. The whole story is approaching its end, and he is stuck here. They are trapped and can do nothing. The bishop wrote them a message in his blood. For the mad fanatic, it was all just a game. He even tore off his own hand to provoke them, the Inquisitor concluded. Adrias became angry and clenched his teeth. And then he cursed filthily, and in impotent rage chopped up the body of the damned bishop. He was breathing heavily, and the question of what to do was mercilessly drilling into his head. But then the little witch hugged him and pressed herself tightly to his chest. The ash-haired witch, closing her eyes, suggested that we rest today and not kill ourselves. And the magician regained control of himself, realizing that he was not behaving like an adult at all. To rest, they went into the nearest tavern. Evan went with them despite Luna's indignation. Twirling his straight mustache, he explained to her that he was simply keeping an eye on them. Everyone was not in the best mood, so the Inquisitor demanded that they give him the strongest drink there was, although he usually abstained from alcohol. Adrias was also surprised that the paladin was allowed to drink. "Merciful God, forgive his slave a little weakness," Evan justified himself, pouring a strong, double-distilled brandy. "Especially after they killed themselves 100 times, he added, handing one of the cups to Adrias. The magician was again amazed that it was none other than the paladin of faith who was speaking about this. At such moments he looked more human, and not like a walking holy scripture. The Inquisitor raised the cup and offered them a drink as those who shared death together. The witch looked at Evan skeptically and muttered that he had gone crazy after that, although now he didn't irritate Luna as much. The magician wanted to stop their squabble, which could flare up again. But the girl had already knocked over the cup with the scalding drink. The guy and the Inquisitor followed her example. True, the Holy Paladin was the first to fall onto the table like a mown-down tree. Adrias's jaw dropped. One of the strongest men on the continent was felled by one sip of firewater. "A great opportunity to kill him once," Luna said, and took out her scythe. But Adrias quickly stopped her madness, because after waking up after death, the Inquisitor would definitely sober up and remember everything. And yet the guy told her that they shouldn't do this to each other. The girl stared at him with her gem-like eyes from under snowy eyelashes, and then she slapped him across the cheeks, spitting all over his face. "He is too serious," the little witch told him tenderly. "Even valuable things that you hold tightly in your hands can slip away." The witch's scythe returned to the vault, and she asked the magician if he really thought that the people he thought about were so weak that they could cope without him. And these words made him think. "Even Luna is still alive, albeit under her mother's supervision," the witch said confidently, slapping herself on the chest. There was meaning in those words because each of his charges had the potential to become a protagonist. It was too selfish to think that they needed constant protection. However, the witch, realizing her words, immediately changed her mind because she was protected by the great sorceress, and said that they should return quickly. "They are not so weak," the magician reassured her, and suggested that they take a walk around the city, leaving the snoring inquisitor on the table, who, as it turned out, had not slept at all. The magician decided to enter the church again before nightfall. Even though the mad bishop was already dead, all they did before that was chase him. But now it was more important to find the crime weapon. The magician doubted that the bishop controlled everything in the dungeon with his own hands. Entering the church, he suggested looking for some kind of catalyst. Luna still doubted that they would find him in the same place because he could be anywhere. No matter how much they hurried, the bishop died earlier, which means he is reborn in this place, Adrias concluded. And it was here that the magicians were activated, which means that what they are looking for is probably hidden here. Luna was the first to notice the unusual oddity. From the place where Adrias had previously cut into the statue, a black mist was coming out. The magician asked the sorceress to step back and took out Galaxir. Now he knew that they had not been sent here in vain, and his mood immediately improved. Adrias swung his sword, and the base of Letta's statue turned to dust. They waited for some time for the dust and debris to settle, and then Luna let out a cry of delight. There was a staircase hidden under the base of the statue. Without thinking twice, the witch immediately wanted to go down. But the guy stopped her. It was better to wait until the black smoke went away a little. It was this fog that could be the cause of the time cycle, and the witch agreed with it. But we had to wait a long time, and by that time the sun was heading towards setting. And then Adrias remembered that the black fog dissipated when it touched Evan's sword. He remembered a simple light spell and summoned a small flame in his hand. Luna exclaimed in delight again, surprised by his abilities that were beyond her reach. After clearing the Tower of Modras, the mage received a talent for the element of light. Luna also wanted to learn this, but Adrias explained to her that this was his first time doing it, so he wasn't capable of more. If he had known that they would need the light so much, he would have practiced it before, the magician thought, and stretched out his hand straight into the darkness. Thanks to this beam, they saw that the stairs ended in a dead end, and the door was walled up with stone. But they still went inside this passage. The steps were steep and narrow, so Adrias told the moon to be careful. At the very bottom, the fog was so thick that even a ray of light did not help. They could hardly see further than the magician's hand. And then they suddenly heard someone's voice and perked up. Adrias also heard something, and they stopped, waiting to see what would happen next. "Release," a voice whispered in their heads. Luna clearly felt that there was someone there. She asked to make the light brighter. Adrias wasn't sure what would happen, but he tried. Even such a ray was difficult to maintain, and he did not know if he could make it stronger. In his hand was a fire spell that would draw heat away. Then the magician made the light brighter and changed it, and then repeated this procedure several times. The small beam flared up like a huge torch, which pleased the witch. And then in the darkness that had scattered into the corners, they saw crimson rocks, claws and fangs as tall as a man, a giant who was sleeping peacefully. The dragon Kravmak was here all this time. Adrias was amazed under the church. A huge cavity was discovered under the temple, in which the mythical beast was imprisoned. But then the magician remembered about the fog, because night was approaching, and they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The wind picked up sharply, threatening to extinguish the flames. Adrias barely kept the flame alive and covered it with his body. Luna screamed at him to make the light brighter because the fog was absorbing it, but the boy couldn't do it. It grew thicker around them, as if someone had sprinkled coal dust, and then completely extinguished the last thing that kept them going that day. Adrias woke up again, sitting by a cool fountain with bells ringing. The moon hurried to him and called him to run faster. She wanted to invite Evan with her, but the magician asked her to keep everything that happened a secret from the Inquisitor. Luna was surprised why all of a sudden, because they had worked together before. And Adrias reminded the fool that even though they were working together, the Paladin had come here to kill them. And then Luna cried out in horror. After waiting for the Inquisitor to fall asleep, they destroyed the statue just like last time and went inside. Adrias kept the flames burning as strong as he could and tried to get closer to the dragon. Luna praised the magician for the fact that his light became stronger. After a little practice, he began to do better. But the damned fog still prevented them from taking a step. And then Luna noticed something on the dragon's chest. Adrias assumed it was his core and told her to destroy it. The witch nodded and the next moment jumped, swinging her reaper's scythe. She struck with all her might, and the entire dungeon was filled with the clanging of weapons and grinding sounds. However, the pulsating red core was not harmed by her impact. Adrias gritted his teeth. He was already at the limit of his strength. So they will start the cycle again, he thought, looking at the astonished witch. Luna thought that this object was a heart, because it glowed red and pulsated. However, even if Luna's powerful attack didn't work, they wouldn't be able to hit the dragon's heart. And then Adrias suggested calling the Inquisitor. Luna was dubious about this and grimaced contemptuously at the mention of the Inquisitor. The magician had no doubt that she would not like this idea. By the next cycle, Evan, as before, methodically killed the gatekeepers. He was in no hurry because he knew that the bishop was already dead. But before the paladin went inside, he was called. The knight flashed an icy gaze and turned around. Luna told him that they found the core of the dungeon, right on the run. The adamant inquisitor immediately demanded that they tell him where it was. However, the magician first demanded that he make a promise. Once they get out of here, their truce will last another month. Evan frowned even more than usual. Luna grumbled that nothing would work out. The stubborn inquisitor would not agree anyway. However, unexpectedly for the dark magicians, the paladin accepted their conditions. "This is the promise of the Holy Knight," the magician clarified, taking him at his word. Together they entered the temple of Let, whose statue held time in its hands, contained in an hourglass. This time there was no priest's body here. Adrias was surprised. The witch suggested simply destroying the core as they had planned. Evan agreed, concluding that the bishop himself already understood what awaited him. It made sense, but something seemed strange to the guy. And then they heard a voice behind them. They were all given a chance to be a part of this place, so why do they want to destroy it? The mad bishop, whose staff was emitting black smoke, shouted at them. Adrias cursed. What was the point of reviving a world that no longer existed and repeating the same thing over and over again? Because only here could they live, and God allowed it, the mad fanatic shouted in response. Hearing about God, the magician grinned. Madmen always reduce everything to justification by God. All this is just his pathetic, vicious egoism, he told the bishop, and then hissed angrily. He sent young men and boys to kill the fire dragon, but everything failed, the magician guessed. But the tragedy did not end there, he continued. Judging by the number of inhabitants, the city was simply destroyed. Because of his stupid decisions, this place turned into ruins, the magician said. Krav Maga returned to take revenge on the people and burned the city to the ground with a furious flame. The goddess Leta has sent a miracle upon their city, the bishop said in a trembling voice. This curse, the magician said, was like waiting forever for someone to return. The bishop ground his teeth and he hissed at Lady Lete, the embodiment of mercy. He struck his staff right at his feet, and then the stone floor of the church cracked and shook. The sleeping dragon simply raised his head and collapsed the vault of his dungeon, and his huge head appeared in the church. The inquisitor didn't even bat an eyelid. They just need to kill him, he asked, and the magician suggested that the core was on the dragon's chest. Besides this, they had to beware of the black fog, the magician warned Evan, and he froze mid-sentence because a fire began to gather in the monster's toothy mouth, which could easily turn the church into a red-hot blast furnace. Adrias jumped towards Luna to cover her. In the compressed space of the temple building, the explosion intensified many times over and brought down part of the wall and a couple of blocks that were in its path. Luna covered herself with a barrier and ended up next to Evan, while Adrias jumped to the side. The witch greeted the inquisitor in an adult voice, and the amazed paladin realized that she was speaking to Millennium Eve. The mother thanked the paladin for looking after her daughter, and the inquisitor snorted angrily at the witch to stop talking nonsense. Adrias was surprised that even the stern, unyielding paladin could get so angry. The magician stopped the squabble between old acquaintances and reminded them of the battle with Dekron. The pious Lady Lete punished the monster that burned the children of God and hid in its sanctuary. She used the power to bring them back to life with the help of the dragon's heart and gave the inhabitants of the city eternal life, the bishop said. While flapping his wings furiously, each of which raised a storm, the dragon took off. Thanks to the magic of the great witch, the fog dispersed even without light. The soul summoner knew better than anyone how the souls of those imprisoned here suffered. Only a heartless goddess could lock her children in time. But the bishop did not listen. He climbed onto the head of the dragon that obeyed him. "St. Nick's will die first!" the mad fanatic shouted at her. And another volley ignited in the dragon's mouth. All three prisoners flinched. Fighting a dragon is no joke. The flames struck with the force of a crushing wave caused by the tremors of the earth and fell upon the city. The light wooden houses instantly burned like paper. The great witch promised to dispel the black fog and asked the inquisitor to kill the dragon already. The paladin indignantly muttered that he could cope without her help. "What a boast," smiled Millennium Eve. The paladin of light took a stable, low stance, and his blade glowed brighter than the sun. But before he struck, the young necromancer decided to take back what was his. The giant Rudolph fell like a boulder straight from above onto the dragon. The Tiger King fell with him, and while the dragon was on the ground, he could not quickly dodge. The bishop raised his eyes to the sky in horror and surrounded himself with a thick curtain of black fog, and then the crushing blows of the dead fell upon him. Even the great witch was amazed that giants existed, and along with him she noticed the king of tigers. What an incredible boy, she thought. And she looked at the young necromancer who held the summoning spell. The blows of the dead men reached their target, and the earth shook from them. However, the bishop took refuge under the dragon's wide wings and let out a nervous laugh. "Pathetic corpses cannot affect him," he said, because the dragon was too much for them, and a stream of darkness hit Rudolph and Timur. But the dead did not disappear, rolling back to the beginning of the cycle. The fog did not affect them, and the magician was amazed by this. The bishop was also surprised that the curse he controlled did not work. Perhaps because the dead were technically considered a kind of furniture. This means that the curse does not work on the undead, the necromancer realized. In the glow of the burning city, the opponents studied each other closely. So what if the fog doesn't affect them? The dead are no threat to the dragon, the bishop said in a trembling voice. But the necromancer only grimaced with disdain. There had been so much talk about the servant of God. Before them was not the priest Lete, but simply a servant of the dragon's corpse. These words made the fanatic bite his lip in anger. Luna's friend can talk better than him, the great witch spurred the paladin. Evan grabbed the blade, even though it was hilarious to watch, but the sight of dancing corpses that should have been rotting in the ground for a long time irritated him. His blade cut the street into two parts with its aura. The paladin aimed straight at the core of the dragon that was in front of him. But a solid barrier appeared in the path of his slashing blade, and the entire force of the blow was dissipated by an explosion. So this is the real power of the Inquisitor, the necromancer was amazed. The dragon and the bishop were actually unharmed behind the strong protection. All is decay while the dragon's heart is whole, the fanatic laughed nervously. But he himself was horrified, because these strange people almost with words his shield. It really isn't that simple, the great witch said mockingly. The ancient scrolls said that dragons were resistant to physical damage, and his heart was almost immune to aura and mana. It just needs more power, the adamant paladin answered her. As usual, he thought with his muscles instead of his brains, and Adrias brought Timur and Rudol back. And then the dragon took action, raising his huge paw up. He was not going to meekly wait for them to finish the attack. And then he hit with such force that the ground beneath his feet trembled and foamed like the sea. The shockwave scattered his opponents. The bishop pointed to the paladin, the man who was causing him the most trouble. Evan glared at the damn bishop, and I saw how the dragon opened his mouth for another fiery volley. A column of fire shot into the sky in a dense stream, but at that very second, the necromancer thought that this was their chance to strike. The fairy queen Mylene appeared next to the bishop's head, but her lightning attack was interrupted by the black fog. The shield saved the fanatic even from a sneak attack, and the necromancer cursed in frustration. The great witch was amazed again at how accustomed this boy was to the battlefield, and how many secrets he was hiding besides his double soul. The bishop waved his staff again and summoned the Knights of Darkness to take on opponents of their own size. The fog created a whole army around the dragon, and then the bishop sent them into attack. The necromancer responded in kind and raised his guard to repel the darkness. The shadows quickly melted under the coordinated work of his team. The great witch shouted that she would deal with the black fog, and the boy nodded. Having drawn Galaxir, he rushed into battle personally. The bishop screamed hysterically for him to get away and called upon the darkness. The witch made her way through the black fog, where a vicious red dragon grinned. She waved her hands and a green glow came from her hand. A gap opened and Adrias jumped straight towards the fanatic, who gaped in astonishment. However, Galaxir was also unable to break through the barrier that protected the bishop. "It's no use!" the fanatic shouted hysterically again. But the magician was not convinced by these shouts, because the bishop was too nervous. Timur walked around the dragon while it was busy. The black fog had no effect on the undead. Moreover, the magician realized that the knights that the fanatic had summoned were the souls of those who had died in the expedition against the dragon. The bishop's astonished face lengthened. He was dumbfounded and did not understand how the guy found out about this. Not only did he send people to certain death, but he also used their souls after death. The necromancer spoke to him contemptuously again. But the fanatic insisted that these people were alive, and this was how he saved them from death, he shouted, pointing his staff at the guy. And then he saw what the wrath of God really was, and he raised his eyes to the sky and was horrified. Dozens of fiery swords were aimed at him. A rain of light fell upon the dragon like a shower, pinning him to the ground with a monstrous blow. Adrias himself almost got hit by a spear of light that whistled past him a couple of meters away. And again the barrier saved the stunned fanatic, who thought he had dealt with the paladin. The dragon's body was also not damaged. It only crouched to the ground. To limit death is nothing more than the selfish whim of those who oppose the laws of nature, and therefore he will send the heretic to the judgment of God, said the Inquisitor, who passed through the fire of the dragon's flame. As expected, he was the biggest obstacle, the heretic bishop muttered. He is still sitting unharmed on the dragon. Adrias was amazed by the power of the Paladin of Light's secret aura technique. The biggest obstacle is himself, the Inquisitor answered the bishop, and he heard the indignant cries of the fanatic who considered himself the defender of the city. An ordinary death is an unaffordable luxury for him, the bishop added. He promised to catch the Inquisitor and burn his soul in the eternal fire of suffering. Meanwhile, the flames engulfed the entire city, and in the stone fortress they were all as if in a huge trap. The dragon had an ocean of mana. Even after so many attacks, its defense did not fall. Evan was direct. If there wasn't enough damage, he just had to hit harder, and he would throw his spears of light again. So the Necromancer almost came under attack again and quickly jumped up. Hundreds of spears struck the barrier without causing any harm. Adrias gritted his teeth because some allies in this battle were worse than their enemies. Grumbling, he asked the unyielding Inquisitor if he could aim more carefully, but Evan only praised the boy for his agility. But he added haughtily that his feelings did not correspond to his skills of movement. And the magician did not immediately understand what the Paladin meant. Hadn't the Inquisitor simply tried to kill him? He remembered his attack. But at the same time, it created a window for the magician to attack. Realizing that the boy was useless, the arrogant Inquisitor declared that he would do everything himself. Adrias nodded, deciding to see what else the Paladin was capable of. But then Luna warned them that the relic lizard was ready to fire again. The dragon spat out a gout of napalm. For the Paladin, all these attacks were too primitive but boring. However, at the same time, he realized how wrong he was when he caught a glimpse of the lizard's tail. The dragon struck with his whip with such force that it sent the Inquisitor flying. Launched as if from a sling, he rammed the ruins of the city with his body. Their small team was once again deprived of the one who dealt the most damage. The Great Witch also realized this. Without Evan, it was difficult for them to counterattack with something very strong. But the guy had something left in reserve, so he answered her that he would think about her words if this attack failed. And he called the Apostle of Laziness to his side. Nickel appeared ready to strike near the dragon. The astonished bishop could not see anything from above, and he ordered the lizard to simply fire a volley under himself. He opened his mouth, but Nickel had already gotten out of there. Adrias canceled the summoning and attacked the lizard himself while it was distracted. He jumped from above, but as usual, surprise attacks did not work on the heretic. He raised his staff to the sky and surrounded himself with darkness. But then the Great Witch intervened in the battle and waved her hands. She dispelled the darkness, but the Necromancer's Galaxir only struck the indestructible shield again. The witch who opened up for only a moment was hit and darkness flew towards her. The black fog trapped her in a solid black sphere. But then they saw what God's punishment meant. The Paladin used another secret technique, Exterminatus, putting his power into a single spear of light of monstrous size. Then the Necromancer realized that the Paladin's previous attack was just a normal technique. He also understood what the Inquisitor meant when he said that he was giving him a chance to evade. The spear of light struck the dragon's back and caused it to bend, but this time the mage did not want to dodge. He moved along the path that the Paladin had laid out for him, when the entire defense of the monster was aimed at repelling his attack. The dragon's heart was already damaged and was giving off sparks when the mage used the sword without ego. And this blow already cut through the barrier and the dragon's steel-like chest plates. The darkness around weakened, but the great sorceress still could not free herself. Meanwhile, the dragon gave a final roar and drowned in a sea of fire. They destroyed the core of the dungeon, and now the bishop was left defenseless and also drowned in the sea of flames. A gap appeared near the dragon's heart, and the bishop realized that his gates to his cozy little world had cracked. And then he felt an unprecedented lightness in his whole body, and his head rolled to the feet of the magician. It didn't look like he needed her anymore, the Paladin said, returning his justice to its sheath. Everything ended, and he offered to leave the abode of heresy. The magician answered him that he would first take the moon, so Evan could go first. The adamant Inquisitor nodded briefly and understood everything, and that was the end of their adventure together. Adrias waited until he disappeared into the rift. Even though the bishop was dead, the black smoke did not clear and held the moon. He asked her how she was and said that they needed to get out quickly. The white and tarry eyelashes like snow fluttered, revealing the gem-like eyes. "The moon cannot leave each other," said the witch. Adrias thought with alarm that the witch had fallen into a trap. He called upon the light, hoping to dispel the black curse, but it didn't help. Her shield was on its last legs, so the witch shouted at the guy to just run away. But the magician only increased his fire. He refused to simply give up and abandon her. For a second, the flame dispersed the fog, and he saw the astonished face of the ash-haired witch. The gem's eyes filled with tears. For the first time, someone other than her mother had defended this girl so selflessly. He extended his hand to her and told her to grab it. If she got trapped in time again, she would wander in it for eternity and would not be able to get out. Their hands almost touched through the barrier of the moon. "But she still couldn't touch him, that's all, my friend," said the witch. She was used to such things. And at last the girl with ash-blonde hair smiled sincerely like a child. The black fog collapsed and threw the mage back. He fell on the ground, hot as a frying pan from the heat of the fire in battle. There was nothing left to breathe in the city. And when he looked up, he saw nothing but smoke and ash in front of him.